왜 생각할까? You want 함께 했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나봐. 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
서서히 그래 내 맘이 들어와
너무 위험한 너 그 시선에 사로잡힐 떡떡하는데 참 예뻐 죽겠는 너 아마 다들 가지고 싶은 것 같은데 I don't want to play games 빠지게 해 내가 유일한 구속션하는데 늘 자유롭지만 can't have it all 내가 네 거 아닌데 다들이 부를 수 없도록 내가 눈부신 빛나 my love 설레 두근두근 하는 거 오지 마라 날 보지 마라 너의 이쁜 얼굴로 나를 하지 마라 웃지 마라 날 유혹하지 마라 try to don't look at me this way not today not today
I'm trying to escape I said no more 거미줄에 걸려버려
너무 위험한 너 그 시선에 사로잡힐 떡떡하는데 참 예뻐 죽겠는 너 아마 다들 가지고 싶은 것 같은데 I don't want to play games 빠지게 해 내가 유일한 구속션하는데 늘 자유롭지만 can't have it all 내가 네 거 아닌데 다들이 부를 수 없도록 내가 눈부신 빛나 my love 설레 두근두근 하는 거 오지 마라 날 보지 마라 너의 이쁜 얼굴로 나를 하지 마라 웃지 마라 날 유혹하지 마라 try to don't look at me this way not today not today not today not today 널 사랑하지 누가 이 게임에서 깼어 넌 후회할 거야 넌 후회할 거야 I will show you who I am now
Yeah. 맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내리던 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰 있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들의 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어 이젠 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식 밖에 나가 밤이 때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 가거로 장애 모른 터미널 깨지 않길 바랬던 내 꿈 이제 눈을 떠야겠어 여전히 난 내 삶들을 뱉어
Go back to the my stage Where shall sleeps in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라 Our 밝은 면의 energy Hey stop and drum like 쿵쿵이야 흘러대는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 my day
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 않아 내게 보인 믿음과 지켜야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤의 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까 한이 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져 언젠가는 내밀어준 손을 다시 잡아 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 아시압 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶 눈에 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나
Go back to the my stage Where shall sleeps in January 걔네들 열정과는 달라 Our 밝은 면의 energy Hey stop and drum like 쿵쿵이야 흘러대는 나의 심장 박동 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어 나의 인생이 맑게 걸어
Hey you how's the world look from way up there I miss you but I'm getting scared cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly filling all the in-betweens now there's nothing there how am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face how am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space cause you say you need me there someday but how am I supposed to be close to you now worlds full moon it's always when I feel it most can almost hear you say that I'm not alone cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury but now there's no more ground beneath anymore how am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face how am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space cause you say you need me there someday but how am I supposed to be close to you now it's cold tonight 봤었다 잊어버려 또 오늘 밤에 늦겠어 내일어 오늘 밥싹 다 지워버려 나싹 다 지워버려 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all Say 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨을 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low Drop it low 의사님 어딜 아파 내가 이젠 음악이 내 약이야 모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 터지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight
가득한 곳 불편한 진실이 가로챈 네 입을 잠궜나 아무도 모르는 마저 답을 알려줘 좀 더 어둠이 가득한 곳에 무덤덤덤 흔들리는 갈대처럼 사라져 다좀 서서 신념들의 배전 나가겠다 작은 기적조차 우린 세기 반의 땅에서 눈을 떠 악몽이 가득한 세상을 지울래 더 멋지게 더 새롭게 우리들이 만든 kingdom vibe and 우리 강해 우리 palace 이 사물을 그린 colorful 자려와는 가는 봉지 누구도 모르는 새로운 서서 시작은 지금부터 윙이 빠라빠라빠 끝이 보인 날
거울 장악한 거리 빛이 되면서 희망이 쟁취 거짓 가려는 진심은 빼지 어떤 허들은 신경 꺼 갑작스러운 변한 우리 거 still fight 너네가 알지 못하는 부리 어떤 시련도 우리는 딛고 나지 우리가 만든 kingdom wow
Let me out 거짓이 가득한 곳 불편한 진실이 가로챈 네 입을 잠궜나 아무도 모르는 마저 나가겠다 작은 기적조차 우린 세기 반의 땅에서 눈을 떠 악몽이 가득한 세상을 지울래 더 멋지게 더 새롭게 우리들이 만든 kingdom vibe and 우리 강해 우리 palace 이 사물을 그린 colorful 자려와는 가는 봉지 누구도 모르는 새로운 서서 시작은 지금부터 윙이 빠라빠라빠 끝이 보인 날
Let me get out of here Sick of dumplings, stay on driving, yeah 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 갈아엎어치 일상 공공망치 draw Looking for nails to disappear Boys, 우리 목소리 키워제 Waited long enough 최근 시간 15년 빛이 보여 Feel the mind with life up the bus 우리가 좀 무관심자들이 이제 모두 세척하던 놈들 이제 거기 서 다음이 스케줄이 정은 right 맑으면 대답도 못해 영어로 완전 카드 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 당장 We don't play game we just not a gotcha game Rivals 그것 혼자 here we be the reds you be wrecked Quit acting like you came up from the slums 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV 넌 랩 못해 넌 못 비벼 지가 못되는 줄 아나 봐 집 가서 턱시나 닦아라 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매 너가 백날 침튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩 어서가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이 테러범여 이제는 이해가 돼 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼 앰뷸런스 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me 이게 not do nothing 혼자는 너무 비비지 너 그저 비슷한 벽 너는 무슨 대표 그냥 만드는 대포 그냥 늘려놔 너 진 그게 딱 너한테 어울려 쉬운해 니 것좀 빌리자 라이프 내 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보 일삼 제대로 너 차일로 혼나고 나서 니 형한테 일러 니건 오래 타자 내가 AK 니건 fresh 타자 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge 무슨 테이저건 맞추죠 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게 씨야 사랑은 씨앗 에이스는 너 사랑해요
없었으니 그리 어렵고 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 응답 수신 겁은 말해줘 잘못 걸지 말아줘 없었으니 그리 어렵고 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 무엇보다 수신 겁은 너네들 전화 걸지 말아줘
Yeah, if you want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim.
Hella options when we press, you could pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my shrooms like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. Problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh to death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Stir straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Surge, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music.
Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and shastics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit.
Now your face feeling the fish. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. Don't get your hopes up.
When are you gonna say you're gonna knock on the door? And when they open the door, what are you gonna say? Happy birthday.
해커 번더 라보노 출격 damn it river again Chester lifestyle shit let's get it let's get it let's get it let's get it okay let's get it 나이키 입지만 내 fit은 안 미리 all blacked out 안 보여 밤길에 smoking on gas 안 내려다 get it fuck all of the ops 안 내려다 get it brand new kicks I'm playing I'm with it 거주던 새끼 이제 낭비를 다리에 wrist 손목에 감기고 또 다리에 eyes 손가락에 감기를 trap핑은 어차피 난 trap을 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back 시간은 쌓이고 돈은 더 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형이름 stacks 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일 샴페인 나 밥이 또 파는데 penny 머리에 천둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new back 파티를 하지만 아냐 내 생일 마지막까지만 봐도 penny 때롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일 trapstyle lifestyle shit let's get it 라보노 출교 damn it river again pull up Chester lifestyle shit let's get it let's get it let's get it let's get it okay let's get it
Hermes 버클 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 gram 연금 술 발견한 너처럼 damn 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake we make them cut like Central C my bitches gay 내 떨은 sticky bitches freaky DJ Ricky yeah 우퍼 치킨 캔디 flipping 우린 노랗더럽게 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so fuck the fame Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 shit Now I get it bitch 네 팬들 출처 OnlyFans OG stacks 안 해 pretty boy shit 내 코밑에 powder higher than the motherfucking 로또 top
라보노 출교 damn it river again pull up Chester lifestyle shit let's get it let's get it let's get it
like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge, where you step, don't you let curiosity get you in trouble. Heed your warning, just like you should know that. If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like here to stay. I'm like here to stay. Muy caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sensei, breakneck, cut check, say. They upset, Them boys mad. Break it. Break it. You only see smoke until it's lit, and we lit. Dance with me with 2 left feet, and you go
mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I have a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god, here I am. Stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughtering the sheep, the blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the leg. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street. Yeah, you don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bred, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started. Now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started. Now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing. Just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023. This is where it all gets decided. The last day of the play-ins with 2 spots in the Swiss stage up for grabs, and we could not have asked for better matchups. First up, we have the regional clash between GAM Esports and the big surprise in Team Wales, followed by a much-anticipated showdown between Team BDS and PSG Talon. What a day! I'm Ender here with Goldborg and Raz for all the action bright and early. How are we feeling today?
We're feeling pretty good. I'm really excited for the few matchups we've got going ahead, and that VCS preview, unofficial final, revenge time, all of that. I'm super excited for that one specifically.
Yes, I called this out yesterday. It was like, as an LPL fan in 2019, 2018, I hated when we faced up against each other, but you get reminded, but people didn't see that matchup. People didn't see the final. We get to see it on the biggest stage with a lot of fans, so I think that's going to be a great showcase for the VCS.
It's bangers only, and I feel like always when you get a regional matchup redone, it's always a bloodbath. So we've got a lot of fun in store. Now, yesterday we said goodbye to Loud and CFO Flying Oyster, while GAM Esports and BDS lived to see another day. You've got it all right there. We've got our final matchups here, BO5s. Remember that. There's simple stakes in today's advancement matches. Winners lock Swiss stage, and the losers go home. And this does mean that VCS with this matchup are guaranteed at least only one representative out of these two going on.
But it's a guarantee, you know? This is a region where there's been a lot of doubts, especially coming out from that MSI in 2023. Even coming into the first few games that GAM had, people were like, why does VCS even have 2 seats? Well, at least now they're guaranteed to get 1 to the Swiss stage, and once again proving their region belong to more than just play-ins.
Yes, whenever you go through events like these, people question the depth of your region. Well, Team Wales is the one that's first seed going into this final, so no questions anymore. And also just like
Team Wales is the Mariana Trench if you're talking depth here.
I like this, and I don't understand the reference.
Ocean. It's really
whale,
deep.
It's an ocean.
It's like the Grand Canyon of the ocean.
You got some Googling to do.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. I will educate myself, I'm sure.
All right, well, no more Mariana Trench. We'll keep the marine biology out of it. Instead, I want to talk about who we think is the MVP of play-ins. Raz, you want to kick this off for me?
For this one, it's topical because of who's fading today. It's Kiaya. Kiaya, even in their losses, had big showcases. I'm reminded of the loss that he had versus Robo, where his Rumble just tore him into pieces. In fact, got the solo kill. And then throughout, what got them to this stage to begin with was his Cassante. The first time he got this one, it was like a replay. The first time, he blew Flash off of him. The second time, Flash is gone, so he ends up chasing him down and getting the kill. Robo was bullied in this matchup. They catered this throughout the draft to make it as favorable as possible, and he gave them the best.
Yeah, and it's not just on the Cassante. Well, hell, you cannot allow him to get Cassante. Let's just get that out there first, because he's a menace in lane. He's even more scary in teamfights. But he's also just a threat pretty much no matter what champion he plays. He's regularly getting Jax banned against him because that's a champion he can straight up blind pick. In the VCS, he was kind of like a bit light in that approach as well, in the fact that he'll just take over laning phase, your enemy top laner can't do anything about it, and he will literally 1v9 a lot of these matchups.
And the thing is, we've seen bits and pieces of his champion pool. He has a wealth of options of AP picks. We've seen his Fiora internationally prior to this, and just take a look at the stats here. Solo kills per game, he's guaranteed 1. So I'm excited to see the kind of exciting gameplay here. I think he's getting a little bit more support from Levi. Levi's not been having a good time so far this tournament. We will talk about him later on, but Kiaya has been good individually. Look at the energy that he has. He's ready to play.
I absolutely love it, especially if we can keep him on those AP top laners. It's so influential. But speaking of Kiaya, let's hear what he thinks is the reason for the team's turnaround.
Em cảm thấy rất là nhẹ nhõm vì bản thân em vừa qua thời gian bản thân em cũng đã cảm thấy rất là áp lực khi mà để hô trận đầu tiên. Thì sau khi trận đầu tiên bọn em đã hô trước lâu thì bọn em cũng ngồi lại với nhau bàn bạc và nói chuyện với nhau, cũng như là động viên và an ủi nhau. Thì huấn luyện viên em mỗi lần mà team em gặp có một cái vấn đề gì đó mà nó không giải quyết được thì team cũng huấn luyện viên em cũng nói đơn giản là team chỉ cần bình tĩnh và reset lại bản thân, rồi nói chuyện với nhau và tâm sự với nhau, thì em nghĩ điều đó cũng là khiến cho em quay trở lại được cái phong độ tốt nhất, nên là em nghĩ đó là lý do.
Natural Olaf kit, so Kiaya has to be ready to go all in, ready to pull the trigger, but Robo just walks up. You see C-Immune immediately just flashes on top of him. Bit of a fumble though, and the axe not quite connecting, and now, ooh, instant knockback, Kiaya! Oh, he's dancing on him! This should not be allowed! What is this Nard doing? He's just killing 2 grown-ass men on the top side of the map. Look at that Yordle go!
Thì ở trận này thì bọn mình tin là bọn mình sẽ đánh bại được Team Wales. Tại vì ở giải quốc nội thì bọn mình cũng đánh bại Team rất là nhiều rồi, rất là nhiều lần rồi. Đối với bản thân mình nghĩ thì trận ngày mai sẽ là trận khá là căng vì Team Well đang có một cái chuỗi thắng gọi là 2 trận và họ đang có cái đà. Và mình nghĩ là bọn mình, bản thân mình và cả team cũng như vậy, thì ai thắng thì cũng đều xứng đáng. Tại vì Team Well đã làm rất tốt về việc họ đã thắng 2 trận trước đó rồi, mà hai đội hữu rất là mạnh nữa. Và bản thân team mình cũng như vậy, thì mình muốn gửi gắm đến Team Well á là lần này họ không cần có một chuyến bay về đâu, họ chỉ cần bê về vui vẻ là được.
All right, it's the race for the planes, but we're going to be swimming today, I guess. I love it. I love the little smack there at the very end. But I do think we need to take our eyes to the other side of the map here to highlight the mid laner for Team Wales.
Yeah, you know, Raz was talking about MVP. I personally think we can do even better. I think Glory for me has been my main MVP. He has by far in play-ins been the best laning mid laner. He has not lost a single matchup. He's often incredibly far ahead. And in this game against BDS, his Syndra is one of the reasons they got to hold on. Don't get me wrong, Artemis is for sure the carry of the team. Yeah. But I think Glory's the backbone from the pressure he gets in the laning phase to how he utilizes that with the team and what he's able to gain in the mid to late game by setting the team up with objectives from the pressure he manages to get.
This team is so chaotic, and I feel like Glory thrives in it. Even in Mages, where it feels like you want some structure, he does not care. And you're right, Artemis has been doing doing really well. They've been throwing resources towards him, but it does start through mid lane, and Glory has been the guy.
Absolutely. Team fighting monster for the side of Team
Yeah, and you know, I wanted to one-up it a bit. We were talking MVP. I want to bring an all-pro to you guys as well from play-ins here that we can get. But also just look at those stats.
Yo, take it easy on the desk, man.
I will not take it easy. CSD 14, what does that say, Ender?
That says plus 20.
Plus 20 as an average for our play-ins as a mid laner. He is the #1 laner from the mid lane. Goal difference as well, first. This guy does not lose laning phase. He absolutely takes over every single time. I want to watch all his pro views. So yes, let me go to that all-pro right now. Let me show you what we got here as well. It's Glory in every single position. And why is that? Win lane, win game. Throw him in the top lane, 20 CS advantage going through there. Okay, Prior in the top lane. Mid lane, you already know what he does. Bot lane, let's do the same thing. Support, yeah, we've seen some playmaking from him, some CC. We've seen on the Aura with the shockwaves. You can probably play that support. And as a jungler, we all know that it's easy to play when you have winning lanes. So he doesn't even have to worry about that. Glory, 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 Glory. We already have the theme, the grind, the glory, and we got Glory in the back 5 times. He's going to win today.
This guy needs a breather. Nope. Please move us along.
Yep. Well, before the VCS Summer Finals rematch, Lore checked in with Koa, head referee from the VCS, to talk about what this means for the region in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Can we take this down?
And we're back in Seoul for the battle of the VCS as GAM and Team Wells will clash on the Rift today. And I have Koa with me, head referee for the VCS. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me today.
So what does it mean for you as a region and also for you seeing both these teams facing off against each other today?
We haven't had really good international results in the past couple of months, if not a year. And so it's a big relief for me to see my teams facing off big regions in the world and get a victory from it.
I feel like the history between these two teams is rather interesting because GAM, more veterans on the team, and it feels like Wales is more of the new generation for me of the VCS. How do you rate this matchup and the chances of both teams and the fact that they're carrying the legacy of the VCS being a really aggressive region, upsetting most teams usually?
I would say it's a 50-50.
Okay.
If you're based on records, it'll be like 70-30 to GAM. But seeing Wales' performance in the last couple of days, I would say they're 50-50. They have really good coaching staff. They have players that are really passionate about the game and they're new. But that's also them being new is also a good thing for them.
Yeah, similar to what we have with Team BDS, for instance, and the fact that when you have so many rookies who are really hungry for the win, you can have unexpected results. What do you rate the success of Team Wales so far? Did you think they would perform so well?
Oh, Team Wales has had a phenomenal start. No one would have predicted a new team, a second seed of the VCS, to perform this well. They came into Worlds with less expectation than GAM, and they've got more than what the viewers ask for.
How difficult was it for GAM coming here at Worlds? Because I remember MSI really didn't go well for them, changing the bot lane as well, bringing new players in. Palette, we know him from other international events. Do you have faith in the team this time around?
I do have a lot of faith in GAM, but as a head referee, I'm not rooting for any of them. I want my players to play at their best and leave the place without any regret.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much for all your insights, Koa, and also thank you for all the translations you've been doing here at Worlds. And you guys, back to you.
Well, I'm sorry, Koa, but only one team can win today in our first matchup of the day. That's just how it works, Raz. That's how it goes. But we've got the VCS Semifinals rematch between Team Wales and GAM Esports coming up. And this is a historic matchup because this is the first time that a region not called the LPL or LCK have faced up with two of their teams in a best-of-5 at Worlds.
And it's an amazing moment. We said this just a little earlier on, the fact that everyone gets to watch a VCS Finals that upended the LPL in bloodiness. And that's saying something. For so long, we talk about how bloody the region is, and now we get to see it on a major stage. So you got to hear it from the head ref in Koa. It was GAM favored. GAM historically has dominated them. 3-1 in the finals, 6-1 just in total all-time scores between these two teams. It has just been GAM favored, which is so crazy because the usual fans that have just been watching Worlds catching up on these teams would naturally think that Team Wales is the better team.
And that's the thing, because in the VCS, you know, they got to play very different games where GAM came through from the upper bracket. They clearly were the favorites coming through from regular season.
Yeah.
Team Wales were down from the lower bracket. They both played Team Secret in the semi-finals to a 5-game series, both of them. But once it finally came to that final, B was also hospitalized and could not play against them, so they had to play with a sub. This is the first time that the full roster of Team Wales will be playing against the full roster of GAM at the same time. So not only is it a chance to get a new outlook of how this matchup actually could have paved out originally, it's also a chance for redemption for Team Wales specifically.
Mental fortitude for sure is like the name of the game for Team Wales. Just in this tournament, losing the first game in like disastrous fashion and then still picking up the series, playing 5 series in a miracle run that you mentioned within the playoffs under the circumstances that they had. It's crazy to see the resilience that this team has. You cannot expect what they have for the day.
Now, Raz, let's talk players, because Slater got really hyped up coming into the tournament.
Yes.
Day 1, underperformed, but now Pentakill Central, like, are we back up on him? How does this matchup fare with him versus Artemis?
Just a bit more. Like, I do think he's played better. The first series that he had versus Rout was disastrous, as we mentioned earlier, but I think he's been recognizing the pressure that he hasn't been getting. They've been playing towards the top side a little bit more, and Slater has been, they've given him the draft that's necessary. I think the Kaisa priority has been, the Xayah priority has been really working well for him, and he's been good in team fights. So although weaker opponents they've been facing, I think he has gotten much stronger.
I also think on the other end, Slater's just really not been feeling it this patch with the Xayah and the Kai'Sa. One of his best champions in the VCS was the Seri. One of the best games he had was also in playoffs when he was playing that Seri too. So I think there's a mismatch in terms of the confidence coming through as well. You can clearly see it from the stats here as well. Artemis has just straight up been the better AD carry, and that also once again means that we will watch this VCS bot lane from both teams finally with full support roster being up against each other play it out as it should have been in the beginning.
I absolutely love it. But if it's not bot lanes, it's junglers, right? And how does that fare? Because Levi is the clouded jungler. Everyone knows Levi, but BJ's having a tournament here.
Look, BJ has been insane. The first dive that he had top lane, just don't give him Jarvan. That's my only take. Don't give him Jarvan. With how crazy their series has been versus CFO, he was the difference maker in how he's been constantly blowing flashes and being the big playmaker in these fights. So I have a lot of praise for BJ and how he has shown up in this tournament. It has not been good for Levi. And that's the struggle for me. We know what he has been capable of in Worlds prior to this and domestic play. It's rough to see his early games, but I do think he can get better.
It just feels like it's now or never for BJ. Levi's always had his number. BJ's always had to play second fiddle to Levi. This is the time where it feels like he has to outperform.
Yes.
This is going to be such a sick matchup. I mean, these two players, if the Jarvan comes in, either way, this is the ultimate advertisement for the VCS. We have one last day to decide it all here in the World's 2023 play-ins. 4 teams, but only 2 can earn the right to represent their region against the Titans waiting in the Swiss stage. Let's kick off the action.
因为我第一次打世界赛也是很久之前了嘛，然后其实我之前的就是战绩不是特别好啊。
For every like League of Legends player, like going to Worlds is like a dream. So it means a lot to me that for the first year I went to Worlds already.
When it comes time to show up, BDS show up.
打完 MSI 之后，其实我们就是有针对我们在 MSI 输掉的原因去就是加强嘛，就是这方面的失误也是有明显的在减少。那
Before League I was not really confident in myself, but now I know what can I do in game. Junja is looking really good right now, but I think I will crush him.
就是你可能还不知道我这个人是谁，但是我会让你在跟我们交手的时候記住我的。
This game is probably the most important game of my life. I just have to give everything I got.
đối thủ của mình sẽ là đại diện khu vực BDS. Ai thắng thì cũng đều xứng đáng, tại vì team Well đã làm rất tốt. Bản thân team mình cũng như vậy.
Đối với BDS thì tụi em nhận ra được sức mạnh của tụi mình.
Khi mà em giải quyết được cái mâu thuẫn đó, điều đó sẽ khiến cho em càng gắn kết với nhau hơn. Điều đó khiến cho em có một cái không phải là một cái team á, nó là một cái gia đình luôn á.
BDS luôn là một khu vực rất là náo loạn, cách đánh nó rất là máu lửa. Tụi mình sẽ tiếp tục truyền thống đó và đưa BDS lên tầm cao mới.
Mình chỉ nói là mọi người hãy tin mình đi. Trận đấu này bọn mình sẽ làm được.
Hello everybody and welcome to the caster desk as we finally get to best of 5 action. And Dagda, we've got a VCS finals rematch to kick us off here today. I mean, there's no way this isn't a banger, right?
I mean, if anyone watched the VCS final, it was a bloodbath. Like, game 1 kicked off with more kills per minute than anything else I've seen. Like, it was absolutely insane. I am so excited to see these two teams face up again.
Honestly, anyone that thinks LPL has action, like, go watch some VCS in the playoffs, because it's hectic. And the craziest thing to me is that we're swapping seeding, essentially, between these two teams. GAM came into the tournament as the first seed from the VCS. They won their finals 3-1. But as Gorbog was saying on the desk, you know, Bia coming in right now, this is not quite the same matchup that we saw in the VCS finals. Wales here with their full roster this time around. And we'll have to see if that's enough to upend the storyline that has been consistent so far.
But yeah, on the opposite side as well for GAM, though, like, they've kind of got a bit more practice in, right? We talked about, like, Pallet not really being able to get into playoffs. He wasn't really able to be part of the team. They didn't really have much scrim time. The Asian Games also kind of made that awkward as well. But at least getting onto the world stage now, they've had a bit more time to practice. So I think there's going to be a lot of focus, even you heard on the desk, towards that bot lane. Artemis playing as the best AD carry coming out of the VCS, going up against Slater, who really wants to prove himself against Artemis here.
I feel like both of these AD carries have had kind of a rising star mentality going on during play-ins. Like, we've seen pentakills coming out. We've seen Artemis, who consistently has looked incredible during these team fights. And I feel like with the way that we've seen these two teams playing, actually in play-ins, it's been relatively slow. I mean, yesterday especially, GAM really taking their time on finishing these games out. And Team Wales, they've got this strange dynamic where the first game has been a bit of a struggle for them, and then they've got better and better as the series goes on. I feel like best of 5. If that just continues, like, are they going to win 4-1? We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm excited to see how this one's going to pan out. As you can see on their screens, we are into champions. I think I saw an Ari band there.
Well, let's see if you're going to be correct as the graphic pops up at the bottom of the screen. There's the Ari band. You got good eyes on you. But I think the big one for me as well is I just want to highlight Kiaya. Like, him yesterday was an absolute monster. We saw on the desk, like, the double kill he was able to pick up on the turnaround gank and top lane. Like, he is
feeling himself at Worlds Play-ins 2023. So I want to see if he can have that same sort of impact. But getting into draft, we're getting junglers banned away already. It feels like, again, you're kind of high focus on these more tank and CC-orientated junglers has kind of been the way of it. So do we get to see a Sejuani ban? Do we see a Xayah ban? Will she end up being first picked here? Those are the big questions that I'm kind of looking at now.
Yeah, I'm curious about if we get any Sejuani today, because Sejuani, it's been somewhat of a bait pick so far across the tournament, like statistically not doing so hot. A lot of teams have wanted to go for it. It's not really been working out across the tournament so far. We'll see how priorities change. But again, like, I can expect across this best of 5, the drafts are going to get a bit weird with the fact that it is a grudge match. These two teams know each other.
Yeah, and that's where it gets interesting. That's where even the draft starts to get interesting. But nothing interesting at the moment. Xayah going to be taken out immediately, which means chances are we'll see the response of the Rakan, just because you don't want to give the lovers duo across. So, although, maybe not. But I think even then for BJ, I think selecting your jungler here could be working really well. So, looks like they will give the Rakan a cross. And I was saying maybe even go for the Lee Sin, but again, we talked about it. These teams know each other very well, so immediately trying to get those comfort picks.
I think it's really good to get that Cassante for Sparta as well. Just have him on comfort. We already mentioned Kiaya has been a monster. So many solo kills, averaging more than a solo kill a game across this tournament. Syndra going to be locked in, as well as that Rakan that we talked about. You'd anticipate it's got to be Kai'Sa, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good call to go for the Syndra here, because when you look at the front to back, essentially Team Wales are going to be setting up. Syndra works fantastically in that match, in that style, so I think Gam kind of taking a nice read here, but it does make it interesting to see exactly what Kiaya wants to go for, because I think this early Cassante does open up things like the Gwen if they want to try and go for it. So I'm curious if we actually get those bans coming through from Team Wales towards Kiaya in that top side, and the junglers kind of get left to their own devices.
I thought they were going to lock the LeBlanc for a second there, but it is going to be the Kai'Sa coming on through. So, advantage in terms of solo lane picks. Team Wales with top, and then Catty over for Gam with the Syndra locked in. So, we could see quite a few more jungle bans. We've seen a lot of jungle bans across the course of this tournament. And we've had a couple of wonky matchups because of just sheer quantity of champions banned.
Yeah, and a bit of a wonky ban that people may not be aware of is the Wukong. This is a massive pick for Levi domestically, which is why we're seeing it banned away. He was the only, I think he had 4 games of it despite the nerfs, even coming into the end of summer playoffs. So this is a guy that definitely likes to get his hands on it, but you can see as well, Team Wales again are going to start prioritizing more of these junglers. Vi gone, more than likely the Sejuani I imagine coming in, but Levi is a massive Nocturne player, so you still have those opportunities to go for some of these picks.
And I want to bring up that Sejuani again that we mentioned before. BJ, it's his most played across the course of the year. 14 games and over a 64% win rate across those games as well. So the Sejuani could well be a good ban to go for on the side of Gam, but so far they're focusing on the mid lane.
Yeah, still going to be focusing. Yeah, okay, there's the Nocturne ban. So yeah, it looks like they, as you say, BJ probably going to go towards the Sejuani himself. Get your beefy front line, a ton of front line as well for this Kai'Sa, who's going to be very happy. And then I'm kind of curious to see if it's going to be an Azir pick here for Glory. I think when you have this much front line, you're going to be relatively okay. It does suck a little bit into the Syndra matchup because she has that long range stun, which you can then set up for more aggressive jungle picks, like even a Lee Sin here for Levi if you want to. But and with the Nico gone as well, looks like maybe you're going that way, or an Orianna as well. But same idea, these are tough matchups into the Syndra because she's got that long range CC.
See what Glory ends up going for. I will say Glory has been phenomenal during the laning phases so far. But BJ changing things up. We said the Sejuani, he's not going for that. He's going for this Lee Sin instead. It's a pick he's played before. It's a pick he's looked good on domestically. Let's see what he can do with it on the international stage.
And we've seen him had some phenomenal plays on this over the course of play-ins as well. Like, I remember the one, I can't remember which team he's against, but the safeguard
BDS,
to his
right?
Q. I think it was BDS. Safeguard to land the, or to follow his Q to get the kick flash. It was stunning. So definitely has the mechanics to play that. Levi going to respond in kind though with a bit of an aggressive mid jungler as well, and setting up for a very aggressive mid jungle now with the Syndra and the Viego there. So definitely going to be curious to see what Glory wants to go for. I think you need to match fire with fire a little bit here, but I'm not exactly sure how much ignition they have left in it right now.
To see. The Renekton going to be locked in, so a lot of early power in this composition from Gam. You already mentioned the lane prowess of that Syndra. Renekton, no slouch either. And we'll see what the answer is going to be in this mid lane. Like you said, a lot of tough matchups for up against that Syndra with the Nico gone and the LeBlanc gone.
The thing is though, like,
for GAM, it's kind of a we win hard or we don't win, right? Yes, you've got some decent scaling in the Syndra and the Xayah, but when you're going up against, I mean, with the Orianna now added into the mix as well, like a very strong front-to-back team fight, it's actually going to be relatively difficult for GAM if they don't play off of the top side of the map. Renekton and Syndra can set up beautifully for them or in these early skirmishes, even set up for lane ganks very well for Levi. So I think the idea here is going to be Slater Palace play through the strength of Xayah Rakan, just try to get some control there, although the Nautilus can throw a wrench to work there a little bit, but then have that kind of mid-game spike that you're looking to play off of. When I look at Team Wales, it's very much a case of, hey, look, we can try and play off of the Lee Sin in the early stages to counter gank, but see if we can get to scaling, get this Orianna line, get K'Sante to be this mega buff in the late game that is very difficult to take down.
Yeah, I'll be looking towards Sparta for Team Wales here, not just, you know, obviously K'Sante does K'Sante things later on in the game, but also when it comes to absorbing pressure. If GAM do try and play through that top side, we've all seen what happens when you try and dive a K'Sante that's got fingers on the ends of his hands. It can be terrifying to deal with. I'm hyped to see this one, though. Team Wales, I mean, they were the underdog coming into this tournament. They were the underdog against BDS. They won that series 2-1. They were the underdog against CFO. They won that series 2-1. And now, almost swapping seeding with GAM, who've had to come through the lower bracket. A lot of people at home becoming fans of the Wales across the course of play-ins. We'll see if Team Wales can live up to that new expectation.
Yeah, I think Team Wales, they're going to have to try and find some sort of creative ways to set up fights here, because when I look at, again, the front-to-back you get with Xayah and Syndra, like, trying to walk through choke points into GAM is going to be incredibly difficult. We're going to have to see how they're going to manage this one, though.
Dagda, we are here. It's time for a VCS Finals rematch. It's Team Wales up against GAM as we head onto the Rift for the start of what should be an absolute barn burner of a best of 5. Don't forget as well, as you start your day here, to log on to lolesports.com. You can get plenty of drops and all sorts of goodies if you're watching on the right website. Make sure you log it in, though. Don't just open up the website, log in as well, or you'll miss out on your drops.
Also, just thank you for joining us. Yeah, I mean, Europe, it is incredibly early here. North America, shout out to you guys for joining in as well. We appreciate it, but actually going to have to hold on to that point, because Catty just get a whack as they get the ward down to spot out what BJ is going to be up to.
Yeah, so just scouting out that early game. But yeah, you're absolutely, I mean, we got up at 1:30 this morning. That's usually when I go to bed.
Yeah.
Like, my sleep schedule's totally reversed for today. But I'm hyped for it. I'm totally okay with getting up early when we've got this kind of a matchup to start us off. Let's talk early game, though, Dagda. We'll go to ward on BJ, so GAM have full information to start us off.
Yeah, I think this is where, again, it's going to be a case of watching how Catty, after he hits level 3, can set up for some sort of play with Levi. Like, my eyes are kind of on, okay, you can play through your solo laners really well here on GAM, especially with the amount of control Kiaya should have. And when I look boss, yes, you've got some setup you can go for. Actually, they're just going to go aggressive off the get-go, but I don't know if this is the play.
Yeah, I wasn't... You can never tell if they're really going to commit, especially with these two duos specifically.
Yeah, I know back in the day, it used to be, hey, look, Xayah Rakan, you both take W level 1, and you're like, invincible, essentially. Like, no one can try and match you, because the attack speed that you get off of Xayah works on Rakan as well as good flash from Artemis.
Flash out from Artemis, but that's an ignite onto Pallet. He can't, because he had to defensively flash, he can't then flash to finish off with his stacks there.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, is that, like, you can't really play as aggressive as you used to, because the nerfs, like, ages ago came through onto this bot lane. And I think especially when you're up against the Nautilus, you can provide stacks for the Kai'Sa in the early stages. It becomes kind of tough to really take that 1v1 in the early stages. So, or sorry, 2v2 I should say, but level 2 is hit, and now Levi feeling confident to go for the invade.
Certainly is. BJ not happy about it, but he's on a ward. Looks like Levi will just back away from this one. Wolves should reset. No. BJ manages to get it ever so slightly wide on the shockwave as well. He'll be able to finish that camp off. Levi, no chance of backing away on this one. Slater and Pallet move into the jungle off the back of that prio, and they'll secure a blue buff.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned when I saw how much control Glory had over mid lane, but actually look at the health bars for Catty and Glory. They both got hit in that mid lane, trying to make sure that Glory wasn't able to come across. So now BJ, realizing that his bot lane is completely gone, going to just take a little transitional gank in mid, see if he can spot out where Catty is, but wants to try and play for the top side jungle. But now watch Kiaya. He's moving down as well to make sure that he can cover it, and there's no way that BJ can actually respond to this invade on the bot side.
Spotted there, I believe, by BJ, but Not really interested in the fight right now, looking for that Scuttle Crab, trying to find, or trying to even up that early jungle CS lead. Levi moving in here. Bia could be in trouble. This is his first time fighting these guys at the best of 5. He missed out on the finals, but he won't be dived just yet. Artemis can move back in. Levi just trying to zone away a little bit for now, as they will get themselves the bottom score as well.
I'm already feeling it though, Munch. The fact that we're getting so much aggressive movement is sick. Again though, I like, even though that they don't get the kill on bot side, you're still forcing the wave out of the control of Artemis. And because he has no flash, he has to be so careful if any of these dives actually do try and come through. So at the moment, it's more kind of poking and prodding, but again, it's kind of coming out in wins for GAM at the moment.
It's a great matchup for it as well in our jungle, right? Lee Sin versus Viego. Either of these gets early kills, like you know that the game's gonna start to get messy. As now we move up towards that top side. We talked about Kiaya being a big player to watch in this series. Sonic Wave has one flash forward and first blood. BJ making it happen.
Big win for Team Wales on the top side. You kind of see, all right, Kiaya knew he'd pushed in a bit too far. There isn't a lot of places for BJ to be because he wasn't on the top side of GAM jungle. So he ends up going a little bit too far forward to get vision, ends up getting spotted out. So nicely done by BJ to get that first blood.
Great start to the game for BJ here. And worth mentioning as well that BJ, this isn't his first time at an international, even though it's Team Wales as an org. First time BJ, previously Saigon Buffaloes. I'm sure a few people at home will know the name. And Kiaya will certainly know the name after this one.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done. And even Sparta flashing forward to make sure he could get the damage down so that then that execute came through off the Sonic Wave. So nicely done. And now Kiaya, I mean, still going to be fine. He's already up quite a bit of control in this lane. You can see CS slightly in his favor as he collects this wave, but I expect he'll still be able to keep a good amount of control on this top side until you kind of hit 2 items for Sparta, and that's where he can kind of just tank a little bit what Renekton wants to do. But still, when you look towards like Rift Herald in 2.5 minutes, I think that's where you're really going to start to see, okay, we can begin to rotate people around here as GAM, unless Team Wales can actually get in position here. It looks like they want to try and gank onto the bottom side. Know that there's nothing there. Levi didn't spot the Sonic Wave.
Didn't see the Sonic Wave. He's going to face check it. Oh no, those are 2 big red outlines and a Void Seeker across the map. BJ all over this.
I mean, that was a jump scare for Halloween right there. Turn on the lights, you're like, nope, don't want to be here anymore. And unfortunately, he would already step that bit too far forward. BJ is everywhere at the moment, and Levi struggling a little bit to keep up.
I was going to say he needs to pull his jeans up at this point. It's too low hanging fruit, but I just couldn't help myself. BJ, though, phenomenal start to this one. And rightly so. Team Wales, again, defying expectations so far in this tournament. And starting as they mean to go on in the series as well. Oh, hang on. Kiaya pull underneath the tower. There's no minions here. He takes a tower shot. Sparta, is he going to commit to this further? Doesn't look like it.
No, I think Kiaya had to get that wave crash, whereas Sparta could just hold in place. BJ now spots out Levi, has the help of mid. Levi might have overextended here.
This is what we wanted. Non-stop action. Stun comes in though. Levi gets out of dodge. Shut down onto BJ. Glory can't follow up.
Great flash from BJ off the back, from Levi at the back of that, making sure he's able to get away from Glory's ultimate and able to follow that one up. So nicely done, and I mean, great turnaround. The fact you're getting these kills now onto Levi is going to mean a huge amount.
Minion blocks the hook, but the root comes in onto Bia here. Good damage out from Slater in this bottom lane. And just heavy trading. Literally in every single lane right now, we have people going toe-to-toe.
But this is exactly what we expected. Like we said, watching the VCS, they ended up with more kills than there was minutes in game number 1. And that trend kind of continued on for the rest of the series as well. So this is exactly what I wanted to see. These 2 teams going ham against each other, but it's still 2-1. Golden's still very even, but maybe this is the turnaround.
Great hook, and it forces out the ultimate. Still level 5 for Artemis and Bia here. So Slater, I'm not sure how he managed to get that XP advantage on both. I suppose they were zoned out earlier when Levi came to the bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly. That little bit of advantage coming in, but here you can see, oh, he does not want to be there as Levi ends up getting caught. The fact you end up getting the assist there with the long-range Void Missile is perfect for Artemis as well, so he gets a little bit of advantage, but this was beautiful play. So Levi thinks he has this for the caddy, he's trying to lean over. As BJ goes in, you can see there, Shockwave tries to go off, but actually the flash comes through from the Viego at the last second to make sure that he's in a good spot, and Levi's able to get the kill.
So now moving to the mid lane, as Levi does get himself the Rift Herald. So has an opportunity to inject gold into one of those carries. Could go towards mid lane for Catty, set up for the second Herald to take the tower. Or just try and get some gold onto Slater. He is on that Xayah.
I would love to see it go down in mid lane if they can find an opportunity to turn that into Dragon. But you can kind of see here that they're in a bit of an awkward spot. Cassie doesn't want to overextend the mid. Needs to get a reset off and TP back into lane before he can really do so. So I think Levi will clear out his entire bot side, then start to lean mid. Even look at the slow push that's happening bot side as well. Like, it feels like to me this is just a full setup for this early Dragon, and try and stack that up so you can play for the team fights later.
QUARTERFINALS tanks a tower shot to try and get that first plate down, but Sparta, he's liking the look of this fight right now. All out available for him, but might step too far forward as QUARTERFINALS just goes into Dominus, and Sparta sort of just has to back away.
Yeah, it's not the best of times, may not be the best of times on bot either.
Yeah, trying to get out with his life, gets a root, walks up towards safety of Glory, but Glory stunned out, and actually Catty has an opportunity here. Pallet couldn't get in range to get that dash and then the knock-up.
Still, though, these are the little victories that GAM needs, trying to play off the fact that they just have power in the early game.
Oh no, Ultimate comes out. Scatter the weak, does land, and there's the solo kill. Catty stepping up in the mid lane.
And I mean, GB was kind of praising Glory this entire time, but may not be the case. Artemis, great hook on Slater.
Yeah, Slater's in trouble here. Passive stacked up, but Artemis can't go further. In the meantime, QUARTERFINALS comes up in the top side. Sparta uses the all-out. Health bars relatively favored for QUARTERFINALS, but the Q doesn't get him enough healing, and he's down. It's Sparta taking the 1v1. Now BJ moving in to try and contest this Drake. He's got his bottom lane here and a TP coming on through. Viego grabs it. Levi with a great little smite there, but Glory's behind enemy lines. Gets revenge onto Catty. BJ walking away just about as Levi can't finish the job.
Dragon goes to GAM, but Team Wales come alive. The Krill are picked up with 6-2 on the scoreboard. 4 members go down across the course of that. Catty, beautiful stuff here. Gets the slow, lands the unleashed power, and look at where those orbs are set up. Immediate follow-up with the Scatter the Weak, sets up beautifully. No flash, or well, could have flashed for the Orianna, but doesn't happen. And here, QUARTERFINALS goes over aggressive, thinks he's got the opportunity to make the play, but once that ultimate comes out, there's so much healing that actually happens, and the damage increase as well, means the Sparta's able to take him down. Last one here, TP from Glory is perfect. Everyone on GAM is like, get Dragon, run away, but with that ward at the back, Glory's able to come in. The knock-up off the ultimate sets up beautifully for the shockwave on towards the Syndra, and then with the rest of the team able to follow up. Levi, no flash, no ult, no hope of killing BJ.
So far, so good for Team Wales. They got themselves 2,000 gold lead, and yes, GAM did manage to get themselves that Drake. I just hold that thought, because yet again our top laners are going toe-to-toe. And it has to be said, coming into this matchup, QUARTERFINALS on paper should have been the favorite, but Sparta's looking great in the 1v1.
Yeah, with the Iceborne Gauntlet now completed, all that extra armor, the Sheen procs, the slows, are making it very tough for QUARTERFINALS in that topside matchup. 0-2 for the Renekton. Maybe 0-2 on BJ as he takes half his health bar as he says hello to Catty.
Oh, double knockup comes out from Pallet. Back away in the end. And I was going to say we have a moment to breathe, but actually BJ's moving in as well. And this is our kind of matchup, Dagda. Just permanent fighting.
All I'm saying, man, is this is feeling very Fight Night-esque as we start to move into this. QUARTERFINALS will clear it the way. Wasn't sure how much Sparta wanted to go for that. As, again, Riptar goes down in mid. We'll just get the charge, no objectives. Levi trying to be a pain towards BJ in the backside. You have the numbers advantage because you still got Artemis on this bot side of the map, so that's why GAM trying to play very heavy. Would love to get that last plate before his plates drop in a minute and a half, but with the control that GAM have, unfortunately Artemis can't respond in bot lane and he'll have to leave.
So, we've got a second here as some resets come through across the board. We've got Triforce finish for Levi, we've got BJ as well with that Gore Drink, and we're starting to see some items come out across the board. What should we be expecting for the next few minutes?
The next one's going to be the Rift Herald in a minute and a half. So these resets, you can already see, I actually don't want B to go bot side. He should be moving top lane to try and establish the vision control that you need on that top end of the map. QUARTERFINALS not having control against Sparta is massive for Team Wales because you actually then manage to get control here, as you can see, where you really shouldn't be able to. And how aggressive do you want to go here? Hang on.
Sparta playing with fire a little bit here. He will get out with his life. Gets the plate as well. To be honest, he's happy with that.
Because it means now that with Sparta having control here, you can actually have him first move towards Rift Herald, which makes it very tough then for GAM to try and contest, because they are just going to play catch up for a lot of the fights. You can even see BJ moving up here as Sparta wants this. But no, just going to be able to back away. But this is mad, because like when I came into this, we were literally praising Kiaya to start things off. Sorry, my bad. Sparta, like, in this Renekton-K'Sante matchup, traditionally it's Renekton takes Demolish, he just kind of ignores the damage from K'Sante, it gets turret plates and start to scale into like his Gore Drinker and that kind of stuff. Yeah. But you're not getting that opportunity here because the way Sparta's done it.
We literally just saw the opposite of that, where Sparta walked up to the tower, completely ignored the Renekton and took a plate in front of him. It does feel like a bit of a role reversal. And in terms of like the players and their history as well, you're expecting Kiaya to be the favorite, not just in this matchup, but in terms of the 1v1 between these two players. So, I mean, wow. As we're in our first qualification best of 5, our MasterCard lane economy snapshot is very nice looking for Team Wales right here.
And especially for Team Wales, as you said, that, I mean, 3-1 lost to GAM in the finals. They're looking pretty damn good here.
Looking good, but Bia caught out here, has to flash away. Colette looking for the charm. He gets out with his life. Artemis, you're in a bad spot and has to flash as well.
Absolute disaster for Team Wales. We were just setting up, hey look, you should be the ones that have full control over Rift Herald, but B and Artemis overextending in mid, forced the flash and the cleanse gone there, which means they're not really in a position to go for this. You don't have the ults, I don't think. BJ's is down. Maybe they can make something happen.
BJ playing with fire there and forced to flash away. He's been caught. He tried to go for a kick, I think, but bailed at the last second, and he's taken out for it. GAM find themselves a huge advantage.
Yeah, he tried to bait out the the knock-up from Pallet, the stun from Catty, and then have everyone on GAM try and turn towards him, but they played it patient, and he just kind of ends up leaving himself exposed as GAM happily take the Rift Herald now as well, and they're in a great spot to continue pushing pressure.
Less of a BJ there, more of a binge on that play. And now Team Wales, it feels like that big advantage that they had with this tower going down at the top side. Gold is going to be not far off of even. That first Drake went to GAM earlier on. Second Drake is onto the map already, but Team Wales are on the scene.
Yeah, you can tell with GAM, they were like, look, we don't have the opportunities to try and go for this. We used literally everything in the kitchen sink in that last engage. Whereas when you look across at Team Wales, because it was BJ that got caught, they have all their ultimates up. So good call from GAM to say, don't go near this. We already won what we need to. Let's just take the tower and get the gold we want. But see here, they expected Catty to turn, Pallet to turn with the ult or with the engage, but because they didn't, BJ's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, forced the flash, and you still get the follow up from Pallet.
And you see Bia, look at his HP there. Yeah. There's no way he can realistically follow up on that engage without just immediately getting one shot. So not necessarily the best engage from Team Wales.
And this is something that I've noticed a little bit with some of the VCS teams is when they try to come for these objective setups on towards like first and second Rift Herald, they end up like misplaying where they're positioned on the map. Like they send Sparta to bot side there, when realistically they could have kept Sparta on top lane and actually used him as control to then move in towards Rift Herald, have the push in top, get push we made with Artemis and Osa Glory to then contest. And I think it's these little things where it's for Team Wales that ends up costing them, and why I think a lot of people were kind of doubting them coming into playing stage. But we got to see cleaned up in Game 2 and Game 3 of a lot of their series, so we'll have to see if they can try and bring it back into this, because I mean you look at the goal at the top of your screen, we're actually at a very even game point right now, despite the fact we just had so much action in this game.
That was going to be my next point actually, the fact that we're here, VCS Finals rematch here for our World Swiss qualifier. And game number 1, we got 1 Drake apiece. Gold is basically even. And even though the kill count is reasonably low, or at least it feels very low, compared to the amount of action that's actually been happening in this game.
Yeah, I mean, both teams really taking haymakers at each other, but we'll have to see where the next one's going to connect. For GAM, it feels like they're trying to play off of this topside vision control they've just established. Maybe look for Glory if he overextends, but you can see there Glory playing very, very safe because he just doesn't know where the members of GAM are. Whereas when you look at Team Wales, it's like, okay, can we try and play off of our strong point, which right now is Sparta and BJ. Can we try and get this bot tower for ourselves, crack open our first third of the game? And a lot of this is going to be Artemis having good wave clear like this in mid, with BJ supporting him, and then leaning that pressure down onto the bottom side.
Keep my eyes on Glory as the game goes on. As you mentioned, has his items, needs to be cautious currently, but when it comes to those team fights later on, Oriana's a monster. Sparta looking for 1v1 on Kiaya, finds it as well. The flick back is perfect and sets up for Artemis to cut down the beast.
There's the exact play we're talking about, but GAM also responding with what's the best decision for them. Moving up towards this top side, they're pushing Glory back. Glory trying to TP into mid to clear the wave. Slater won't be able to get this mid lane turret, but now Glory very overextended. That's the TP from Sparta to just keep his mid laner safe.
And you defend the mid tier 1, but you ultimately lose a tier 2 in that top side. Catty, he's going to have so much gold off the back of how this early game's gone.
But the thing is, Artemis is actually taking a while to clear this out because everyone's left them. So if you get quicker resets coming through from GAM, they can actually come back out onto the map and contest both the mid turret and also the dragon that's going to be in 2 minutes time, like re-establish their vision on this bottom side. So you do have to be kind of careful, but GAM, at least for the moment, staying out on the map a little bit longer. So it looks like Team Wales should be able to at least continue the same kind of reset time and come back out onto the map.
I have to say, despite the fact that the gold is dead even, despite the fact we're even on Drakes and all of that, I am leaning Team Wales right now. With the way that these early scraps have been going, and also the fact that Artemis is, well, true actually, yeah, UK Esports here. No, but the fact that Artemis is the one grabbing these kills, right? The fact that Artemis has got his Kraken Slayer already. He's probably at a second item, honestly, off the back of a recall here. Like, he's in a phenomenal spot. There you go, Navori quick plate's finished off.
The only thing is, I'm looking at Glory. He did stay out on the map a little bit longer. I think he's just completed Shadow Flame off this recall as well, or maybe want to stay out for a bit of a needlessly large rod. Oh, it's just an needlessly large rod. Plus,
oh no, BJ! BJ in the wrong spot once again and taken out. That's a couple of times in a row now where sort of overestimating the control of the area.
Yeah, I mean, no vision at all in that bush and tries to take the shortcut, gets caught out. Now this is going to be mid lane turret falling down and 55 seconds until the dragon's up. You're losing bot tier 1 as well. GAM pushing waves here, establish deeper vision on the spot side, and you're in a great spot as B.
Another pick, and it's Beer to go down. That's BJ and Beer both on cooldown. Baron is up on the map. Did GAM just go for this?
I think you can. You've got a ton of damage off of Slater. He's got Kraken Slayer. Levi was going to do a ton of damage as well, so they're going to turn and burn. You have nobody from Team Wales in the area, and just like that, GAM with 2 quick picks might have blown up in this game.
BJ running across the map as fast as he physically can. Sparta, you got to get in that bit, you got to delay if you want any chance of contesting the Baron. It's going to go down here. Smite.
Wait, Juggler's in the pit!
No, Levi got took out of the pit! It's not stolen. GAM still get it, and Artemis is stuck in the back of the pit here. Slater to finish him off as Sparta dives in for the feathers. Keep Slater alive, and now it's Sparta to go down as well. It's a Baron. It's a double kill for Slater. It's everything for GAM.
Slater managed to get the Baron, get the double kill, and that was so close to being a miracle play from Team Wales, but they just can't quite get the damage. And now, with the TP from Kiaya coming back out onto the map, they'll be able to keep their resources safe. Even TP onto bot side as they want to try and contest Dragon here as well.
They can contest Dragon, but
everyone's on resets.
He reckons that they can, and Kiaya's moved in as well. They found a way in. It's Glory also out of mana currently, so had to go for that reset. Artemis wasn't on the scene. And I have to say, like, GAM getting this straight, getting pretty much everything, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this was really nice stuff from Sparta. Again, he's been having a great game on this. Casante gets into the pit, manages to get Levi over the wall, but look at this. Artemis that little bit late with the flash over the wall, so can't get the burst damage with his Q. Ends up falling as well as Sparta's trying to get the back around into the pit. And even the Rakan as well, he'd already pieced out because he didn't want any more of this. So now we come back into the game as Sparta will get stunned up. BJ in the area as well as GAM are looking to siege down with Baron.
Should be able to siege this tier 2. Sparta is fighting tooth and nail to hold on to this game. Great in the laning phase, pulling Levi out of the fight to give the opportunity a somewhat 50-50. BJ, that ain't your jungle anymore. And GAM now. Red Bull Baron power play already at almost 4,000 gold in their favor.
Slater has no ultimate. This could be the kill.
He'll be knocked up. Artemis is there with the damage. Slater's going to go down. Shut down into the pocket of Sparta. GAM in full retreat. Levi has to use his ultimate just to get out to safety, but this means Wales can run down mid.
But that's massive. You're going to shut down the Baron push. Well, I say that as Catty going to move down into the spot side to pick up the inhibitor turret anyway, but Team Wales, wonder how much they can try and respond as Glory. You're taking a lot of damage here. You don't have much magic resist apart from those boots.
Just going to tank the tower here to finish off a tier 2 in the mid lane. Catty is getting huge. That's more side lane towers that he's getting solo gold for. Picks up a stopwatch now. 2.5 items already, as Levi will be able to smite away down Bloom up in the end.
It is crazy though, because so much of this game I thought was going to come down to, hey, we're going to set up around objectives, try and play for these 5v5s, especially when I look at, you know, front to back setup for people like Zai and the Syndra. But it's been picks like this that have actually been defining this game. BJ getting caught, gives Baron across the GAM. Now this really good pick from BA, knowing that Slater's ultimate was down. Like, look at the time. Like, it's actually a little bit off on the bottom of your screen, but it was so close to coming up in the middle of that fight. But they have the perfect timer. They know he has no flash, and they just barely managed to pick him off.
Looking towards Glory as well. He's had a quiet game so far, but 2 items finished at this point. The Orianna very much coming online if he can find that big shockwave, but this isn't necessarily composition that groups super close together.
Well, in theory, they should be. It's just been a case of we're so split out or in the map. The biggest problem that I see for GAM, though, is like not having the control for the Renekton. As you can see, Kiaya way down the total damage list, but we'll have to hold on to this as mid lane's in trouble.
Oh, Palette goes for the engage. Scatter the Weak is there. BA's gone. So's BJ. Caddy got claws in this game as GAM are all over Team Wales. Sparta trying to find the fight, trying to find the hero player, but Caddy, he's got 9 lives as well. It's going to be a mid lane inhib. It's going to be everything for GAM.
At this stage, you just want to try and get that wave in bot side, start to push in. You can see Levi looking to get the inhibitor as Kati goes to collect the wave. Glory has a good amount of wave clear, so I don't know if you can finish unless you kill him. Paladin wants to do just that, though.
Gonna just look for Glory. Flash for the stun from Levi, but the rest of the team not really there to follow up. Shockwave on cooldown right now. The stun is there, the knock-up, and Levi just gets it. Basically a solo kill. Hunter Glories, he just chases him down with the delayed respawn. This could be huge for GAM, but they're not even going to look for the second inhib. They want to get out back onto the back.
This, although it obviously GAM are flying away with this game, right? They actually would have preferred to get the bot inhibitor off that one, so then they'd have pressure for Baron, but still, this is massive. Beautiful engage, because the whole point that I was about to say was that you actually struggle as Kiaya to get control over bot side to pressure that inhibitor despite the fact it's down because of how far ahead Sparta is. So you need to try and make some sort of play, and GAM do just that. They end up pushing sides, collapsing immediately on towards the mid lane, and playing again off of what has been spectacular vision control for GAM on this top side of the jungle ever since top and mid went down. And then here, flash forward from Levi to get the kill. Because you have GAM kind of focusing on this though, it will be a mid inhibitor down. Bot inhibitor will still be there, and I think it'll be Kati's job potentially to try and see if he can push in mid and lean into that spot side, but with Baron up in 50 seconds, it's going to be, again, use these super minions to push in mid, get control over top side, and try and force Team Wales to face check you into the Baron pit.
I feel like Gorborg is going to have to change his all-pro team at this rate, because this has not been the story of Glory. This has been Kati all over, absolutely dominating these fights. That last fight as well, the double kill to start, managing to escape from Sparta as well. His flash is on cooldown for this next fight. In fact, 4 flashes currently on cooldown for GAM, although Sladers will be up in just a second. So perhaps some small window of opportunity, but perhaps not, as BJ caught again, stunned by Kati. He's just on fire. Sparta trying to pull him back into the fray, but he'll just go down, and now the rest of the fight should be all about GAM. Team Wales, they started the game well, but they've also started this series in the way they have every series here in play-ins. They go 1-0 down, and GAM, they want to repeat what happened in VCS finals here. Just trying to buy time. It's not going to happen. GAM will take down this Nexus.
I mean, GAM with a very hard-fought victory here. It started off well, but the picks just kept on coming. Team Wales kept on falling. And we'll have to see if this road for the VCS #1 seed is going to keep on rolling.
So far, so good for GAM. And I have to say, their reactionary play has been fantastic in game #1 here. Like, let's be honest, neither team playing super clean throughout this game. Like, there were mistakes on both sides. But GAM doing a really good job of, off the back of these skirmishes, off the back of these scraps, taking side lane towers. Like, County was getting so much individual gold from, like, taking the tier 2 in the top side, pushing the inhib in the bottom side. Like, so often, it felt like GAM were getting a minor gold advantage off of these plays. And then when it came to the team fights, I mean,
it felt very reverse expectation, though. Because we kind of were like, hey, look, we expected big team fights, didn't really get them down to picks. We expected Sparta to struggle against Kiaya, whereas we thought it would be the rest of the team that were kind of matched toe-to-toe. But Sparta, fantastic game with the Cassante, but it was BJ getting caught. It was BA making mistakes where he was overextending. Even Artemis at points in that mid lane. And that was where they really started to crumble apart. And I mean, fair play to Gam. Catty, as you said, great pick potential coming through alongside this Viego for Levi. It felt like even with the amount of bans that were tossed the direction of Levi, this Viego had a great performance.
Yeah, phenomenal performance. Honestly, Catty as well. Syndra looking fantastic. That might have to be a ban for game number 2. It's time to head over to our analyst, Ender, Raz, Gulborg. Let us know what you thought, especially you, Gulborg, because, I don't know, Catty's kind of winning the mid lane right now.
Yikes. Yeah, called out on live television. How embarrassing, quite honestly.
I mean, it's just according to script. Because Team Wales, you know, we always lose game 1. We lose every best of 1. But it's a best of 5, and that means we will win the series.
Oh. I mean, it is true. Team Wales always lose game 1 and then come back to the next 2.
Yeah,
we haven't seen the best of 5 yet at play-ins, so it's unclear yet whether or not they just win game 2 and 3 or if they win everything else. But already I think we can pull up the draft and get to talking here because like we've seen from some other teams, that Xayah Rakan priority is just sort of left up by the red side team even because it's Slater on the other side. And I think everyone got baited by day 1 when he lost to the Kai'Sa.
That's what I'm saying. You set an expectation early and then subvert them later and catch them by surprise. I think the 2 things that I really like from GAM this time, as you've mentioned, the priority that they've changed off of the Loud series is like, okay, we're going to prioritize Xayah a little bit more. Also, the ban on J4, I think, was necessary, and it's going to be the same case for the rest of the series. Unless if Team Wales shocks us with a stronger performance, and I was worried early with Levi's mistakes. We'll talk about that a little later on. I think the first 2 things we saw from GAM, great.
I thought it was very interesting as well, just because Team Wales bans outside of the Wukong, which was actually a Rakan in the finals, was pretty much the same that they were scared of against GAM at that time as well. But I also think it was a mistake for GAM leaving Sparta's Cassante open. I think Kiaya is by far the best top laner, but as soon as Sparta gets Cassante, he actually gets to be more promising up in that top lane, and we even saw it in the matchup too. I really think you can't allow it to happen just because it neutralizes a matchup where GAM should by far be getting ahead.
And Kiaya is a player that you'd love to see play against Renekton with a Rumble or some kind of AP fighting champ on the top side where you can build an advantage. I think that would be very important because when we actually go and take a look at the early game, those solo lanes go opposite to expectations. Starting in the mid lane here, GB, like Glory just gets straight up murdered.
I was shocked. But also huge credit to Kati. I think he did a phenomenal job finding good lane pressure. Syndra into Orianna. It's a favorable matchup for Syndra. He gets to force the Orianna to Merc Treads. This one was an even bigger surprise to me, not gonna lie.
Yeah, Sparta is playing so well here. I like that Binjay was able to get the advantage topside with an early gank, but then he just went wild with it.
But here's why Glory decided to die. Because he could come back with TP. Kati's still
That's what he decided?
He doesn't have ultimate. He's got Shockwave. And guess what? This was, on a more realistic note, this Drake got started just around 10 minutes. So I think that GAM was a bit too overconfident starting it up after they got the pick, didn't respect the death timers, and kind of forgot that TPs got unleashed at 10 minutes exactly. So I think it was a bit favorable and also a bit lucky for Team Wales that it actually panned out the way that it did.
Yeah, I think there's a few different things that happened there as well, because while we saw mid lane and top lane, the solo kills go down, bot lane also took a really big fight, so all of a sudden, GAM's bot lane is pretty low HP going into that dragon.
Yeah.
And, you know, they cancel the reset on Caddy, who's only 30% health as well, so that fight does not end up going well whatsoever. But GAM did bring it back with 2 critical picks to set up for the mid-game Baron.
And that's the thing, GAM was a much better squad going into the mid-game. The few choices that we saw, the first one I'll talk about, which is the Rift Herald, BJ tried to go for a Lee Sin kick, or at least fake out a Lee Sin kick, because he's going into Rakan and Xayah. Xayah maybe he's going to ulti, Rakan maybe he's going to do the same. They didn't respond, he gets picked off, and then as the game goes on, it gets a little tougher.
But also, I have no idea what BJ is doing right now.
Yeah.
He just decided to say, you know what, let's have some fun, and take this elevated blast cone straight into it. No vision whatsoever. BJ's like, wait, that seems super cool. I'm gonna do the same and just face check this fuck of war again. And what do you know? He gets picked off as well. Out of nowhere, you just lost your jungler, you just lost your support for no reason whatsoever other than they wanted to face check. And this completely propelled the game back into GAM's favor.
Yeah, and I mean, the vision control we haven't talked about was great for GAM in the top side. So off of the first pick on Lee Sin, naturally Nautilus is going to be concerned.
So close.
That was really close. Yeah, I wanted to mention that. That was so clutch from Sparta to be able to kick out and kill the jungler, so it made it a bit of a toss-up. But, you know, Xayah was able to get the last hit on there. Orianna was nowhere to be seen, and it just made it, at least, I was sweating. But GAM was able to secure the kill off of that one. So look at this game. It was insane to see how well Team Wales was doing in the early portions of it, but once mid-game hit, I felt like the picks were there from the side of GAM, and even though they were bullying Renekton on side lane, I thought that they were always getting something on the opposite side of the map on GAM side. So I have something to show you, GB.
Oh, you're going to show us something?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yes. So
did you went behind my back
look,
and DM'd our producers with this one?
Look, I had a response.
Oh!
I know you were high on Glory, but guess who put him in the coffin?
God damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Caddy, he's not about the he's about the grind.
Yes.
You know, I think we got a little distracted. Glory was all about that, and it just goes completely the other way.
It's about giving the enemy a false sense of security.
Okay.
Right.
And
the Team Wales game one.
Right now, Caddy thinks he's up there. He thinks he's the better mid lane. He's going to be making mistakes going into the next game. He's going to be overconfident, and they're going to punish that.
He knows. He doesn't think. In fact, take the Syndra away from him all you'd like. I feel like now I'm going to be confident in this case. 2 series in a row in which Caddy's been dominating. I've heard from the coaching staff he has been the glue to the team. He's been more than the glue. He's been the sword.
Can I just ask real quick, why is there no CSD at 14 on this graphic right now?
I don't need to see
Can
that.
you tell me why?
The man's a team
Is that
player.
because he's down in CS? Is that
All
because
right,
he's not?
Goldborg, relax. He was
It's
down
all
10
about the
CS. He got
glory,
a solo.
the trophy of play-ins. I'm down for the Church of the Glory.
Look, okay, mid lane is back and forth, and I think we can throw a lot of expectations out the window. GAM Esports continue to have the upper hand versus Team Wales, but we're going to see if the surprise team of play-ins stage can bounce back right after the break.
There, Levi didn't spot the Sonic Wave.
Didn't see the Sonic Wave. He's going to face check it. Oh no, those are 2 big red outlines and a Void Seeker across the map.
Levi might have overextended here.
This is what we wanted. Non-stop action. Stun comes in though. Levi gets out and dodge.
Trying to play off the fact that they just have power in the early game.
Oh no, ultimate comes out. Scatter the weak does land, and there's the solo kill. But perhaps not, as BJ caught again, stunned by Catty. He's just on fire. Sparta trying to pull him back into the fray, but he'll just go down. And now the rest of the fight should be all about GAM.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tap, light it, open it, close it, and text it, and send it, snap it. Come on, let's see the brightness, and just feel the lightness. So impressive, be expressive. Oh, tap it, tap it, tap it, tap it.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Make love with me, ecstasy. Say go and dance for me, bounce with me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, not to run away. Senses tired and lost. Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go and find it? The getaway that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Go and dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, not to run away.
Here we are for game number 2 in our blue corner. It's GAM Esports, first seed from the VCS.
And coming in on the red corner is going to be Team Wales, first seed from Playing's Group B, ready to throw some haymakers. I am so excited to get into the second game.
And our fight card for tonight, our fight card matchup is in that mid lane. We've got Catty for GAM weighing in at 7,000 pounds in the mid lane.
And on the opposite side is going to be Glory, weighing in slightly less after that last performance, to be perfectly honest. So we're going to have to see if he can try and fight back coming into round 2 here.
This was, for anyone that's totally out of the loop here, this is a little nod to all the old school LPL fans. We did find out a couple of times when it's an absolute bloodbath on our screens. It's time for Fight Night, and I mean, game number 1, it exemplified the true essence of Fight Night.
And I am so ready for this. I mean, the fact we got so many kills, so much action, but we'll have to see if Team Wales can kind of slow it down a little bit. Game 2, or game 1 even, they didn't have the best of times when it came to BJ getting picked up. BA and Artemis overextending that a little bit in the mid lane, dropping Baron. You need to see that slow down, and you called it, Munch. The early Syndra ban coming in here for Team Wales. Again, they do not want to let Catty get that.
Yeah, not surprised at all, honestly, on that one after what Catty did to them during those team fights later. I mean, it was the one where he flanked the tier 2 in the mid lane, got the scatter of the week across, got a double kill, and then the all out from Sparta actually essentially saved him. Had that stopwatch managed to get out with his life. And now GAM starting off with Slater grabbing himself that Zaya.
I mean, no real change up here. Curious to see if they do decide to take the way the Rakan here, or if they're happy to just go for the Nautilus Kai'Sa once more. Oh, sorry, the Rakan's by the way, but I think, again, you're kind of in a position where you can go for this more aggressive style. We also saw Big going for things like the... Oh, he's actually, I was going to say the Rel. So actually going to be able to pick that one up immediately. And now it's a case of, do you go for the Kai'Sa off rip, or do you want to try and confirm one of the junglers for yourselves after the swap up in the bans?
I mean, you can always save Kai'Sa for third, right? They've already got a Sire on their side, unless we see Catty taking mid lane Kai'Sa. We've seen it before. But Sparta goes for the Rel. Wouldn't be surprised to see BJ going for priority jungler, but no. Deciding to hold that card and hope for a jungle counter pick.
Yeah, I think now you'll probably see Palace try and respond with something like the Nautilus here in response to the Rel, which you assume is going to the bot side. This would be a sick pickup for Kiaya if he's able to get his hands on it. Something he's been incredibly strong on. And I think after the last one, where the Cassante kind of had his field day up there, it looks like Kiaya has taken off the gloves himself and wants to go and have his control of that top side.
So for a bit of context on this pick from Kiaya in the top lane, this is his most played top laner across summer, 11 games played on the Jax, 82% win rate, a 7 KDA on a melee bruiser. Like, Kiaya dominates the top lane on the Jax. And now we get a Victor. This is our second Victor pick of play-ins here. And I believe it was Catty that played it the previous time.
And had a brilliant performance on it yesterday as well. So not fully surprised to see it brought out, but still having this much priority on it, I think you can kind of see that Catty understands what he's up against in Glory and how he wants to try and fight against it. So now the response from Team Wales is just going to be that Cassante and trying to put that up towards Sparta on that top side. But again, I think you're kind of happy with the way this has gone as GAM. You got a really strong top laner in the Jax on that top side of the map. Great team fighting in the 4v4 with your Xayah and your Victor. If I'm actually Team Wales, I'm not looking so much at things like the Lee Sin in that or even the Viego for Levi. I think you need to try and focus on more engage-heavy support, or junglers, which is why I think you're looking at Sejuani, which was left open last one, now going to be banned away.
So that's Sejuani. Not going to go on through. Wouldn't be too surprised to see more jungle bans once again. But you could see some bans towards Glory coming on through. That's what we saw last time. Catty having his choice of the matchup. This time it's not the Syndra. He still banned... I mean, they banned the Ahri last time. They banned the Nico last time. We'll see what they go for the third ban this time, whether it's that LeBlanc once again.
Yeah, I imagine it will be the LeBlanc can do relatively well against the Victor. Or the option is actually just to get rid of the Orianna and say, hey, look, no, we just want to make sure we are stronger in team fights. Because with the Team Wales having a lot of engage set up with the Rel, the Cassante, we saw how strong Sparta could be when he got rolling on that pick, could be an option. But we'll have to see. Actually going to be the Nocturne banned away. I'm kind of surprised at that, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, wasn't necessarily expecting a Nocturne ban. Does mean even more junglers off of the board. There are so many jungle bans in this one. Is Taliyah still wide open? And one of the big things we always say about Taliyah, things like the Orianna, things like the Azir do well into it, but Victor, not going to be I'll stop talking about it. It's not going to be the matchup. It's going to be the Viego locked in for PJ.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what Levi wants to go for. And you kind of need something that won't get pushed out.
Throw the gauntlet.
I mean, it probably is the Lee Sin, to be perfectly honest, because I just don't really know if there's much else. But you would like something that's a bit tankier. And I know Levi has played Zac in the past, but I think you end up falling too far behind if you go for something like that in the 1v1. So I think you have to go for the Lee Sin, which means Palette needs a big engage tool. So maybe it is just a Nautilus. Could also be something like a Leona potentially here, just to make sure you've got the tanky stats that Nautilus doesn't really offer you as much as a Leona would.
Could well be that. I love that Levi's taking the Lee Sin, though. Literally running back the matchup the opposite way around. If he wins both of them, if that doesn't send a message to Team Wales, I don't know what will. BJ gonna have his work cut out for him. It's Team Wales, they've got to figure out what they want in this mid lane. The Taliyah has been the hover, and it will finally be locked in.
I really like the Taliyah here, because both the Unraveled Earth for the amount of dashes that are on GAM, but also then the wall for how immobile they are. Like, if you can burn a flash on towards the Xayah, the Victor, and then they have to try and approach an objective fight, there's very easy and multiple different angles of attack for you to try and use this Weaver's Wall to cut them off, and a ton of follow-up when you look towards, like, Artemis even being able to send himself in, but Sparta, BA will be super happy to get someone in that corner. So I'm excited to see now if Team Wales can try and fight back, because, again, I think they did a really good job in the early stages of the last game. They actually got a little bit of a lead, but it was starting to fall apart in the mid game, and BJ and that were getting caught out. If you can take this a little bit slower and set up once more, or actually find setup for those fights, I think you'll be in an okay spot.
See if they're going to be able to find those moments. Palette, I'm looking towards him. The Leona, not a pick that we've been seeing a lot of really across the year, to be honest. It feels like this has been the first year in a long time where Leona has sort of fallen out of favor, but still can be an incredibly potent pick. With the Eclipse online, you're still incredibly tanky and can set up very well for tower dives.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where you're looking at. There's always the trade-off. Like, I know Nautilus is tanky in the early stages, but a late-game Nautilus just isn't really able to cut it, because you do have to fling yourself in, but you don't get a lot of the resistances that you get with, say, like an Alistar off the ultimate or the Leona off the W. So I think that's where, again, you're kind of going, right, I want something that can actually be that engage tool that goes in, but survives the initial engage setup. And Nautilus just doesn't quite have it, and especially into stuff like the Rel, even Sparta. It just means that if you're going in as Nautilus, you're not getting back out. At least Leona has a bit of a chance to stick around for a while.
It's time to get Fight Night underway intact. It's time to get into game number 2. And I'm hoping for Team Wales, they can live up to what has happened throughout play-ins and get that second game on the board. They've lost game 1 of every single series in play-ins so far. We'll see if they can get back on top of things. And don't forget to connect your Prime Gaming account to your League of Legends account. You'll get yourself an experimentation emote to use across the course of this tournament. You spam that in solo queue. But I'm looking towards these compositions, Dag, there. And I can already feel like there's going to be action. Like Sparta and Kiaya, you know they're going to go toe-to-toe. Levi and BJ, you know they're going to go toe-to-toe. And down in that bottom lane as well, Rel versus Leona, I feel like that's a brawl just waiting to happen.
I mean, whenever you see Leona, it's just like, hey, jungler, down here, right here, right here. I can set you up right here. And I think that's exactly what they might need in this engage, as Team Wells looking to do pretty much similar to last one, which is I thought was going to be get a ward down, yeah, there it is, and then back it on.
Yeah, well, Palet going to be shouting for Levi. We'll see if Levi very literally sees the light. Oh, he can't easily sin. He can't see anything.
And he's been spotted himself. It's a disaster. All the information going across the Team Wells because Lee Sin can't take the blindfold off.
It's a nightmare. It's a literal draft-based nightmare for the side of Gab. I am, of course, joking. Look, I'm not the guy to be commenting on good or bad drafts, realistically. I'll leave that to you, Dagda. As already fighting in that bottom side. We're looking towards these junglers, though, pathing in opposite directions as this sort of went a little longer than I expected to in the bottom side, but will diffuse in the end.
Yeah, still though, Artemis and BA being able to push back Paladins later and have control of the bush means that, as you can see here, it becomes very difficult for them to actually try and play up and contest the wave state. So Artemis and BA having good control here, even with BJ in the bot side as well, means that if you take these bad trades, you could end up with a dive on bot side, but I think at the moment you don't want to, but maybe it is the level 2 dive. No, I was going to say, you don't have anyone tanky, but I saw how quickly they started to try and push this in and I wasn't certain.
Yeah, you never can be too sure in this kind of matchup as well, because it's not just the fact that it's a repeat of the VCS finals. It's also that, like, individually for these players, this is personal. And for Bia, who didn't get to play in that finals, he wants to show up, especially after game number 1, but he's rooted. Palet trying to get on top there. Just take a good chunk in return.
Nice interrupt from the Crash as well on the Zenith play. As Leona went in, just barely clipping him on the back end, means that BA doesn't actually get stunned up. So split map at the moment, and going back to what used to be Gam's style, like coming back before they added Slater into the mix, this is kind of how they wanted to play. Levi and Kiaya playing up towards this top side, making sure they're able to get good control. Levi or Kiaya even on the carry as well means that you're going to be in an okay spot to just let him continuously push in, try and find some advantages against Sparta. Although at the moment Sparta, again on this Cassante, great game in the last one and hasn't really given up anything on that top end either.
And I want to kind of lend credence to the difference we're seeing in this series versus what we've realistically seen in terms of game pace from both of these Vietnamese teams across the course of this tournament so far. Because in VCS, both these teams, they like to fight, they like to be reasonably aggressive. You know, Team Wales, a bit of a slower pace, but that's in the context of the VCS, you know. It's still a reasonable pace. But across play-ins, they've been playing fairly slow. A lot of that is down to the fact that you never can get a point out. You never can get a point out. A lot of that is down to the fact that, you know, Asia Games really cut into a lot of scrim time for both of these teams. They didn't have their full rosters available to get practice in because of the schedule of Asia Games. So you can see that as the tournament's gone on, both teams have become more and more comfortable as they've been able to get more time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big one for me with Team Wales is that it's kind of the game one first for them. Although I still say last game was slightly different for them, simply because you end up... Oh, hang on, Levi?
Levi got caught out a couple of times last time, and he's caught out again. BJ and Glory trying to answer it. And it will be BJ to get first blood.
Nice body blocking from Glory as well, just to make sure that he takes a little bit more time to get to the wall so he can't flash over. And again, late ward hop from Levi, to be perfectly honest. I think he just needed to clear it out, got a bit greedy, try and finish off those Raptors, and ends up paying for it with his life.
So Team Wales off to a good start once again, which we saw from them in game number 1 too. Just whether or not they can follow it up. Kiaya is staying very aggressively here. It's a stun. Sparta buffers it. Walk away with their lives. I'm going to be honest, I was a little nervous for Kiaya there.
I think Kiaya was always going to match the back here, but was trying really hard to see if he could get the freeze off before he went for the reset, which is why B&J was up here with Sparta. But I think, as you say, if that W had landed, he would have been a goner. Here, though, you can see Levi throws the Sonic Wave because he wants to try and use his jungle guy to finish off the Raptors, but because of that, sticks around too long, late on the ward hop. And then even here, Glory just trying to get in front of him to try and prevent him from getting to the wall so he can't flash over. Nicely done, and just a bit of a mistake from Levi coming through.
Yeah. And realistically, even if he gets the flash off, Glory and BJ both with flash available. Beer caught in the jungle here. Levi, the previous death, certainly not going to slow down his game.
Yeah, I don't know if you really want to overextend there as Team Wells to try and contest that, though. You can see Artemis had control over bot side. He's about to crash this wave, so Artemis would have missed out on a lot of CS, and even where BJ was positioned, made it a bit difficult for him to get in. So they will just back away, but I like the GAM again. Once bitten, they aren't twice shy. They still want to get in and try and fight against everything and get control on the map where they can, using the push on bot.
They're going to be able to get this big old crash in. A little bit of a CS lead for Slater, but I think there's easily 10 minions in that wave that's just crashing right now. So reset will finally come through for Slater. First dragon onto the map. It does feel like Team Wales trying to get control of the area.
Yeah, I think Team Wales are kind of responding to the fact that Sparta took a really bad trade in that top side, forced the reset. So, like, look, chances are Levi's going to be up on that top end, which he is just because the pathing and the clearing that's happened, and also trying to support Kiaya and getting the plate. So they're trying to cross-map it at the moment and say we need to try and get a dragon in response, as Levi is more than likely going to be looking to support Kiaya on that push in. So still, Kiaya getting a good lead and actually might get a good amount of damage on Sparta as he comes in here.
Sparta actually using the W a little bit early, but they all out to put Kiaya back underneath the tower! Sparta once again punishing this top play.
This is Sparta! Every time Kiaya has tried to make a play on him in that top side, he's been absolutely decimated by this Cassante play, and that would have been it. Like, Levi just wanted to get Kiaya, hey, go for a trade, get him low, we finish him off. And now instead it's Levi who might be finished off as well as Glory in the area.
The exact same spot as last time. Glory trying to set it up for his team. That's flashed down for Levi. He's jumped on out, and Sparta and BA and BJ, the whole gang is here to ruin Levi's day.
There is always a lot more whales. They swim in packs and they find Levi in that one. Sparta getting the roam down means he's got absolutely nowhere to go except into the waiting hands of more Team Wales who've showed up.
Do you know, I don't know enough about whales to challenge whether or not they swim in packs.
They do swim. Is it a school? I know it's a school of fish, but they do swim as like families essentially. So it's and in family, no one gets left behind except for Levi, who's very much behind, and also Kiaya, who kind of got ruined here by Sparta with some fancy footwork again, getting in behind him, getting the knockback, and then Levi. I mean, is the chicken that tasty? Like, do you really need to extend twice and get caught in the same spot by the same play at the literally a minute and a half later?
I'm going to say yes because I too am a lover of chicken. I'm going to say worth there. Delicious.
The producers just admitted in my ear, whales travel in pods. So thank you very much, Deppa. Yeah. Pods of 2 to 3. Huh. So, well, we kind of broke it there because there's about 4 of them.
Yeah.
So, little too many, but it still works out.
Team Wales, they're a big pod. They're a big pod. It may not be normal, but it's certainly looking good here and playing so far. Palette going for a dive here. Slater's here. Levi's here, but it's a great crash down from Bia. And actually, Gam taking a lot of damage so far, not getting much back as Artemis finally falls, but it's 1-for-1. Bia surviving, but they got Artemis down. He's going to lose so much CS.
That's a massive wave to lose, and Gam responding nicely there on that bottom side, getting the play. Glory actually going to ult in here just to pick up the wave. I like this to make sure that you can get enough of that experience. It's not just going to waste. You see the push coming through from Catty in the mid lane, though, means that you'll have the lane swap coming through from Artemis in towards the mid lane to try and catch that wave as it goes through. So Artemis still going to be substantially behind, whereas Glory going to pick up a little bit of an advantage off that, but nicely done from Gam in just getting that kill across.
Yeah, very nicely done. Gam sort of getting themselves a bit on the board again, because it felt like things were getting away from Gam here in game number 2. It felt like Team Wales were starting to find the advantage. As all out once again from Sparta. He goes back in onto the counter-strike, but he's just going to kill him.
No.
Pallet tried to move up to turn the match up, but it just doesn't matter. Sparta is just decimating him.
Pallet shows up and realizes Sparta's a forklift doing absolute work in this top lane. Catching out Kiaya again, 0-2 on the Jacks. And maybe looking to answer in that bot side again. I mean, what's going on in top lane? I don't understand. This is supposed to be the moment for Kiaya. I was like, let's go, you're gonna have a great time, and I don't know.
I mean, Kiaya's had such a good tournament, but I mean, we keep on talking about the fact that this is a rematch. These guys have played against each other before. Perhaps it's that Sparta he's figured him out, perhaps.
I think it's just this Cassante, to be perfectly honest, man.
Well,
like,
yeah.
Sparta's perfectly happy to bring it out. Yeah.
You said the bit you don't say out loud.
Yeah, you said the inner thought out loud, but oh, yeah.
Go for a dive in the mid lane. That is going to be Catty going down. Glory to pick up the kill. Nice bit of coordination. Another pod play from Team Wales.
A positive. No, I was going to say positive, but positive. That didn't really work.
Play.
Look, it's early.
It's a triple P is what it is.
But really, really nice play coming through from Team Wales again. And Sparta, get the replay here. Kay has just been taking like really bad trades again as this with the Sheen proc, the knockback, and also just able to get the knockback a second time there as the stun comes through, denies Pallet the opportunity to come in, just going that bit early. And VA Hex Flash over the wall, sets up beautifully, and these are kind of the plays that you get to make with this triple threat essentially. Like the easy CC from Rel sets up both for BJ and Glory, so easy.
So it does. Artemis having quite a quiet series so far. And as he's caught out, the feathers go in, but won't be able to pull back for the root as Artemis keeping himself alive with that cleanse. Now Catty once again. Flash still available, but I mean, where are you going to flash to there? Glory and BJ linking up and finding advantages.
And Sparta now going to be able to get plates on this, at least a plate, I'd say, on this top side. Rift Tower now moved in towards the mid lane, meets the plates there, and the only place that is really falling massively far behind is in this bot lane, but you can see player matchup there very firmly in favor of Team Wales, because they're going to pick up their second dragon. It looks like, again, the curse of Team Wales might be coming true. Lose game 1 to give teams false hope and come alive in game number 2.
Yeah, I was going to start making puns about GAM being Sharks after that first game, but it is feeling more like Krill than Sharks at this point, because 7-1 on the scoreboard, 3,000 gold lead. They've already got the 2 Drakes, for, in fact, 4,000 gold lead. I can't even count. 2 Drakes back-to-back now. They got the first Herald, looking towards the second one. Hey, aside from that 1 kill, this is basically a perfect game.
Yeah, it's been absolutely spectacular. And this is exactly what I was hoping to see from Team Wales, with kind of how they built up people's hopes over the course of this play-ins. Because as you say, doubted almost every step of the way. Now going up against a rematch of the team that beat them in the finals 3-1, and they're looking spectacular. We'll have to see if Team Wales can try and keep this one up. I love, again, the fact that we're getting Bay, working with BJ, and playing off of this mid lane, because I think this is how you should try to play around at Talia. Get the CC, set things up. You can even see here again, the second caddy is in lane. So are Bay and BJ.
That's going to be an ultimate down onto Artemis. He can walk away, be it find space for his AD carry there. Catty just desperate to crash this wave in, and will get a bit of help from Pallet to do so. I'd love to hear what the strategy meeting coming into game number 2 was for Team Wales when they all huddled up in the pod. Because as far as I can tell, it's like, you know, BJ, Glory work together, shut down Catty early so he can't be this monster carrying team fight. Artemis and Bia just kind of hang in there. Sparta just slaughter Kiaya. Just absolutely annihilate 1v1.
Just do your thing again, same as game 1. I do love the idea that they speak in like whale analogies, which is like they are orcas, and like I don't know if people know, but like whales will just hate orcas and will go out of their way to like save seals that orcas are chasing and just attack the orcas. Yeah, they like have a personal vendetta against orcas. So I love the idea that like that's the analogy to go through. It's like, what are we? Whales. What are they? Orcas. Who are we going to save? The seals. It's like, it's all perfect. You know, it works out beautifully.
I've got to be honest, when you say it about, you know, Wales talking in a team chat, I thought you were going to go into Wales song for a second there. I was very close to doing it myself, but I'm not sure the viewers deserve that.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sure your Wales song is as amazing as your karaoke is, but we'll save them from that. As our Mascar Late Economy Snapshot is going to save us from going down this rabbit hole with Sparta again looking fantastic in this top side. 3 kills, plates galore from as well. 2 dragons across the Team Wales. I think this is now where I'm going to, it's a case of how the hell do GAM try and slow down the pace of this game? Because they still have a Victor, they still have the Zaya who will come on in the later portion, but it feels like you need to try and find those same picks that broke up in the game last time. See if you can find BJ when playing away from his team. Even moments like this where Artemis is kind of separated solo, killing the dragon or the Rift Herald may give you an opportunity. Because I will say this is a bit of a weird timing with your jungler on the bottom side.
Yeah, it's not often you see the AD carry come up and solo the Rift Herald, but that's the world we're living in. As Artemis grabs that one for himself. And as you rightly say, you know, game number 1, our snapshot looked reasonably similar to this, but then it came down to the way that they were moving on the map. GAM finding these individual picks on Pia, on BJ, and then like kind of snowballing off the back of that, finding tier 2 towers. I mean, Catty last game had so much solo tower gold in those side lanes on his Syndra. This time around, though, I don't think he'll be able to have that same presence in the lane, that same pressure on the Victor.
Yeah, the fact he's 0-2 as well is not the best at times. Because when we think back to the last game, like 6-1, I think he was by the end of the game. So significantly more impact on the Syndra, and I think that's where Team Wales kind of correctly identified that Kati was just such a big playmaker. Now, maybe in trouble.
Glory taking a hit to try and get this damage down. Pallet going to be the target as BJ dives in, forcing the flash, but it's BJ's flash in trade for him.
Yeah, and Sparta going to move back down to the bot side to respond to Kiaye, who thought maybe he'd get some alone time with this turret, but not going to be able to do so. Also, the fact that now, again, you do have the Riptail in Artemis' back pocket means we need to keep our eyes on where Artemis is positioned, because as he moves up towards his top side with multiple members of GAM.
Via, you're really far forward, but so is apparently Levi caught out on the top side of the play. I thought that was BS overstepping, just like game number 1. But I'm proven wrong. Team Wales finding these advantages once again. All over the wall. Onto Kati. BJ absolutely shredding the health bar here as Glory flies in as well. Trying to deny the flash here. Ignite. Burning away. The first strike is there! Kati, no matter how the game goes, he's still finding these kills.
I was not expecting the Leandri's Anguish first strike proc to take down Glory there, but Kati calculated right as we were saying, hey, this guy needs to kind of step up his game. He massively does so, and Glory way overextended on that one. Thought he'd be able to get the flick back, tries to predict if it doesn't happen. Now, this is a great pick here. So stun lands, flick back for Glory, easy as a like, beautiful combo. But at this stage, just like, right, let's just take tower. Like, let's try and use the advantages that we have. But they end up trying to overextend here as BJ gets a nice play onto Kati as he comes in over the wall and gets good damage. But again, you can just call quits at this stage. There's no need to overchase. Glory going too far forward. The ult comes down, doesn't get the flick back, and then the Leandri's Anguish first strike combo. The thing I didn't know I needed at this time.
I've got to be honest. Glory doing a bit of a double lift right there. Goes right into the face of a Victor who just turns around and goes, no, one-shots them.
Why is he going to catch Trace like that?
Brutal. Yeah, a lot of damage coming out. It's not an interaction you see often, is it? The first strike proc off of the Leandris, but here we go. Combo onto Pallet. BJ trying to chase it up as well. They don't want to go too far forwards. Kati is here, trying to punish, and it's a great kick from Levi to turn the fight. Kati the one to go down, though. Team Wales still a pod ahead in this one. Slater versus Artemis. And Artemis chasing Slater out of the jungle.
You're not quite able to get into position, but here we go. Kiaye, how quickly can you run? BJ on the chase, doesn't have his stun for another 2 seconds.
Yeah, it should go down here, honestly. Ward hop, though. Bia trying to get the crash down, trying to get the stun. And the blast cone might be enough, but no! Pulled out of the air by Sparta. Another ward hop to get to safety. Kiaye still has his flash. How the hell is he get away with that?
Kiaye styling on them a little bit, but it's styling on them to retreat. And it means that now it's on the attack for Team Wales, although now they got to retreat themselves.
Is that Kati TPing in behind enemy lines? He's gone 1v4 for this one. Chaos Storm comes down. The stun, though. BJ burning. Sparta buying space for his team. Team Wales will get away, and in the meantime, Glory takes tier 1 on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think overextension there for GAM. They really wanted to get Kati in a position, but with no one to really set up, actually, as the Weaver's Ball would come through just to keep him off the turret. And they really wanted to try and set up with the TP from Kati to get the gravity well to keep GAM and our Team Wales in check, but unable to do so with the amount of escapes that Team Wales have. So just ends up burning the TP. Not really going to be able to pick up too much on the map. Maybe they'll get top tower, but just it's a nice pickup for Team Wales to get Dragon, and immediately they see their opportunity here to turn on to Pallet, who, I mean, why did you need a ward there? Let's be real. Like, you already know Kati's just going to clear out that wave and then back off. You could try and support him underneath the tower, but this deep into River when you know they've just done Dragon, it's just going to set up perfectly for Team Wales to pick you off. And then Kiaye with the hero escape on the backside.
So, we return for a second to normalcy. 5k gold lead, like you say, picking up that Drake, so that makes it 3 now for Team Wales. 1 away from a soul for them. And again, Cassante with Chemtech, he's like the best in the game at using that soul for himself. Team Wales setting up for a potential Baron right here. So they've got vision of the area. Not going to just pull the trigger just yet.
Yeah, I think they need to wait a little bit of time. You can see where Glory's position on the map. Doesn't have Reaver's Wall, doesn't have TP, so he wants to try and create pressure on this bottom side before he comes into these fights. So just getting the vision control down for the moment, in case they do want to try and bait it later on. But they do have some ability to burn down the Baron, but realistically, I think they just need to try and play it side lanes before they try to over-aggress and just wait for their 4th Dragon.
We've got that lethality Kaiser coming out from Artemis in this one. However, this is not the same as, like, you know, yesterday we saw a lot of Twitter conversation about that build. Better draft for it. Glory trying to find a pick onto Kiaya here, and the flick back available. The rest of the gang is here. The whole pod arriving to try and get Kiaya. This time they find his flash.
And this time Gamma are in position to actually threaten the mid lane turret, so we can burn this one down and try and exit out towards that bottom side of the map. I don't know though if what Team Wells want to try and achieve here. They're in a bit of a weird spot.
Glory's gone quite deep for this one, but the rest of the team is on the way. Slater in trouble. Levi jumps to his teammate, already low on HP and force flash. Pallet buying space for his team as in goes Artemis in the 1v3. Gets out of his life. Catty chasing him, forces the flash from Artemis, but it's one kill onto Pallet so far. Catty cannot escape either, and Glory happy to chase for this one. Wants an extra kill onto his opposite man. He's burning. Catty is burning. Beer finishes him off, shatters him to pieces.
Gets Lance down where he stands, and now Team Wales, having picked off the support of the mid laner, they're going to turn over towards the Baron. Going to take a little bit of time before the support and the mid laner can get there, but Levi, he's about to show on bot side. Team Wales coming alive as per usual in game 2.
Certainly are. 11-2 scoreline as they grab the Baron for themselves. What a mid game. Way less mistakes than game number 1.
I mean, for this, Glory overextend. Well, sorry, this was a good setup. It's just that the team wasn't in place to try and follow up quick enough before the wall goes down. And at that stage then, you got Pallet who gets caught out on the top side. Artemis is trying to escape as Catty flashes for to try and finish off Artemis. But it's these overextensions then that mean that Team Wales are able to continue to follow up on this one. So Team Wales putting their foot down in a position where they were just so incredibly strong.
So now we need to see clean gameplay from the Wales if they're going to finish this one out. They've got the Red Bull Baron power play on their side. BJ getting a little dicey with it. And BJ was one of the repeat offenders in game number 1. Overstepping, getting caught out, him and Mia both of them now deathless in game 2. Feels like the coaching staff had a serious word with those two players as Sparta zoning the enemy squad away. Dragon down, that's Soul. Bia gets a great crash down onto the backline, and Gamma gone before the fight's even begun. Levi gets one on the backside, but it's nowhere near enough. BJ finishing them off as he dives forwards towards Catty. He's not getting anywhere. It's an ace for the side of Team Wales. It's a soul for the side of Team Wales, and it might just be game for the side of Team Wales.
A glorious flick back from the Talia, gets the double stun onto Kiaya and Pallet, and then sets up that fight. Team Wales are going to be able to crack open the base easily now. This has been a significantly more confident play from Team Wales, and for the opportunity to now represent the VCS going into the main stage at Worlds, both these teams dying to get their hands on that spot.
They certainly are. And Cam proving, Wales proving once again that they're not going to let Gam get away with it easy. Not going to let this be a clean series.
Look at the flick back here. Glory straight onto Pallet and Kiaya and trying to get onto Sparta, which then sets up perfectly here for the team to follow through this choke point. Sparta ends up in the back line as well, so BJ able to follow up alongside him, and they just rip through everyone on Gam.
I love BJ holding the ultimate there as well. Wanted to get some feathers out first, wanted to get value out of being Slater for a moment there. Even though, actually, same amount of items for BJ. Yeah. I feel like he probably does similar damage to what Slater's able to at this point in the game.
It's also, don't forget, a lot of people, the W on Xayah gives you movement speed towards people. So the longer you can stay in the Xayah, the quicker you're going to be able to chase down Caddy. So nicely done by BJ to just make sure he can actually close that distance. And as you say, get a bit of damage off before he crashes down on top of them. But yeah, now in a position where he wants to try and crash down on Gam inside their own base, as it's Kiaya on the split push. But here comes a Weaver's Wall to cut off everyone from this top tower.
Nice wall here just to secure the objective. Kiaya trying to get some bounty gold there on the top side of the map, but I'm not sure that little gold injection is going to be enough to turn this game. He'll get a tier 2, but it's in trade for an inhib in the top lane, potentially a second inhib in the mid lane as well, although the Baron has now timed out. We'll see if Team Wales want to keep pressing here. They don't have the greatest siege comp in the world.
Yeah, I think it's more a case of if they can get the pick. Yeah, that's where I'm like, if you can find pallet or find an opportunity. This tower is very low, but the wave clear is pretty substantial from Slater and Catty, so they're just going to back away. So you still get an inhibitor for the tier 2 tower, which you're going to be pretty happy with, because realistically, there's not going to be much chance for the Jacks to try and continue pushing on towards that inhibitor turret on the bottom side. So you reset, come back out of the map, spend your gold. You still 2 minutes before Baron, so maybe you can get a wave pushed in and at least establish vision. Oh, well, I was going to say they already have a lot of vision control on that top side, but kind of re-establish control over that and then lean back in towards Baron. And if you're Catty or Slater trying to move through these choke points to get into River, like Viz going to be happy, Glory with flick backs. We've already seen these fights happen once before, and it's gone so heavily in favor of Team Wells.
Minute and a half until the Baron comes back onto the map. BJ actually ults out on this one, but Pallet has gone too deep, stunned up. The reset on BJ's ult as well as Artemis. Doesn't have a lot of mana to fly in with, but he does have a blue buff. W's flying in at this point as Sparta just goes for the dive, pulls the enemy jungler back into the fray as BJ going further in on this one. It's another pick as Sparta, the absolute man of the hour for Team Wales right here, decimating the laning phase and finding these moments in the late game.
And now finding a second inhibitor for Team Wales. BJ started on the bot one, but said, what are we doing? This is the end. This is going to be a Team Wales victory.
Should be able to finish it off now. First Nexus turret low. Catty on the Victor, Slater on the Xayah. They've got to make magic happen to stay in this one. It's a good stun from Kiaya, but a stun is all they will find. Pallet goes down, the Nexus will fall, and Team Wales, they show us why they were the second seed out from the VCS, and more importantly, why they were the first seed coming into this matchup.
It's very, very similar to what we saw in the VCS finals, though. Game 1 going across to, or sorry, Game 2 going across to Team Wales after they just lost the first game to GAM. So this is where I want to see if Team Wales can rewrite that story here today, or whether it's going to be the bounce back now from GAM coming into Game 3. Phenomenal performance, though, from Team Wales in this one. It has been absolutely incredible to see how they have come alive at every single chance.
Yeah, worst possible moment there. Yeah. Production cuts to a side, the fan puts the side down. Disaster. Absolute elation here for Team Wales, though. And the speed at which both teams got off of the stage there, they're in game mode. This is the best of 5. They know what's on the line, and you can see plenty to discuss off the back of that win.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Wales, you're going to be absolutely thrilled. Again, Sparta, this Cassante has to go. Like, he has been so incredibly strong on it. Again, Catty just kind of muted off of the Talia play coming through from the mid lane, and BA getting those great roams off. This is what Team Wales, we wanted to see them try and achieve here against GAM, and now it's going to be GAM who has to try and bounce back.
It certainly is. Once again, Team Wales bounce back in a series here at Worlds 2023. Let's see if they can keep the trend going and take a huge step towards the Swiss stage.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Wet and young boy, shit it for my young boy. Hit you with the young ninja shield, come around, boy. Yeah, we got the young boys falling like the young boy. Hit you with the young ninja shield, come around, boy. Hit you with the young ninja shield, come around, boy. Hit you with the young ninja shield, come around, boy. Yeah, we got the young boys falling like the young boy.
sagging on my pants, but 팬티 색깔 match 신발이랑 그건 sense, bruh. 내가 뜨면 back, 이제 better 벗고 dance. 가끔 나조차도 말이 안 된다고 생각해. 요즘 밤에 진짜 개쩌는 기집애들 매일 먹고 다녀. 나는 걱정되잖아 있을까 타녀. 그래서 매일 참으려고 해도 기쁜 애들 벗고 다녀. 예의 없이 지나칠 수가 없잖아. 왜냐면 이건 연인자 shit. 우린 젊고 돈을 벌어 getting rich. Getting money go hard. Fuck your money, fuck your bank. 계좌 입금한데 cash on 네 side. Rubber bands ain't no caps. It ain't young boys. Shit it for my young boys. Hit you with the young ninja shit. You come around boy. Yeah we got the young boys. Falling like the young boy. Hit you with the young ninja shit. You come around boy. Hit you with the young ninja shit. You come around boy. Hit you with the young ninja shit. You come around boy. Yeah we got the young boys. Falling like the young boy. Hit you with the young ninja shit. You come around boy.
They call me Mr. Future. I am 여기 대표 새거. 확실하게 내린 채로 매번 뜨고 일주일 새걸 해줘 with the LOB with the 22 swagger. Whatever we don't care. 같은 새끼 전부 제거. 돈에 지하에선 터져 bang. 에이 생업체계 hangover. 그녀로 숙시해서 오해 밤은 너무 dangerous. 돈은 거나 쟁여 빨리 자꾸만 생겨. What's my next do 대충 소방 위 신고 쟤는 왜 처해 할까 자꾸 I don't know LOB 쟤는 좋지가 않처럼 왔고 Yeah 너의 못난 새끼 얼굴 얘기 아닌 걸 전화 아는 애들 이미 덜 전화 이건 no sad shit guarantee 어유 존나 yeah
young boys shit it for my young boys hit you with the young ninja shit you come around boy yeah we got the young boys falling like the young boy hit you with the young ninja shit you come around boy hit you with the young ninja shit you come around boy hit you with the young ninja shit you come around boy yeah we got the young boys falling like the young boy hit you with the young ninja shit you come around boy
Simply because you end up... Oh, hang on.
Levi got caught out a couple of times last time, and he's caught out again. Bean J and Glory trying to answer it.
But, oh, yeah.
Going for a dive in the mid lane, and that is going to be Catty going down. Absolutely shredding the health bar here as Glory flies in as well. Trying to deny the flash here. Ignite, burning away. The first strike is there! Dragon down that soul. Bia gets a great crash down onto the backline, and Gamma gone before the fight's even begun. Levi gets one on the backside, but it's nowhere near enough. Bean J finishing them off.
The VCS Autumn Final, World Play-Ins 2023 continues here. We're all tied up at 1-1. Team Wales just smashed GAM in game number 2. Raz, what happened?
Don't ask me, ask this man.
We
what
are
happened?
trillionaires, baby. The whales are back. We're chilling. You know, I was just sitting there listening to some relaxing whale noises. And, you know,
Oh
we were
my
just, it was a
God.
walk in the park, a swim in the ocean, whatever you want to call it. Water was shallow, no waves, really. We're just cruising through it, wasn't we?
We got overconfident. That's what happened.
Okay.
We had a top lane advantage. The CS difference
Wait,
was
so
pretty
you had a top
massive.
lane advantage? Because I remember a solo kill coming through from, what was that, Sparta?
It was the turret that was doing the majority of the work.
The turret.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it, okay?
I think we need to get to it right now, as a matter of fact. We're pushing this forward. Like, you're right, Kiaya had a massive advantage, but then threw it all away with this dive.
I was going to say as well, I think, once again, I want to put this out there. I think Kiaya's, in the entire tournament so far, has by far been the better top laner. But
okay, stop him right there.
In this series right here, that is just Sparta who's been popping off. And I think he was the guy I had the most question marks coming into this series with, especially because he was going to go up against Kiaya.
Yeah.
But when he is on Cassante, they just cannot stop him. He keeps getting kills for himself. He keeps being a menace in the team fights. He keeps getting solo kills. You have to stop this guy.
Yes, it's crazy to see what Sparta is doing to him. And even just seeing the player reactions, specifically zeroing in on Kiaya, a little bit of tilt because he knows he's doing well in the matchup, and then he throws it away. But Sparta, who I think has turned into a star, it feels like getting beaten up a little bit by Adam and then turning it in the later portion of the series, and then also he's doing it this series from the very beginning.
I mean, you would have expected, you know, the Jax comes in, you're sort of losing the lane. Enemy Lee Sin was on the top side of the map as well. Like, by all accounts, going for a dive in that situation makes sense with the proximity of your jungler. But he outplays that a couple of times now. He's on a roll.
And it also just brings us to the point that I think everyone probably has been screaming at their scream as of today. Just ban the K'Sante.
Ban the K'Sante.
Just, like, it just gives you superpowers. It makes you way better than you actually are when you play K'Sante. I'm willing to die on that hill. I think Sparta is stepping up. I think he's certainly shown some good movements. But in the VCS, he was an Aatrox, he was a Renekton. And those were the kind of champions he would play. And he'd be very flippy with it. He'd take risks and chances. And if he lost, well, he would straight up lose and just lose the lane from there and maybe sometime the team the game. But when he's on a champion on K'Sante, he's way more stable. It's not even neutralizing. It's just a free win. Get rid of it and put him in a different spot where Ki can be in a comfort zone and he can actually beat Sparta.
Well, let's talk specifics here because now we've got the draft up on our screen and Gam, to the surprise of myself at least, decided to stick on to blue side with side selection choice. I was thinking maybe you just go red side, you leave the K'Sante open, and you make sure you have counter pick for it. But they're electing to go to blue again, which means, do you want to see first phase K'Sante banned?
I mean, I think they can swap out the Alistar and then actually remove that with K'Sante instead, because the Alistar ban really hurt them going into this game. When they ban Alistar on 3, first pick Asaya, well, all of a sudden, the Rel priority is absolutely insane. You keep the Flex alive, but you also just remove the hardest counter to this champion. So I think if you leave the Alistar and Rel both open, you can at least swap the Alistar if the Rel gets picked through, and you can have K'Sante ban, where you get Ki on a comfort matchup. So I think that's the easiest one to remove.
Yeah, one of the negatives that you get on red side is that you are kind of in locked bans for OPs that you don't want to give away. They feel like they have a wealth of option. The ban on Syndra was great from Team Wales, so that hurts a little bit deep down. But I know Caddy can stand back up. I think that the 5 picks that we've been seeing from Team Wales has been really helping them. The Talia pick has been actually accelerating the game a lot from the early leads. I will say one thing and one thing alone.
Say it.
Raptors is killing a lot of the VCS junglers.
That is very true.
Raptors has been claiming a lot of lives. We cannot be invading Raptors anymore.
I wonder how many times those Raptors have killed a jungler. There was Croc yesterday.
Yes.
We had Croc dying to those Raptors before Baron yesterday.
Yes.
Levi 2 times already to
2
those
times
Raptors.
in the same game.
Can we get a stat check on those Raptors? I swear they've been killing more junglers.
I thought the Whales were going to be the dominant animal today, but apparently it is just the Raptors coming in. You know, speaking of those junglers, I just wanted to sort of throw out there, like, Viego's now had a couple of solid games.
Yes.
Do we feel like priority on a champion like that could be raised? Because I think especially in the fights it's looked good. It also didn't get outplayed really early on by the Lee.
I think it's interesting because I think it's kind of like a butterfly effect of what the meta shaped up to be. As soon as Maokai and Sejuani goes out of the way and there's a Lee Sin coming through instead, that means Viego, the skirmishing power he suddenly has, becomes way more relevant than it would be against the Maokai, where Maokai will just W, old CC chain, and he can't really play the game. But in this instance where the champions are so squishy, you get way more resets on your ultimate. It becomes way easier to play the game. And I think that if they're going to go down the same route where these is the trade-off between Lee Sin and Viego, I think the Viego is just going to be dominant every time.
I think the only way in which we change the pick bans is by early picking jungle, which has been usually standard. We have been having earlier picks on top lane, with Jax being second round picks. So if that's going to be the change up, if we say, hey, you know what, let's early pick something for Levi and then we'll hold top lane pick for 4-5, then maybe we'll see a switch up. With how the early game has been going, Gam, I feel like, have a reason to be stubborn. Their bot lane, which was the question mark going into this series, has actually been pretty stable because of the Xayah pick. So they've been really happy about that. It's more so just the level of play on the top side. Kiaya just needs to change how he's playing the matchup. Yes, I think K'Sante is really difficult to play in if you just make one mistake. So that, I think, is the change-up. That's the one ban that I think they go for. Give them the Ahri. I don't care about Ahri pick.
Okay.
I think that's the one change-up you make, is that you ban the Ahri. I mean, you ban the K'Sante, leave the Ahri open. If they pick Ahri, then I'm happy about that. It's been one of the failures in the tournament as a pick.
I'm just saying, you know, it's Glory's most picked champion. You're not a bit scared of giving to a high-key, world's #1 mid laner like Glory.
I'm happy with that.
So you say ban the Ahri, you say, or leave the Ahri open, you say leave the Alistar open. Both of you say ban K'Sante. We will see what Gam say. It's over to Munch and Dagda for Game 3.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, we're here. We're ready. Game 3 coming. We've got a series, not just on our hands, all over our hands, with how messy this series has been so far. Honestly, Ali, I wish we had some hand sanitizer in here.
Wash off,
yeah, it's no, absolute banger, though, so far. And I couldn't agree more with the desk. K'Sante's got to go.
Yeah, I think Kasante has just been such a big pick for Sparta and kind of just keeping QIAYA at bay. I mean, QIAYA was such a strong component for them yesterday, where we saw him having a fantastic performance on the Nara, but unfortunately hasn't been able to have that same performance coming into today, just simply because he's up against the Kasante. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken off the board. I kind of agree. I think Alistair is probably the ban that you do want to try and drop. I think I'm on Team Raz here, but I do want to see as we start to go into this what the game plan is going to be, because there is the Ari ban still coming through here, as Team Wales will still be on the red side coming into this game 3.
So, Syndra taken away from Catty. Both mid laners demanding a ban from the opposite team. And that's the question, I guess. We always talk about how drafts develop over a series. Do we end up with just more and more solo lane bans? It's a jungle ban here in the Viego. It won the matchup against Lee Sin both games so far. GAM deciding they don't want to deal with it anymore.
Wonder if it's going to be the Maokai still going through. And now, is this a Kasante ban? Or do we still get kind of the same rotation coming through where it's you leave open the Kasante, the Team Wells leave open the Xayah, and you get that first rotation Xayah coming through here for Slater?
We'll have to find out what they're going to go for.
There it is. Okay.
Kasante confirmed, taken off of the board. What does Sparta do next is the question. What else does he have up his sleeve? And can he have this level of performance on a different pick? Because I think that's the real question. We know that he can, you know, he's certainly not going to be incapable of playing another champion. It's whether or not he can pop off in the way that he has been on Kasante.
Yeah, I think even just stabilizing the top lane, though, is enough for Sparta. Like, as long as QIAYA isn't getting leads, he's not having that impact. And a lot of this team fight and kind of early stages is being defined by, you know, BJ and BA working together towards glory. So I think as long as he can keep himself in check, it's going to be all good. We'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be, though, because again, Xayah rotation still going through with the Rakan still being banned away. So I imagine it will still be something like the Kai'Sa, and then the question mark is if they want to go towards the Rel again, which was the first pick in that last rotation. It looks like if it ain't broke, maybe don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, Team Wales, they were on the red side previously. They played with Artemis on the Kai'Sa, with the Rel for Beer. Certainly feels like a strong rotation, and there we go. The Jarvan as well, taken up by BJ. And basically say, look, Levi, you've banned the Viego. If you want that Lee Sin, have it. But I'm going to play something a little tanky, something that has some presence in that early game.
Yeah, now it is kind of a question mark for me, is like, how do you want to try and play this? Because what we've seen from a lot of teams, particularly like the BCS teams, a little bit from the VCS teams, is this Nico Jarvan combo. That has been banned away on the next rotation pretty consistently by GAM, as it looks like they'll go towards the Jax. But I think there is an opportunity here for Team Wales to say, hey, look, we can maybe sack bot lane. We'll expect a Kai'Sa ban. Maybe we can actually go back towards a lot of the lane bullies that I think are actually quite strong, like the Lucians and that kind of stuff, if they want to try and go towards it. But maybe getting this Nico for glory is worth it. We'll just have to see if they have that thought process, if they're like, no, Kai'Sa's just too strong. We need to keep our control over bot lane.
Want to see. Is Catty actually going to go for the Nautilus in the end? QIAYA having that Jax. We'll see what the priority is for Wales here, because on the one hand, obviously Kai'Sa, like I think that goes without saying at this point, but yeah, strong solo lane in the mid lane for glory, or also getting a good matchup for Sparta in the top side against Levi against QIAYA's Jax. Sorry, it is going to be the Kai'Sa locked in the end.
Yeah, you could see the thought process was there. Maybe we just go for the mid laner instead, but not going to be the case. They're like, look, Kai'Sa needs to be able to battle against the Xayah in the early stages. We'll have to see if we can actually find that control here, because I thought we'd actually get the Alistair, honestly, for Pallet. I think it works super well against the Rel, and also just gives the opportunity to kind of keep Jarvan out of the fight in a lot of different moments as well. But instead opting towards the, hey, we want the point and click CC for the expected Kai'Sa coming through. Jungle ban's going to be the big lock away here, though. Nocturne gone. Maybe the Sejuani here again for Levi to just get rid of more of that front line. And then the question is, do we just get the return to the Lee Sin? Because that kind of seems to be the next tier down when we get to junglers.
I will say, Lee Sin across playoffs so far, 7-1. And the 7 is for the losses. It's only one win for Lee Sin. Already lost twice in this series to buff up that statistic. If I'm either of these teams right now, with the way that it's looked across this series, I mean, I don't think Lee Sin was inherently the problem, but I don't think it's working either.
I'm not going to lie. Poppy feels like it should have been a Team Wales ban. I would be like, you know what, Levi, Poppy, maybe he's actually a good go-to here. You know, stop the Jarvan, the Rel, the Kai'Sa, like a lot of those opportunities, but instead they're actually going to ban away themselves, not wanting Sparta to get on the top side. Is a good matchup into the Jack, so it does make a little bit of sense, but now I am curious if Sparta just decides to opt back in towards things like the Renekton along those lines. Obviously, Jax does have the outscaling, but at least will allow Sparta to neutralize some of the early pressure and see if he can play in towards that. Aatrox kind of fitting that description as well, but yeah, we'll go towards the Renekton.
So, important statistic here when it comes to Sparta on the Renekton is his most played by a significant margin. Across summer, he played it 21 times. However, he's not got a great win rate, 38% win rate. Ooh. He has had a hard year on the Renekton. It's not necessarily been his best pick. We'll see if he can kind of shirk those expectations, because, I mean, across this tournament so far, Sparta has absolutely stepped up above what we were expecting. And now, Catty changing things up and going for the Jace in the mid lane.
Okay, I actually wasn't sure if they're going to go for the Ivern in the jungle there to try and match that, but instead they're just going to go back towards the Sejuani. So you kind of get some mixed damage coming out from the Sejuani, and the Jack's enough to try and make up for your AP damage, so won't be as difficult, but still nice here from Gam. You're going to have a ton of opportunities to try and play for skirmish on this top side of the map, and I'll have to see exactly. I don't think the A-Style can really stand up to Jace. I'd be surprised to see this locked in, even though it's hovered.
We'll have to see. We'll wait for the lock-in. There it is. It's going to be the I nearly called her Rel then. It's going to be the Taliyah in the mid lane for Glory to try and get roaming, try and get out on this map. A different look here for Wales and what they're bringing to the table, but I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out. And also Gam bringing this Jace. Catty very much changing the conversation from the Victor that was played last game.
I mean, this is definitely a more aggressive take, trying to see if you can play forward poke, and I think this is where you can have some opportunities, especially with the engage from the Nautilus to try and get a knock up onto, say, Artemis, and then you follow up with the Accelerate Shock Blast. You've got great ability to even use those acceleration gates to speed up the team to follow up on engages. But it definitely means that for Gam, you need to try and play through this mid-jungle particularly hard, because, again, you've got a very, very strong teamfight combo coming in on Team Wales, and it feels like if you don't get control in the early stages, Immobile Jace, Immobile Xayah, against what is a very aggressive Jarvan that can cover a lot of distance, is going to make it kind of tough for you to play that long-range poke style.
Now I was just perusing a few statistics here back there, and, you know, Catty, we've not seen him playing the Jace here at the World Championship just yet. However, across summer, he has played 7 times, in fact. And he's yet to lose a game on the Jace this summer. He's been looking fantastic. 4 KDA, 100% win rate. 7-0 on the Jace domestically. And, you know, usually the question is, you know, you've done that domestically, can you do it internationally? This is a domestic match. He is essentially still playing domestically on this Jace, so we'll see what he can do. Catty being very much a shining light for his team across this series. Let's see if Gam can get back on the horse.
The domestic grudge match coming in hot for both these sides. We'll have to see if, as you say, Gam can try and bounce back after that last loss, or well, actually, to continue what has been kind of the story of the times these teams have faced off the best of 5, where 3-1 over towards Gam. But Team Wales, I mean, they've looked like a very different beast coming in towards play. It's been fantastic to see the growth that we've got. Even the link-up that we've seen through BJ and BA has been fantastic in the last game. And I really hope that they get to continue that play forward coming into this.
See if they can keep that rolling. Team Wales as well, looking to build a reputation. This is their first international tournament as an organization. BJ coming over from the sort of collapse of Saigon Buffalo back in spring. That somewhat super team from the region dispersing among other teams. You know, Team Secret getting a lot stronger from that as well. But Team Wales getting BJ and becoming a much stronger unit because of it. But so far, slower early game here. No early vision on either side.
I was going to say, even the fact that Team Wales are in this position, right? Like, they had to do a run through their playoffs, beating out the 3rd, 4th, and 5th seed to make sure that they could actually get here. Coming in, it was not an easy road. They had 2 best-of-5 series that went the full distance, and then unfortunately losing out in the finals in that 4-game series. Like, it has been a lot of games for this squad. And now performing massively, stepping up on this international stage. We'll have to see which one of these teams is going to represent the VCS in the main stage of Worlds. And I think even for the region of VCS, like, this has got to be such a proud moment. There's been so long where even like for guys like Artemis, right, 2021, he kind of denied his opportunity to play on an international stage because of COVID. They've had so many issues getting to an international stage, and now they are guaranteeing themselves once more to play with the big boys and see if maybe they can have that upset like we saw against Top Esports. You know, just throw a little bit of curveball into the mix there.
And the thing is, that was that was in the group stage previously. We don't have a group stage anymore. Yeah. It's Swiss now, so it's changing things up. One of these teams is going to make it to that part of the tournament. BDS taking a huge chunk there, not quite respecting the level 2 that was hitting Pallet, flashing forwards to punish.
It's actually even just the flash forward before the level 2 came through from Pallet, so nicely done there to just make sure he could actually get a little bit of a little bit of control over this lane. Set B behind, he'll burn both of his pots there to make sure that he's going to be in an okay spot. And even though BJ, he's immediately moving down here. He wants to take the gank here. Or at least cover even for a potential dive.
Yeah. He's worried that Levi is down here trying to go for the dive. It's not going to happen. And
can he sneak past him?
I mean, the thing is, there's so many minions here. Like, Artemis will miss out on a lot of gold if they don't get a kill off of this gank. It could be disastrous. For the side of Team Wales, they're going to get the knock up onto Pallet. He already used his flash, but BDS just going to go down anyway. 2,
wait, 2, 2,
3, Slater can't quite find the second one. Artemis trading here. Slater and Artemis, they won't be able to finish any further kills off. BJ gets out by the skin of his teeth.
Barely able to escape away from that one. Great turnaround from Gam. And again, oh, actually, hang on, Glory, you're in so much trouble.
Does have his flash available, but luckily, he'll just sort of position it out on this one.
Yeah, going to be able to back away, but again, really nice play on the bot side. As you said, Artemis, you can see in the CS, misses out on all those minions to try and make that play happen. And the fact it went as disastrously as it did means that it's a big win for Gam. And look at BJ, right? He's also behind. Only cleared out that red on the top side, so he has to go back up to the top end of the map to try and make sure that he can just catch up on double the CS amount that Levi now has with picking up both those scuttle crabs.
It's a brutal start, honestly, for Team Wales. And to be honest, both games previously have been looking good for Wales to start the game off, but this time not so much. Artemis has some available. Flash, cleanse, both used, and he'll still go down. Slater was tanking, so he has to flash out. And now a TP coming on through as well. Beer trying to keep them in the play as Glory arrives on the scene, looking for the stun to set up for the flick back here. Glory getting some damage down. He's waiting for them to get over the wall. Doesn't want to use his flick until Levi has already used the gap close, and it secures the kill. BJ chasing for more, but it's at least a second for Wales.
One kill going across to Glory does help out, but Slater, he way overextended.
No flash available for Bia, but he's got the movement speed. That's a shattering strike. BJ should be able to finish this one. No flash available for him. There's the knock-up, and Glory getting both. He's gorgeous for Wales.
Greedy Slater ends up overextending on that bot side. Could have just backed away. And I was about to say, even though it was a 1-for-1, it works out well for Gam, right? Because you get the kill and you end up burning Artemis's opportunity to pick up all that CS in the bot lane. And as long as you back away at that stage, you're in good shape. But because you end up with Slater overextending, another kill going across, and specifically to Artemis, means he's able to correct some of that gold discrepancy in that bot lane. And now it'll help massively for Team Wales to even up that gold difference.
Glory as well, get 2 kills. Really going to accelerate. Now, we can take another look as BJ just pretty much gets to walk in. Oh, this is the first play, in fact.
I mean, level 3 versus level 2, you get so much extra gold value from your stats on those plays when you have that level advantage and they play it perfectly. Artemis gets a good flash here. Holiday actually hooks himself out of range. Slater's forced to flash, but at this stage, just back it up. Call it a day. Like, you know that you're in a terrible spot with the first move coming through from BJ and the TP onto the bottom side as well, so just try and escape wherever you can. But it's Slater then overextended, try and push the wave in and get that collapse. He ends up overextending and catching himself up.
Slater needed to, like I say, call it a day on that one, needed to back away. Flag and drag, knocks it up. Glory with the flick back off the back of it. Perfect combo. And I have to say, that trio of champions, Jarvan, Rel with the Talia, it's impossible to get away if they get onto and Sparta. He's got onto Kiaya. Not again. Surely not again. Forces the flash. Sparta, he owns this top lane matchup. Pallet now moving into the bottom side, but Beer dodges.
Yeah, I mean, Kiaya has had a terrible time against Sparta. Now trying to see... Oh, that's the kill!
Oh my god! The counter-strike comes on through. Sparta wanted the solo kill. BJ, he'll get an assist on this one, but it is all Sparta all day long, Dagda.
This is so messy from Kiaya. Tries to stay underneath the tower, but Sparta was so strong. Even the level up coming through isn't enough to save him. Will get the plate, gets the kill. The wave is now missed as well, and you can see already that the Gore Drinker is going to be well underway now. I think they would have liked to give that kill to Sparta. May actually just be shy of the Gore Drinker. Yeah, it looks like he is. But even then, this is a big, big win for the Croc on the top side. That 31% win rate looking a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, he's looking to remedy that. And honestly, I feel like that's a great allegory for this tournament in general. Sparta was a player that didn't come in with massive expectations. Kiaya, the opposite side of that story. But here today, we're seeing this slow build from Team Wales. It's the story of each individual series, but it's also the story of their grander tournament.
I need to see if Team Wales, though, can try and keep this pressure up. Because on bot side, it becomes very, very difficult to try and make the same plays we got in the last game, where you're like, oh, let's try and rotate BA around the map, because we just don't have the control that we want around our bot side. That's why when you even look at it, it's first push for Slater and Pallet on the bot lane, so they rotate up to Rift Herald, and Team Wales aren't even going to try and contest this, which I think is the right call. But it has to be a case of, okay, now let's try and continue to play around Sparta, which is a very different look for them, but try to see if we can put Kiaya behind, get some turret plates, and then have this Croc be an absolute menace when we hit that mid-game point, especially if we can start to contest for, say, second Dragon, because we've already got a Gore Drinker complete onto Sparta. He still has his flash to try and play for that Dragon fight.
More stuff here, but Gam at least getting some advantages, right? Getting the Herald, getting that first Drake. They've got some positives to talk about. Take a good old chunk there from Artemis. I don't think they're in a position where they can dive the Jax, but then again, BJ's moving down. They've already got good damage onto Kiaya. In the meantime, Sparta going to try and clear the way with the top side. CC Chain is there. I mean, he doesn't get to move. And it's another kill. BJ grabbing this one. Is now Sparta going to have to use that Dominus. 1v3 under the tower. It's the opposite side of the map, but he's not been poked down. He's slowly but surely clearing this wave. Here we go. CC Chain comes on in. He needs to sustain, and he gets it! Dashing on out, Slater flashes to find the kill, secure it for Gam, and slam down the Herald.
Slater tries to, or actually gets the kill, but for Sparta, he needed to just back away. It's like, look, we got the win on bot side. We can actually call this a day, but Burning Flash still going down. And now you're getting those turret plates for Slater on that top side. He's just a Gam coming out again on top thanks to that Rift Herald.
Slater securing it. That Xayah Flash, though, can be very valuable later on, but a huge influx of gold on the side of Gam. Playing cross map here, and it feels tense.
Kiaya didn't even get to use Counter-Strike.
No.
He was like, I'm just going to wait a little bit, it'll be all right. But here, like Sparta, I actually would have preferred if he's kind of thinking a couple of steps ahead. Because, yes, you can look to outplay this, and maybe you can get a kill, right? Or you can turn something back. But realistically, you want that flash for the next team fight that we're talking about at Dragon. If you can have your TP up and available, which it will be in just a minute's time for that, and you've got the flash, suddenly you can flash onto Caddy, you can flash onto Slater, you can have a lot more threat in these fights, but not having that is going to make it significantly easier now for Slater to play out these engages, especially with the cleanse. He can try and step away from BJ as well, although should still be locked up now that he's flashed this himself. But I think it's just kind of taking that, like, hey, Honor or Necton, the flash is so much more valuable than you consider another champions.
Yeah. And you know, you can talk about the fact that Slater flashed as well, but ultimately Sparta didn't make Slater flash. Yeah. Slater flashed to get the kill. That's not like, I'm not sure we can give Sparta the credit for that flash. That was more Slater making that choice to go aggressive, get that kill. 15 seconds on that Drake that we've been talking about. And we'll see if BJ, if Bia, if Glory can punish the fact that the AD carry is flashless.
Yeah, you do have an opportunity, at least if Sparta starts to back away here, because he should have his Gore Drinker. Very late reset, though, means that Gam will actually, as you see in mid lane with Glory reset, should be able to get control over River just ahead of this Dragon. They could actually burst it down now, knowing that there's no TPs on the solo laners, but I don't think they've actually copped that the solo laner has reset here for Glory, so a little bit of a messy one here from Gam, where they just don't have the vision to figure out that, oh, we actually had an opportunity to make a play there.
Yeah. Nice thing for Wales as well is Glory getting back to that mid lane, but even if he's just sort of halfway up the lane, can always ult over towards that Drake. Does mean you can't use the Weaver's Wall in the fight, but It's better to be there than not, that's for sure. Sparta trying to get another play on the top side as Kiaya pushes him away, but Drake started in the bottom side. Bia caught here, does get a good stun across the team, but he's taking so much damage. The crash down, the gravity storm, he actually keeps himself alive now, and a blast going out to safety. In the meantime, Kati's low, and Artemis knows it. Goddess of the hunt and wants those kills, wants blood, wants food on the table. His pallet dashes away, 2 more for Wales.
Team Wales once more coming alive, and that one great hook from Pallet onto Bia sets up the play. And now Sparta baits out the counter-strike. Ult is there, doesn't have the flash to follow underneath him with the minion wave gone. We'll just set up for the plate when the next minion wave walks up.
Gam finding it hard in these more grouped fights so far this game. Catty going down here. Will be a Drake for Wales, and that the neutral objective advantage that we've been seeing sort of building up for Gam now will be sort of halted in its tracks. Having that first Drake will help in terms of slowing down the soul, but even still, not ideal.
I still keep my eyes on that top side because Sparta ended up taking 3 tower shots off the back of it to try and stop Kiaya's reset. See if maybe he could get the play, but here Gam started up, seeing that there's the Talia in mid lane, but again, as you said, Weaver's Wall to try and come across here means that she's actually able to get into position, and Gam end up getting caught in the middle of this Jarvan ultimate, whereas it's Jace who's overextended because he actually ends up on the opposite side of the wall, so has to go forward because there's no real way for him to back out. It means that Team Wales are able to follow up really effectively.
And let's talk about the evolution of BJ and Bia from game number 1 to now. Like, that play where they're setting up Bia, managing to mostly avoid the CC, managing to survive, managing to get his whole combo off. BJ then Cataclysm in. Like, that's what we want to see. Game number 1, they were both individually getting caught out. Didn't feel like they were on the same page. Maybe just needed a warm-up game to kind of wake up and get on the same page as a team, but it feels fantastic to watch now.
Yeah, now Rift Herald in 30 seconds time. Gam once more trying to see if they can set up for this. Do have mid priority, but Sparta just having completed his Gore Drinker alongside BJ means that they're in such a strong spot, and I really don't know if Gam can actually take the fight against them, which is where you can see them kind of going, all right, let's instead push mid to try and lean into bot side and terror dive Glory off the back of this bot side push.
This Jace is starting to hit. You can see the Duskblade finished off, and Glory, I mean, that's like a quarter, a third of his HP. Every accelerated shock blast. Ooh. Now, snapshot a little bit more even for Gam this time. The advantage in the hands of Slater. That's going to be crucial.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Slater can do, though, because, I mean, Slater's kind of been a bit doubted coming over from Ram. Still an all-star AD carry, but hasn't been able to live up to the same level as, say, Artemis, who's kind of considered the top dog when it comes towards AD carries in the region. So I think this is the moment where Slater, it's time for you to prove that you do belong in that conversation. And in this game alone, this is your moment to step up. You've been given the resources. What can you do? Or do you get a chance?
I was going to say, he's not going to be a part of the play. Levi caught out, taken down. That'll be Herald secured for the side of Team Wales. Catty at least gets to crash a wave, gets to finish off the tier 1 in the bottom side, but realistically, that doesn't feel like enough. If BJ can get this Herald down in the mid lane, tier 1 bot for tier 1 mid is not an even trade.
Not even close, and I mean, they may even get a kill on towards Kiaya in the top side if he doesn't back away. Multiple members of Team Wales moving up, even the Weaver's Wall to try and get in behind them.
This is going to be tough for Kiaya if they commit to the play. BJ in the area, but with the ward and Tribrush, they decide this ain't it. Pallet moving over, you see Catty moving over as well. They're going to back away for the time being. Artemis crashes that wave. They've won a fight, they've got a bit of gold, go back for a reset, get those items on the board.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be looking towards Dragon in just 2 minutes time, but for Gam, I mean, Levi isn't even strong enough, has the Radiant Virtue completed, but he's still very, very squishy when you've got that much damage that can go his way, and the burst damage as well, so he's got to back it up and be a little bit more careful. I actually thought that they'd hold on to this Rift Tower for a little bit to try and use it for the second Drake, but for themselves, well, third Drake, but instead just going to immediately try and toss this one down. And when you've got control over mid, and it looks like control over bot side as well, again, Kiaya does need to be careful, because there's a lot of members that could try and come down here, but they're just trying to see if they can get all these outer turrets down and then use the minion waves and the push they have to keep Gam in check regardless.
Yeah, speaking of that, Drake and see Levi, moving into the mid lane to make sure that they're pushing that wave as fast as possible, not losing control of the mid lane, and therefore the river following up. BJ just chasing Levi out of his jungle. As actually Sparta starting to lose out in this match. It does feel like Kiaya starting to come online a little bit. Sparta went quite aggressive to look for that tower, and Kiaya punished.
Yeah, the Divine Thunder are definitely going to help. This is kind of the point where you start to have a lot more control as the Jax and Osko start to get your resistances coming through. But for Team Wales, I think they're still in a great spot. In fact, you've got so much on the rest of your squad. Hang on.
Stun comes out. BJ, the target here, knocked up, still surviving the Gore Drinking. No! Kicked sideways. It's Caddy to finish that one off, and Glory goes down. A shutdown into the pocket of Catty. You couldn't have asked for more for the side of GAM.
Feeling a little bit like game one, Team Wales. They overextend on the side, and suddenly it's GAM who come alive, catching out BJ and Glory. They don't have the help from BA to get up there, as he was trying to help Artemis push in mid lane. So just not quite getting the waves in check, not having that vision control down, and it's GAM who respond well.
Suddenly, things feeling a little bit better for GAM with the timing of that. A, they get themselves back in control of the gold lead, but B, this Drake spawning onto the map with Glory currently not on the map, with BJ only just respawning. I was going to say GAM should have the advantage. They do have Catty up in the top lane right now, and he's ooh.
That's what I was going to say. No mana available. Catty does need to actually reset. You can see Glory's just going to be able to pick up this top side, but he'll be able to TP into the fight as well. So, and Levi having no ultimate because he just used up top side means that GAM actually don't have the things they need available for this next fight. Even Palace not having ultimate. So this is where Team Wales will have an opportunity to just get themselves a second dragon without GAM being able to contest because they made that pick up top.
I feel like this is the part of League of Legends that a lot of people in solo queue never seem to acknowledge, is that tempo matters. If you make a play on the top side, the enemy often can make a play towards the bottom lane. BJ caught out, Glory caught out. It's a great play and a fantastic hook there from Pallet as well.
Yeah, I mean, it works out perfect. Caddy even getting the knockback onto the flag and drag from the Jarvan means that he's able to take him down. But I do agree with you. This is kind of where people start to realize, oh, wait, if we actually do commit all these ultimates in place to the top side, we just don't have the power when it comes to the next fight. So even though we got some kills, we haven't spent that gold. We might have better position, but I mean, if a Jarvan comes in and you've already got the setup with like BA and Artemis able to use everything that they need to, you're just not going to have a good time as GAM.
Certainly not. Catty having a much better game as well. Although, to be fair, damage-wise, he was doing great in the previous game, but couldn't turn those fights. But now getting A, the shutdown onto Glory, but B, getting solo gold on that tower in the top lane as well. He's going to be feeling quite strong, and his Muramana is a singular ability away from stack to this point. There we go. That bonus damage, and it goes straight into the face of BJ.
So it's just actually stacking the tears of BJ for the goddess. That actually helped out here coming through, but really nicely done. Coming through for GAM, get the pick that they need, and again, this is starting to feel like game one. Very good start from Team Wales. They get to the mid game, and it's pick onto BJ, pick onto Glory, pick onto BJ. Like, this is starting to become a pattern. It might be more, actually, as the Weaver's Wall is coming through.
They're actually committing to this at a man disadvantage. Kiaya has a free flank on this one as Sparta finally gets into the play. He's on to Slater here, but he's alone in the play. The rest of the team forced away. I mean, Team Wales opting into a 4v5.
And it came back to bite them. I mean, Flash now burned and TP on Sparta. You have no control over the map. And, I mean, this is literally what happened in the last game. 20 minutes on the clock, and GAM started to look towards that Baron after they got a couple of picks. They won't turn towards it immediately, trying to bait Team Wales in, and they catch BJ!
Does get the flag and drag to safety, keeps himself alive for now. GAM going to try and rinse and repeat as Levi and Catty separated to the top side. There we go, resets. Will come on through. They can't commit to the Baron play.
Kiaya getting control over this bot side, though, again, starting to shove in. This is exactly what GAM need. It's buying time for Kiaya to eventually outscale Sparta when he does hit this second item, the Spear Shojin. Should be in a really, really good spot. Levi as well, now starting to build up even the Warmogs. He's going to have more of a health bar that's going to be for Team Wales to contend with. It's starting to get tough now for Team Wales, and the team fight and the opportunities that they had are starting to disappear. When you're just giving across picks like this, giving that tempo advantage to GAM, so they can set up plays, set up picks, get the tower down. They didn't quite get in mid lane because Team Wales had all committed towards the TPs and trying to save that turret, but it's still a lot invested by Team Wales to just keep themselves somewhat on the map.
So, just a minor gold lead here. GAM, 1,500 ahead at 21 minutes. 2 minutes until that Ocean Drake comes online, and that's really the sort of remaining advantage for the side of Wales. Artemis going to be knocked up. The whole gang getting knocked up to try and block for Artemis. But the hook wide from Pallet, so they'll walk away.
I got him impressed that Pallet managed to find somewhere to miss that hook. Like, everyone in the way. Like, I assume
with
that was...
Nautilus hook as well.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, that's bound to hit someone, but not able to do so. I think maybe trying to squeeze a pass to get Artemis, but doesn't work out. Now, ult down for Pallet means that Team Wells honestly might have a little bit more confidence to step forward. Glory did use the Weaver's Wall, so not going to have that available, but Sparta now.
Sparta engaged on. He's the target that honestly Wales are happy with an engage onto. Bia has to back away, but Sparta goes down. 1-for-1 so far as Artemis low, forced to flash. Laura trying to get the damage down, but this Talia not doing that much just yet in the game. Levi going for a dive here, takes a couple of shots, but BJ, oh, the shield comes through. Slater's gone deep on this one and taken down. Glory turning this one around. They're so low on HP, but Catty protecting his team and finding the shots.
The tower was the 6th man for Team Wales, but Catty says, I can do double that damage as he's laid waste. The artillery against them is too hot to handle.
Artemis has his ultimate available and he's sticking around in case Catty tries for more. Doesn't pull the trigger. They're going to relax. They're going to reset, but losing 3 is tough for Wales.
And it starts off very well for Team Wales, right? You actually get the ultimate immediately down from BJ. They get the heal coming through from Sparta. He's able to get out. You get the pick onto the support. But it's this follow-up as Catty is just laying down waste with this this accelerated shock blast. Levi overextends, but actually baits Team Wales in that a little bit too far. Slater then baits himself in to try and get the kill. But again, Catty full health, playing at range, blue buff in his pocket to keep himself up and healthy as well. Just taking pop shots every opportunity they can as Team Wales try and hide behind the creeps.
Catty just hitting every single shot. 3 items finished off now. See Glory turning the damage down around as well. That Grandmaster's Might for Kiaya, I think literally saving him from that last threaded volley. Could have been a very different fight. But we've all seen what a Jace can do when they're ahead, and Catty is feeling strong at this point in the game. Those shock blasts are going to rain hell on Team Wales.
And I think Team Wales are trying to cross-map, but Gamma's saying, all right, let's do it.
You can't walk into the enemy jungle alone. It's a disaster for the Wales.
I mean, for Team Wales, they were looking going, oh, Dragon's up, therefore Gam do drag. But instead, Gam were like, no, we know that you're going to try and cross-map and go for top tower, so they called the bluff. They immediately run up river. Now you've caught out Artemis, no AD carry. You've got 2 members of Team Wales on towards Dragon. This has to be a steal, but Catty is already aware of that and has decided, no, BJ, you got to back away from this.
Catty is having none of it. Chases BJ out of the vicinity. I think we've all seen how that story ends with the Jarvan waiting over the wall. It's a Baron for a Dragon, a trade that definitely favors Gam. And that, you know, that one time was a win condition for Team Wales is now a silver lining in the Dragon Soul.
Well, that's the thing is, like, when you look towards Team Wales, it's again coming back to, hey, these picks, that means so much for Gam, and they're doing such a great job of playing off them. Pala flashing in just to set up perfectly. BJ's trying to get in to save his AD carry, but ends up using everything essentially to have to escape away in the back end of that. And now Gam, Baron up. You've got Kiaya with 2 items complete. He's going to be able to fight against Sparta in that bot side. You've got Slater on this side who's going to have a ton of control over this mid lane push as well. This game becomes very tough for Team Wales control.
Really does. Artemis doing a good job to dodge these shock blasts. Has to say, oh, hang on, Bia behind enemy line. Slater already having to use that ultimate as Pallet alone in the fray for the time being, but the Feathers get a good route. 5v4 now as they charge on forwards. Zonius comes out from Catty, but he's taken down regardless. Bia falling as well. It's absolute carnage on the Rift, but Gam coming out on top. Artemis under the tower and annihilated by Kiaya. He's back in form and he's back in the game.
Glory, you started it off. Now has to run for the hills. Kiaya will stun himself up as he goes under that. The flick back again onto the unraveled earth will mean that he has to step away. But that's Gam turning around the engaged Team Wales thought they had.
It felt like it was a one fight at the start there. Slater especially pulling his feathers back, getting A, Artemis, but B, the root on one of the front line as well. Setting it all up. Kiaya can't quite finish this tower off. They won't get any bonus towers off of this fight, but Gam crucially just winning the fight.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto turrets though, and like this here, it's a nice attempt from BA. Slater, immediate ult, Catty over the wall, and this is where again you start to see this turnaround. Ton of damage coming through from Slater. Catty goes in here, but stuns himself as he goes in onto the unraveled earth, so then it actually ends up in a position where despite the dust blade, he's not able to get back out. So this fight then revolves around Slater, who full health, has been tearing through everyone. And as Kiaya TP's in, it's just a matter of finishing off what Slater has already set up.
I gotta say, the combination of Duskblade and the stun from the Unraveled Earth made me think it was a stopwatch.
Yeah, I thought it was Unraveled Earth. It might have just been B, but something stunned him up when he was in the Duskblade anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But either way, Team Wales now up against it. 6,000 gold lead for Gam. Feeling strong in this one. And specifically Slater at this point. We already talked about how strong Catty is, but Slater, 3.5 items on the Xayah. Like, you're a teamfight monster at this stage. And so far what we've seen is Team Wales can't close that gap, can't get onto him. And even when they do, he's still got his ultimate.
Well, looks like Team Wales is going to try and just look for the pick. They said we can't fight this, but can we fight Kiaya?
The pod is swimming south. Kiaya, the target. He's going to walk into the jungle. They're not there. Are they still in the bush? I'm not even sure at this point. Kiaya could be in trouble. Oh, God, it's 10 stacked there. They're going to go for it. And they get a flash out of him.
Great reactions from Kiaya. I mean, the second he saw that, he was like, I'm out, peace. And I think a lot of it was like, hey, we're just going to wait for the Counter-Strike to be used so then we can try and finish him off. But ends up not paying off. Kiaya burns his flash. And still now you got Gam, who, because Team Wales invested all that pressure on the bot side, we have to push mid, rotate up to get vision into this top side jungle, and may even look for this tier 2 as well, as the rest of Team Wales have to try and deal with, well, 1, shock blast from Cassie, but 2, the push that's now happened in the mid lane.
Yeah. It's a Thornmail angle for Artemis at this point. Yeah, maybe not. We'll have to say. I mean, you could certainly go GA, just have a bit of armor in your kit, because Catty is hitting like a truck at this point. This will be the tier 2 takedown on the top side. And Gam, once again, this feels reminiscent of game 1, right? Where actually the early game going fairly well for Team Wales, but then mistakes happen and Gam get advantages off of punishing.
And it feels now that Team Wales have to get advantages off of the amount of stopwatches that are in their pockets, right? You've got 3 picked up already, yeah. Sparta, BJ, Artemis, but it's kind of been responded to on the opposite side. 2 GAs now for Catty and Slater, plus the stopwatch there for Kiaya. It feels like this next fight, both teams kind of realize is going to swing the game either completely done for Gam or start that walk back for Team Wales, especially if they can get the soul. So trying to see if they can look for a pick, but I don't think it's going to be the case, as Gam are just going to fight for mid part.
Catty's moving down. Okay, he's moving back up to the rest of his team. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for the wave there. It's Kiaya that moves over to the wave. He used his flash in the previous play. Levi moving over. I think Gam is suspicious though. They're not going anywhere. They're not willing to go for it, but Levi could be a target as Sparta moves over. They're trying to set it up. Artemis goes forward, takes half of his health straight off the bat from Catty. It's Glory using that wall, but it doesn't really achieve too much. Sparta on the front line, knocked back out. His pallet now tanking for his team, but Kiaya is onto the back line. He's got a double stun, but Artemis somehow gets out with his life. In the meantime, though, the front line is mincemeat. Slater takes him apart, and Gam get a trade.
Gam find that moment. Glory, great Weaver's wall, but nobody was there to actually follow up. Glory as well, even in a terrible spot, so he's just going to TP immediately up to the top side, try and get some control over the wave so they can actually push these in. But look at the pings on mid lane. They realize, hang on a second, Glory's TP to top. They have to try and reset, and BJ's on bot side. We can try and get some priority in this mid lane.
Gam at this point, they've realized Team Wales, they're a pod. Stick it in a coffee machine, get a nice beverage.
I mean, this was nice from Team Wales to try and set this up, but as you say, Gam are kind of wary. They're like, hang on, we only see Sparta, we don't even see Glory. And this Weaver's wall is great, but Glory doesn't follow it. He hops off a blue buff, which means there's no one to actually get onto Cassie, despite the fact that he was caught in a horrible spot. And Kiaya there follows up beautifully on the knock-up that comes through. Means that they get onto Artemis. There's that stopwatch we're talking about, but here's Baron already started, and Sparta's nowhere to be found.
He's nowhere near. TP finally coming in. He's into the pit here. It's going to be a 50-50. In fact, it's taken by Slater. Pulling back the feathers here. Pallet on the front line. He's tanky at this point. Will get out with his life, but Catty's gone too far forward. That's GA on cooldown now as Kiaya trying to get the flank. Artemis turns gold and he's in all kinds of trouble, but flashes out to safety. 1 kill for Wales, but health bars are blinking, and Slater knows it. See you later, he says, as Sparta forced to flash away. Double kill for Slater.
And they still want to try and chase. Gam want to try and stop Glory from coming into this. That's the TP to cut off the members of Team Wales. Gam want to try and get these waves in check so they can actually crack open the base off this Sparta. Found by Levi. Able to hop, skip, and a jump over the wall. There's nobody here. I think Sparta's out.
the meantime, Glory trying to get a reset off. Kiaya searching for him. 8 seconds on the clock to find that target. Sparta will get a bit of damage, and Glory found. The flick back's not enough. And there's Slater to secure another kill. And now massively delayed respawns on the solo laners.
And they're completely desynced. BJ going to be up with Artemis and BA, but everyone on Gam is going to be coming up. It's just Kati in 6 seconds. Then we will have to run from base, but it's still going to be a 4v3 for a significant portion of time. And the waves are coming in for a Jax, for a Zaya with 4.5 items or whatever the hell it is at this stage. Like, this tower is going to go down so quickly.
It's possible that this is game, honestly. Dagda, our Red Bull Baron power play could just be the last play of this game. Hook on in, Feathers come straight back. Bean J's down, Artemis forced back onto the fountain. Onto the Nexus towers they go. Kiaya is low though. Health bars are starting to blink on the side of Gam, but Slater still untouched, still with a GA, and still just firing away. Slater destroying Team Wales in this one as Gam go 2-1 up in the series. Sparta tries to save the day, but it's too little and it's too late.
And again, we're seeing that Gam want to keep Team Wales in their spot. Second seed from the BCS is Team Wales in second place in this game. It started off so well for them, controlling the early stages, finding those opportunities. But again, this desync when it comes towards setting up vision, getting control outside of the lanes, and BJ getting caught out repeatedly means that Gam find their moment to spring back into the game.
They certainly have, and what a spring back it was. And I feel like, again, very reminiscent of game number 1, where Team Wales actually looking pretty good in the early game. Couple of mistakes happen. Gam pounce. The second that Team Wales make a mistake against Gam, it feels like this, like they start to dance in the game. You know, there's that tempo going in their favor, and it's play after play after play at that point.
Yeah, and again, it's like you kind of find these moments for Team Wales where they're like, oh, let's try and use the Weaver's Wall to look and find that moment to try and strike back. But it was just a little bit out of position where it was like, oh, we can't quite get Glory there, or we can't quite get the follow-up that we need, either on the mid lane play or on the last Dragon play. And that's where Gam are just like, cool, as long as we play it slow, we play off of Caddy's the Accelerate Shock Blast, we're going to be in a great spot.
Well, so far, 2-1 to Gam. And in the VCS finals, it was a 3-1 win for Gam in the end. Team Wales up against it now. Let's break this one down.
Sorry, I think I might have to break up the fight here.
You got something to say?
Are you okay, GB? Do you need some backup?
Listen.
Yeah, I'm listening. Explain yourself.
That was a mistake.
What part?
There
were multiple mistakes.
No, there was a great early game. I felt
That's true.
That was a cool early game.
Yeah.
And then we felt bad. We just felt
For
bad.
us?
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now you got to play one more game.
This is amazing, right? We're settling our differences here on the analyst desk. I know it's been tough back here, you know, during the games, you know, arguments back and forth, who's banning what. But here's that great early game you're talking about. Binge, aka Bean J, got off to an amazing start, Raz.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to make Raz talk about Bean J.
Can you talk about the early game? Sorry, I thought I was Team Wales. Raz, you take it away with Team Wales.
Okay, we got a great dive.
Yeah.
Right? So we wanted to get Slater ahead because he is just the better player than Artemis. But then, unfortunately, BJ did punish us just a bit. This team fight around Drake hurt. That was a great Cataclysm and then EQ away to disengage. And then once the Talia started to join up, we started to get run down.
Listen, we were saying on the broadcast, we're already saying here, it's over. Like, just looking at the early game. And this is just series fight as well. It's been a lot back and forth with Levi actually getting ahead of BJ, but BJ's really, I think it really struck back in that game specifically, and on the Jarvan, we talked about it. He is just a huge threat on that pick specifically. So if we ignore the rest of the game, past, let's say, 16 minutes, I think this was a really good game for Wales.
I don't think the producers are ready.
I literally think Goldberg turned to me during the game. It's like, yeah, post 14 minutes, though. Like, right now, Bean J is 4-0-3, but it's about to go very different than 2 deaths in a row. I think there were a lot of picks, I think, that happened inside the enemy jungle, some side lanes, a little bit of overextension in the mid.
Yeah, you know, like, Bean J's he's a morning person, you know? He's up there early in the morning, ready to grind, and then by midday, it's like he's taking a little bit of a nap.
True.
He's forgetting a few things. Like
he's crashed a little bit.
We've all fallen asleep on The Office before, right, Raz?
Yes, maybe he needs a little Red Bull.
No, maybe he does. If we can get on the
case
case with a Red Bull for being ASAP, that'd be great.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at, there was a crazy team fight inside of the mid lane. I think this is one where Slater's even diving underneath the tower to finish off Bean J.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is where it also starts getting wrong, where it's just these random picks again. And I mean, this one should never really happen happen if you are Team Wales. It's not like it accumulates to anything after. It's just a lot of random kills.
Yeah.
But when you're in the team that's so solidified in the lead, you shouldn't start trading even. You should start winning the fights where you then translate it into an objective. You can still see there's a top side still standing. There's a tier 2 mid lane that can get really pushed in and then give you more vision around the Dragon or the Baron.
Ooh.
And a lot of credit has to go to Kati. You know, I've been all about the glory hype. He's been my favorite. But, I mean,
yeah, it's
Kati's been outperforming him this series.
Yeah, I felt like that was
that was difficult.
That was glory choking a little bit too.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's a little.
My bad.
That's fair. That's fair. I think you and him are synonymous with each other.
Oh God.
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal.
One point that I wanted to make: the comp was actually much higher than expected. Talking about the draft a little bit, we saw a huge change up. We saw the Sejuani into J4. I was scared. Honestly,
you should have been. I was happy.
I was like, we let J4 go. He's actually fed off the early game. But then you could see in the prior fight, it was really difficult to get past the Sejuani. I thought Slater had an excellent game in team fighting because it was difficult for the Renekton and really anyone to get on top of him. Meanwhile, as you saw the snipes. So just in general, great team fight. Really difficult to dive. We might see a change up going into the next game for just a top lane matchup. Just because I think generally Renekton is just harder to play out in team fights if you're not playing creatively. If you're playing front to back, it's tough.
That was really my biggest complaint about the pick as well, because laning phase, it still worked. And I was really surprised with how well Sparta actually piloted into the Kiaya Jax. But then you came around the team fight. It didn't offer any reliable CC that allowed them to play around it. I also think Glory into the Talia has been super underwhelming. He's really not able to do anything with getting ahead in the laning phase or finding good place with the wall. Yeah. It seems like he's a bit uncomfortable on the pick, I'm not going to lie. So yeah, those two picks has been my main, I don't know.
When you compare it, especially like the Syndra Orianna, where he's been so dominant on. I also think it's maybe a little bit peculiar that we go for, on Gam's side, the blind pick Jax, and then a Jace later on. Like, this feels like a perfect Rumble angle if we're saving counter pick. Yeah. Kiaya's just been blinding top lane every single game. I'd love to see him with the counter because he's so strong in the top lane.
And I agree with that. I think a lot of it comes down to regional familiarity. Once you play against a team, maybe even in scrims coming into this event quite a bit, then you're like, okay, he's not going to play a Rumble. You're pretty aware of Sparta playing, the champions he wants to play. And then he just gets to a comfortable Jax picks, which he's done in the prior series. So he's like, this is my comfort zone. Earlier on, game 1 wasn't good, only because, made one mistake. So he just wanted to go back onto a pick that he has been comfortable on and just playing it differently.
Yeah, and to speak about that regional familiarity, I think that's why we see such a bloody game. Like, sometimes players are getting picked out in the mid game and getting lost in the sauce, but it means so much to advance to the next stage of Swiss and also just beat the team coming from your same region.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just this year now, Gam is 8-2 against them, right, after what we've seen in the series here. So it has always been a rivalry that has favored Gam too, and it also shows, not just from laning phase with some of the different laners, but I also think once you reach that mid game, Gam is more clear in what they want to do, and Wales at times just look lost on the map. And it's 2 games now where we've also just seen multiple members, BJ, Artemis specifically on the Kaiser, where he just randomly walked into that bush before Baron, where you just, it's not a fight, it's not a macro play, it's just individual mistakes suddenly just giving the edge to the enemy.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here is that apparently Team Wales has selected red side. I actually would have expected blue side just because Slater coming into the series I thought was going to be the target. But he's been getting Xayah pretty reliably, and they've been playing towards bot lane and looking for dives and getting him ahead and putting Artemis behind. And even if topside has been working out for you, you have been so much more comfortable throughout the year playing towards Artemis and honestly relying on his individual strength as a team fighter. And I think when Slater is put behind, he really falls behind. So I would love to see that. Not going to happen now that they've chosen red side. Yeah. So I want to see what the adaptation is.
Both teams confident in their prep, sticking to the same sides on both of them. Well, GAM Esports are just 1 win away from repeating the story of the VCS Summer Finals as they prepare match point with a spot in the World Swiss stage up for grabs.
Should be able to finish this one. No flash available for him. There's the knock-up. The counter-strike comes on through. Sparta wanted the solo kill. BJ, he'll get an assist on this one. But it is all Sparta all day long. Dagda. Tup still surviving the Gorgon Trigger. No! Kicked sideways. It's Caddy to finish that one off. And Glory goes down. They're so low on HP, but Catty protecting his team. Slowly but surely clearing this wave. Here we go. CC chain comes on in. He needs the sustain, and he gets it. Dashing on our Slater, flashes to find the kill.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
The first thing that appears when we fall apart. Until now, all inside in a cool echo the black every time we gotta come. The glove of the sun, your big soul, and she's on the grass. Skirt. See, all you know is on the floor as you hurt. And the guys are saying, I'm not allowed to go. Jump into, and put a new fight.
I got broken heart. 내 심장을 죽여줘. Tell you what you want, what you really want. Oh, please tell me so. 태어나서부터 let me go, let me go.
Let me go. 들어지지 않는 like a bar. 맞추지 않는 세상의 말. 점점 무뎌져 별난먼 걸 우리 사이 좀 숨 쉴 때 빠른 심장을 기억하게 오지도대로 뿌리 내리는 나무보다 흙탕물 속 떨어져지지 않는 꽃처럼 멀어서 Just let me go 들어지지 않는 like a bar 맞추지 않는 세상의 말
Welcome back, everybody, as we head towards game number 4 now between our VCS finalists. And now playing, I mean, one of them is a VCS first seed, the other one is the play-ins first seed. So we've got first seed versus first seed here, but GAM now 2-1 up and looking pretty good in that last game.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. And I'm excited to see now how they're going to try and keep this momentum going. It was what we saw in the VCS finals, where it was drop second game, but come back strong, game 3, game 4. And it kind of feels like it's been, again, catching out BJ at different points in time when he's overextending, trying to get vision, and then playing off that quick pick into finding that tempo to find 1, 2, 3, 4 picks, and then just build this massive gold lead. So by the time you actually end up team fighting as these team squads, it's actually just going in your favor.
Yeah, you can see Coach Yuna there on the screen looking very animated coming into what could be the last game for, well, I was going to say for Team Wales, it'd be the last game for both teams if that's the way it goes. GAM, though, advantage 2-1, but it did feel like Wales were winning out in a lot of the early game. We'll see if they can repeat that. We'll see how this draft is going to change as well. I feel like the drafts have been quite interesting. It's been quite a unique series when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, I think as well, like, we kind of got to see that adaptation where it's like things like the Maokai kind of stays consistent, but starting to see some of the swap ups with like the Kasante coming into the ban phase. Alistair being left open and making it the entire way through that pick ban phase. So curious to see how coming into game 4 we start to adapt. And if this is the game that puts GAM Esports into our Swiss stage at Worlds 2023, or if we will be going to game number 5 and going the distance to find out which one of these teams will represent Vietnam at that next stage.
That'll be the question. GAM desperate to make it back once again. But Team Wales on the other side, desperate to make it for the first time. This is their first ever World Championship. How incredible would it be for them to make it straight into the Swiss stage in their first ever chance? The first ever Swiss stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible. And again, it's kind of like, yes, it is a first time for Team Wales being at this point, but like a lot of veterancy on the Team Wales roster. Like BJ coming across, stellar player that's been around for quite a while. Like I think there's still a lot of people that you look at on this roster who have stepped up into these bigger slots. And it's a case of if again BJ can kind of correct a lot of mistakes, because honestly it's kind of been him as well who's causing issues for Team Wales as they start to come into this. But again, I think it's, you're looking at Artemis. This is supposed to be the year that he has his breakout performance on the international stage. Shows why he's been so touted coming through from the VCS, but has been relatively quiet, I will say. Hasn't had the best of opportunities with the kind of been on the receiving end of the Xayah Kai'Sa matchup, where Xayah just has that bit more control in the lane phase. Yeah. Oftentimes has been getting the counter pick for his own support as well. So he's been having a bit of a rough time. So I'm curious now coming into this if we actually get to see a little bit more priority on, hey, let's get Artemis into a position where he can be that playmaker, when he can step up and be the big carry, because we just haven't seen team fights that allow Artemis to do that.
No, not at all. And I do feel like that Xayah has been, the first play I remember from Artemis of this tournament was on the Xayah. You know, it was the Xayah that he started to really separate himself from the pack, for me at least. And we'll see if he's able to get it, because the Xayah, it has been first pick, it has been powerful in these drafts. I'm curious about the jungle matchup as well, because we've had quite a few different matchups. BJ bringing out the Jarvan for this third game. Didn't really quite, I mean, there was some good moments for it. I don't think the jump pick was an issue inherently, but didn't really work out.
I think again though, it's kind of, I want to see more from, yes, BJ, but also like working with Glory. When we think back to game number 2, it's BA and BJ been able to work towards Glory in the mid lane and saying, hey, we're going to give you the resources you need, go carry us. And Glory was able to step up really, really well in that regard. But when I think back to, hey, you know, I agree with what GB's sentiment has been is, hey, Glory was all pro team for me coming in for this squad as well. Like Glory was an absolutely fantastic player and the player to watch in this roster, but has been very muted against Cassie. Like I've been cheering for Cassie more often than not when he's like the Jace power shots are landing, when you've got his insane Syndra performance, him attempting in game 2 to even get control in the Victor and dealing like most damage in the game. It has been very Cassie dominated in that mid lane, and even when they're able to get comfort for Glory, it just hasn't been his story. So I want to see now coming into this if they can try and get something for him in that regard.
See if they can find, like you say, comfort for Glory. Or, I mean, I don't think he's been on picks that he's not comfortable on inherently. Exactly. But I think a lot of it as well is that Ahri ban that keeps on coming on through. Like, it's definitely the pick that he is known for the most. It's his most played from summer. Nico's been banned a good amount against him as well. It does feel like they're actively trying to mute Glory.
And that's the thing. That's why, like, remember coming into the last draft, I was like, hey, look, maybe just give Glory something on pick 3. Like, they're taking the 80 carries. They're kind of going, hey, look, we want to try and prioritize Artemis. And again, I think Artemis is kind of the flashy player on the team, but I think Glory is the backbone for a lot of this, and that's why I think going for an early Nico, going for something like even the Orianna that he was hovering but gets banned away, like trying to get some control for him in the mid lane is going to work out significantly better. And I've just been kind of disappointed to see that, look, it kind of like, hey, we're leaving open the Xayah, so Artemis is getting muted, and then we're just getting all of Glory's champions banned away because we're ending up with Cassie being prioritized early in the draft. So I think kind of having that mix where it's like, hey, we're willing to get rid of the Xayah and we're willing to prioritize Glory that little bit more is actually going to do wonders for this squad.
See if they can get those picks, if they can get themselves in control of the draft a little bit more. So head towards game number 4. I do apologize everyone, a minor delay in getting into Champ Select for this one, and we'll see what's occurring on that one. There's league officials currently investigating client issues, so we should be starting picks and bans shortly. We should be able to get everyone into the lobby and get this one underway for game number 4. And I feel like maybe for Team Wales, like a little break like this could be, you know, have a breather.
Yeah.
You're against the ropes now. We're going towards game number 5. You know, at the end of the day, Team Wales, they lost the final 3-1. You're against the ropes again. This has got to feel a little reminiscent. Got to take time, take a deep breath.
It can definitely be a double-edged sword, though, where you're like, oh, yeah, well, like, GAM don't get to ride on that high, you know, come into game 4 going, yeah, we got this. They kind of have to take a breather and can mess with some of that that momentum.
Some of that
but on the opposite side, if you're starting to feel a bit nervous on Team Wales and you're like, oh god, we're just sitting here. Oh, it's starting to mount. It can be both sides.
Get in your own head.
We are into our pick and ban, and we'll have to see exactly what's going to change up. Absolutely nothing for the first 2. But again, I really want to see this Xayah taken off the board. I think she's so underrated in how much control she's given to Slater and Pallet on that bottom side.
Yeah, so K'Sante banned away from Sparta once again. This time Jax taken off the board. So QUARTERFINALS won't get his own comfort, won't get that pick that can just hardcore outscale something like the Renekton. We'll see if the bans are going to continue as they have been. The Viego, again, GAM. I mean, look, if I'm GAM after that previous game,
you're happy.
I ain't changing anything.
We did it!
Oh,
we got the Xayah ban! I was going to say, look, if you're not going to ban away the Xayah, you got to bring out something like a Blitzcrank, something crazy for being that bot side. But I love that they're doing this, getting rid of that control for Slater, opening up Bartis Bay to actually play aggressive. Rakan is open. Maybe that's first pick worthy here. We'll have to wait and see. But I do actually think as well, going towards the even a mid or a jungle is going to be totally fine here. Renekton as well could be the opportunity.
Yeah, Kai'Sa going to be the lock-in the end. I can't say I'm too surprised to see the Kai'Sa go in there. But like you say, Renekton, the Rakan still available if you want to take that one for yourself. Or you can deny the Nautilus. In fact, it's already locked in. Taking away the Kai'Sa Nautilus combo.
And priority for glory. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Team Wales coming in. Get him onto comfort, set him up well. The only thing is, though, because you've now kind of shown your hand with this Syndra and this rotation, it does mean it opens up for things like the LeBlanc that we saw banned away previously from Catty to now come through. So you'll have to see if that is going to be the game plan. I personally think Palace take the Alistar here. Great setup for you. You can go well against the Nautilus as well. And you can provide that CC that's in the middle. But is this just going to be QUARTERFINALS taking that set into the top lane? Or is this in response to the bot lane?
Yeah, I think this is Pallet. I think that's a set for Pallet, to be honest. Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Certainly works well to set up the Kai'Sa in terms of getting the CC, getting those passive procs up. And there we go. That pretty much confirms it, right? A Renekton hover.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it once from Pallet before in summer. So, yeah, it is going to be the... once from BA in summer, not from Pallet. My bad, I was looking at the wrong screen. But, yeah, it actually is going to be a case of the bot lane taking this set. Curious to see how that one works out, because I think you've got a lot of things that are going to be all right to just go, hey, how about I just, you know, put in a Scat of the Week in there? Or how about I just boot you in the face and kick you back out of the equation?
Yeah, I've got to say, you know, Lee Sin not had a great tournament so far, but alongside a Syndra, like, you got a lot of power in that mid jungle right there. That is a lot of presence. And like you say, Syndra very happy with an extremely short-ranged opposing team so far. The Nocturne ban has been consistent so far this series, and we will see it again for Game 4.
Curious if you get the Sejuani ban as well, because at the moment it feels like a lot of things that run at you on GAM, but not a lot of things that stop the enemy team from running away from you on GAM's side. So I definitely think you want something like the Sejuani to actually lock them in place. That's going to be banned away. Maokai is taken away as well, so I'm kind of curious to see what the game plan is here for Levi, or whether, again, for Pallet, it's just like, hey, well, we've already got the set in the bot lane, so it's like, well, what does Cassie then try and play in mid to start things off? It ends up very, very wonky. So I actually love the bans that we're getting through at the moment from Team Wales, just getting rid of those engage tools. Okay. Artemis bringing out the Callista.
Straight up aggro here. Across the board, like Syndra in the mid lane, Lee Sin jungle. You've now got, as you say, the Callista out from Artemis. They want to take GAM on head-to-head, and now GAM have to respond to this in kind. They need to lock in. You'd assume a support, you'd assume a mid laner and a jungler here. The Wukong's still available.
Levi going to go back to his classic, bringing out the Wukong, one of the players that was still very much enamored with this champion despite the nerfs that kind of as we start to see it dip across pretty much globally in all regions. Levi was one of those players that was still willing to bring it out, and this is kind of the engage tool that we were talking about. I wasn't sure maybe if they go for the Vi or the Wukong, but this is a very potent combo with the Orianna there.
That's an extremely potent combo, and I just want to quickly mention, we talked about Catty's Jace stats. Well, the Wukong's no different for Levi. 90 basically 91% win rate over 11 games. And a 7 KDA in the jungle there, feeling strong. Rumble, a pick that we saw banned a lot at the start of play-ins that's sort of fallen out of favor. Could be the option. Or, you know, just set up for the big all-in.
I mean, look at the grin there on the coach's face. They're very happy to go, do you know what? Let's just go for it. We already know that we've got good setup. We can, if they have to play as GAM, they have to try and run into us. They're going to be grouped up. They're all going to be trying to come in at the one point in time. So if they go for this big wombo combo, let's just jump back on their face. And you've got decent setup here as well. Like if you can set up for a good scout of the week from the Syndra, you can set up for Artemis in these fights, you're going to be in a good spot. But it does come back to your point you made earlier, Munchables. If you don't get rolling on this bot side, you don't have the damage in team fights to have that consistent DPS, Team Wales are going to struggle.
I feel like Glory is going to be a focus point here for Team Wales. He's been reasonably quiet this series compared to what we've seen so far in play-ins. And he's going to have a lot of damage. He's going to have to be a lot of setup with that Scat of the Week as well. We need to see a great game from Glory.
And specifically working with BJ. I want to see this mid jungle pop off. Scatter the weak into the Sonic Wave, kill this Orianna over and over until the life is absolutely miserable, and then you can join that into the bot lane as well and make them miserable. The goal here of Team Wales is to have GAM crying their eyes out by the time they finish in this game, because if not, they don't have a hope of moving on to that main stage, and it will be GAM Esports who are cheering once again as Team Wales are left themselves with tears in their eyes.
At this point, Dagda, well, first off, I don't condone bullying, so I'm basically cheering for GAM now after that. I really hope they're not just trying to make GAM cry. But realistically, I just want 5 games now. Like, this series has been so fun to watch so far. We've got a VCS Finals rematch, and GAM looking to repeat their scoreline. They got a 3-1 win domestically. Let's see if they can repeat it here in the qualifications, but Team Wales not going down without a fight. They lock a full aggro composition. They are bringing it to GAM in the 4th game.
Already, we can see everyone spreading out across the ways, wanting to make sure that nobody gets any sort of vision down, because every single game, we've seen these kind of late invades to get vision and make sure that you're in an okay spot. We've even seen split maps coming in from game 2, but now coming into game 4, when the chips are down, looks like everyone's just going to take it nice and easy. Bit of damage across the Levi, though.
When the chips are down, pick them up and eat them. Delicious. It's not very good for you, though, I will say, chips. Trying to eat less.
I'm pretty sure it's a poker term rather than... Oh, so we call them crisps.
I was talking about,
what are you
like,
talking about?
Chips, as in, like, fries to
Ah,
the
okay,
wider
okay,
world.
okay.
You are right. It is a poker term, but I prefer to think about real chips. Team Wales moving in once again. We've seen this sort of invade. Did they get spotted?
I don't think they
on
did.
the wall. It's hard to say. Honestly, I think they did. BJ trying to get out. Will flash over the wall. Pierre might have to do the same thing. Artemis getting some stacks going. Not afraid. And the red buff will reset. I don't think that's quite enough for that to be a positive play. And we do have a pause coming on through.
Pause coming through, but I'm kind of surprised to see how aggressive that they went in that one. I mean, they didn't know that they were going to get spotted, but still, you're kind of late in the evade. Set's going to be perfect in those close quarter combats where you're able to set up beautifully with the E, the pullback to get the multi-man stun. So I thought they'd just kind of back away at that stage. And now you've got a Lee Sin who's incredibly low, trying to start off his own jungle camps, and also having no flash. If I'm Levi, I'm probably trying to invade on top side and use some of that pressure to see if I can get this Lee Sin out of the game.
That certainly would make sense. Hopefully we can get any issues remedied shortly. This Team Wales, again, like it's like you said earlier, the pause coming on through, you're going to be getting into your own head a little bit, right? That you went for a late invade, it didn't quite work out, and now you've got to kind of sit and marinate in that. And, you know, no talking during a tech pause either, so it's not like you can get on the same page as the team.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried, though, for BJ, because, again, he's kind of been the one that's gotten caught out at times, has now been set behind. I think this is where, again, if we were talking about, hey, play through a strong mid jungle, you're already kind of instigating that in favor of GAM, which is the complete opposite of what you would have wanted if you're a Team Wales fan. So I think a huge portion of this game now is going to be a case of, can Levi use some of these advantages to get control? Like, if you have Renekton who's in control of top lane, cool, let's try and bring Renekton to an invade on red buff off this initial clear. Like, try and get into the face of this Lee Sin, because he just doesn't have the best of sustain. Even though with the buffs, it's like if you're already starting off at a 3rd HP, you are going to struggle to get through this clear.
Yeah, you certainly are. See if they can punish that one. Whether or not he has to go for an early reset as well in that jungle if the sustain's just not good enough at all. Just clear one camp, get the level 2 reset, then maybe move straight up to your top side just to potentially negate if they do go for some kind of invade or anything.
Yeah, that's where it's like, I think you will probably see a hard pushing mid if you can, although I don't think Orianna can. I think Orianna level 1 and 2 can get control over mid lane, push that in, get a ward onto Raptors, at least try and spot out exactly what the game plan is for Wukong. Like if you do see him going for this full clear, okay, grand, now we can kind of spot out and go, right, we can make some sort of play. If not, then you just end up taking the fact that, oh, well, he's had to go for an early reset, so he's behind anyway, so now I just get to level 4 quicker as Wukong and then try and make a gank. So there's kind of ways that you can try and play this one out, and I think that's exactly what Gamma are going to be looking to try and see.
All right, well, it is Team Wales that have gone for the pause, apparently. We're still trying to figure out what the issue is on stage right now. But you know what, Dagda, it wouldn't be play-ins if we didn't have a couple of little technical hiccups.
To be fair, I'm kind of shocked we got this far into play-ins before they started to creep in. So, I mean, we've been doing pretty well. But it is going to be the long day, of course, is when we get the pauses. The potential 10-game day is when the pauses come through. That is class. Sorry, that side.
Do you know, I've seen that hamster, I'm going to say, a lot on the internet before. I've never seen anyone like hand-drawing it for a sign in the crowd as well. Saw another side saying, you know, hoping for silver scrapes today. I feel like this series, very reasonable expectation for Wales to push this to 5 now and give us some silver scrapes for our first series of the day. Then obviously our second series as well. I mean, I think that was an incredibly hard series to call. BDS versus PSG for our second best of 5. 2 best of 5s in a day, which is already a treat. But then, you know, Europe versus PCS. Who's going to be the one to make it to Swiss?
Europe versus the legacy of 4th seed, always disappointing. We'll have to see if they can try and bring it back. But coming back into like Team Wales here, I'm really glad that they end up banning away the Xayah, because I think when you're looking at this one, you've actually got opportunities now to try and play a little bit more aggressive towards the bottom side, even with the tomfoolery that's going on with the Lee Sin. I still think when you get towards team fights, Slater's had this very easy get out of jail free card, and it's not going to be an opportunity really for him to have that here on the Kai'Sa, especially with the Nautilus having that point and click CC. So I think when I look at this game, it's going to be easier for Team Wales to try and play the team fights and play for what has been Glory trying to set up picks, which we haven't really saw come to fruition because Slater's had that safety.
So if you're just joining us, Team Wales have paused the game right now. League officials in Seoul are investigating, and we'll update you when we hear anything back as to what's occurring on the stage. Hopefully, shouldn't be too big of an issue, and we'll be able to jump straight back into gameplay shortly. But until then, you can get to hear the dulcet tones of me and Dagda doing a bit of a podcast for the time being.
Yeah, see, this is what happens every time we try and do Fight Night.
Yeah,
every time we do Fight Night, it's like the complete opposite happens. We're like, we're ready for this, we're screaming, and then it's like, okay, well, actually, there hasn't been a kill in like 24 minutes, and we're like, well, kind of scratching our heads, and now it's just pauses to just take us out of all that energy.
Literally, the first time we ran the Fight Night segment was LGD versus IG. This is back in 2020.
Lucky versus Shie.
And it was like, you know, statistically, there was no way this was not an absolute banger of a matchup. Like, they both had incredibly high, like, champion kills per minute and
also,
all of this.
Also, it's IG.
And also, yeah, it was IG at the time. LGD at the time as well were, like, this big, like, they love dive comps and all of this. Get into the match. I think the first kill happened in, like, 15 minutes or something. Exactly. It was the opposite of Fight Night.
I still remember screaming, get the ties, because finally at 15 minutes we had something. But I'm hoping that this, again, will be a bit more of a bloody game. I think you kind of have to, coming in towards, again, Team Wales. Like, Lee Sin, Sindre, want to try and play through that. When I'm looking across the board at the champions on your screen as well, for Gam, Wukong, Renekton, easy setups, great dives, actually, post 6 as well. So it is against the Malphite, so probably not going to see a huge amount. But I think if Sparta can just try and calm the game down, keep himself in check, farm up, and just get to the point where he's a Malphite, the setup he will have in team fights is going to be insane.
Yeah.
But he does have to be careful of not being like thrown back the other direction by this set. But overall, I think he's going to be in a great spot. So this is, if there's ever a time for Team Wales to fight back, it's this one.
I have to say I'm excited just to see the set in general. It's not often that we get to see set in the support role these days. You do see it occasionally, but it is very much a niche pick. It's usually picked in these kind of scenarios. It's kind of funny to see it against the Kalista, realistically, since Kalista quite often used to be paired with set. Like back when set was in the meta, it was often with that Kalista.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's been funny to see Adam bringing it out into the top lane, because even the cast was talking about the other day, it's like, we kind of saw it as a mid lane / support, really, where it stepped out. I think it was Mark who was talking about it. It's just like, you just don't really get to see it particularly often in the top lane role. Yeah. But I think in this one, it's going to be a case of like, how aggressive can you play against this Nautilus? Because as long as you're able to kind of just keep pushing the wave and stuff, you're going to be relatively okay as Team Wales in that bot lane. It's more of a case of the second you try to step up or play over aggressive, the Kai'Sa, the Nautilus, the Kai'Sa and Set can turn plays around, and Kai'Sa can follow up very effectively with that killer instinct as well.
So we've got a bit of an update for everyone as well. After investigating a potential in-game issue with Glory, League officials have found that it was a monitor notification and not a client issue. Teams have been informed there will be no such remake, and we are back into the game. Fight night continues, as it were. For anyone that's just joining us, Pallet is gonna flash. I think that was Hex Flash. I'm pretty sure he used his flash. There was a level 1 invade. Team Wales tried to make something aggressive happen in the bottom side. You can see BJ, no flash in that jungle, had to flash out, and now low HP as he goes for his clear. Flash forward for Bia, but he's not level 2 just yet. Level 2 now hit by the Team Wales bottom lane, but Bia has to back away from this one. Artemis in trouble as now Levi moves into the mid lane as well. It's absolute carnage to start the game.
Artemis and Bia have to back away. Glory going to be in a terrible spot as well with no flash, and this is what we're talking about. Levi, knowing that the Lee Sin was taken low in the early stages, going to see if he can actually get into position here. Spotted on a ward though that was nicely placed earlier by Team Wales. So BJ will be aware that this is going down, but I don't think there's very much that he can do about it, as Levi can take this, smite it if he needs to, hit level 3, and it's just being a pain off the back of Cassie now having control over mid as well.
Moving up, he's spotted on yet another ward here. BJ has smite available, will take his big Krug, should be able to finish all of the little ones. Okay, level 3 actually, advantage for BJ. Sparta could move over. I don't know if they realistically win this with a Malphite at level 3 though.
No, put it back away. And my mistake as well, you don't get the level 3 off the tier, that's all Levi had gone for. Needed either the Krugs or the Gromp in that one, but we'll just be able to pick it up off the lane stage instead. And then
BJ was spotted there. He's managed to sneak in behind enemy lines. Pallet, though, in the meantime, moving towards the mid lane. Oh, Glory, you're in so much trouble. And he doesn't have his flash available after the level 1 red buff to slow him down. And that's a haymaker from Pallet.
That is the kind of support I love to see. I will say Levi probably doesn't like to see it, because he would have loved that early kill. Try and set himself up nicely for the Divine Thunder, but still very far ahead here with that play. Only losing out on the Wolves, so kind of matching the Raptors for Wolves trade there, as BJ is going to sneak his way back out. May look to... Yeah, I was going to be very surprised if he tried to commit towards a blue buff steal or anything here. Should just try and rotate down to this bot side, pick up his own camps that are still available that hadn't been cleared off his initial play, and then move into Scuttlebutt. Who am I to judge BJ?
Yeah, he doesn't have any vision of anything. He is going to commit to the recall in the end. I'm not sure what he was hoping for there, whether he was expecting, maybe hoping Catty would come and try and ward that brush or something like this. Not sure. Either way, Artemis in the meantime did get a plate down in that bottom side. You can see CS relatively even. And as this wave pushes out, that's kind of your opportunity for Artemis, for Bia, to look for a potential all-in with the Ignite.
Yeah, there isn't a lot that you can do against Slater, though, because he was able to back and get the longsword versus just the pot on the opposite side. But this is just really nice. Glory had already burnt the flash. The slow coming through from the command dissonance means it's easy for Levi to get in. And at this stage, Pallet, I know you want the assist, but you definitely should have just left that for Levi, as the red buff slow would have been enough. But still, nice roam from Palace off the fact they'd got that advantage against Artemis and Bia, and they had to disappear back to base.
He just takes a couple of punches to the face. He'll be all right. He'll walk away and go back towards clearing his jungle. In the meantime, Slider and Pallet have a huge wave to crash. Levi in the area, but I don't think this is a diveable angle right now, so he's going to be able to clear that one. BJ was sort of hovering as well, just in case.
Yeah, also with the reset coming through from Slater and Pallet again, so trying to see if they can keep up the matching the buy that just came through from Artemis. You can see he reset for the recurve, so trying to match fire with fire with the thread of Dirk now completed. So again, should have a bit more control there for the Kai'Sa in this matchup, just off the buy states, and also the fact that again Pallet has been doing a great job of getting into position. Smite away by Levi.
BJ, unfortunately, missing out on the steal. He's quite far behind in CS at this point. Glory starting to take control of this mid lane matchup. Catty, low on HP, low on mana. Glory at that level 6 mark. Like, if they're both low on HP in that mid lane, when you hit level 6, that's a big advantage towards Glory. Pallet flashing forward, so he's hit level 6, but it just doesn't matter.
Great play from Pallet, managing to catch Glory on the edge of that. Now we'll be spotting out Pallet as well, but I thought we might have seen Team Wells trying to make a play in towards mid lane. I was actually about to praise Glory for the advantage he's picked up, and now Sparta.
He's level 6. Sparta's level
has
6. He's going into the mid lane. It's a knock up there. The hook, though, blocked as the root lands onto Kai. He's ignited and should go down, but PJ solo on HP. Levi chasing for the kill and finds the 1v1. Pallet as well, low. In the meantime, Sparta trying to finish one of these kills off, but he just can't get onto anyone. And now Levi keeping the fight going. Levi, you might have overstepped on this one, but pulled back in is Sparta. Flashes for a kill, and there's a bonus. Glory arrives on the scene.
Gam just needed to back away. They got what they came for, but instead tried to overextend, and this Team Wales were able to fight their way back, and Glory picking up a kill on the back of that is going to massively help out this Syndra.
That is absolutely huge, because already CS lead for Glory at this point in the game is County wanting to go 1-to-1 there, but ultimately that bonus kill there evens up the gank that we saw onto Glory earlier on in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, the fact now as well that you get the opportunity to play around Glory a little bit more because he's come back, he has that level 6 hit, you still have BJ's there, he still has Flash as well. It means there are opportunities to try and continue to make plays in mid, because ideally that's what Team Wales was going for. You can see that BA was already waiting in the wings. They wanted to try and play around Glory, who's going to hit that level 6 so soon here, but Pallet preemptively getting into the mid lane, knows that he's just stronger than the Nautilus when it comes towards the 2v2, because it's a set versus a Nautilus. And then here, I mean, you kind of get the kill for Team Wales, but the fact that Catty manages to step away in the backside, also get that ultimate off, means that Team Wales have to overextend in this position. And then it's just Gam who starts to chase them down. But again, at this stage, Gam just back away. Levi decides to re-engage, and Pallet has to move in to try and set things up. But good flash from Sparta, manages to set that one.
I was trying to figure out what Levi was thinking. I just saw the Void Seeker fly up from Slater. He's trying to set up for the Kai'Sa ultimate, fly in, get the kills onto the AD carry. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Sparta flashes, finishes that kill. Makes it impossible, then Glory getting the bonus off the back of it. Sparta moves back up to the top side. And we kind of reset to 0 for a second. I just want to quickly mention as well, Dagda. I feel like we're almost seeing like the foreshadowing of the fact that Adam's playing later today. First off, Sparta ganking the mid lane, but also we get a set in this lobby as well. It feels like a very like pre-Adam series.
We'll have to see if it's going to be the Darius here for Team Wales when they bring out the gods, or if it's going to be a different or if it's going to be the dogs for Gam instead. But I think this is kind of in a decent spot for Gam from the get-go, right? Your set's doing perfectly well. He's playing aggressive, which is what you want from a set, especially in the roams, and being able to set up the team. You've got the Rift Chart now in your back pocket. Divine Sunder very much started for Levi. As long as you can actually get this down into the bot side to get Slater up and rolling, I think you're in a great spot. I'm a bit concerned about them trying to get control over mid lane here for the Rift Herald, just because if Bay is there and BJ is there, there's a lot of burst damage that can come out to Catty, point in case right there. And if you end up in a situation where you get stunned, BJ follows up, he has kick into a hook, you don't really get to play the game as Catty. So I think leaning bot into a play there is going to gain more for Gam, especially when Pallet's flash, I think, is going to be coming up in just about a minute and a half time.
Taking a little bit of poke there. Drake up on the map right now, and Catty down to half HP as they are fighting desperately for Prio now. You can see Catty doing everything he can to get control of this mid lane, but when your health bar's this low, yeah, Pallet moving over. Somebody's got to help Catty get this wave in, because otherwise Glory has a chance at an all-in. Pallet, I've got to say, it's been on point so far on this set.
Yeah, I mean, the pullbacks have been great. I wasn't sure if you get the slow, if he was going to try and worm his way in behind there to get the ult, but you can see his flash just now back off cooldown, and this is where you got to get dangerous.
Levi gets the Drake as we're all grouped up. Sparta has the ultimate available. They're just going to go for the closest target, but that's a Wukong across everyone, and Pallet finds one. Slater flies in from the side, and it's more kills into the pocket of Pallet.
Beautiful positioning from Levi. I think Team Wales assumed that he'd gone over the wall with the clone, and that's why they weren't worried about him. But Levi just hiding in the pit, knowing there's no vision there for Team Wales, and Gam strike perfectly back onto the play.
I mean, Pallet, 3-1 and 3 right now, 100% kill participation, and a hat trick on this set. It's not a meta pick, but it's working beautifully.
So we see here Team Wales try to take the fight. The Dragon goes down, and they see Levi exit into the pit. So they assume, oh, they're trying to back away. Levi's going to go over the wall. But Levi doesn't, so actually sets up beautifully alongside Pallet with that gorgeous ultimate haymaker across, picks up the kill for him. And Slater's then able to use the CC that's already been there to follow in to pick up the double kill for the support. I mean, you've got to be happy with that. Look at that from Levi.
They are over the moon with that one, feeling the energy. The funny thing is, it's not even, like, the first kill he got, yeah, fair play, Pallet kind of just stole that one. But those two, like, they were the first one was a necessary kill. The second one in that fight, that was actually his Ignite that kind of unluckily took it. So it's not even like he's actively trying to take these kills either. So far, so good for Gam. You see the gold difference there, slowly but surely eking upwards. Over 2,000 at this point. Artemis as well. He's on this Callista. You kind of want to be ahead in this kind of game. And we're talking about Team Wales picking this composition that really want to scrap, that really want to go forward, but it doesn't feel like they can right now.
And that's the biggest problem. Artemis just hasn't been in a position where they can try and play off him because Pallet has just been, hey, push bot, roam elsewhere. Now, Spartan's in a lot of trouble, forced to flash because the ultimate wasn't up and available. And that's going to give a ton of control now as he tries to look towards Rift Herald in 2 minutes' time. No flash on the Malphite makes it significantly easier for Gam to position fights.
So he does. Glory will be able to clear this wave, deny the Herald. Oh, not deny the Herald, kill the Herald, but did get that one plate off the back of the Herald, and Kiaya already 2.5 plates in on the top side, close to a third one. It's Levi getting cheeky in the jungle once again. Basically the whole of Wales are here, aside from Sparta. So won't be able to do too much. Although, perhaps could look towards a dive on this bottom side. Catty looking for an all-in onto Glory, but the scat of the week will deny.
Yeah, just about able to back away. You can see though, Catty now feeling way more confident to position aggressively because he can get the kill.
Shockwave, Catty looking for a solo kill! Catty is destroying Team Wales.
Oh, hang on, we're still looking. BJ forced to ward off, but he's still got to follow the kick away, but Pallet's there! And 4 kills for the bloodthirsty support of Gam!
Pallet is taking them apart. This is brutal. Gam are here. Game number 4 is their game right now. They want to go to the Swiss stage. They want to win on the board.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Gam. I mean, Catty at the moment is putting the double Y into Glory. Is every time he tries to step up, Catty's asking why. Puts him in his place. And then on this, like you can see it here, Catty knows he's got the damage. Steps past the orb, so there's no way the Scatter Kumik can land. The shockwave is beautiful, and the clockwork wind up with that damage is straight there. BJ then tries to step into position, but the damage, thanks to that Divine Sunder being completed, 2 bashes sets him up perfectly, and Pallet flash, ignite, yoinks him in for the kill.
It sets him up perfectly, and then Set gets involved as well. Takes the kill. Pallet with 4.
Oh, no.
Look at the support goal difference. I have never seen a support goal difference this strong outside of Senna.
He's the second most goal difference in the game. I love these Mastercard Lane Academy snapshots where we just get to see that here is the stupid amount of goal difference you need to look at.
I will say, the slight negative for Gab is you don't really want all of your gold on your support, but at the same time, you're 8 and 3 up, you're 5K
it's also
up.
set.
It
like,
is set, yeah.
Everyone, you're kind of like, hey, this is actually all right. Like, I'll be able to make this one work. So, and they're making it work. Levi and Pallet have decided that they're going to go hold hands around the map. Now starting up the Rift Herald, keeping control over the mid lane as well. You can see they're starting to get wards placed around this area because they're like, as long as we can control mid priority, we can start to lean towards Rift Herald. Dragon in 15 seconds, they'll probably be a little bit late for, so if Team Wales are quick enough, they might be able to make something happen there, but I think they're a bit worried that if they go for that Dragon, they're actually going to lose their mid-turn in response.
Yeah. Moving the Hextech Drake next. And luckily for us, the first Drake of the game was Cloud, so no Cloud souls today, but Levi flashed away by Artemis, but the Shockwave, you can't flash away from that one. Will survive for the time being. That's 2 ultimates used, and now Glory forced to flash himself by Kiaya.
Yeah, though Kiaya still getting the better of that. You can see the amount of Merc thread value that's going to be coming out in this one between the Malphite, Nanos, and the Syndra. Means that he's perfectly happy to go toe-to-toe with Glory. Kati, though, has no ultimate. Needs to be careful. Sparta, no flash. But if you're all in the pit here as Gam, maybe this is where Artemis can come alive.
Sparta level 11, so second level on that ultimate. Keep your eyes on the Malphite. The ult has to be huge. Glory over the wall as well. Scatter the weak could be massive if Sparta can set it up. Pala actually going to bring Sparta over to the rest of his team. Still holding on to that ultimate as Artemis goes on to Kiaya. They got the Drake as well. And it's huge damage coming down onto the carries. There's another one for Glory. As Levi goes down as well. It's just disaster for the side of Gam.
The fact that Pallet ends up being caught out there is huge. He's kind of their big engage tool at the moment when Levi doesn't have an ultimate for himself. And I think Team Wales read the situation perfectly. We have the opportunity to take this fight with the ultimates, with the position we have, and they fight back against Gam.
I can't believe how clean that fight was. I can't believe how one-sided that fight was. They're so far behind, or at least were so far behind. Now with a Hextech Drake, and it's an Infernal Soul this game.
This is the thing though, watch as Pallet goes in here, watch Sparta's positioning. He steps behind Pallet so he can't actually ult him into the team. So he ends up going away. Kiaya is now overextended to try and get Artemis. Great cleanse by Artemis as Kiaya gets the CC. And then Sparta gets the double knockup as Glory is coming into position off of being forced away on bot side to then set up for the follow-up. Like, it is a beautiful moment across, like positioning from Sparta, the cleanse coming through from Artemis, and then Glory just getting in at the right perfect timing.
Great hook there from Bia at the end of the fight onto Kati. That, I mean, Glory must have felt so good to just throw an auto attack out at the end of the fight and finish off the mid laner that solo killed you in the lane. That's got to feel cathartic. And you can see the goal difference dropping dramatically from the side of Gam there. Team Wales still behind, make no mistake. 2,500 gold lead still for Gam. The fact that you can lose a fight that handedly and still be 2,500 gold up says a lot. His pallet already low, but Artemis has gone way too far forwards. He's just destroyed. Glory might be in the same boat as Slater jumps on forward to finish the kill. They're pulled underneath the tower, though. Slater's so low on HP. BJ surely can finish that one off. Needs a ward hop. He's still on the queue. Was it on cooldown? It must have been. Sparta and Kiaya sparring as well.
Yeah, still had the cooldown on the Q. Could have flashed and gone for it, but not quite able to get into range. That was very dangerous from Slater. But still, Gam get it back. Tower down, 2 kills go over in favor of just the 1 for Levi. So big moves from Gam to try and keep control of this game. But again, this is the back and forth we've had all series long. Just when you think one person has gotten a lead, they come back. BJ was trying to set up here, I think, for a kick, but the minion died. And that's why with Glory here, they're like, hey, look, we've got the numbers advantage. But Levi immediately beats them to the punch, goes in aggressively, just decimates Artemis with the shockwave from Kati, putting Artemis into the team. Then you get the follow-up onto the Syndra damage as well, and Slater just barely able to walk away from that one, but not so much for Kati.
Yeah, I don't think Kati's getting out of this one alive. Bia with another hook. Great ultimate from Sparta. Artemis being chased down by Kiaya. That's a lot of space, though. The croc might fall on this one. Doesn't have the damage. Artemis trying to kite away here. Levi has the ultimate available. Wants to try and save it. Slater will finish it off underneath the tower. Walks away with his life. Glory arriving on the scene. I don't think this is a 2v1 he can take right now.
Still top lane going down. Pallet, where are you off to, buddy?
Yeah, no reinforcements this time. You may have 4 kills, but you're still playing set. Everyone dodges the true damage, and they will finish the job off. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. Shut down into the pocket of BJ.
The tower didn't go down in bot lane. The charge didn't go across from the Rift Tower. Glory was able to interrupt it, so Team Wales actually fight the 1-for-1, get tower, but might be Glory who falls now that Levi has ult.
Yeah, huge kill there. Slater, easy finish off. Double ultimate used on the bottom side. Glory realistically overstepping, and you said, you know, the tower survived, not any longer.
It was so close to being a big win for Team Wales. They get the tower, they match kills, but I think Glory kind of breathed an early sigh of relief. Was like, okay, we're all going to push off, but Levi, as you called out in that play, held on to that ultimate for so long that they just must have assumed it wasn't up or that it was used, and then he ends up coming into the lane to kill off Glory. So now you get full vision control on the spot side for Dragon in a minute's time and wave push. This is where you can try and set up for second Dragon very easily as Gam.
And I have to say as well, we've been talking about how action-packed we expected this series to be. It's all coming to a head, Dagda. We've got more than a kill a minute so far in this game, and with Drake spawning in 45 seconds, you've got to expect there's going to be more.
But this is the thing, I think if you're looking at Team Wales, you have to try and play to pull GAM out of their comfort zone. If you can try and set up and play off the vision you have established at Baron, maybe you can try and push mid and draw GAM into this area, because if you're walking in blind to Sparta, to Glory, these kind of CC opportunities, it's going to set you up well. I don't think they have enough control over the bottom side right now to keep it in check. Though QUARTERFINALS a bit late to the play here, so it looks like Team Wales will be able to fight for mid priority and actually get the vision control that they need back on this river area.
It does feel like GAM with 2 items on Slater already in a fantastic spot for this fight. If Slater can position correctly, he will one-shot people with this build, and assuming he's not on Sparta at very least.
Keep your eyes on Levi. Flashes up. Ult just came up, but there's the stun!
Great combo. It's only onto the clone, though. Sparta couldn't quite find his target, and now he's just going to be chased out. Force the flash. Does get the shockwave out from Catty. We go back to the status quo.
Levi still has his engaged though, and that's where GAM actually have the advantage. You need BA. This has to be a huge knock-up from BA, but there goes Levi.
Levi into the back line, but there's not much follow-up from the rest of his team. They all back away here. Glory still alive. QUARTERFINALS getting into the back line as Sparta trying to tank. Slayer has gone so deep for this one, but he's totally alone. Slater versus the world. He gets underneath the tower, but look at the spears rendered and taken down, but Pallet saves the day again. Levi now looking for more as the hook comes out from Beer to escape the play. BJ alongside him, no ultimate available as we're just in full retreat for Team Wales.
BJ needs to start landing some of these sonic waves. The consistent overextension from Team Wales, because he hasn't been landing these Qs, is causing them major issues. See, that's overextend for Slater on the bot lane tower, and that's where Pallet's able to come in to finish off Artemis. Now GAM have control over Dragon, but I don't know how much control they have. Glory, TP available, now coming back up. Sparta going to be able to TP in just a matter of seconds, and his ult is just around the corner.
Yeah, he wants to go. PJ's just looking for a 2v1 here, and he'll find it as well. Levi pulled back in. No, great clone coming out from him. Sparta's TP'd in. Glory actually managing to hold on to his TP as well, realizing they've taken control of the play. That means he can just move to the bottom lane. This will be a second Drake for Wales.
I mean, it shouldn't have gone this way, but you'll be happy as it is Team Wales managing to get that play, to get the Dragon for themselves and some kills back, but messy stuff on both sides. Everyone is tossing everything and the kitchen sink at each other to try and find some advantage, but it's not really coming in for either.
And just imagine the world where those 5 kills that Pallet has are on some carries.
Again though, coming into this, right? Sparta, the engage is already gone. So this is great from Levi, but you called it in the fight. Nobody there on Levi to follow up. And Slater's caught in the pit. So Slater feels the need now to overextend to finish Glory, but he's in a terrible position because Sparta is just tanking all this damage from the backline on top side. But this Q needed to hit from BJ, because now Artemis is overextended underneath the tower. Pallet is set up then to follow up, and it means that they're not able to just have Artemis stay safe in this fight. And now with the consistent damage down, that's why GAM are able to try and follow up. But as he said, Catty thinks he has way more that he can do in this scenario, but once that damage lands, we've already got the Core Drinker here from BJ. He's able to keep himself nice and healthy, Conqueror stacked. It's easy pickings for BJ.
And I think awkward pathing there from Pallet as well, going into the pit to Hex Flash over, but couldn't actually join. So it ends up actually being a 2v2, even though there was 3 players on the map for GAM.
I do want to bring us back into focusing on items after the team fight damage. You can see Artemis doing some work.
My goodness.
The Nashor's Tooth just picked up for Slater. Absolutely massive for the Kaisa. She's going to be a menace now in these fights, especially if you can proc that ultimate. Or sorry, proc that passive.
Yeah.
Also looking at Artemis, Gwinsu's Blade of the Rune King. He's in a great spot. Stopwatch as well to stop some of these engages from QUARTERFINALS or even Levi if he manages to get onto him. So both AD carries are going to be firing a hell of a lot of damage in these fights. And QUARTERFINALS wants to try and get a flank off here, so you need to be very careful if you're Artemis.
Certainly do. And it feels like the next couple of fights could decide everything. GAM, they want this so bad. Did they get spotted? I don't think so there, but they've cleared it anyway, so that'll give away the ghost. Sparta's trying to move in. QUARTERFINALS still behind enemy lines. Artemis actually cutting towards it here, getting behind the play. BJ there to support, but Glory's gone down. In the meantime, QUARTERFINALS still surviving. The kick across the team here. Sonic Wave onto Slater as QUARTERFINALS should finally fall. Artemis still alive, getting one for himself as Slater. Kiting back. BJ with his team. Pallet pulls Artemis in as well, but BJ gets onto Slater. He doesn't have the damage though. Slater's so huge in this game, and Artemis is still kiting, still going, but he's totally alone.
He's the only one left, and Pallet is just going to keep him away as the rest of GAM get control over mid. Pallet can kill him if Artemis isn't careful, but it doesn't matter. GAM, they have the health bar on Levi. They're going to turn over towards the Baron.
GAM get their opportunity to take control of this game now as Catty moves in to help with that Baron. And this is such a messy fight for Wales.
And Kiaya is on a ward, so they knew this was happening. The cleanse from Artemis, it's a good positioning from him. But again, with Glory going down, there's not really enough damage there from just Artemis to carry this fight, especially with both of the damage dealers on GAM still up and available. This ult as well hits onto the clone. These clones have been getting so much value from the Wukong, where the Nautilus goes in, gets the knock-up, BJ tries to escape, but Slater flashes in to follow up on it, and then Artemis is just running for the hills. So you see work trying to be done in these fights, but there's just not enough if Glory's going to go down like that.
And now GAM get themselves a Red Bull Baron power play to work with. Catty, the missed timing on the scat of the week, and now Artemis has to use that stopwatch, but the entire gang is here. Catty the target, Artemis low on HP, but still surviving. No, Kiaya cuts him down, and Catty survives as well. Kiaya still full HP. How is this a 1-5 for GAM? And now BJ is going to be caught out. Sparta trying to just buy space for his team, but knocked up himself and will slowly be whittled down. Glory trying to save his Malphite, but I don't think there's anything that can be done. And Pallet, you're going nowhere, Glory. Pallet is taking control of this. He wants a Swiss.
Glory is going nowhere, but I can tell you where GAM are going, and it's the base of Team Wales off the back of a magnificent pick onto Artemis. That could be it right here.
GAM, call them cheesy, call them a roll, because they want a Swiss today, that's for sure. A 10,000 gold lead as they start to hammer away at the Nexus. In goes Beer to try and buy time, but this is all GAM. They remind Team Wales why they were the first seed out from the BCS, and they qualify to the World Championship Swiss stage.
A 3-1 victory, history repeated here today for GAM as they will move on to the next stage of Worlds 2023. And what a way to do it. Pallet was a monster on this set pick, working so well to find these opportunities around mid lane, to keep Glory in check, to find picks on Artemis. This was a phenomenal game from the VCS first seed.
Hugs across the board as well. These guys know each other, you know. These two teams have played many times. These players have played many times across the years. And you can see Team Wales not too devastated. At least if you're gonna get knocked out, at least it's a team from your own region that then qualifies to the Swiss stage. But, I mean, they've got to be heartbroken.
I mean, being that close, having that game two go so well in your favor, having some moments where it could have been your time to pick up that mantle and ride the pride of your region in towards the next stage, but unfortunately not to be the case here today, because let's be real, there was hero performances across the board. Like Pallet in this game, I think we got some incredible performances from Levi, but across the game, this entire series, Catty, for me, stood out. That guy was such a monster all series long.
Absolutely, and he will be our Oppo player of the series. Congratulations, Catty, on a monstrous performance today, showing up and multiple solo kills in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, commanding Glory. Although we kind of say, hey, Artemis is the flashy player, it has been Glory's been the backbone of Team Wales, and he just broke their backs, honestly, like constantly finding these big moments. The Syndra was absolutely insane. The massive damage in game two he put out on the Victor, and then even coming into this last game as well, the Orianna, some of these shockwaves, absolutely stellar, turning around what was the matchup he was winning in game number one, saying, no, I can do it both sides of the equation. Catty had Glory's number the entire way through this series.
Absolutely brutalized. Phenomenal stuff coming out from Catty and from the whole of GAM. Congratulations, guys. They've made it to the Swiss stage. And look, GAM have made interesting things happen in the, well, not in the Swiss stage, in the group stage of Worlds previously. Absolutely phenomenal stuff coming out, and excited to see what they can do with the Swiss.
Same. I am really, really excited, especially even after MSI, where they were able to get that big upset over Top Esports. This is a team that is capable of playing with the best and taking down and causing those upsets, and you know that they're going to be looking to do the same again.
Well, we're gearing up for the last series of the play-in stage, an absolute banger between Team BDS and PSG Talon. As we go to a break, let's take a look at some of the shots from yesterday's atmosphere in the arena, brought to you by the Oppo Cam. you hit level 6, that's a big advantage towards Glory. Pallet flashing forwards though, he's hit level 6. As we're all grouped up, Sparta has the ultimate available. They're just going to go for the closest target, but that's a Wukong across everyone. And Pallet finds one. Slater flies in from the side. Trying to save his Malphite, but I don't think there's anything that can be done. And Pallet, you're going nowhere, Glory. Pallet is taking control of this. He wants a Swiss.
What's your play?
See the prize and it's mine, ain't no option. I am on fire, you just tired, heat exhaustion. Yeah, boy, you fired, yeah, surprise, I'm the boss now. Re-strategize, you can try, this is high. Impact, feedback, erase, better retract. Used to kill, but I gave it up, but you stepping up on my relapse. Let's get it going, start the show. Tell your king came to overthrow. Next thing you know, I'm at your throat. Didn't even see me coming, did you though? Ain't no way you can keep up. Hey, keep up. I've been waiting. Come and get me. Ain't no way you can keep up. Nah, I've been waiting. Let me see. Make them holler, make them bleed. How you gonna keep up? Come and get me. Come and get me. If you can keep up. 1 and 2 and 3 to the 4. I won't be staying long, I just can't let you know. Ain't playing with you puppets, y'all can't mess with your pet toe. I drop in Mary Poppins, ain't no stopping, so let's go. Let's get it in, let's finish this. When the game tired, just send me in. Whole crew, we militant, we just come through and break ligaments. Your crew need medicine, y'all big dogs and we elephants. You don't want trouble, don't let us in. You ain't ready now, you ain't relevant. Ain't no way you can keep up. Keep up. Said I'll be waiting, so come and get me. Ain't no way you can keep up. Waiting, let me see. Make them holler, make them bleed. How you gonna keep up? Come and get me. Come and get me. Only if you can keep up.
in this featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have finally had the two teams favored going into play-ins face off against each other in an epic best-of-5 with everything on the line. For BDS, it may not have been completely smooth sailings, but jungler Sheo has shown brilliance using aggression and creative pathing in order to give his team strong leads in the early game.
Sheo getting clever. Here comes the Bear Cavalry. Licorice is not ready. There it is, a nice bit of Gouda to get things kicked off.
Cut out for him, though, facing the last remaining team from the PCS and their superstar, Junjia. PSG talent has not dropped a single game, and Junjia is showing exactly why he is so feared domestically.
It's time in the meantime. Crop might just go down here. He's not got flash available. Junjia does, though, and he looks for Zales as well.
To carry BDS to the Swiss stage in his rookie year, Sheo needs to take down one of the toughest opponents yet in Junjia, who is looking to take the PCS into the next round and remain undefeated.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023 and the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. PSG Talon versus Team BDS for the last spot in the Swiss stage. PSG are the last remaining team from the PCS, carrying the hopes of their region on the shoulders. They go against a BDS that have bounced back the last few days.
Yes, BDS has been looking great. A lot of it has been, I know the featured matchup was looking at the jungle matchup, and I think that's really important because Sheo and Nuke have been, to me, the most important part of it. Of course, mid jungle, core of the map, and I think them being able to perform a little better around Crowny has made this a lot more of a solid matchup today.
Yeah, also super excited to see the first series of today come in with this BDS versus PSG. And I think it's, as we already talked about with the junglers here, I think that this is by far the strongest jungler we have in all of play-ins. You know, I was memeing a bit with Glory, but Junjia has been my MVP of the tournament. I think it's just been looking like he's been playing a Smurf game most of the time when he's playing the game. He just looks unleashed. He looks a cut above the rest and the best jungler in play-ins.
Yeah, he has been absolutely unleashed, especially like on the Jarvan in the early game. He has been taking over. But I do think it's interesting playing against Sheo because while Sheo can get active in the early game, I think a lot of his success actually came in the LEC from counter jungling, getting info on the enemy jungle, and making it hard to find those ganks. So we'll have to see how that plays out today.
Yeah, very true. And I think versus the Team Wells matchup, Sheo had some really poor games. The Gragas one, I think we want to scrap from our minds.
Absolutely.
But that's why in some of the replays that we saw coming into this matchup, I really enjoyed his Sejuani ganks. I thought he was incredibly creative. Credit towards their coaching staff and Goto1 as well. I think this team, when they are in form, no one in the play-in stage can beat them. The problem is just that we've seen individual failures that have put them into really tough positions. Last series, Game 1, huge lead.
Welcome to the inconsistency of BDS, buddy. Is it the best team? Is it the worst? We don't know.
It's impossible to know. One thing I do know is there's a big experience gap between these two teams. Obviously, PSG.
What the hell?
PSG are coming in with 110 Worlds and MSI games on Maple. Nuke's got those 7 games, by the way, are the 7 games they played this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is also the inexperience that BDS has surely lacked in some of the matchups where no one is really stepping up to be the voice that will make sure that the shot calling is clean. No one's really having the nerves, because I think nerves has been the thing that plagued BDS a lot, specifically against that Team Wales series that they had. And on the side of PSG, well, they're all veterans at this point. They're all more experienced than they are on BDS.
Yeah, and I keep referencing the interview from Maple, calming down Junjia before the series, like his first series at Worlds. So like it's
TSM Ras.
What? Whoa! Hey! Take it easy. I'm just a fan of Maple. He was in the LPL too. That's 2 for 2, okay? And Maple, there's a reason why we talk about experience.
Oh, yeah.
And he has the talent around him. This is the series where he comes up big. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, the most experienced player on BDS's roster with 13 whopping games at Worlds is Adam, and we caught up with him after yesterday's series to get his thoughts on how BDS should have improved after their upset loss versus Team Wales in the Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome back to Seoul for the Verizon post-game interview here with Adam from BDS. Congratulations on making it to best of 5. It was not an easy road for you guys, but you guys made it. Talk me through this series. Chaotic first game, second one a bit more clean. But how do you guys always do it like this? Nothing's easy with you guys so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I knew that we would kind of win today, because after the loss against the Team Wales, we had a lot of discussions about what would work the best for us. And starting from yesterday, I think we've shown pretty clean performances, apart from today's game 1, which is, I would say, I mean, BDS is not like we always have this tendency to go a bit slow, you know, sometimes. But once we're in. So.
Can you tell me a bit more about the way you reflected on the games yesterday? You were saying that you know which way you should take. Can you tell me more about this and the learnings from this one?
Yeah, for example, if you take a look after the loss against Team Wales, I was really frustrated, really angry towards myself and also towards my teammates, right? Because, of course, when you're at a world stage, you should not be happy, right? And you should also take accountable, you know, your teammates if they do something bad. So this is why, you know, after this we had kind of a big discussion, and then we worked all together to really see like what actually is the best for us.
Okay.
And in game, I think now everything's good, to be fair. So I'm really glad.
All right. My analyst over here trying to hide from me, but I've got a little bit of
Raz pen. He dropped it.
He dropped the pen. That makes sense.
I wanted to throw it at you, sadly.
Yes.
I do want to talk about some of the adaptations I've seen BDS make, because they had a really nice series of map movements in their game yesterday. They were forcing a lot of Barons, and I have a little illustrator to show all of you with their pressure on the map, and specifically looking for an early Herald off of good back timing. So here we can see that BDS are coming back onto the map with Shio. Both teams have their bot laners rotating into mid, because Herald's going to be spawning in the next 30 seconds, and they want to fight for it. But I want you to keep your eyes on Nuke, because he walks all the way through top lane here and is going to set up to just walk in with Adam as this wave crashes. He's not on any vision, completely covered by that control ward there. And as the wave comes into turret, he steps up so they can get this tower. He also had perfect information on where the rest of Flying Oysters were on the map, so this tower goes down very, very easily. He even sets up the Sun Disc immediately after it. Now, while this is happening, on the bot side of the map, there is a push going out from the Aatrox, and then in mid lane as well, Kai'Sa is first to hit the wave. But these three players from BDS are going to be able to get into mid before the two supports on the CFO side can actually get in there. So they reclaim Prio on this mid wave, but their three players, Nuke gets a big push in top lane, and also Adam runs into bot lane to pick up the wave that shoved in there just a moment ago. Now, while the Aatrox tries to roam back up into mid, BDS actually recover priority in all three lanes, because they were bullying out this position in the river and had vision control. Now that the Herald spawns, CFO try to walk in to secure that, and Crowny, seeing them, just steps up and is full pushing in this mid wave. At this point also, we've seen Adam get the push into bot lane. Nuke is moving down too, so while CFO try to use their numbers to get into the river, they realize very quickly they have completely lost them. So in this sequence, with losing Prio in all three of their lanes, they lose a tower in top lane, they don't get the response tower in bot lane, and this Herald goes over to BDS. Well, they just take a reset, accomplishing nothing. BDS got a massive lead off that.
You know, that's a really good illustrator. And I really love the wave bouncing as well, where you can see that they have to respond to the push coming through from Adam immediately, so they can get Prio again. Another thing I was a big fan of was the full send-it mentality. And I think this came out of the interview that Adam had as well, where he said that, listen, we needed to get something going. We were too inactive. And I think Baron starting, when you just see one member off the map that's going for a bad recall, you just take it immediately. That was something that BDS kept going for again and again and again in that last series.
It saved them in their game too when they had to Callisto and they really fall behind, dropped to level 1. Just being able to, yes, if you have a lead, just being able to really pressure them. But also, if you're falling behind, you need to find a win condition, find a hole in vision, and they were able to do that in their final series.
Yeah, it's important too, because in their loss versus Team Wales, they were not decisive. They kind of stalled out in the mid game, didn't do a lot, so seeing them go for the Barons quickly is very, very important. Now we can switch gears and see who our fans predicted to win in our MasterCard fan predictions. Every day, you can head over to @MasterCardGG on X to participate, and the results are in
Drum roll.
now, almost. PSG at 40%, BDS at 6%. That is right in the line right there.
Yeah, damn, a fan prediction of 50% as well. We might as well just throw a coin instead.
Yeah, that's a shocker for me. I mean, PSG just does look really good, and this is going to be the toughest matchup for Adam so far in the top lane with Aja. Aja is going to be a menace, so that's the matchup for me that I'm looking forward to the most.
Top lane matchup, jungle matchup, both incredibly important. Now, it's time to find out the last team for the World's 2023 Swiss stage as Team BDS and PSG from Talon face off. Ashin, Mark Z, take it away.
Hello.
It's a little earlier. It's a little earlier than we were expecting.
I was like, my mic in the right spot? I was like, what do I do with my hands? You know, but welcome, one and all, to the last of the best of fives, last of the series here in the playing stage, PSG versus BDS. We are the neutrals. We are the people who get to come in and be very, very neutral. We're not going to have any LEC biases or anything like that. You know,
We're going to see how this all plays out.
And normally you would see my face on a European cast and go, damn it. But here's what I'll say. I have cast a fair amount of BDS series. They have not dropped a game while I'm casting. The one series they lost and they got reverse swept or whatever, I wasn't there.
Yeah, and I got the pentakill for Crowny as well, so, you know,
us two together, you know, might not be your first pick, but you'll take us.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta take whichever you can right now. It's very early in the morning. Well, not as early in Central Europe, but we are going to jump straight into picks and bans. PSG on the blue, BDS on the red. And I'm curious right now because this is kind of a matchup where we're kind of saying like PSG have kind of just looked good, whereas BDS have been ramping up bit by bit.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting play, and so far you see the value of double Elim, the fact that BDS had a bit of a weak start day one. They've bounced back. Their first series that they won against DFM, it wasn't super convincing. It was slow and steady, and they weren't making super proactive plays. They seemed happy to just scale and win. And then yesterday, they were starting Barons. They were 4v5, and they were going ham. So I really like them gaining confidence here, now going up against PSG, one of the teams you would probably have expected as kind of a matchup to get out of play-ins as a perennial powerhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people's pick'ems are going to be very upset with this particular matchup. I think a lot of people would have said BDS and PSG to get out. But with all the bans coming in, one tree was banned, one shall be received. Therefore, they get the Maokai on the side of PSG. It opens up a pretty big kind of hole right now, because if I know something from PSG, Maple on Jace is kind of disgusting.
He played a ton of Jace in the regular season of Summer. He and Maokai can combo together. We saw it even yesterday, though it did not win the series against BDS. You saw how powerful it was against them. Almost able to take that one down. There was a lot of snipes on the Crowny, so we'll see if they can combo that Jace. Of course, neither Nuke or Adam are really Jace aficionados. They're probably not going to try and pick it away and separate that duo, and instead going for the Sejuani, which is what they played last time in the Maokai.
Yeah, it seems to be the kind of Sheo specialty right now. I know when I was casting the last series of BDS with Dagda, it is a kind of a little bit of a kind of sore spot, the jungle pool for Sheo. It's kind of like, right, if he doesn't get Maokai, if he doesn't get Sejuani, where does he really go?
Ivern,
yeah, the Ivern unfortunately found a way as well. But Rakan has been a huge pick as well, so that's going to be going over to the side of Labrov. Just, honestly, it's such a blindable support that you can put it with almost any matchup. And the Zaya off the board, it means that any AD carry can really go there either. But for PSG, I was going to say, they're going to probably lock in their solo lanes here. I don't think you want to leave open the Jace this low and going on. So you get the Cannon, you get the Jace, you lock in your top side, and that is scary as all hell.
I kind of like the early Cannon at first. My initial reaction is, why are you picking this so early blind? But knowing Adam's champion pool, most of them are not great.
Could you name it off for me if that's possible?
Dogs, Darian, Darius, Olaf, Karen, Set. No, we're still waiting for the O in Olaf. We'll see if he ends up playing it here, but most likely not into Kennen. I mean, at 6, maybe you can all in, but otherwise getting there is going to be pretty difficult. So we'll see when he wants to go there. Nuke going to tried and true Azir. Absolutely huge pick for him yesterday. There was a game where they were controlling 99% of that game, almost lost the entire thing, but Nuke was able to save it with his good Azir play.
Yeah, I mean, the good Azir play, and also the legacy of Shurima Tower killing off the Kai'Sa right before they literally nearly ended the game. So, you know, it's all mechanics. It's all part of the skill of the game. But now we're going to see a lot of focus coming out from BDS, just throwing in those support bans, making sure the Rakan has a good time. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nautilus ban, just something that can deal with that kind of front load and engage. And then for the side of PSG, honestly, just start banning away maybe even top laners or even AD carries, to be perfectly honest. Just take away things that can maybe kind of burn down a lot of what you're trying to go for here on this basically dive comp.
I like the Respect Kalista ban, something that people had not had on Crowny's radar until yesterday, and then they saw it and they go, that looked bad.
That's a beep.
That was scary. We're going to ban that one out. So yes, getting the Respect ban after one game on the Kalista. We'll see if he ends up going back onto Ezreal. Ezreal's here is a pretty common combination, but didn't love the early Crowny Ezreal, but maybe again that was that day one nerves where the team was not playing well as a whole. We'll see if he goes back to it here, looking like it based off these bans right now.
And that's the thing, Crowny has been, when he's been given an AD carry that can have agency, that can kind of go forward aggressive and have their own kind of self-kiting tools like the Zaya, which we saw yesterday, or sorry, the day before, that is the kind of Crowny that we do expect to kind of be able to pop off. When he is on something that's a little bit more safe, quote-unquote, on the Ezreal, that's kind of looking to more kind of poke things down before going aggressive, it's not as impactful, shall we say, but the last ban going to be that Renekton coming in here. So BDS, they're probably going to pick up an AD carry, leave Adam for that counter pick, and I mean, then PSG, they're kind of just going to bring it all back. I mean, the Kai'Sa, for me, in a lot of senses for PSG, would work very well here.
Yeah, you would think with one of the S-tier AD carries banned, you just go to the other one, but we haven't seen a ton of Crowny Kai'Sa actually so far, so might be a champion that he doesn't really want to play, generally speaking. And I will say, in the current composition, there's not a ton of dive to combo with, and you know, Kai'Sa technically slots in anything, but she's absolutely at her best when there's other dive buddies that you're going into, and right now that's not how their comp is looking to function. Looks like a lot more front to back, and the Scion blind is definitely leaning more into stable front line, front to back DPS.
Yeah, the gods, you gotta add the S, add the S at the end.
Slurring a little bit.
Yeah, just a little tired,
gods.
Because you've heard it so much.
And Scion also gameplay, putting you to sleep.
Straight up, honestly. But, well, we'll see now the Alistar locked in here, so it's kind of adding into that kind of front-loaded engage. You're going to go in with the Alistar, maybe even have a flank with a Kennen, and just kind of come in from all sides. The kind of AoE advantages you have with these ultimates from PSG is kind of nuts right now, and see what they want to try and put in. The Kai'Sa would make a lot of sense here for them as well, just to kind of, again, just add in someone who can just all in and just try and blow up a character.
Yeah, I think Kai'Sa and Jace combo together well because both have long-range skill shots that you can land and chunk people up at the start of fights, but Jace with Duskblade going hammer form, assassinating someone and using that intangibility to run out is often a really good combination that Kai'Sa can also follow up on, and we see the Zeri locked in after a continual round of nerfs, still pops into the meta here and there, and makes some sense, like we said, playing more front to back in this team composition, not wanting to lean on the Ezreal as much here because Kai'Sa can have a fun time against Ezreal if you ever get ahead, especially if you're going the lethality build and you're just pouncing on the Ezreal over and over again. So instead they go Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like for BDS, the longer these fights go on, you have things like a Zeri and a Azir, just and a great front line, you will start to kind of burn through these health bars very, very quickly. They can just survive that first kind of initial attack from PSG. PSG kind of run out of options very, very quickly. They'll need to kind of almost reset the fight, kind of back away, and then come back at the fight from a slightly different angle. Unless BDS can kind of, you know, basically make a big mistake there, I don't really see how PSG can really kind of get around that.
No, I mean, you basically either poke out at the start so that BDS can't walk forward, or like you were just saying there. And so, very interesting game one. It's a best of 5 here for the first time, obviously previous series as well, but it was rest of best of 3s until play-ins until now. So the advancement matchup to see who goes to Swiss stage will be decided here, and both teams opting more standard, get a feel, see how the enemy team's playing before you make your bigger adjustments in game 2.
Absolutely, and look, which is stronger? LEC's 4th seed performance at Worlds or BDS in a lower bracket kind of run? That's the kind of question we got to come out of here right now, because this is something that is going to be very much watched by a lot of different people. I think a lot of spectators expecting both these teams to make it. Now only one can, so you got to put your best foot forward. You got to start off the way you want to carry on. And for BDS, they have to make sure they hit the ground running.
Yeah, big redemption available here for the European 4th seed as a whole. It's had some struggles with Mad Lions in the past, and day 1 was scary, but they have rallied and looked a lot better. They also knocked out Golden Guardian, so some successes thus far, but of course you are playing hopefully for the Swiss stage, and they have a tough opponent in PSG who is almost always there as one of the powerhouses, like we were saying.
And PSG, that's the thing, is like BDS is the 4th seed from LEC. 4 seeds for LEC in Worlds Swiss stage would be nice, but this is PCS's only seed left. This is the only thing they have to really kind of continue on with the tournament. So the VCS already got their seed in. They were guaranteed after the way the bracket went. So PCS, they don't want to fall down as a, you know, kind of a play-in region that's not able to send their first seed off to the grander stage.
Yeah, and I think relying on Maple, who has come back to the PCS after that stint on TSM in North America, instantly back on the world stage, joining the #1 seed with PSG, and helping guide them. I think you've seen a lot of Maple's strengths on a team that can function and follow his leadership. They showed that graphic. 110 games of Worlds. 9th most.
I believe
maybe
9th,
moved up to
yes.
8th. We'll have to check if it's going to go up any more through play-ins here. But very, very impressive leadership out of him and helping lead this team through a difficult play-ins.
Yeah, for BDS, they're kind of these players are looking to make that kind of legacy for themselves. They're very, very green.
Most single digits.
Yeah, literally almost all single digits, if not at the start of this 0. And I mean, for people like Crowny and even Adam and stuff like that, it's kind of been a stage they've been looking to get on for so long. Obviously, Adam had done it before, but it just feels like this is the team they need to try and perform on. And for Crowny especially, it just feels like it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how much Adam can do on this Scion pick. I did call it boring. However, there is the other school of thought, the Baus school of thought, made in Europe. And we'll have to see if Adam wants to go for some annoying proxy farming, dying 10 times, ulting down lanes left and right. And it does actually kind of match up with the way that Adam somewhat plays the game, where he is more roam focused, more willing to take aggressive plays, and try and have a big influence on the map. And Scion can't do that quite well.
boss standard, made in Europe or fined in Korea.
I don't know if they appreciated it.
I don't know exactly how they feel about it, but Sheo, full clear on the top side, now looking to see if he can maybe make something happen here. Wave's in a bit of a bad spot for Maple. You can see he really wants to try and just kind of get this one going, but right now just very, very aware that I don't know exactly where this Sejuani is, and Sheo is very, very patient for the moment. We'll see him now finally revealed. Gonna see a flash for flash. Nicely done there by Sheo. Always worth trading your flash for the mid laner's flash.
Yeah, relieve some pressure, limit what Maple can do in the early game, and then just continue your clear onto the bot side of the map. Sheo already getting involved in. This is an interesting game to think about what each team's game plan is early on. I don't think there's one lane that you're necessarily trying to snowball. You, as PSG, probably want to get some wards out, isolate Asha so you can just keep pushing and at him over and over again, get some chip damage down that turret. And for Sheo, you can technically go to almost any lane at 6 especially. They'll all have setup, but there's not a single one where you have some game plan where it's like, we got to hold down this or save this lane. It's just, if we can get this Zero head, nice, or Zeri or whatever, but you don't have that many winning lanes naturally. It's a pretty even early game.
And the thing as well with BDS and how they've played so far this play-ins, it has been, you know, up until the last series, very reserved, very kind of calm, cool, collected. Don't need to go for anything too crazy right off the bat. But, I mean, this composition is perfect for that. The Sion will keep infinitely stacking. The Azir is a late-game god, as we all know. And the Zeri is doing Zeri things, pew-pew. And this is kind of the way you're going to go for it. But now Sheo looking for a re-gank here into this mid lane. Maple, yeah, he's going to have the Hex Flash jumped on top of him. They will get the knock up and the CC down. The first blood goes over to the Rakan, and BDS are on the board.
Labrov and Sheo comboing together again. They were fantastic yesterday as well, working together to make a play happen. Sheo burning that flash early and instantly the repeat gank to punish it. On the reset that came in, Labrov just showing up after clearing a ward bot lane instead of going back there, actually continues up to mid lane, linking up and making that play happen. And here Adam, very aware that Junji is right there.
Yeah, very aware, and you can see him just kind of constantly just staying closer to his towers. There's no real chance of a CC. Chain coming in. Now Junji's going to realize, oh, I'm caught between a hog and a very large man, but going to be able to walk out without any real problems right there. Adam, very respectful, knowing that his wave was pushing away from him, so he needed to try and just back away so he didn't get caught.
Yeah, it's still slightly annoying for Adam, the fact that he couldn't get the wave in. Asha can kind of freeze it here. Junji is hanging around, making it annoying. We'll see if they can actually turn this kill. It will be difficult with Adam having his flash available.
Yeah, I don't really see them kind of going for this one right now, but Asha's going to be able to kind of freeze this very, very effectively, and this is where the matchup really starts to become difficult for the Sion. And yes, he won't die, but he won't exactly be thriving either.
No, you are a low econ tank jungler. You know, you take your money, stash it in the
put it in your
pillowcase. Yeah, you're not. There's no investments coming long term for him. He is going to be holding on as best he can. And I think it does put more pressure on Crownie and Nuke in these situations then, because I think Adam has been one of the most impactful top laners thus far in a meta where I think top laners have had a good showing in terms of impact. Nice combo. From it.
Nice.
But yeah, I think you've seen Renekton's take over games. We've seen Rest with his Aatrox having good showings, even though they didn't win that game. You've seen that this is a pretty good meta for top laners if you're in one of the more bruiser champions to take over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Adam, I think a lot of people were expecting Adam to kind of obviously, you know, continue with those bruisers. A little bit of a slightly different look here with the Sion low econ tank in the top side, but we'll see if it has the same kind of impact. Again, Sions have been throughout the meta just one of those picks that you can always go back to, you can always rely on as the worlds and metas change, because it's just that reliable. That decimating smash is so good, just keeping the wave nice and trimmed down.
Yeah, and even when he doesn't have the best itemization in the world, like you said, just so much in the kit that allows you to scale up and be a front line. And I know there's a question of how good tanks will be. Currently, it does feel like they are behind some of the bruisers and carries, but if it looks like a good angle for it, you can always make it work. And on the flip side for PSG, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Wako. He's someone who I loved watching at MSI this year. He is incredible, and I want to see them get a little bit aggressive here soon. Start when the sixes come in. Hopefully find some plays with Junji and not just seed everything, because this is what we kind of saw at a CFO, and BDS was very happy to punish it. And it's something that I feel like is sometimes a detriment to the PCS region, where they are just too happy to sit back, scale, not contest objectives, not really go for anything. And then it's third dragon, you're 4K down, you're on soul point for the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, and you then have to fight every single moment of every single objective because there's nothing you can really do. And now you can see with Wako, knowing that the Dragon just went down, he's going to have to play so respectfully because he doesn't have support. And that means a free turret plate goes over to the bot lane. Crowny going to drop down a ward as well to make sure he doesn't get caught out by Woody. But I mean, right now it's pretty solid here from the side of BDS. The difference in the gold is literally the kill. That is it, and that Dragon now as well. But nice combo. Not really going to lead to much else, you would imagine. Maokai is coming, but knows he's on a ward, so no Nature's Grasp to really make this one happen. I will say Labrov going to bring the Maokai back over the wall. The Bramble Smash should just be able to kind of deter any other engages. But yeah, I mean, PSG, I mean, they looked for something, but I don't think it was there. I don't think it was ever there.
No, just you land a combo, you see where it goes, and you don't want to flash, you don't want to burn any ultimates, so you just take it and go. And again, the scaling continues. I think from a scaling perspective, PSG is fine. Wako and Maple are obviously going to be fine. We saw exactly how good that can go. With Jimmy in yesterday, his Jace was incredible. Kennen will always be a threat to squishy backline members if you can find good flanks. But BDS is a very, very good team around objectives. They're willing to have a proper setup, start them, force you into them. And again, we'll have to see if PSG ever wants to get aggressive prior to that. It is still only 8 minutes, and here they are starting off their own objective.
We had a little chat before we came online, obviously, in the green room, and we were saying, you know what? If this first game starts like that last game from GAM and Team Wales, we'd be very happy. I think it was like 27 kills in 22 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting that, Mark.
No.
I don't think so. I think it's being slow and steady, sadly, does win the race for either of these teams.
We're about to start talking about all the rotatos going on. Oh, wow, yeah, the bot side.
You're in Ireland. You like potatoes.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
Crossovers there.
There you go, man. The crossover
the
we never knew.
Crossover.
We never knew we needed, and you know what? We probably still don't.
We thought about it, reviewed it. Shut down. No, thank you.
BD came back and said it's a no. But I mean, yeah. I mean, for BDS, you're scaling. We've talked about that many, many times. But I feel like it is going to come down to that first big fight, potentially around this next Dragon in 3 minutes, because you're going to have access to all those ultimates. You're going to have the slicing maelstrom and things that can just kind of close in on top of people on BDS. And on the other side of it, BDS are going to have so much time to kind of, you know, keep everyone at arm's length. This could be the big moment that kind of breaks this game wide open, or like most of the time in these kind of series, I could be completely wrong and nothing will happen.
Yeah, maybe PSG will sack it, cross map, go to the strong side where they have the Kennen, get some plates down instead. Yeah. Maybe we'll just have no conflict. PvE game mode. Whoever farms best wins. They just agree at 30 minutes. Whoever has more CS.
The 1v1 All-Stars, like first to 100 wins.
Oh no, the Caitlyn mirrors where it's just farming. No.
Not the best.
Cool
Not the
idea,
best.
Execution.
They definitely should have banned certain things, just like holistically. It's like, these are not allowed.
Gamers are very sweaty and they will find the optimal way to play, regardless of how interesting it is for viewers.
It's a fun game mode. No, it is not. It is Caitlyn farming. All-Stars is a fun event sometimes. I like the tandem mode. That was fun.
Yeah, the arena?
Yeah. I like that kind of like, you know, 2v2 kind of setup. Hopefully we get it back soon. That was probably the best game mode we had since ARAMs got introduced.
I'm still spamming ARAMs to this day. Me and Dracos did not have a good day yesterday on the Rift.
the ARAM MMR has gone down.
Dramatically.
Dramatically dropped on our ARAM MMR, but we'll see now what's actually going to happen here. Minute 20 until that Dragon. It looks like PSG not willing to sack side lanes just yet. I'm going to try and put down some pressure here in the mid lane. Shelly will get her charge off, doing her favorite thing in the world, which is bonking her head against large buildings. And yeah, I mean, they're just trading it. Crowny's just untouched here on the bot side, so I mean, this is just kind of how the game's going to go. We might see it engage at this Dragon because there's decent war control from PSG, but I feel like they're just going to back away and just try and, yeah, just posture around, lose this vision, unfortunately, for themselves.
Yeah, a little surprising to see Sheo decide to go in there and trade ult for ult on the Alistar. It will make engaging on Alistar a lot riskier if you are going to get there first and have your vision set up, and Alistar is one of your primary engage tools. It's kind of nice to force that one out. As this Dragon will be spawning, it won't have it available. The question is, do PSG even contest? I like trying to break Maple out of mid lane, funnel some gold into him if you can make it a little bit riskier for Nuke to potentially try and wave clear if you can break that turret, but still 3 plates up. And then the flip side, I like BDS's response of kind of just ignoring it, letting it happen, and Crowny getting his own plates on the flip side of the map.
The big thing is now we're going to see, yep, Just Blade has just been finished up for Maple there. You've got first items onto the AD carries for the moment. TP will be available for Aja in a couple of seconds. It's just setting up for a decent spot here for PSG if they want to try and contest and take this Dragon.
Yeah, we'll see if Aja can get his recall off and finish a Mythic, that would be huge to get this Dragon contest more in their favor. You can see them already working down some of the wards here to try and find him a TP angle.
Well, TP's going to be coming in. That's Nuke on the bot side, just trying to keep himself separated away from Junja and Maple. There is another TP ward there, pink just behind the red buff, so that could be a place for Adam to look for a bit of a flank. You can see now the Dragon going down very, very closely, and they're going to try and push them off. TP from the Kennen coming in. They've already caught out the Dragon and taken out the Sejuani. They're trying to turn back in. A slicing Maelstrom lands onto quite a few members. Can they finish them off? That is the question. The Scion's a beefy boy, but not that beefy at this early stage. 1 for none, the Dragon goes to PSG, and they felt comfortable, and they got themselves the win.
A huge exhaust by Lebrov basically saves the team from getting wiped there, but it's still a big win for PSG, getting the kill onto Sheo, getting the Dragon away as well to stop this stacking. Here you can see the ultimate ridden in by Junjia, kind of forcing the rest of BDS back because they had a really nice flank, and Woody, despite having no ultimate, still goes in there, makes the hero play, and is able to get out, set up the Kennen. And like we said, there's the exhaust stopping most of the damage from coming through, and you can see maybe Lebrov would have died, Adam potentially. Would have been a much easier chase forward if all those health bars were either gone or down at, 10%.
Yeah, you definitely feel like with a Kai'Sa shotgunning into the backside there, if that slicing Maelstrom does all the damage it should have done, that's a very different story. But it's now 1-1, evens on kills, evens on Dragons, and it does feel like this game is just kind of scaling up a little bit more and more, but PSG know they have the tools available to them to make these plays happen. They could look for it once more again, potentially at this. Ooh, Crowny. Yeah, I was going to say, if he gets stunned there, he is almost certainly going to die, so has to flash away. Very unfortunate to lose his summoner there.
Yeah, a nice little punish by Aji. Getting in, getting the lightning charges down, forcing the flash. He did not have his own because he used it in that dragon fight, excuse me. And here I gotta say, I do appreciate the aggressiveness out of PSG. Yesterday when watching CFO, that was a situation where maybe they just go for the Dragon contest and then back off, but PSG wanting more, finding their angle, and Aja being the main focus, having that Kennen picked early and kind of calling out Adam's champion pool, looking pretty good right now with a 40 CS lead, being able to get way ahead, able to have a big impact in these Dragon fights, and putting BDS now on the back foot after what was a really nice first blood in mid lane.
Yeah, it really was, and I think that Aja is kind of being able to, he's got the coal, stacked it off, sold it, got himself very, very far ahead. Now, Adam should be able to finish off this turret, so it should be a trade on either side. Both these teams tit for tat for the moment as they look to try and just gain as much resources as possible. And with PSG picking this early kind of, top jungle mid, very much in the first 3 picks of this draft, it makes sense that they had a lot of priority here. It makes sense that the top half of their map is the one that's getting ahead.
Yeah, I think so. I like the decision here. Getting Aja, getting the Rift Herald at the same time, most likely going to drop that one mid. BDS, like we said, going for more the cross-map play, knowing that PSG has overloaded the top side of the map. You can see the goal difference over time, powered by AWS. A nice recovery for PSG here, and I think it's going to put pressure on BDS around these neutral objectives to have better setups there where they're not all corralled on one side. They have this front-to-back team fight. You highlighted the flank ward that potentially Adam could have gone to. The impact of a flanking Scion is sometimes negligible. The rest of the team does not follow.
The deadliest.
Yeah, you do your ultimate, you miss, you go flying past, meet up with the rest of your team. Yeah, it can be a little underwhelming, and I think with the amount of poke available for PSG, it does put pressure on BDS to find their own good setups, because if you're just getting chunked out, forced back by Maokai saplings and ultimate every single time, I wonder how they want to approach these in the future if they are going to try to flank Adam next time instead.
I love that you brought up the flank and kind of how Adam's not really on that bruiser, as we mentioned earlier. He's on a tank that the impact is not as high as it usually can be. And unfortunately, I'm going to, kind of have to make a comparison, is that if you ever watch the LPL, if you ever watch some of the Azirs we have in the LPL, specifically Xiaohu, he's the flanker. He's the one going for the crazy plays. Yeah, but that's the kind of impact he has to have, because when the Shy was kind of on these things like the Scions and the Orns and stuff like that, it meant that he had to be that impact player for his team, and I feel like Nu kind of has to facilitate that role as well.
We haven't seen a ton of crazy Azir engages out of Nuke. He's more the sit back, use it to disengage, go for consistent DPS. Whereas, like you said, there's a lot of Azirs at Worlds waiting in the Swiss stage who are way more on the engager side, the setup. And if BDS are going to win the series, maybe that's the role they have to take, so that way Maple cannot just sit back and poke with Wako until they find their own time.
We've got a lot of time. We've got plenty of time. We actually have 45 seconds of time until potentially the next fight, as the Dragon will be spawning, but Start to see now where these teams want to try and highlight. I will say Adam not finishing up his first item really does hurt now, right now. He really would love just to have something to kind of go for. And I will quote Jamada on this, is that gold doesn't make a big difference. Item completions change how the game is played, and that's just kind of so key when you're looking to try and contest these objectives.
Yeah, I understand what Adam's doing here. You have double magic damage topside if the jungler ever comes up there, so you go your Merc Treads early, and then even grabbing the Negatron Cloak can help a ton to negate a lot of that. But does stop you quite a bit if you're not going to just finish that item first, and you're instead going to go back to what I assume will be Jack Show. We'll have to see where he ends up going.
The Jack Show makes a lot of sense here, just because of you'll stack it up fairly quickly, and you'll be able to stay alive while you've stacked it up, so that's kind of the value of it. But Nuke now pushing up towards this top side. Do they look to try and burn down Aja before this really goes down? He will just clear out the wave, back themselves away, which means PSG get full priority on this bot side. They'll get themselves up the second dragon. There's an Ocean Soul. And I mean, look, we talked about how patient and calm BDS can be, but they seem to be a little bit behind on the plays right now, because that's a tower for a tower and a dragon. So PSG are already coming out on top of this trade.
Yeah, I mean, PSG definitely have a bit of a tempo advantage just from the fact that Aja will be uncontested in side lanes and can get kind of first move if he wants it. You can see there, BDS, without the Scion having his Mythic, perhaps is the reason that they are saying, okay, let's trade this. It's just second dragon. Absolutely fine to give this away and continue to scale. We already talked about their scaling options are incredible. Crowny and Nuke will both become monstrous threats in the mid to late game, and they did not have the easiest angle in there. So strategically, totally understand why they played that way.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for Adam on the spot side, but he is still a Scion, so you have to be very, very careful. They're taking a hell of a chunk onto that turret, though. Should be cleared out for now. Just about keeps it alive. But I mean, we saw the level difference now between Adam and Aja, excuse me. It just feels like it's getting more and more further and further. It's 50 CS now between these two. And yes, I know we keep mentioning it, it's a tank jungler. It doesn't make that big of a difference. A massive Kennen is still scary. It's not about the Scion at that point. It's about the Zeri and the Azir having to deal with the Kennen.
Yeah, and especially LeBron as well, being on point with your exhaust. If you're ever engaging and trying to set up and leaving your backline exposed, and you're not in range to exhaust the Kennen, it can be a bit of a contrasting priorities where you're like, I'm the engage. I'm no longer there to peel if the Kennen goes in. So this is a lot of pressure on him. And I will say, I think LeBron has had an incredible tournament so far as I caster curse him.
Maybe caster curse him. Maybe he was delivering Junja to the rest of his team, but no real carries there. It was the front line fronting up. The Jack Show finally finished up there for Adam as he finally feels he has some kind of presence within this lane. But, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think Lavrov has had a really solid tournament so far, has really stepped up for his team when he needed to. I'm thinking more specifically, you know, kind of being that facilitator, being the guy who needs to step up. I always think of the Braum game he had just recently there, and it just felt like he was on point with every unstoppable, or unbreakable, every single time he needed to put down the ult to kind of kite for his team. See if he can do the same, because like you said, he's kind of got an unfortunately, you know, damned if he does, damned if he doesn't situation of I go in or I don't, and either way, I kind of screw my team.
Yeah, and I thought the Terror game yesterday was great as well, having that little splash of creativity in your champion pool, because he is a lot of the times kiting back with the Braum. His most played is Rakan, so he is of course great on this champion as well, and here it is. Primary engage, of course, you have Sheo if he can snipe someone out with an ultimate and make it easy for the rest of the team. Or if Adam can land a huge charge, great. But otherwise, it's probably going to be him having to start a lot of the fights off for the side of BDS.
Mark,
how are we doing?
With
2 kills in 20 minutes?
I mean, you're LCS, I'm LPL. This is slow by any standards.
0.1 combined kills per minute is the gameplay I like to see. Let me tell you, I'm a pacifist.
I know, but it's just...
Unless I'm playing...
I'm an entertainer.
I'm a murder hobo in games. In real life, pacifist.
Get those Baldur's Gate 3 going, you know.
No one is safe.
Everyone must die. Thank you for saving our village. No.
Do you have XP for me? You will die. 1 XP? Give it to me. I'll take it.
It's like that Megamind meme. It's just like, I wouldn't say saved. I would say under new management.
Yeah, exactly.
We wait to see what's kind of the next big play. But I mean, look, Baron is on the table right now, and it was something that BDS were willing to do the last time, as we see PSG finally pushing in to clear off most of this vision. There is a ward or two just kind of hovered around this Baron pit, so there is potential to kind of spot out what is going on, but I don't think PSG are going to pull the trigger on this anytime soon.
No, I do like BDS kind of the way they've been moving away from PSG and some of the power positions that they've been in, I thought yesterday BDS flowed between their plays very well, and I think in a situation here with how much damage they have on Baron, they can look for situations where PSG falls asleep at the wheel. You can maybe get damage over the wall. Zeri can hop walls, Sheo can hop walls, and you can, of course, hit from free from behind. And so there are some tricky plays for BDS here if they ever choose to do it. And yesterday they showed a more aggressive look where they were willing to kind of flip some objectives, and maybe that's one of their avenues here. If they're trying to avoid straight up conflicts, maybe you can look for some tricky Barons, but PSG is kind of all over that right now, given that the next dragon isn't spawning for another 45 seconds.
Adam has done 1,000 more damage this game than Crowny.
How?
Yeah, that's the maths in my head wasn't computing right there. So I did get a little tidbit as well. Crowny is 12-5 on Zeri for this. So, you know, big pogs. But thank you to Depa, our producer, for giving me that tidbit of information. But I mean, hasn't had the same little impact. He is 2 items now, so this could be one of those things where you bait out someone. You know, you haven't fought them in so long. Now all of a sudden they're huge.
Yeah, well, I think this is the time to actually start contesting objectives. Like we said, Adam completing his mythic item, getting some more in his back pocket, as well as the 2 item spikes available for both Nuke and Crowny, actually.
Nuke and Crowny coming in there. It's a 2.5 item Maple, though. This Jace accelerated shock blasts are smashing. Aja looking for something on the side here. They know he's there. The vision is being hotly contested. No one really has a full control, but it does feel like BDS are the ones more comfortable with this situation.
Yeah, starting this one up, Aja is in the bot side, flanking a little bit, but BDS have control of the dragon right now, leashed down to that side of the map. And Lebrov is marking Aja, knowing that he needs to keep that exhaust.
Oh, it's going to be Adam dropping down his ultimate to get out of that particular fight. Now we might see the dragon taken. That's going to be Soul Point now for PSG. There is the flank, and they knew he was there, but they couldn't stop it. The cleanse comes out after Sheo threw down the Glacial Prison. It's a fight on 2 different fronts. You can see Crowny trying to see if he can put down damage here on the backside, doing decently into Maple. Pew, pew. Can he do the Zeri things? Everyone's flashing away. Nobody dies. Mark,
just how I want it. No bloodshed on the Rift. The objective taken. Everyone disengages. I gotta say, Sheo has been incredible with his smites this tournament long. There's been very few contested objectives that he has not gotten. This time around, Junjia is getting the better of him. That's 2 smites, I believe, that were contested, both going to Junjia at these, and now the dragon stacking is truly a threat to BDS on Soul Point for PSG, and a nice disengage by both teams. I like the way Crowny and Nuke both get over the wall where they are then safe but able to still DPS here. And while the exhaust was slightly late, it was not onto the actual backline member. So Aja goes in here, finds this kind of angle. Lebrov does not actually get the exhaust quite down initially, but Crowny's over the wall and safe. Nuke was also safe that entire time, and they're able to keep kind of DPSing here safely without having any threat onto them. And then Crowny hops back over the wall and forces PSG into full retreat mode. The problem is, when you do not fight consistently, flashes are always available.
Yep.
And the thing about BDS's comp is it actually has more mobility built into it outside of the initial kind of engage from Wako pressing ult. But Crowny has multiple, mobility spells in your E. Obviously, you can shift in on the Azir, but with all the flashes available, it's so easy for PSG to disengage once the fight no longer looks good. And this is actually when I want BDS to get more aggressive. While the flashes are down on Maple, maybe you can find a play onto him.
Yeah, well, we talked about the junglers, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Junjia versus Sheo, and so far Junjia has had the winning of it. Aja has a flash. Wasn't going to go into Crowny there, but I mean, it is all about the junglers right now. And with so little kills going down, it does become about these big objectives. If you can get that smite down, you change the dynamic of the game, as Junjia has, because now they're on Soul Point.
Yeah, exactly. You're on Soul Point. Also, it's an Ocean Drake, and so it'd be great for BDS against some of this poke and some of the saplings and the annoying things that can come through if you can actually go ahead and get some free regen when you get poked. Not the case so far, and if PSG is able to grab this last dragon, there'll be no more ocean spawning, and from then on, the poke will stick.
They've got a couple of dragons to get before then. 15 minutes of time before they would even really kind of go.
You know what? Yeah, let's sign up for it. Let's go to the 7-dragon dream. No kills. Just keep PvEing away.
This is like murder on me right now. It's like I'm building myself up like, here it is.
As an LPL cast, you got the scratch.
Yeah, I know, right?
Dude, you were supposed to be the Penta Penguin, or what is your title?
Yeah,
what is happening?
Penguin. I don't know, man, all right? I used it all, okay? I got 3 pentakills in a week.
You didn't save it for your best of 5?
Yeah. I'm sorry, okay? Crowny just had to get it beforehand. They were looking a bit shaky, But I mean, there's still time. We are getting to the point in the game where pentakills are actually far more likely than anything, to be perfectly honest.
We are playing 2 of the leading champions all time with pentakills in competitive play. Zeri is not #1 yet, I don't think. I'd have to double check it. She might be. She might have overtaken.
She might be just below it, because I know Gala got a couple of pentakills towards the end of summer.
Kaisa was, I think, the #1. It was like 100-something pentakills across all pro play.
Yeah.
And then Zeri coming out, you know, years later, shot up the scoreboard. I think she's #2 now. Like Jinx is 3, I think. I forget the list. At one point, I looked it up because I was like, kind of devalues pentakills on Zeri. Where you're like,
so many.
There was 1 week where there was just like 1 in every major region.
Yeah. Pentakill. Oh, maybe a pentakill happened here right now as we see Sheo gets a little bit caught up there. CC down. He's going to lose his aftershock and he gets taken down. Wako with 1 kill. There is the slicing maelstrom to try and slow the retreat. The exhaust comes out. Aja has to back away. He's taking a lot of damage and he flashes out. Adam is TPing in. He's going to ult straight away, you would imagine, to try and catch somebody out. He knows he's just too far away. PSG found an opportunity. They got rid of the jungler, but there's still not really an opportunity to go ahead and take that Baron.
No, PSG were feeling hungry there. If they get another kill or 2, maybe that is the Baron that they could take. But again, the nuke Azir just being so relentless with the DPS forces Aja back, chunks him out, gets the flash out, able to basically stall that Baron play with the chip damage that he returned to PSG. And so while it's a nice pickoff onto Sheo, and that is normally the most concerning member to lose around a Baron buff when the enemy jungler drops, they did enough to stop PSG.
See the team fight damage there, as you just mentioned. Nuke doing exceptional work there to make sure he was keeping his team in it. Adam TP'd in and did 0.
Kind of rude to put him on that graphic and all that. That bagel is because he wasn't there.
Yeah, it feels like we should have something to kind of take away champions when they're not actually involved. But now we come back in or look for a fight. Aja, no flash this time, so can't really look to engage. Whoa, Junja looking a bit aggressive there and going to take a lot of damage. And they shotgun on the backside. Wako looking to take out Nuke. Good flash away from the Shurima ultimate, and now he's taking out Nuke. The ultimate from the Maokai keeps everybody in place, and a double kill for Wako as the Scion is now dead. Sheo running for his life. It's looking like it's going to be an ace. Not quite, though, as you can see that the Sejuani should be up. No, he's been caught, and there it is. Ace 5 for none. PSG, they were just as bored as we were.
Wako had enough of this slow gameplay, just goes in on his own and breaks the ankles of BDS, mechanically outplaying them to win that fight, get soul point for his team, and set up the Baron now for PSG, breaking this game wide open.
Huge moment, and Wako deserves every single bit of praise right now, because Junja, he overextends.
Yeah, this is one of those classic Maokai, whoa, going on a ride. Did not mean to do that. And then this is a moment where Wako sees his angle, but with flash and ultimate still available for Nuke, it is a dangerous play to go for. Wako was getting super hyped up at MSI for a reason, arguably the best marksman player in the playing stage, showing it off here, making a monstrous play for his team.
I mean, huge moment there for PSG, and I mean, for BDS, it was just a really unfortunate moment there where Nuke and Crownie were separated, because that's why Wako felt so confident going for it. He goes, if I kill the Azir, no one is going to be able to hurt me. So he was right, and now BDS, they find themselves 7,000 gold down, an Ocean Soul, a Baron against them. They need to try and pull something out of the hat.
Yeah, and I can respect BDS showing up for these plays. I think there's been times where BDS is sometimes a little too inactive in the game, where they are not showing up to contest things and they're seeding objectives, or they're looking at the enemy and not going in. This time around, honestly, it's mostly been both teams show up and PSG just plays the fights better. They were trying to be aggressive in the Dragon fight 2 fights ago, where they tried to chase down, but there's too many flashes to disengage from PSG. And I think it's a question mark of, do they have enough buttons for Adam to make plays? This feels like a composition that they are not able to quite execute the vision of.
I like that he brought up Adam as well, because it feels like this is just not what we want or what we expect from him in the top lane. Like, this is not how he performs. And even, we were talking about it in the green room on the day they lost against Team Wales, where it was like, even on the 1-5 Renekton game in Game 3, he still looked like the best player, and it's because he's Shunja going forward again. He's pretty tanky, and they're going to have to try and help him out. He will eventually go down to the tower. Crownie picks that one up there. Eventually, he does get punished for going a little bit too far forward, but the base has been cracked.
Yeah, fortunately enough, Aja was just pushing down in the mid lane there, able to break that one, but maybe Junji should stop pressing W on Sheo when he has his Arctic Assault up. Not going to relieve quite enough pressure to force PSG back yet.
Whoa! Adam Maelstrom. He needs to try and make a play. He knows it. He tries to flash in aggressively. Nuke does eventually get away, but only to get hit by the Q, not quite going down. And you can see Wacko kind of corralling them, pushing them in, saying, you can't fight me right now. I'll take a free inhib.
And look at the power of the Ocean Soul. Triple Ocean Dragon putting PSG back to full after stuffing that engage from BDS. There's no need for them to back off here despite being in a 4v5 situation. They grab the mid inhibitor on the tail end of that, and they're just going to keep pushing.
Keep going, get themselves the bot inhibitor turret, maybe the bot inhib as well. They go for a little bit more. They only have the Baron for another 30 seconds, so I imagine it's take this and get yourself back out, spend all that lovely, lovely gold. It looks like it's going to be exactly that. They're even going to buff up the minions in mid lane just to make Shao's life that little bit harder. But, I mean, BDS, I think it's fair to say they're in a hole.
They are in a lot of trouble. I'm glad that they were able to find a punish there. Adam went for a play, flash, Q on Sion is hard to pull off, though.
God loves a trier, you know? Like, you can't say he didn't try his absolute best, but yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like a little bit of, I don't want to put too much, you know, words or feelings in anyone's place, but a little bit of frustration there. Adam kind of going like, we need to do something. I need to do something, and on a champion that's limited in terms of playmaking as Sion, that's all he could gonna do.
Yeah, I don't blame Adam. Not like he's having a bad game as Nuke is in trouble.
Oh, Maple, blue suede shoes, just with the quick step.
Yeah, the back step there, baiting the ult out of Nuke, finds that kill, and that might be game, honestly. There are neutral objectives not for 2 minutes, and they have open inhibitors in mid and bot. They might just try and walk in here, guide these super creeps in, and use this Ocean Soul to sit on top of BDS and just chip these turrets down and force BDS to engage onto them.
Yep, Aja has got a stopwatch it. He wants to go super aggressive, flash and slicing Maelstrom. He's going to TP, excuse me, he's not going to TP, and that's going to be Maple, the Spear of Shojin to kind of finish him off. There's even a GA onto Waka, so even if he goes super aggressive, I'm watching Junja to potentially be the one to go aggressively onto this, but they can just keep everybody here, keep everyone pinned back in their base. Aja's doing this work. He's taking away the turrets.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, even if you're not going to end the game here, it's keeping BDS corralled completely in their base. With that Shojin, they can go the double shock blast for acceleration gate. A little busted, I'll say that. And just poke down the next turret. You're going to have triple inhibs. Should you not be able to end the game immediately, you can at least use this pressure to fall back to the Elder spawning in Baron in a minute and a half.
Triple inhib. I don't even think they'd want to try and maybe even try and flip it. They want to try and end the game right here, right now. It's going to be on to Shao and Adam, or Adam now gets caught. He's going to try and have to run away from this one here. I don't think he's got the health bar. He does not. He's fallen. And the rest should fall with him. They haven't got a minion wave just yet on that second tower, so you have to wait a little bit longer. Adam trying his absolute best, but the towers have gone down. The turrets are dead. The slicing Maelstrom is just perfect. And they're going to be at the toe of the Crowny. Wacko goes wacky, but it won't change the result. He gets shut down. It's a nice little reprieve there for BDS and Crowny, but at the end of it all, PSG, they look comfortable.
They looked good. There was one punch that BDS snuck in on the first blood mid lane, and then from then, PSG bided their time until they were able to wrest control away from BDS and never really looked back.
No, really, really didn't. And then again, like I kind of bring it back to Adam. I mean, this guy is the catalyst of your team. This is the guy, I mean, Laura mentioned it in her interview the other day. It was like, do you feel like the main character? Do you feel like you're the guy who makes plays? And he was kind of like, not really, but at the same time, you kind of have to feel like when he's not on these big playmakers, BDS suffered.
Yeah, this was one of these games which I think will define a lot of the rest of the series. The early Kennen pick, cast your mind back, first phase, basically seeing nothing yet and saying, I don't think Adam has an answer to this. Is this suddenly going to have to be a first phase Kennen ban, or maybe there's something else where he does have a counter prepared and it was like game one, we just give the Sion as like a, hey, let's try front to back. And next time I'm going greedy and I'm a 1v1 this Kennen. We'll have to see where he wants to go from there.
Absolutely. But for PSG, I mean, they came in prepped. They came in completely ready. They said, we have a game plan. We do not care about bot lane. And honestly, like even then, it didn't matter. Like, all the top side was all they needed.
Yeah, we talk about the speed of play of the PCS sometimes, and BDS is also not a super fast-paced team. And if PSG are just going to have better objective control, better team fighting, better mechanics in those team fights, as we saw from Wacko, it's suddenly like, okay, what are you going to do from here, BDS?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Well, Raz's got to wake up because he's I hear he's dead on the test right now. Raz, are you with us? You have to take this, Raz. Tell us what happened.
Come on, bro.
Right, Raz, what happened? Tell us what happened, Raz. You didn't fall asleep, right?
Let me check his notes.
All right, do we got anything in there?
There's something about Levi and something with Glory dying.
Yep, no.
I don't really like this.
Honestly, that was the slowest game that we've really seen at the start. We had 2 kills for like 25 minutes, and then we got the wake-up smackdown of the century with Waco's Kaisa in there. Draft is up on the screen. And just to like recap what we saw, because there was more action in this draft than in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Initial rotation from PSG was fire here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you get this for yourself, you're happy. Yeah, I thought we were going to see more action around that since it's like Maokai, cannon flag, poke with the Jays. We'll get a few kills. We'll keep the pace up. But, you know, historically speaking for PCS, that's not really the case either. So they love their slow games. Where I really was baffled a bit was the fact that it was a 4th pick Sion and not just Kaiser straight up grabbed there when it got through. So I did my research and I was like, I know Crowny's played Kaiser. And I went to his match and I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 17 games has passed since he's actually played Kaiser since then. And I think that's a shame on this patch because it is, it can't even be argued. It's an ST80 carry, and you saw what Waco was able to do with it too.
And I was pretty concerned about the limited range from the composition because you're going into Jace, Kennen, Maokai, just in general, if you're committed to a fight, it's going to be pretty tough. So Zeri didn't really have that many moments. There's one.
It was close every time.
It was very tough, exactly. In fact, one of the Drake fights I know we'll get into very soon was close. You could see it. Burn flashes. PSG gets a kill, gets the Drake, runs away. I'm like, damn, we can't get nothing?
No. Honestly, it was such a strange game because I think you look at the draft, both team comps have very clear ideas, right? You have like heavy poke, you have a lot of like early push, especially on the top side for PSG, and then strong team fighting theoretically for BDS.
Yeah.
But can you actually find the engages that you need to with BDS? That's always going to be the question. Can you get the right setups around objectives? And that's ultimately what the game stalled out to. It was a lot of walking up to dragons and seeing what we could do. So first, before we actually get there, I do think it's worth pointing out that BDS did find some attacks around mid lane. They wanted to focus Maple, and they got 1 kill for it.
You know what? I was happy when I saw this as first. I thought to myself, wait, this is a really good setup. You get bot lane priority, you move Laprof up towards the mid lane, group around Shio. You're going to see some really fancy movement where Shio will queue forwards. There'll be an E from Rakan to follow up, and then the W. Like, it's a really good sequence where Hex Flash, E, Q, E, and then W on a Maple that doesn't have Flash. The amount of space that Laprof can cover because of this setup was really good. Here's what the main issue is. There was just like... It never amounted to anything, and you never did anything again with it.
Yeah, it was tough. And I thought they played it out so well. You're right. It caught him off guard. He was leaning towards top side because that was closer to the Maokai. I was like, I personally thought the Jace was going to get away, but the Rakan W hits. And for the comp, I was like, okay, you're going to play sides. Surely you're going to play slow. You have great front to back with the Azir and Zeri. Generally, as your frustrations are fair, they're fair. They could not find a fight.
We had 2 kills in 20 minutes, Raz. Stop this right now.
Well, tell me why they couldn't find a fight, right? Because we look at this early Drake, and it's set up. We got 10 players down here, but BDS walk away, and it gets stolen from them.
It does, and I mean, they have the setup. They want to go for it. TPs are coming through. Cheo dies. Now we're 1-for-1, and then the rest of the fight just didn't really amount to anything. It's a late exhaust, and it just becomes a disengage afterwards.
They've been indecisive in how they wanted to play it out, so maybe if they push up towards the Jason Maokai, they would have won out that fight.
Now listen here,
yes.
I see a way here where Crowny completely cleaned this fight. He has Flash coming into this, it becomes a bit close. I want you to take a look at Laprof, what he's going to do to Mabel here. He's going to Flash W him and try and CC him down. I think Crowny can just straight up almost flash over the wall and get in there. Look at the amount of damage he's able to pull where he almost gets him down. He's waiting for his E cooldown, but they're not able to do anything. And I don't know if it's indecisiveness. Maybe I am a bit coping there. I don't know, rewatching it, I just felt like I wanted more blood, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't think I can be faulted for that.
I mean, I think everyone wanted more blood. I do think it's really hard to play a lot of those fights as a BDS backline when there's Maokai ult, there's an Alistar, there's a Kennen sort of running at your face. So much of the time is spent running away that it's hard to go in. But switching gears, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, PSG's Waco broke BDS's ankles in the key Dragon Soul fight. He broke their faces too.
That was legitimately a great angle that he saw. Not only did he see Sejuani use Q to get away, did not have ulti, actually 10 seconds away from finding ulti. Zeri wasn't there alongside Sion, so he just had alone time with Azir and was able to get 3 kills off the back of that one. That was beautiful from Wako.
And I know we don't like Kai'Sa in meta too much, we see her too often, but plays like that specifically is why I like the champion. With the 80 build, standard 80 carry Kai'Sa, found a moment in the team fight where good mechanics and good movement can make the difference, and that's what Wako did there.
The only thing she had to worry about was the Zero ultimate, and she was ready for the flash.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really, really well done on the team fighting there. But with the loss, BDS have selected blue side going into game number 2. Goldborg, what do you think this sort of means to them in terms of their strat coming in?
Yeah, I'm actually not even too sure. You'll take a look at the bans here. I don't know if they want the Maokai for themselves, think that was good for setup with the saplings as well around those objectives where they struggled. Maybe easier going for a team fight too. But I think it's hard to say because I don't think draft could have changed much. It was really about the pacing for that game.
I think maybe get Adam into a position where it's you can actually get into a matchup that is more melee focused.
Yeah, the Kennen blind pick is something that will go on throughout the tournament. We haven't seen it too much in play-ins. I think it is a really strong blind.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the LCS from Summit. In general, it's great for strong laners, and it's only gotten buffed. So ban it, makes it easier on blue side with how many priority bans are on red.
Get that Kennen out of here. We're set for a close fight here in our second series, but PSG have the edge going into game 2. Let's see if they can reign undefeated here at Worlds 2023.
We have a pillow around here.
Yeah, he's going to have the Hex Flash jumped on top of him. They will get the knock up and the CC down. The first blood goes over to the Rakan. Damage the shotgun on the backside. Wako looking to take out Noob. Good flash away from the Shurima ultimate. And now he's taking down Noob. The ultimate from the Maokai keeps everybody in place. And a double kill for Wako as a Sion is now dead. Sheo running for his life. And there it is. Ace 5 for none. PSG. They were just as bored as we were. Have to wait a little bit longer. Adam trying his absolute best, but the towers have gone down. The turrets are dead. The slicing maelstrom is just perfect. At the end of it all, PSG, they look comfortable.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Guy
welcome back one and all as we see PSG take a 1-0 advantage in their quest to get themselves yeah, see? They know. Wolf gets it, man. They know what to do it. They know how to go for it. But, I mean, that's exactly what we want to be seeing from Adam. Thank you for showing us on the screen. This is Mark. I'm Oshi.
Yeah, we all agree Wolf.
Or Mo. M-O.
I'm not
You were
with
not
it. Dude,
with
that
it
last
today.
game, I was actually just asleep and my mouth was moving on its own.
It's just incredible ventriloquism.
Yeah, you were actually doing both spots. No one knew that his co-caster fell asleep.
Seamless.
All right, so to give credit to PSG, 1, they executed their comp very well. 2, I think their draft prep, in hindsight, is even better than I thought it was. I liked initially the call out on the what is Adam going to play if we just early pick Kennen. Didn't love the first answer that we saw there. But then also, just with the Xayah ban, as we see the Kennen ban from BDS, not wanting a repeat of that. But Crowny not wanting to play Kai'Sa at all, meaning that you can get that for free later as one of the other S-tier picks. And the Zeri was not really great. Who knows how much of that was just the team not being super proactive. The Ezreal was something that you did not want to see either, I think. So there's a question of, what else does BDS have in the tank now, or has this lower bracket run given PSG enough data to make this a quick series? We've seen that before, like, for example, in the LCK, where it felt like T1 kind of got figured out as you watch more and more throughout that playoff run.
Yeah, and it does feel like for BDS, like that last comp worked like earlier in the year. That was your front-to-back team fight. You were maybe against the Cassante up in top side rather than the Kennen or something like that, and that's where that Zeri kind of front-to-back team fight on both sides ends up being beneficial. This time, BDS do not want to try that anymore. They want to go for something that gives Adam some agency, and with the Maokai replacing the Renekton ban on the side of PSG, they're going to first pick the Renekton.
Yep, grabbing that one up here for Adam. People always get mad that it's not gods, it's gourds, but we're happy with the gourds. We'll take the R snuck in there. And I think Adam's Renekton has been pretty good, so happy to see him with a little bit higher lane agency champion.
Something you can have a bit more emphasis on. Something that Sheo can also go up to as well. We've seen Sheo kind of obviously leaning very heavily onto the Sejuani. When you have a Sejuani with that passive and you obviously want to try and get that CC down, the Renekton is a perfect combination. So I want to see them really try and lock that in if they can. Rel gets locked in here for Woody, you would imagine, as we haven't really seen many junglers, if any at all, to be honest with you, going for the jungle Rel anymore. It does feel like it is definitely a solid support pick for the moment. But now, the Kai'Sa locked in again. BDS will have an opportunity to kind of pick into something. But again, like, you're branding. I feel like the prep from PSG has been so solid because they really do feel like, especially in the bot side, they're kind of going, cool, the Kai'Sa's never going to be in any real danger. And we can just kind of, you know, let you pick whatever the hell you want outside of the Xayah.
Yeah, and I expect if they do not take Crowny's champion here in this 2-3 phase, that PSG will yet again ban the Kalista. So, of course, BDS on the same page, picking up the Kalista before it can get to that phase 2 bans here. Probably go support as well. We'll see if they want to go the Recon, or maybe they'll just hold support in case they see another nice Taric angle. But the Jace for Maple was very, very good. So maybe they just combo the Jace early on and continue that kind of poke core. You do not have the Maokai to set it up. And Maokai Jace, I cannot overstate how annoying and obnoxious that is when you're trying to set up around objectives. You get slowed into the Shock Blast. We'll see if they want to go because they have the tools there already a little bit.
And it does feel like as well, though, for BDS, if they do want to go for that Jace, it would mean that you're very AD reliant and you're looking at things like a Rel, maybe even a Poppy. They will have a very easy time just building up those resistances and coming into those mid-game team fights. Very, very hard for a Kalista to try and burn them down as quick as she would probably like. But for now, the Nautilus gets locked in here for BDS, and the Poppy gets locked in as well for Aja. So PSG, they're building to kind of just, you know, almost have a front-to-back themselves this time.
This looks like a matched lanes situation. Of course, technically, a lot of these can be flexed. You can see Rel go jungle. Like you said, Poppy can go jungle as well. Technically, you can see these kinds of things, but most likely this is bot and tops matched, which means we are going to have some bans eating into both champion pools at the same time, potentially. And I gotta say, I wonder what they're gonna do about the Azir from Nuke. We saw that it was pretty good, still managed to outplay it and deal with it largely fine, so they might not think it's worth the ban this time around.
Yeah, they might think to themselves, look, it's fine as long as we have like things to answer to, and I feel like the Kai'Sa was great. The Jace did its job in the laning phase, and then the Kai'Sa was able to assassinate him pretty much on the back of every single fight. So right now, just kind of targeting that champ pool. Ooh, interesting. So they believe that's going to be Junja on the Poppy in the jungle for PSG. They don't believe that the Renekton's going to be going into that matchup themselves. So PSG maybe having a little bit of smoke and mirrors here with a couple of the picks.
Yeah, I wonder if the Sejuani ban was at all maybe an indication that actually they have their jungler picked already.
True.
Because otherwise you could maybe leave the Sejuani up and first pick that in R4. Again, the Sheo Ivern taken away. Sorry, sir. What else do you have with the 2 tanks gone and the Ivern plucked off the table? We've seen Sheo, I think, play Rel a little bit this tournament, though he did not have the best performance on it. And
won't be able to get that either.
Yeah.
It's we're going down the rabbit hole and stuff. And the funny thing is, again, a couple of junglers still there, but does Sheo play them? That's the big question.
Yeah, the AD bruisers that are kind of the follow-up to the tanks are still available. We've seen some Vi, we've seen some Lee Sin, we've seen different things. Wukong, yeah, they're still playing that. So there are options. We'll just have to see what Sheo wants to go here now that his priority ones are at least pinched a little bit.
Well, the last ban coming out from BDS was the LeBlanc, so they were trying to cover a couple of different options. I do like the Cassante ban coming out here, just to kind of make sure Adam doesn't have just a neutral lane. And Aja maybe feeling confident to go for something a little bit more aggressive. And I mean, honestly, Poppy Jax going into that top side, that is a scary 2v2. Even a 2v in a 3v2, I'd still kind of say maybe the Jax and the Poppy will come out on top.
Yeah, this is a interesting matchup here. We'll see actually if they're going to end up going to Taliyah jungle to flex in some AP here a little bit to get some more damage and setup.
Taliyah Jace maybe?
Could also just be nukes Taliyah. We've seen a lot of mid Taliyah as well.
Well, you called it. If this gets locked in, it is. Okay, so we're getting ourselves the Taliyah jungle for Sheo and then the Syndra in mid lane. So I feel like BDS would have really liked to been able to see what the mid lane picked before they tried to try and flex this one around, but it is unfortunately the way that the blue side goes. And now PSG, you full information of what they're trying to go for here on BDS. How do you respond? I mean, Maple...
That is an option, but that is very short-range composition.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're killing champions because you ain't sieging turrets.
No, all right, we're doing it. PSG saw that last game. They agreed it was Bedge.
Yeah.
They want some wokage. They're slamming this all melee composition effectively. I mean, you do have a little bit
watch
of
it be 2 kills in 20 minutes again.
If you somehow only die twice in 20 minutes, someone is not playing the game correctly with this composition.
I mean, absolutely. I look like the pure amount of kind of mobility and just engage options you have for PSG makes me feel like you are looking for heavy, heavy skirmishes. BDS on the other side, they're looking to try and just kind of set up around objective. You've got 2 control mages effectively with the Taliyah and the Syndra, so you're looking to try and kind of zone them off from any kind of big fight.
And while it's still a more traditional composition, the game plan here for BDS is radically different. This is not scaling in 3 lanes, surviving. Let's see if we can win by doing nothing. Turns out they could not win by doing nothing in the previous game. So this time you have Renekton in the early game, you have Syndra, strong early game champion, as well as the Kalista. And they have completely flipped the script into early game. And even Taliyah is extremely fast, clearing and moving around the map and trying to make things happen. And you have set up in all 3 lanes now to land follow-up flicks. So this is a very, very strong comp out of BDS. And we have seen just yesterday the fact that they can actually turn the gears and actually go for these early game compositions just yesterday with the Kalista.
Absolutely, and I think that this is, honestly for me, I know it sounds like a redundant statement, but in a best of 5, this is a massive moment for BDS in terms of the champion pools, in terms of what they're able to bring out. If the Kalista doesn't come out and smash, all of a sudden, Game 3 becomes almost impossible to look at. Where do you go? Where do you look at? So they need to hit the ground running. They need to start smashing people in these phases and just trying to build that confidence back.
Yeah, you got to find your footing in a series, figure out which champions are working, which lanes that you are winning to then build appropriate game plans moving forward. And they basically lost across the board last time around despite, getting first blood. So this time around, we'll have to see where they want to put their resources early, which lane they feel like they can get advantages in for BDS. Otherwise, they might be staring down a quick 3-0.
They might be staring down a quick 3-0, as you can see. BDS immediately going on the offensive with the Taliyah and the Nautilus. Does make a hell of a lot of sense, but I think that, yeah, PSG, they're well aware for it, but they're not going to be worried about that one whatsoever.
Always loved the Nautilus rush strats level 1.
We'll see now what he's able to do with it, but don't forget, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. Get yourselves, emoting is a massive part of the LPL.
And, hello, Arcane is now lore.
It is.
Officially.
It's all canon.
Canon, that's what I meant. Yeah. The lore is canon from Arcane, whatever.
Yes.
English, who cares?
It's not like we're the English broadcaster or anything.
It's a flexible language.
It is. But I saw a lot of people were getting mad about that. I understand why, but I like to think of it like the Legend of Zelda lore, where everything is canon, every single game is canon, and it's just like timelines and stuff,
Yeah. There's
just flex it all about.
Yeah, Emily Rand always tweets about this Macross guy. He has a very similar perspective where it's all just retellings of things.
Yeah, and all the space stuff is real as well. The Star Guardians versus
sure,
the Nemesis.
Sure, why not? Anything can be lore.
You can tell. Can you tell I'm prepping myself for a very slow early game?
Yeah, we are. The last game has conditioned us.
Was it a little too much, a little too obvious?
We might have been conditioned from the previous game to prepare lore topics. Yeah. we came up with our podcast list for this game. Should it be slow? But this time around, it should not be. If we have a slow game here, drastically incorrect play of these compositions.
Yeah, it's an objectively incorrect way of playing these compositions. But I like the little bit of aggression we saw there from Aja on the top side, just kind of scouting out, making sure he knew where Shea was starting off with. Good, decent ward there as well. So they're going to have a pretty decent idea of where this lead is going to be going and how they're going to be able to react to those moves.
Yeah, bot side should definitely be your strongest lane. Like we said, they're set up everywhere, but the one that is most obviously winning early on should be Crowny, and clearing down to him makes sense. Jinjia does not want any part of that 3v3, so instead he's going up to protect the Jax on the top side potentially. And Jax into Renekton is pretty comfortable matchup. Like any Renekton matchup, if you play it poorly, the Renekton can punish you, but he does have a fair amount of matchups that skill-wise the other side should win.
That's the thing as well, was Sheo maybe a little bit aggressively in the spot side, but I already love, you see it there on the bottom right, there is a little ward there in the tri-brush for the side of PSG, so they will know exactly what's going on should it be any kind of shenaniganery in that bot side. But I mean, good from Sheo to kind of say, right, where did the Poppy start? We actually got no information on Junja at the start, so they get that for themselves.
Yeah, they had one of their traditional BDS kind of aggressive level 1s thrown in there as Aja trying to go for Demolish proc took probably a little bit more damage than he wanted to. Adam doing a good job jumping on top, punishing him for trying to walk through the wave. And because they kind of show bot side, Aja knows there's absolutely no one to punish him for doing this though, so going for a little bit of cheeky dirty farming there, grabbing that wave away and keeping pressure under Adam.
I mean, you're level 4 on the Poppy, as Nymera would say. That is a full build Poppy now at this stage. You've got a full build jungle Poppy is level 3, and that's it. You don't need anything else in your arsenal, but see, they want to kind of go for a little bit crazy. I love the movement speed that Junja's building in towards it as well. He's got the phase rush and he's got the blue smite, so once he's getting that fully upgraded, he's going to be moving around the map pretty damn quickly.
Oh, nice E by Maple, landing that after Nuke had burned his own disengage on the E. One of those kinds of mini games where the Akali can, at 6, have an easier job with multiple mobility spells sticking around, but pre-6, if you have the E up for Nuke, you are going to be just comfy pushing the Akali off of you. And right now, I think PSG are doing a good job understanding the power points. Sheo hovering around on the bot side of the map. Looked into the jungle, went back, cleared his jungle, and now Jinjia making his way down here, but it is warded.
A lot of information available here to the side of BDS. Yeah, they'll have full now. Sheo is on the back side of this one here. And this is the thing, when you get this early in the game, it's more about who reacts afterwards rather than who engages first. And that can be a detriment to the side of PSG as they look for something. They're going to fully engage onto this one. Nice hook from Labrob. They're going to get the flick back as well. And Junja, he's a little bit of a taxi there. Flash away by Crowny as he finally gets the Ren coming in. Wako getting a fair bit of damage put into him as the stones are chucked into the back of his head. Oh, lands. The lollipop. It actually brings him to his doom. Did not want to take that hook, a 1-for-1.
Had the mechanics, but maybe not the right call. They're giving the kill back after what was a very nice setup. Labrov is actually so good at interrupting other people's move lock, especially against the Rel. He did it all yesterday on the Alistar pick, and this time around landing the Q to buffer the chain CC, kept him alive and allowed them to win that initial trade, but then got a little too aggressive afterwards.
Yeah, just unfortunately
he was feeling himself.
Yeah, just a little too much kind of like, yeah, we did it, gonna amp himself up, but it is important to note that both AD carries picked up those kills, and again, just really good read there from BDS, and a great ward, as we mentioned earlier, to spot out Junja on that path bot side.
Yeah, I liked the play out of BDS, and it is unfortunate because if you can get the 1-kill advantage, you start snowballing this Kalista. This does keep Wako relevant. You also maybe could have farmed a plate in the 3v2 situation, forced Jinjia to hover under turret. You know, there was a lot more that could come positively if they did not trade that 1-kill back. Sheo, you are level 4.
He doesn't have a flick back either. And this is where the problem will come in, a flash away. I mean, honestly, if Aja flashes in on top of that, he probably gets the kill. No one was coming to save him.
No, he could definitely get the kill, just a question of if you get out afterwards. Instead, just happy to take the flash and keep his to play aggressively during lane phase. It's one of those
flash.
Oh.
Yeah, they're going to look for something there as very spooked out Mark knows what's coming in next. They're going to get a cleanse out of Crowny. They're going to be able to pop up the steadfast presence. Don't even need it. Wako picks up a second kill, and PSG, they're picking up the pace.
Yeah, both teams knowing that this is not your normal slow scaling game plan here and putting a lot of pressure down on the side of BDS. PSG find Sheo in the jungle, and then while he's worrying about what's going on the top side of the map, Junjia has a clever path to get behind the bot lane there and set up a nice kill onto Crowny, who had no sums. That transfers over to this objective take. We'll see if they really want to contest this one, but going to be too slow on the map. Maybe just trying to land a Q over the wall.
Yeah, I was going to say Maple's already moving down, so there's not really much you can do about that. And they're going to be able to get the flick back. Nicely done, but Sheo has no flash. He's nowhere to go. And that's going to be an easy kill to Maple. Sheo.
Oh, boy.
That's just not where you need to be. You just need to see that they're taking it and walk away.
Yeah, what do you, like, you're hoping for a 1 in a million. Somehow he doesn't smite correctly and you land a Q over the wall, and the risk versus reward payoff for that was not there at all. Gives a free one over to Maple, who you already have the bot lane moving a little bit. You got 2 kills on the Kaisa. You got Wako going. Here's his play again. Nice instant cleanse, but just too much CC available with the Rel and the Poppy. No flash means easy kill there. Wako grabbing that one back. So he's fed. Now you got your mid lane going pretty well as well, since Sheo's just hovering around and without the flash available, already taken off from the top side of the map. Aja's getting his mid laner fed indirectly there.
Yeah, like straight up, that just comes down to small little plays we saw earlier. It's Aja getting the push in top, which leads to an invade, which leads to a flash being burned, which then leads to a kill. It's just all these small little moments, all these dominoes, and you could see another one falling now in a second. Nuke in a lot of trouble. The flash, ooh, nicely done there by Nuke. If he waits even a split second longer there, he's almost certainly dead.
Yeah, I wonder if Aja could have just flashed at him and then had the Q for the follow-up. Not going to be able to work there, unfortunately, but still, transferring that pressure around the map will give Adam some breathing room at least to grab some turret plates and some gold. But this is kind of the Adam treatment that you usually see. He's usually the one getting the push, moving into the enemy jungler, going to the mid lane. And here it's Aja doing it, getting advantages for both his bot side and mid lane now.
And this is the thing, I think for Aja, I feel like this is a great moment for him as a player, because I feel like it's not, you know, kind of an understatement that a lot of us coming into this were saying Adam's probably the best top laner in the play-ins. Like, a lot of people are kind of saying this guy is going to be able to smash people in lane, and he was. But Aja has stepped up magnificently so far this tournament, really showing his champion diversity, being able to make the right plays, the roams, his gameplay knowledge. It really has, honestly, been so impressive here from the PSG top laner.
Yeah, absolutely neutralizing, no, not just neutralizing, getting the better of Adam so far in this series, like you said. And even on his own team, regardless of the rest of the field, you hear more about Wako being absolutely crazy, him and Woody having a really, really good synergy between the two of them, and Maple, the veteran, the leader, the shot caller, so much
110 games!
Yeah, whoa! And then meanwhile, here's Aja quietly kind of helping win the whole series for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it was Ender mentioned it on, I think it was like day 3 or something like that, maybe day 2. Is, oh, Sheo, you still don't have a flash and you were hit by an E, so now he's going to get scattered the weed coming in. This, oh, the perfect execution does end up killing him off right there at the end. Nuke has no flash, and is he going to get stunned in there? There's going to be the shattering strike. And Woody says, I roamed up from bot, that's my kill. I mean, this is starting to snowball away right now.
Yeah, Woody's seeing a lot of death around him. Decides he wants 1 kill for himself. The bloodthirsty support grabs that one away. But it's feeling really good for PSG right now. The gold lead does not look nearly as bad as it feels watching.
Yeah, we're watching, waiting, seeing if they can go for something. There's the double hex flash. Nobody ever expects the double hex flash. You cannot slice and dice away. Woody once more, and Woody will get everything he wants. Now the gold lead's going to balloon. Mid and top are going to see plates going for both the solo laners.
Oh, Aja's probably saying, what the hell, that should be my kill. Does not get this one. Wako playing super respectfully during this time as well. Maple's going to transfer the pressure down the mid lane to make sure Wako can step forward and actually grab the CS. And like you said, in the meantime, he can't be too upset. He is getting these solo turret plates for himself. And again, just such good transferring of pressure from around the map.
Really, really smartly done here by PSG, and this is the kind of gameplay we see from like the bigger teams within the tournament. I don't want to big them up too much, but it is like the likes of the, you know, the LPL teams, the LCK teams. They come in and they just kind of make play after play after play, and there's just nothing you can do. You suffocate them out as Maple gets another kill, and desperation in the bot side. They had to throw out the Nautilus ult just to make sure Labrov didn't die.
Oh my God, PSG are running all over them, and Maple saying, I'm not just the old man, I'm just not the shot caller, I got hands too. He's playing Akali, making plays happen, landing these E's, putting so much pressure down on the map, and feels like they just checkmated BDS yet again here. They had all early game kind of focus out of BDS, and they are just getting ran over here.
I mean, just again, moment to moment to moment. It's not only just this one kill on the Sheo. Nuke's now overextended, and then the rest of the team are coming into backup.
Yeah, and it's just, again, when plays flow together because you have pressure, it's absolutely disgusting. The fact that, okay, we catch the jungler out, we kill the mid laner, and then you just keep going topside because, again, Aja has the push, so you can make these kind of shortcut plays, which should not work, where you're flashing through turrets to kill the Renekton, and it still works out for your side because you just are winning all over.
Just love the idea of, like, you know, double hex flash over the wall, and it's just like, what? No way this is going to be able to work. But I mean, again, look, Nuke, you just can't, you can't walk forward like that. You don't have flash, and this is kind of the biggest weakness we've seen of kind of the mages coming back into the mid lane, is that when they don't have themselves any kind of...
Oh, lordy.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know if Aja is the one being caught out right now. We are going to see the Fate's Call come in. Keeper's Verdict doesn't really do anything. They missed the Fate's Call as well, as Lavrov taking a little bit of a trade back here. Finally, they will get themselves a bit of damage onto Junja. They'll drop down the Rift Herald top side as well. But what can PSG do around this? Because all 5 members of BDS went top lane.
Yeah, they will at least probably be able to finish off this turret, channel some of that, or funnel some of that gold, excuse me, into Crowny, since they have the Rift Herald to drop as well. Junjia missing that Poppy knockback, but they're not done. They got TPs coming in.
They have a TP coming in. That's going to be Maple. He's a bit far away from this right now. Aja taking a fair chunk of damage, but Crowny now looking for a little bit more. Once they get those Rens in, the cleanse was not really going to do anything, and now Crowny... Oh, he's a little bit just too little, too late, yeah. And you can see it on the face cam right there. He is not having a good time.
No, tough game, but at the end of the day, not the worst thing in the world for BDS. They were able to get some kills, grab a turret plate or a turret back for themselves. Cheeky idea here for PSG, and I like how they are constantly looking for plays, and this is able to bait a lot of TPs. You start backing off here. If they land this knockback onto either the Renekton or just focus down Crowny so that the these Nautilus can't get re-thrown in onto Junjia, they can maybe disengage that situation. Still only giving 1 kill back is not the end of the world. The turret blade drops, and then here, just like the punish coming in, split focus. Maybe they could have got either one. Sheo getting some damage onto Aja, who did not even have his E available, so you can see how dangerous it is for Sheo in this game. Anyone can jump on him and kill him.
I mean, just like that, a flash forward and a bonk on the head. Imagine if he had a real weapon. And now Aja, he's going to try and jump over the wall, but he's just a little bit too far away. Junja going to take away the second dragon of the game for PSG, but it's getting all over the place right now. It's starting to get scrappy. Even Woody's taking away camps.
It's getting a little loosey-goosey here for PSG. They're feeling themselves. They have a big lead. They're getting their second dragon into the game. There's a lot of turrets still available for them to grab as well. Starting to work down this bot side one here as Adam is trying to hold on to it. Might be able to defend since Junjia is busy on the dragon, but we'll see how much work can get done, because already with the lethality build, Wacko hurts.
Yeah, Wacko hurts a lot. There's the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. I mean, it's kind of to me, to you, but the people who are getting the gold are the people who win. Lavrov does throw out. Oh, the hook! Does put him in a little bit of danger, but he has Sheo on the backside of this one here. And I think the big thing for me is that you have a Poppy who's now a level ahead of Taliyah. That should never happen. There should never be a Poppy 20 CS ahead of a Taliyah in the jungle.
That's when you blame your laners. Yeah. Something went wrong. Definitely wasn't me. I don't know how this happened. You can see massive advantage for PSG. And of course, the most important one, Woody. Yeah. Way ahead of Lavrov because of those kills.
Absolutely. Now we can see a big fight over this red buff right now. The Bramblebacks realizing he is the center of attention right now. While that was all happening, you put 5 members to defend the red buff, and bot lane goes down.
It is one of these situations where you cannot win an even number fight for BDS. So you have to bring extra members, but then if the enemy team respects the fact you have done that and just backs off, you have Aja alone in the top side, and like you already called out, Wacko on the bot side grabbing that turret, and the gold lead continues to grow just from a red buff pressure.
Brambleback secret agent, but I mean, yeah, they're 3 levels down. Aja, honestly, like, it just feels like if he just keeps himself in, you know, kind of away from the Jax, he survives.
Yeah, I also think he could have just ran up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess Nautilus was behind him, technically cutting him off, but I think it's easier to run through a Nautilus than a Kalista at that point in time. Either way, he punished Sheo, taught him a lesson, said, "Don't throw rocks at me. I will murder you."
I feel like that's a very clear
He
threat.
escalated
the It's like a little kid just throws a rock at you. It's like, do that again and you will die. It's just like, whoa. Now Adam, I mean, he's got no magic resistance here. If Maple wants to take this fight, he bloody well can. Adam getting some 5-point strikes to the face. Does miss out on that one. The perfect execution. Gonna come in. Good flash from Adam to keep himself alive. But again, you're losing the dominance. You're losing the flash. And Adam getting this first pick on the Renekton. It's just not equaling the kind of advantage he needs. Now, Junja gonna have the steadfast presence to keep him safe and alive. But I mean, they're just permanently in BDS's jungle. BDS need to get out.
Yeah, this is such a painful game. It feels like for BDS, I will say, for how dominant this 16 minutes has felt, the gold lead is not totally insurmountable. And we have seen teams already at Worlds so far come back from worse positions than this.
Absolutely.
And so I do think PSG don't want to get too far ahead of themselves. Remember, you still have to play this game out cleanly. If you get into a dragon fight where you hop into this enemy team and you miss everything.
TP. They're already jumping on the lab Robin and they're pincering in. They're pushing them on all sides. Sheo just goes immediately into stasis, but it's only to delay the inevitable. Maple picks himself up a 5th kill on this Akali, and this is just starting to snowball. Like you said, it's not insurmountable, but it's definitely not easy.
No, it is not, and welcome back to the PCS Maple. This is where you belong, let me tell you. Watching the LCS, he was a good player, but this is a way better performance out of him, back in his comfort zone here on the world stage.
Just doing so much right now. The carry's got the gold, they've got the towers to kind of bid them up, 3,000, 3,500. It's an Infernal Soul coming up in the next minute and a half to put them on soul points. It's just all snowing down, kind of moving forward. And the thing is BDS, like you said earlier about their composition, this isn't a sit back, hope you can get the late game. Your late game doesn't really come on this composition. Yes, it will be good, but it'll be just as good on PSG's side.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no one who's ever going to be able to 1v1 Aja from here on out. You will have a permanent split push threat unless something goes horrendously wrong elsewhere on the map. And so, also with Maple this fed, you can go into these 1-3-1 setups that become an absolute nightmare. Wako starts ulting in from the mid lane. You have these huge collapses that can happen, and just even compositionally from this far ahead, BDS's options are extremely limited, and it's basically hoping PSG dive a turret they shouldn't, overforce a Baron that they shouldn't. And to hit back on that Maple point, it's just really cool to see one of the most storied players in the entirety of League Esports return.
It's the tanks. Never mind, here comes Maple. Yeah, there's a flash away by Sheo. You talk about him, he wants more! Is he gonna be able to get it? No, he won't get the kill and he'll get out as well. Maple is just trying to style on him. One of the most experienced mid laners in the world. Really showing that he's not lost his touch.
No, not at all. He's got some movement there, using the E left in the Shroud to go for the assassination under the turret, but having an escape plan left over. Doesn't burn his flash despite how aggressively he was going in there. And yeah, I just think it's amazing to see him back here. I mean, he had his stint in NA. It was really cool to have him there. Did not have the synergy with his team, I think, as well as the best environment maybe to show his highlights. And it's cool now to see him return and not seem to miss a step at all, immediately start dominating in this playing stage and looking pretty good to potentially return to Swiss.
And that's the big thing. Like, I mean, we're thinking of some of the mid laners that have been going over to the Swiss stage. You know, some of the biggest names, pretty much from every region. You've got Caps, arguably the most known mid laner from LEC. Faker, no introduction needed. Xiaohu, who's always been just always around. Like, and then you can add Maple to this mix. We are just absolutely inundated with exceptional mid laners. There's a fantastic ultimate to bring away the Nautilus. Crowny trying to run away, and he will get back to his support. He's doing enough, but not quite to keep himself alive. Now Nuke goes golden, but only to die a second later. A TP out by Adam. That should tell you everything about this game. Adam TP'd away and got stopped by the Poppy as well. They're all on the wrong side of the map.
BDS are getting hunted down in the river there. Another clean fight, no deaths handed back over, 13-3. Adam is alive. He has no clear way out, but I think at this point PSG has decided that the Dragon is maybe worth more than Adam's life.
Wacko has decided that the Dragon is worth more than Adam's life. He will finally get it, and now we'll see Adam just being delayed.
Oh no. Keep your little pet crocodile alive.
They're just gonna let him go as well. So, you know what?
They don't even care.
It's like, why me? It's just like, you can go because you're the message you sent back to the group and tell them what you saw. But I mean, look at this. What an incredible start for this from Junjin, just to completely get rid of the engage.
Yeah, knocks Lebrov out, and Crowny almost made it back around. A nice flash to meet up with Lebrov, who's then trying to peel him, and they almost got Maple, but just too fed, able to finish him off. And on the flip side of the fight, it was a decimated front line, like you said, with Lebrov forced out. Adam's trying to get out of there, almost did it. Did eventually make it out. Again, the crocodile they deemed not worth it. Maple
1v3, and he's still not going down just yet. He's got the rest of his team coming in. The 5-point strikes are on point. I don't think he can take on them just that much, you know, just willy-nilly like that just yet.
1v3 is a bit of an overstep potentially there, though, with his Shroud able to stay alive and keep pressure up. And, you know, game continues to march forward. The gold lead now, 6,000, 3 Dragons in their back pocket, and Baron up means that sooner or later that will probably be going in their way as well.
And I mentioned it back in Champ Select that if this Kalista doesn't work, you are in a very serious problem here for BDS, because that was kind of your ace in the hole. When the Zaya's not available, you can go towards this. It looked exceptional the other day, but now it didn't. You know, 2-3-1. He's still fine. He's not. Crowny's not the reason that, you know, BDS are losing this game by any stretch of the imagination, but it doesn't feel like it's anything exceptional. And again, I have to praise PSG's prep. They've come in so well prepared. They've had a counter for absolutely everything. I mean, like, you'd think of the Kalista being picked up here, and PSG picked Jax and Poppy. What are you supposed to do as the Kalista?
No, absolutely. I'm not quite sure. It does feel like we said in draft, a little bit of a checkmate, knowing what BDS's pool is now, having seen multiple series that they've had to play through, and then having the answers. I mean, as much as you can say, oh, they're predictable, we know what they're going to do. People had said that about BDS when Golden Guardians was playing against them. Yep. Turned out they did not have the answers available, and here you can see PSG knowing what BDS wants to do, having champions that they can bust out in style on. The Maple Akali showing that he can answer the skill matchups when needed.
When needed, and I mean, like you said, they're just in a hole where they have to send multiple members every single time. Didn't even realize we still had a Rift Herald to be used in this game, to be perfectly honest.
When it was taken, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even see it be taken, but Maple back up to full health in this top side, has a Morello Namacon alongside that Rocket Belt, and yeah, I mean, you can go straight for this. They will get spotted out immediately.
How do you get in, though? They're going to have to try and make it through blue buff, but it is an open path with the Infernal map.
Yeah, a little bit more options available to them. Adam gonna be not bumped away just yet, gonna get jumped on for the moment. They are trying to just see if they can catch on the Sheo, and if Sheo goes down, you don't have any contest whatsoever. He gets ignited. No look, ignite from Wardy, and now he can really pick the target. Crowny is not allowed to play the game. PSG have not only killed BDS, they're burying them as we speak.
They're giving a memorial as they stand over the bodies of BDS, finding all those kills. Maple again baiting in the entirety, having the stopwatch available to corral them all together, giving the chase down. Such a clean play here, as once again, it doesn't even need to be the cleanest engage. Junjia misses his ultimate. He's getting stunned up. He's just messing around with the Renekton. Maple's 1v3 eats the entire ult from Nuke. Able to have that stopwatch available, and then the chase down. Waco's finally able to find the time to go in, finish off Crowny. And again, Adam the Crocodile living.
I mean, his KDA is looking decent. I can't say the rest about the game, but you know, 0-1-0 isn't terrible. But I know. Look, we're trying to find some kind of fun moment in this, because I mean, you know, the Red Bull Baron power play coming out here for PSG. They're just smashing. There's no other way to put it. This is domination right now. This is PCS #1 saying, look, there is no more, oh, LEC 4th would destroy us. Not even a hope.
No, this is going into game 3 and having nothing working in either game to really fall back into. Maybe you go, let's go scaling again, because game 1 wasn't this dominant at least, but BDS in trouble here. One more, why not?
It just feels so bad. I don't even really know what to say at this point. And for BDS fans, for European fans, I'm sorry that you had to wake up to this, because this is brutal, Mark. I know we're independent observers right now, LPL, LCS, but this is not fun.
No, I'm not enjoying this. I'll tell you that. I mean, it is cool to see PSG styling. Not
incredible.
Saying I'm not, you know, happy for them or anything, but just the lack of competition in this game and the slow pace from game 1 has made it a very trying series, I think, for the European fan base to watch this right now, and just wanting something more after BDS had 2 good days back-to-back in their best of 3s leading into this one.
Yeah, and look, for BDS, this game is pretty much all but done unless something crazy, and, you know, which in fairness, it has happened before. I have seen it happen, but they're looking towards game 3. And obviously, we've talked about it a couple of times. Their draft hasn't really gone into anything. I think we've mentioned it a couple of times now. Sheo's champion pool, Crowny's champion pool. It just feels like these small little things are what are really limiting BDS from having some kind of foothold in this series, and they're going to have to throw something out. I mean, do you just bring out the Olaf? I know we were talking about the God's Mean, but you need something. You need a lane to play around.
Yeah, the first pick Renekton has been something they've done throughout this plains, and it looked okay, but here, like you said, Sheo getting pushed off the tanks, this has not looked like it. The Kalista that worked yesterday also falling apart. So, I mean, you're gearing up now for a long, hard-fought reverse sweep if you have any hope. And that is quite a mental hole to dig yourself out of after a shellacking like this.
Not only that, but you've after played three best of threes basically back to back to back. Yeah. This is a long thing. This is the thing. Everyone's talking about how amazing lower bracket runs are and how awesome they are. There's a reason why they're amazing, because the actual mental fortitude and physical kind of endurance that you need to go through to do that many games on a highest stage is exhausting.
It's exhausting.
I'm exhausted thinking about it.
Yeah, you end your day, you immediately go into a pick band meeting for the next one. You have to VOD review things that you haven't seen. Yeah, like you said, probably do a round of scrims if anyone's up for it.
Yeah.
You know, it can be exhausting when you have to play day after day after day, and BDS had a great run going, but coming up short this time around. Also, the difficulty of losing early on in the double elim is you wonder about who your opponents would have been on the flip side of the bracket playing GAM, who did look a lot better early today. So not to say that they necessarily would have won or anything, but it is one of those times where you're always playing the what-ifs in your head.
Yeah, literally looking at the what-ifs of the world and how it's all kind of coming together. But what if PSG were to throw it, huh?
What if PSG were to 5-man the fountain?
Yeah, I mean, and give Crowny all the kills,
I've seen it before, not on a professional stage.
I've seen it on a professional stage. Oh, no. LPL's got 17 teams of widely varying quality. But it happens, unfortunately, when you start to dilute the pool. But Super Minions now and bot, you got doubles coming in. Crowny going to be the one to deal with that. I mean, it's your last hurrah really here for BDS. You need something, anything, and it has to come from anyone on your team. Honestly, it can happen, but it will just delay the inevitable, feels like, because you're dealing with doubles in every lane.
Doubles in every lane. Infernal Soul finished off as well. They're just going to sit here and wait, see if BDS want to make a play, or they'll just let them end it.
There we go. They're going to look for it. There's the knock-up. They're only right back onto their base. They're going to use the Talia wall, but Adam dies for only the second time. Through the wall, the turret goes down. They do get the Fates call down on top of Aja, but he is just too damn tanky. Sheo goes back onto his fountain to survive, but PSG 2-0, and they're not even breaking a sweat.
They heard the complaints online, the slow game one, and they said, we got you, and immediately deliver a smackdown onto BDS, running over them that game. Final kill count up to 19, couldn't quite get there, 3 and 19, close to nice, not there.
Not quite, not quite, but I mean, we've said it all. We had so much time at the end of that game to kind of just hype up PSG and really kind of, unfortunately, condemn BDS. I'm sure there's a lot of people online saying we were super negative, but I mean, they need something exceptional to come back into this series.
Yeah,
they really do.
I'm watching these player cams like a hawk, trying to see the emotional state for these two teams. You know, PSG locked in. I'm sure they feel great.
They have a job still to do.
Yeah, they know it's not done. A lot of these guys, I'm sure Maple has, all of them, been there by far the most, but PSG as an organization, extremely successful. They dominate usually domestically, and then the question is, how far can they always get internationally? And MSI was a bit of a disappointment for them, so I'm sure they're not happy just with this right now. They really want to finish this one out.
Yeah, the bounce back has been vicious, so we're going to send it over to Ender, Goldberg, and Raz to break down.
Is he awake this time?
Is he awake? He better be, because BDS are nearly dead, so go for it.
What's this? I mean, not pulling any punches.
He really isn't. He really isn't.
Look, it's tough over here. That was an absolute calamity from BDS. From the draft and trying to play around this like Kalista lane on the bot side with the mages coming in jungle and mid, to then just getting beaten time and time again. They just got rolled over.
Oh yeah, I just have to get it out of the way immediately, okay?
Get what out of the way?
Why are we first picking Renekton? If only to play Renekton, you already have to ban the Rumble because you know you're going to lose on it. You have to ban the Kennen because you know you're going to lose on it. You go into the second ban phase, you ban more top laners, and they play Jax anyway, and you still lose on it. What was the idea of this? What was the idea of this entire draft?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
There it is. Well, you got your answer. Yeah, we had this conversation actually a few days ago in the tournament, just like Renekton priority in general. I'm not a fan of Renekton priority. The only time in which I was okay with it was in the case of Robo, because he just had a really limited champion pool and was going towards something like, you know, Malphite into Kennen, and that was just tough. So this one's harsh. I think I expected the Kennen ban. I wanted the Kennen ban. I didn't think that they would go towards this priority. Like, J4 was an option. Like, you could hold picks a little bit more, but it seems like they are just overly worried about Aja, and there's a reason for it.
It looked almost like instead of playing full late game, they're like, let's play full early game. Yeah. But then Aja, you mentioned him, took over. And it started from level 1, interrupting Shio's jungle clear, and after that, moving around the map, forcing flashes away from both Shio and Nuke that were converted on later.
Yeah, the game's just become so much easier to play from the get-go, having that jungle tracking going, and then it's just getting in there once again with priority. He's already been back, got a Sheen. Shio can't play against that. That's once again the priority. What does he do with this priority now? He takes a page out of the Adam book, moves top lane priority into mid lane instead. Now Nuke doesn't have any flash either.
Yeah, it was brutal. And I mean, even just going back into the first clear for the Taliyah, not only were you pushed off your buff and you're now one camp behind from the Poppy, you didn't actually get an idea where the Poppy even started because both side lanes were starting in lane. So then go into an invade, oh, everything is gone. So at that point, Taliyah is already pretty far behind. So it's really rough to see that happen. And then, of course, you already mentioned, you got the rest out of there.
A mage jungler being down on tempo is not what you want to see. And on top of that, you don't want to see your jungle and mid laner getting punished for not having flash. So in the 5 minutes after getting those flashes, Shio and Nuke both die twice. Here, Shio is like standing over the Dragon Ball trying to steal it away, and Maple with great pathing through the Fog 4 just pounces.
Yeah, it just becomes a bit greedy taking these approaches to it when you don't have that flash. I think this one can be a bit more inexcusable as it's just in the river, but there's instances where that Drake should really not be contested at all whatsoever. Nuke stepping up here, trying to save his jungler when he doesn't have flash either, shouldn't be contested either. Nuke will step up in mid lane again later, which is right here, still no flash, and he has no business being this far up in the lane.
And timing right now throughout this game has been really unfortunate for PSG's side. There was one time where, I think it was the first Rift Herald that was coming up, there was Taliyah going straight for it, but then, of course, Akali, recognizing we got to get a ward on that, was able to not only get the ward off on that, be in fog, catch Taliyah that was walking towards it, and then get a kill off of it. So there was not only were you already snowballing to begin with, the timing was so unfortunate for Taliyah that she was just getting run over regardless.
Listen,
yes,
right?
I'm listening.
I didn't believe in BDS yesterday, okay? Yeah. And I know people came up for me and they're like, you need to apologize. You should. Okay, and I will. I will apologize. I will. And you remember this one, okay? So instead of being realistic, I spent the entire pause of that hopium. And we're getting that BDS 3-2. Forget that 3, yo, my boys. They're gonna bounce back. They may have never gone back in a reverse sweep, but they got this. I have no logical explanation why, but I just believe they do.
Yeah. I appreciate your enthusiasm.
There's sweat on it.
That's great. But what do they do? Like, is there anything you would like to see from them? Because I honestly can't see it. Like, PSG are playing better in the game, and the draft diff is huge.
How dare you?
Be realistic.
To get back to you.
You need a piss test.
Listen, that Renekton, just throw it out the window. You know, it doesn't work. Like, don't first pick. I don't care. Get Nuke on the Asir, okay? He's got 2 champions. Orianna, it'll get banned. Asir won't get banned. Just put him on it. It's going to be fine, all right? I know we're going to struggle a bit. That first game wasn't as bad as it seems. I know it was slow-paced, but we were so close to winning the fights every now and then. Give me Adam on a champion where he just fully sends it. We got 1 game left, backs against the wall. How do you want to go out? With regrets or by playing your heart out?
Regrets. Blue side, Raz, do you have any more cope for me?
I actually think we're playing closer. Don't even try. We're playing closer to the tournament meta, I think. He's going for it. Just because I think the Poppy had such insane value. Renekton, Kalista, and Nautilus on the board. We haven't been seeing too much Poppy so far. I'm not even looking at it.
Yeah, just keep going, keep going.
But I think the reason we haven't been seeing so much Poppy is because in play-ins teams, I think the quality of play and trying to find your fights without hard engage hasn't been there. Now PSG has been playing at such a high level that, yeah, this makes sense. Their draft is great. The Rel flex has been perfect. Then they pick up Poppy just because, you know, it's also a flex just in case they wanted to throw a top side. So I'm flip-flopping. And starting into today, I thought I had a little bit of faith into BDS. No more. It's gone.
Wow.
My BDS faith is out of here.
Goldborg, you have 3 words to say why BDS will win.
Because they will kill the enemy nexus.
That was so many more than 3 words. PSG Talon's domination continues here at Worlds 23 as they are 1 win away from advancing to the Swiss stage. We'll be right back for match point.
Don't be too stressed. Take the game chill. Your first game was not as bad as it looks. So play it with confidence, and you guys will win. All right? Let's go, guys.
Not really much you can do about that. They're going to be able to get the flick back. Nicely done, but Sheo has no flash. He's nowhere to go. And that's going to be an easy kill. Seeing if they can go for something. There's the double hex flash. Nobody ever expects the double hex flash. You cannot slice and dice away. Woody once more. And Woody will get everything. everything he wants. Here we go. They're going to look for it. There's the knock-up. They're only right back onto their base. They're going to use the Talia wall, but Adam dies for only the second time.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 얘네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만지 답변 반지 스토리 올려 대개선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 moshpit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴나가 내 생활이 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써요 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리는 뻗쳐가지고 worldwide room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
일상공공 같이 날기 원하지 나 협찬 날기 오르지 우기는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 알아 우리 무대 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 1300 같이 날기 락스타 1300 이제 달라붙어 우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러그 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아무 기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 let's go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은
We are back. What could potentially be the final game of play-ins as BDS find themselves 0-2 down. PSG dominant is the only word I find apt for that particular performance.
I have a lot, but I probably shouldn't say all of them.
You know what? We're going to need some of those during this game potentially. So you keep them into your hat for the moment. But I mean, BDS, they've chosen blue side again. They are going to have that first pick rotation, but they need to throw anything, everything over there. It's a Hail Mary. It's the fourth quarter. You're down. You need to have a massive play.
I appreciate the Americanisms.
I'm a massive NFL fan, so
there we go.
Unfortunately, New York Jets. So,
you gotta speak to me. Oof.
Yeah,
Roughy.
big oof on that particular one there. But yeah, it's rough.
I agree. I mean, it's potentially the last game you're going to play this year if you're not able to win this one. So you don't want to go just troll and pick random stuff, but you do want to go out on a good showing, figure out which champions are going to best do that. And I got to say, here's my attempts at the caster curse. No one ever comes back from that. You know, it's a 3-0.
You're not Cloud9. You can't do this.
I was the team that happened against. I was
really?
I was coaching Curse back then when LMQ reverse swept us. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
So I have that power, maybe. No one ever comes back. Congrats on making Worlds to PSG. No one comes back. There you go. It starts with success for PSG.
Yeah,
and Maple.
there's the LEC one there.
What else
we got?
you got?
Any more? We got any more? I can't think of. I haven't cast the Penta yet today. You know, there's always something there that might go against them. To be honest,
I don't know if that one's
that's
good.
a little bit of a neutral one, to be honest with you. But if there's ever a time to come back into a series and get a Penta, it's right now. But BDS going to continue banning out things like the Rumble. Make sure they are not getting the ultimate kind of AP in that top side. And I mean, yeah, just keep banning away towards that top end. Honestly, I actually have no problem with this whatsoever. I think if they just focus on Adam and try and get him something solid, I think they should be good.
Yeah, maybe not the first pick Renekton now that you see the Jax counter ready to go, unless you're going to ban Jax as well. But who knows? The Orianna ban, no surprise. PSG locking in on BDS's most played. And I saw some people being like, why go back to blue side? Because you probably have other drafts other than that more early game oriented option. I would not surprised to see a return more to a game one style of scaling, and hope that maybe you can win some more of those fights that were mechanical outplays rather than just getting smashed in the early game.
Okay, for me, the biggest change right now is that it was the Kalista changed up ban for the Maokai. I feel like you have to take the Maokai here. If you leave that open for PSG, they go Maokai Jace, even if you do pick up a Darius or something like that. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I just don't know what BDS's answer is to some of these situations. I understand the Kalista ban from the perspective of like, hey, they actually got a first blood on us, and if Labrov did not hand one back, maybe that game goes different. That does give the Maokai over. And that is one of Sheo's preferred champions. So I kind of liked the trick that they set up before, but maybe they're worried then he just is going to first pick the Sejuani this time, and he ends up with one of his tanky junglers. So letting him get the Maokai and figuring out what they want to answer with instead.
Wait to see what PSG have the answer for now, because again, they've had all the answers so far. If I was an examiner, I think someone was cheating because they have just come in way too prepared. But Aja definitely thinking like getting him something involved in that top side, you know, again, having something he can carry on, like we've seen it twice now before, the Ken and then the Jax, is going to have a Jarvan in the jungle and a Rel. Like, again, already PSG saying, look, we've got incredible frontline engaged to start off this match.
I really like this idea. PSG played that last game saying, hey, we're feeling ourselves. We want tools in the early game to make plays, and Jarvan is basically the best at that. From level 2 onwards, you have the ability to go flying in and try and mess somebody up.
Right now, we're just going to... This is where the big kind of moves come in, if you will, for BDS. They need to figure out where exactly they're going to take these particular picks. Again, ooh,
finally.
Hey, finally we see Crowny now. Can he play it? That's the question on everyone's mind.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it didn't feel like something that they're, like, I'm obviously reading far too into players' faces and what they're saying, but it doesn't seem like something they're very happy about because they don't want it to be picked away and then some more bans thrown at Ezreal, these other things that would happen in Phase 2 if you don't take it here. But at the same time, they don't seem like they really want to be playing with it, and they're not sure what else to combo together here. Coming down to the wire. Alistar locked in, both solo lanes left available here.
So they've got their bot lane and the jungle. See if the PSG want to answer in kind, get something for Wako, who's had just honestly an exceptional time on the Kai'Sa. We'll see him on something different this particular series. So what is his answer? Where does he want to try and take this? Or do they just left it open and say, look, there's no real massive major picks that we want. We're going to go for something maybe a little bit more kind of towards the solo laners, but it looks like for the moment, they're happy to go with another 80 card themselves, the Caitlyn. Wow, okay, so they're going for pure lane dominance and make sure this Kai'Sa can't even get to the point of assassinating.
Correct me if I'm wrong, first Caitlyn of Worlds.
I believe so.
I believe this is the first Caitlyn of Worlds. She's in an interesting spot right now where people have strong opinions on how much damage she can deal. And
depends on the builds.
Yeah, depends on the builds. There's some more annoying ones, depending on how much you like getting headshot crit for 2,000 damage or ulted.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see where they end up going here. But it is very interesting to see Wako force off the Isa, and instead of going for more playmaking, which is where I thought he was going to go, when I think of him as an aggressive, team fight, more focused AD carry who wants to go for those game 1 plays where he's flashing in and making a name for himself. Here he's saying, no, lane dominance, give me some resources, set me up some vision, I'm going to smash this guy in lane.
Yeah, and for the moment now, this Caitlyn is going to have all eyes on them. Again, if the range you get from the Caitlyn, just having that control as well, and the fact that you combo it up with the Rel, you come in with the crash down, you drop down a Yordle snap trap, and all of a sudden you're CC'd for a good 2-3 seconds. There's not really a lot else you can do about it. So for me, PSG found, again, if you have an answer, see if it works out for them, because for the moment, they are very happy with the control they've been able to kind of garner in this first few picks.
Yeah, and I think the idea of having a power point on the map as well to allow Junjia to continue to go for invades onto Sheo, I think it's much better for him this time around, not on the squishier mage jungler, that they will not just destroy you if you get caught out, because Maokai's just tankier in general, but yeah, giving them a lane to play through and find paths into Sheo's side of the map.
And the Sylas is huge value here right now. You've got an Alistar ultimate, you've got the Nature's Grasp as well from the Maokai. Like, these are 2 huge ultimates for a Sylas to kind of go for. It is going in blind. And we'll see now what BDS want to try and respond with. This could be it.
There it is.
Gods! 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 They finally get it going. The Olaf has finished the word.
I am glad that on the final potential game for BDS here, if they do not rally, at least he will have completed the acronym. Olaf slammed in the last minute.
And that's all we needed.
That's all that matters this series. The question of if it's gods or dogs, we will find out, because thus far, it ain't been gods.
It ain't been gods today, but anything can happen with an Olaf. And again, I will say it's nice to get it, but you are giving over another fantastic ultimate for the Sylas to take. So these are the things that go through my mind when you're thinking of these different kind of scenarios. But the last pick to kind of come in here from PSG is going to be Nara in that top side. Very solid pick. You want to try and make sure you're not going into a melee versus the Olaf, because you will just be dominated. So having that Nara to be able to have that range keeps you safe.
Yeah, we saw it just yesterday with how Nara can outplay the Olaf. If you're able to cut him out, if you dodge an axe, his ult can time out. And this time around, he is the one with the Jarvan. So this is an old school combination. The J4 and the Nara, you can go for these kinds of imprisonments and then slamming everyone against the walls that you find on backline members if you're able to land onto nuke. Again, a pretty all-in composition. Caitlyn is kind of isolated in team fights. I mean, you can kite back initially as banging our builds, but at some point, they're going to need to dive in and find the members of BDS.
And we'll say for PSG, like you said, very all-in. You're looking at the Sylas, the Rel, the Nara, and of course the Jarvan, like you mentioned, just all piling in on top of each other. However, on BDS's side, you've got a fair bit of kind of kite back. The Maokai is very good at disengaging with the Bramble Smash. The Alistar is kind of king of that, outside of Janna, of course. And the Olaf should be able to kind of mitigate all CC bar the Cataclysm. So there's actually answers here for the side of BDS if they can find the right fights.
Yeah, I think the Olaf is the question for me, is how much can you get done in the early game? Because we saw yesterday, once it falls behind, becomes pretty useless, as you can just focus it down and it doesn't have the threat in the side lane to keep making plays happen. So we'll have to see a better performance out of Adam here, and hopefully out of Sheo as well, being able to make plays on the map, being allowed to play the game this time, as that was not really the case in Game 2.
No, it was not. Sheo on a much more comfortable champion. PSG 2-0 up. They are 1 Nexus away from qualifying for the Swiss stage. BDS, the LEC 4th seed, need a miracle. They need the divine intervention, if you will. And they are going to have to start that long, long grind to try and find glory at the top of the mountain.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Interesting. Woody going over the wall with the W early on. Going to try and find an early play onto Adam. Usually BDS are the level 1 cheesers, but this time it's PSG.
Yeah, huge respect by Adam there. Look, it's not even a minute into the game. He will most likely have that flashback before anything relevant happens to him in his lane, but I like the fact that he gave him the respect.
Yeah, that is one of those times where you do not want to start giving over a first blood on the pivotal final game there. And like you said, Flash will be up.
It will be up.
5:50 into the game. And you know what, honestly, it's nice to have double summons to force early flashes out of the mini-Gnar like we saw yesterday. If you can just ghost at him, land an axe, it doesn't really matter. That's what you're hoping to do, and have your ult back up with your flash at 6.
That's all you want. And then once you hit 6, that's when the game starts to feel a little bit more favored on that side. But Again, it's going to be not just about the top laners, those junglers, Sheo and Junja, in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's been all Junja. It has really been all Junja. Sheo was not even really a participant in the last game. Let's see if he can bounce it back again on a comfort champion, on something we know he can perform on.
Yeah, absolutely going to have a lot of pressure as well. Wondering where he'll need to go, because you're kind of in a split map situation here where obviously Adam wants some resources, would love a gank or two if they're able to lock down the Gnar and kill him, but at the same time, if this PSG bot lane is able to get this perma shove in, will you have to hover down there and actually help them fix waves and get resets off and the sorts of things that junglers absolutely loathe doing?
And it's a very kind of, like, jungling is like almost like chess sometimes. You have to keep an eye on absolutely everybody else. It's like chess but 5 different players.
Chess but babysitting.
Yeah, chess but you're babysitting the 5-year-olds learning to play chess. Like,
Yeah.
no, take the horse out of your mouth. Like, you just can't do that. But again, this is going to come down to how they're able to kind of make these moves work. And I like what Sheo's looking for right now, trying to see if he can maybe go for an early move in this bot side. Level 3 into level 2. They look for a flash pulverize, perhaps mid lane. Nuke will have a dash, you would imagine, in a second or so. Chain lash, it's going to land. Ooh, misses the CC, and that means that Nuke should be able to just walk away.
Yeah, that was a really nice angle there by Maple, getting in range for the W actually to get what is usually a pretty free E2, but just Nuke didn't instantly run up the ramp and was having a nice little kite out there. So able to hold on to his summoners there. That's absolutely huge, as well as the fact that PSG's bot lane did not end up getting engaged on there, surviving some of those early pressures from both those lanes.
The big thing here as well is that because Junja showed himself towards that mid lane, pathing their bot, obviously showing he had the red, that frees up Adam to get a bit more aggressive. He knows there's no jungler here. Even without a flash, he is still a very big threat onto a very small Gnar.
Yeah, mini Gnar level 3 gank is usually not very good for your own team to go for. So, of course, you have Junjia pathing down to the bot side here. And right now, Wako and Woody doing a good job of just being that annoying perma-shove push that you get for Caitlyn.
Wait to see Crowny, 1 CS up. Congrats to him.
Hey,
just saying, man.
Dominating.
We got to find as many silver linings as we can until plays actually start happening. But right now, PSG, they just feel comfortable. Like, again, you have the Jarvan, he's looking for early ganks, and they have kind of angles in every lane to make them happen.
Yeah, and this is a pretty quintessential BDS draft as well. We talked about last game being a little bit surprising with the level of aggression they're going for here. It's a lot of scaling options with Adam as a splash of kind of early game playmaking, powerhouse, split push, surprise champion picks. And so hopefully for BDS, this can be closer to game 1, but actually close out when they have their advantages around the neutral objectives, able to win some of these team fights. Like I say, there's a lot of pressure as well on Maple. He had a great Akali game, this time going on to one of the other popular melee assassin-style champions in Sylas. But there are a lot of good ultimates to steal. It is true, but there's a lot of times where Sylas just doesn't look like he's doing anything.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the case the last time we saw it, which was against BDS, where they stole the Maokai ult. Who cares? You know, there's sometimes where if you don't have the setup all locked in, it doesn't actually do that much.
It's all about the setup. It's all about when and the where, not so much the how, but great to see now. Again, slow start to this game. I imagine both teams going to be happy to scale up until level 6. Sheo going to have a little bit of a reset there as well. And so I love what you see from PSG as well. You can see the early little bit of vision on the Krugs there to kind of make sure they weren't going to go for a dive in that top side. But Sheo, he's getting a bit creative with the pathing right now. He's going up towards that top side. Adam will have flash soon and level 6. So not far away from this. Maybe not on this wave, though. Maybe one more and he should be there.
Oh, both junglers going to be up here at the top side. No ult yet for Adam. This stun will actually lock him in.
He's going to go for a little bit of movement there. Aja getting caught out a little bit there. You can see Adam just trying to go for something. Flash forward. He got the shield down, but the first blood still goes over to the side of Aja. Sheo needs to flash forward. That means he's already condemned himself to death. He knows he has everyone else on the side of PSG coming up, so he'll donate that one over to Junja.
The 2-for-1 for PSG in the top side. I thought it was maybe going to go wrong after the flash W missed from Aja, but they had enough damage still to finish Adam off. That's one of the scariest things when you don't have just enough damage to finish off the Olaf, who starts getting all those bonuses at low HP. They finish that kill off. They grab about 1,000 gold advantage, both for the first blood and the extra kill going into their back pocket, which also buys time for the Caitlyn lane to continue shoving and grab their first turret plate.
Big play there from PSG. And the funny thing is that if the Olaf gets the kill, the Gnar dies first, then all of a sudden the Triumph comes in. It's a 2-for-0, and honestly, probably might even be a little bit more as well in terms of turrets and stuff like that, or turret plates at least. And now we can see Adam has flash this time around. Has got ultimate as well, the Ragnarok, but like we said, the Ragnarok is not exceptional against Cataclysm. Luckily for him, Junja does not have access to that yet, but Already we're seeing Engage's bot side. Woody had to flash just because he was so afraid of Sheo going in and getting the lockdown.
Yeah, it seems like maybe miscounting the timer on the reset from Crowny, because even if you do have the Maokai there to follow up, there's not a level 6 Kaisa flying in on top of you to blow you up. It would have been a fine 2 for 2. So a bit of a misplay there by Woody, thinking he was under more threat than he was, and a nice play by Labrov to kind of force that reaction out of him.
Just realized something.
What'd you realize?
We could have, potentially, because it was a 5-game series, had Adam spell out gods in a game, or in a series, because it's 4 letters.
Words.
Yeah, but he can't do it. Now it's probably going to be like rods or something. Just, it's not as epic, you know?
What did he play in game 1 again?
He played, what did he play? Scion.
Scion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the S. So it'll be
Or just replace Set. Just replace,
it's Ross
just
now.
replace Scion and
yeah,
Set.
but we can't get the G or the D. We can only get one of the 2. Oh no, we could get 2.
Yeah, hey, we're good.
Yeah, no, you're right.
We're good.
I take it back. We might still have gods in this game. Or in this series, as we see now an Engage in the bot side. They will get the CC down straight away here onto Labrov, and yeah, he's dead. He knows he is. He's not going to burn any summoners there, and just great call here from Junja to go, right, I know where I need to be. Bot lane was the call.
Yeah, found him over the wall, contesting some vision there, and critically as well, PSG able to channel that one onto Owako, doing what AD carries do best, walking up and stealing kills.
Oh, and stealing ultimates. Maple just subtracts Nuke from the map. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Luke was going for the play there.
Yep.
He was feeling himself a little bit, trying to get some momentum back in this game because it had not been going well so far. Ends up trading his own life under the turret, though. Maple on top of that play. Nice pull through the chains, getting over the Azir wall and pushing him back. We'll take another look at that after this bot lane play first. And here you see, like, just baiting on the Vision Ward. Jinjia, well-timed. Doesn't even need the knock-up, actually. Just having enough damage in the 3v2 situation. Then here, Woody was bloodthirsty. He threw one more auto there. And then here, doing a good job in the lane phase, but then the creeps dying or not being under turret range.
Oh, he just panics, and then it's a perfect sequence of plays there. Maple just absolutely smashed them.
They're laughing at a bit of a misplay there. I'm going back to see how he ended up dropping turret aggro despite having creeps around.
Yeah, they went at the turret.
They just were not quite in range yet, and that's why he got caught out. Unfortunate there by Nuke, not having a wave to escort him for that pressure. Now, BDS on the map, being a little thirsty, trying to get this Rift Hurl down if they can get it.
See what they can get. We just see Labrov taking a ace in the hole to the face, and then protecting Crowny on this bot side. But I mean, Crowny's going for the lethality build right now, so they are going for Assassination Nation, as they need to try and go for this one here. And Adam with his longsword shop. Level 6 has been hit here by Labrov, but I mean, it's so difficult to walk into a Rel and a Caitlyn. You're just going to CC for days.
Yeah, and the great thing about how this game's going for PSG is they have not really needed to babysit the Wako lane. There's been pretty isolated outside that 1 or 2 looks that Sheo's been able to find slightly down there, but not really under any threat. They are chipping this turret down very well on their own. Probably going to grab the second turret plate here in a second.
Luke dodges one thing, gets hit by another. The rest of it all comes down. He should be able to dash himself away. Interesting enough to see that Woody and Maple not willing to commit themselves anymore to that. Probably because the flash was still available for Nuke. They weren't going to get the kill. But again, just great kind of trigger discipline as well. Just forcing him out of lane. He doesn't have TP. That's going to be a wave lost.
Yep, able to get some pressure down there. Also, while grabbing the Rift Herald, they were able to make that play happen. So much control for PSG in this third and potentially final game. 2,000 gold advantage already in their back pocket. And some of the game plan for BDS off the rails.
I was going to say, Labrov does not want to get his ultimate stolen away by the Silas, so just going to try and walk himself away from that particular play. It means they have to be very isolated on this bot side. You can see that the Alistar having to go the long way around. Junja doing a very good job of just making sure that everyone has to be very careful, very respectful, if you will, of how everything's kind of going down. As Nuke going to push in a bit of a wave here. As a bit of a trade. Some scones of ducks have been absolutely fantastic for Maple. Nuke doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, already put back down to around 20% health. Going to be very difficult to continue laning. No teleport available. I'm going to have to go back to base right away again, getting these really awkward item purchases. Not able to finish off his Leandries quite yet. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Should have it by then, hopefully, but not feeling great.
No. We're starting to feel like game number 2. It's starting to feel like PSG are very, very comfortable. They know exactly where they need to be. They're controlling the map in such a great way. Even the fact that Woody's getting these wards, like consistently making sure there's no random play to come out from a TP that they can get caught out from.
Yeah, making sure Nuke's TP when it's up is not going to be able to go there. Adam, no TP available for here. Just keeping this pressure available so that Wako can continue just destroying this turret. Now we have Shale finding an angle maybe.
Maybe looking for Woody, who does have the gravity field. Maybe going for the flash as well to get the headbutt pulverized. But can they finish off the damage? That's the question. They finally do with a little bit of a smite there from Shale. They said, look, we tried to give it to you, Crownie, but you just weren't close enough.
Yeah, they were worried about having to wait for the Kai'Sa W to come back up or something like that. They finished that kill off, relieved some pressure around the bot lane, hopefully getting them caught out, looking for that jungle.
Jungler's having a little bit of a move here. See Wako moving forward. Wako's a little bit isolated now. May actually be getting jumped on and assassinated because you've got the lethality. TP coming in. That's going to be the Gnar with Mega. Looking for a little bit more. Flash by Crown. He keeps him there and alive. But he gets dragged all the way back in. But can they finish off the kills? That's the question. Nuke is here. Maple follows him just as quick as well. So BDS not quite done just yet. A couple of quick kills and they're only about 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Flying right back into this game. Initially getting the pick off on Woody, who was being a little bit too aggressive in that bot lane, and then Wako really crazy pathing trying to move that. BDS not fully out of the woods yet as they have this Rift Herald to drop down for Aja to at least equalize some of the gold that now Adam is channeling up in the top side.
Adam should be able to get at least 2 plates from this, maybe a third. He hasn't got a huge amount of attack speed right now and no wave, so it's probably just going to be the 2 while the tower and bot lane does go down to reinstate that 2,000 gold lead. But I mean, BDS, that's the kind of plays they need. Those are the kind of moments they need to capitalize on if they want to try and stay in this series, keep their season alive.
Yeah, and it all starts from their own proactive play. It's one of the things where once you put pressure on the enemy team, you know, sometimes some mistakes start to show up. They kill Woody. Junjia's trying to scrap out Sheo. Then Wako takes a bad path. You find that kill. And then more mechanical mistakes follow after that. And gives BDS some very necessary breathing room. Get some gold onto the Olaf, which was absolutely critical. Going all the way back here to just some vision control. Going a little bit too aggressive about it. Woody should have known that Labrov was right there. Not going to survive that one mistake after seeing him kind of around the mid lane messing with the Silas like you called out earlier. You knew he was there. And then here's where they really lose it. Wako here, I don't know why you think you can just walk through here like this.
His name is Wako.
Yeah,
he walks.
I don't know if Junjia, what the call was. It was going to go bad no matter what, even if he didn't end up blast coning into the dragon pit there.
Oh, well, Crownie's dead. Labrov is just kind of sitting there awkwardly going,
it didn't
well.
happen on camera, but there was absolutely a stolen Azir ult flash insec under the turret to kill Crownie.
I mean, it's just the way it is. We talked about it, well, I talked about it at length for sure, about the ultimates you can steal here with Silas, and the playmaking Silas, or how good Silas can be, does kind of rely on those ultimates and when and where you use them, but look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. I mean, that's not what you need to be seeing if you're the Olaf. You picked this Olaf as the kind of the big pick. Yeah. You're down 1,100 gold.
Struggling into Nars recently at Worlds, unfortunately. Saving grace, Crownie's Kai'Sa, basically even in gold. You are staying relevant in this game, and there will not be very many resists purchased, most likely. The Jarvan build, oftentimes going for a Spear of Sojin second, means that you won't have to be punching through resist for a little while. We'll see what Gnar wants to go. Sometimes you see the Black Cleaver. Maybe they'll go something a little different this time to itemize against the armor, but you know, with how much true damage the Olaf can do as well, sometimes it feels bad. He can shred you as well, so we'll have to see what Aja wants to go, but most likely more bruiser-oriented. Here's this play again. Azir ult stolen. Gonna eat the minions, or just flash.
Immediately go for it. Just flash in, go for the Crownie, and there is blood on that crown.
And I gotta say, really heads up play by Maple to jump the play because Labrov was wrapping around. You saw Shale's ultimate coming in at the very end there. They were absolutely setting up a dive there. And Maple just cuts that play off at the head by killing Crownie.
And that's the kind of momentum killer that PSG have been shown to do this entire play-ins. Like, yes, they were a little shaky in their first series, but they kind of slowly came back into that one there. And the fact that BDS were getting a couple of kills, were getting control back on the map, that just stifles that momentum. It kills it completely.
Yeah, huge play out of Maple. I gotta say, love the approach to the Silas here, going for the Electrocute and Pen burst damage build with Night Harvester. Some people go for the Conqueror and a lot of Ages or Everfrost. Yeah, no, I'd rather you just absolutely obliterate one target.
Blow someone up.
Yeah, it feels a lot better to play too. I much prefer it. As much as I love being a drain tank in the middle of a team, this is definitely the play, I think. Especially here where if you can assassinate Crownie very quickly or Nuke, you can win the fight because you have so much DPS coming from the other positions on the map for you.
Well, Nuke does have TP and has pushed in that bot side. Both bot and top have been pushed in here by BDS. They're getting the lanes pushed in, and PSG are a little bit kind of unsure of how they want to do it. They want to get Aja to get up to that Mega before they really go for something right now. And they're taking a fair chunk of damage. The Rift Herald will reset.
Yeah, Nuke did teleport back in after shoving out that bot wave. They could have sacked this one and just used his pressure to trade out a turret for it, but instead wanted to contest here.
Still going. They're looking for this. BDS, no, they have to go for something. Labrov on the backside looking for it. Woody gets caught out. Woody gets assassinated. They kill off one. Junja looks to the guy to get Cataclysm, but he can't get anybody else. Now, can they jump onto Wako? He does have a flash available. Does only need the 90 counter Burlette, but can he get back over the wall? He's flashed forward, and they will get killed down. Nuke picks himself up that kill. And this is BDS putting down a marker saying we are not done just yet.
BDS staying alive in this series, perfectly playing that out, waiting for the Gnar ult to time out. Adam,
he's fine.
He's fine. We're not worried about it. We're fine. But yeah, great play out of them, contesting that. We weren't sure if they were going to go, if they're going to back off. I like the aggressiveness, letting them finish off that Rift Herald and playing for the fight instead.
Oh, looking for a bit. There's the Adam ultimate now. Traded back there for the Alistair stolen one. They're all coming back in on top of this one here. Can Aja get away? He does have a flash should he need it. Woody in kind of no man's land right now. In the lethality build that we talked about, he's going to lose his flash. You'd almost certainly think so. As Crowny comes in, dodges out a little bit, and yep, there is the flash to go away. So BDS not getting caught out, and if anything, kind of turning the tides a little bit in that fight as well.
Yeah, absolutely happy to trade some of those flashes that were burned there. Woody, when the primary engage tool's losing that one, just trying to help follow up in the play. And here we go, waiting for the Mega Naruto timeout. Labrov taking the wraparound Alistair ultimate angle here, and just the Maokai ultimate so powerful, isolating Woody, allowing Crowny to annihilate him with the Halo Blades and build there. And then Jinjia just not tanking at all yet, gets assassinated second, and the rest of the team has no way to follow through because the members were threatening from the blue buff ramp coming down.
PSG did get the Rift Herald, so they did secure that objective, but you lost 3 kills for it. Now, mid lane did go down. It's a 600 gold lead. BDS crawling back into this one little by little, bit by bit. They are sitting on a pretty big mid-game spike, especially with this lethality Kai'Sa, and now having the Olaf to be able to do so much work on the backside. The fact that they were able to isolate Woody came off the fact that everyone else on PSG was so concerned about what Adam was doing.
Yeah, the fact that Adam was able to get value in that fight was huge, and they are starting to stem the bleeding of the potential 1-3-1 setup of PSG. We saw what happened yesterday when the Olaf falls behind the Gnar. You start falling into threat of getting solo killed, or at least ran up lanes. And so here, while Aja is getting this solo turret, at least Adam is slightly more relevant. Maple is not snowballing quite so hard, despite getting 2 kills and looking pretty good. He's down a fair amount of CS.
He is indeed. They're going to try and assassinate him, but the buffer is good from Junja. A little bit of a flash as well, just to create that separation, but Dragon, no kill, so BDS still feeling okay about that trade, but they got to make sure that someone's dealing with Aja. He'll get this turret for free. No one's coming.
Yeah, Aja's getting pretty farmed at this point, grabbing a lot of turrets here. They do stop the Dragon stacking out of PSG, which is pretty critical, and Hex Dragon is a pretty fine reward as a result, but you do want to start dropping some of these turrets. There are still none available, and so while it is a 2K gold lead for PSG, there's a lot of standing gold available for BDS should they win or have another good one of these fights that they can actually convert into multiple turrets afterwards.
Nuke doesn't know that Aja's still here, goes in with the Mega Gnar. Can he get away from it? Oh, Woody!
Woody!
Oh, looking a bit more like Buzz there to infinity and beyond.
Oh, you insulted my boy Buzz?
Yeah.
Looking more like Mr. Potato Head after that. I don't know what that play was.
Well, Labrov is taking a fair chunk of damage. He might just die here, to be perfectly honest, if he's not too careful. The boomerang does not land. And that keeps him safe for the moment, but PSG not quite ready to let BDS have their victory lap just yet. They are still showing them that they are ahead, and they are still looking to make plays.
Aja is kind of keeping PSG in this game here. First up, getting the setup onto Nuke to threaten to kill him, and then getting Labrov's ultimate out there in the chase down sequence. Woody, to be fair, the wall clipped him, made him short the W ult combination, then misses the Q, allowing Nuke to get out. But that's one of those plays where you might look back at it later and go, oh, if we just get that one, do we maybe start pressuring Baron on the tail end of that? Because it had just spawned. What more could you have gotten if you found that kill? Or at the very least, continue to accelerate Aja.
And the thing is, I love that you bring up this acceleration of Aja, because I don't know now, but I'm pretty sure he is the 2,000 gold lead onto... Oh, of course, we have the
Spectator client.
Spectator client.
You are correct, sir.
He is the 2,000 gold lead. So if Aja's not there, or if Aja gets taken out of the fight, then this is a much more even game, as that turret just about stays alive, but a sneeze will take it down.
At some point, BDS will cash in on these turrets. They are both so low, and actually across
all three
lanes
are
ripe for the taking if they can just get a little bit of pressure or a map movement down to grab them. Aja, like you said, though, going for the hull breaker build, kind of committing a little bit more to this split push style. He's playing extremely well, so I understand kind of indexing into your own play here. We were wondering what he would go next, if he would pick up some sort of resist. No, he is here to split push and win the game. Adam says he's had enough.
32 health. It's an insult if we leave that one up and available, so they get that little bit of gold. It's nice to get it into everyone there available, but for now, you can see that PSG very aware that this Dragon, or this Baron, I should say, is a big threat that BDS could go for. You have got an Azir, an Olaf, and a Kai'Sa. You will burn through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Maokai going for the Demonic Embrace. Red Smite will burn quite a bit. And so, while the gold lead is still in PSG's favor, it is being kept closer than that Game 2, which you can see was a very quick acceleration in that 20-minute mode. And this time around, PSG don't have the clearest way to advance the game plan. Of course, you can split Aja. Of course, you can try and make plays happen. That feels like the only power point because the Caitlyn no longer is able to just free-shove waves over and over again. They've done a really good job on the side of BDS of jumping on top of Jinjia when he steps too far forward. Or Woody, they have kind of stifled the primary engagers. And without that, there's no easy way for Maple in.
Like the Junja is just kind of saying, look, you're stacking these little cats in this brush right now. There were like 3 or something like that, so he's just baiting them out, getting the flag and dragging them. Sure. Yeah, honestly, with the damage he's able to get onto them, it might be a one-shot territory, but turret does go down in mid lanes. That's 2 of the 3. And that brings us to, again, just under a 2,000 gold lead. It might be enough there for Nuke, who's agonizingly close towards a Rabadon's death cap. He is, unfortunately, a fair bit away from having the extra 1,200 he needs to finish it off, but for now, everything seems to be just kind of calming down. The calm before the storm, as PSG recognize they're not as far ahead as they were in the last 2 games. They need to make sure they don't fumble this game.
Yeah, it's a question of how they want to advance it here, because you have 45 seconds on the Dragon spawning, but you don't really want to put Aja up on the top side because it's unlikely he can take an inhibitor turret by himself. But then if you're on the bot side where there is an inner turret still up, you are already close to the Dragon. So it does kind of naturally lead to a situation where you probably are going to contest this, but BDS has done very well around the neutral objectives this time, and we'll see if they can yet again Labrov and Sheo combo together to isolate frontline members of PSG for Crownie and Nuke to just blow up.
The thing is, Aja has got the hull breaker. Great for pushing the lanes, but he has, as you mentioned, been very tentative to being pushing too far over. Doesn't want to overcommit to it, and again, when you go with that hull breaker build, it does mean that you're not as keen to be in those team fights as early as you possibly can. So we'll see. Dragon spawning now in 3 seconds. BDS look to try and stack that objective themselves. Getting attack speed and ability haste onto something like an Azir could be huge going later into the game.
Absolutely. Multiple big item breakpoints coming through. Wako finishing his IE before this, going for the crit focus build, not grabbing the Gale Force. Going to see if they can stop this Dragon, excuse me.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. It's a stolen Maokai ultimate for Maple as he throws it across. We're going to see them try and go for a fight. It's a bit of a cross of the lanes. There we go. BDS secure themselves the Dragon, but they are stunned up a little bit. Crownie gets jumped on and immediately predicted on the backside. Aji can't finish him off. Neither can the Silas. They're going to try and maybe mirror this back right back on top of Caitlyn, and she goes down. They're trading this one back. It's a 2 for 2, I should say. For the moment, they will use those Hex Gates to get Aja right back in. The switcheroo! Oh, he's on the floor. What can you do, BDS? Labrov, why are you there? Run away. Stay away from there. Get out of there. You can't be here. You're 6 levels down. God damn it.
Labrov, you got out. Why would you walk back in? He's fine. He did it. Wow, what a crazy fight. That was so close to being a massive wipe by PSG. Aja absolutely having a monstrous ultimate there. He's not done. He's got red buff. He wants to scrap.
He wants to scrap indeed. He's getting Mega now as well. He might be able to get himself the kill and get himself out for free. Kai'Sa's around, but I don't think that Crownie wants any of this smoke, and that's just Aja bringing this play right back a little bit in favor of PSG.
Aja has put on the hero pants. He was already wearing them for most of this series, having an incredible Game 1 and Game 2, and continuing it into Game 3 here. This time, Sheo, we talked about him not having the best smites this series, been getting outsmoked a little bit. This time he grabs it, but Jinjia and Aja perfectly timed wombo combo, catches the flash out of Crownie, but has the ult to survive. And then from there, Maple's not able to land the E, and he's just on chase down sequence the rest of this fight, whereas Nuke was in the pit, able to hit multiple important members.
Yeah, Maple didn't really do a lot of damage at all, but we're going straight back into the action right there. We're going to steal away the Alistar ultimate as we look to try and make this fight work. They're a little bit isolated, though, because that Maokai ultimate's doing it work in its own right. Nuke picked up the first kill. They get Maple back over the wall as he gets himself an ultimate stolen away from the Alistar. Now they're turning and burning onto Sheo, who's very tanky, but is he tanky enough to survive against all this damage? The shutdown, but Azir falls at the end of it all. It's a 2 for 3! It's a 3 for PSG. And that is going to get them right back into this. Well, this game is getting scrappy.
It's getting crazy. Angelina Jolie bends the bullet around the target there to finish him off. Wanted Sheo and finished him, but so crazy how much damage there is in this game relative to the tankiness. The fact that Sheo with Red Smite, Demonic First, has a nice health pool, but not the tankiest. Labrov and Maple actually with their ultimates are going to be some of the tankier members here. Woody just gets annihilated. The Pen Kaisa build, I don't know why anyone builds anything else. Yeah, honestly, unless it's multiple tanks with tons of resist, just do this build, because you can see what happens when you step slightly too far forward. Maple's annihilated, absolutely deleted there, and then here it is, the little bit of cleanup that comes in at the very end. Sheo dying with Jinjia up. I wonder under the replay if they're going to be rushing back to this Baron here, or if they will taking it slow. But still a fight win out of PSG here in a very tense third game.
Yeah, I mean, Crownie tried his hardest to jump in front of that bullet right there. He really did. But there's the win probability powered by AWS. It's still in favor of PSG, but BDS are not letting this one go lightly. Labrov will have his ultimate back up and available. No flash available for a little bit of an engage. No flash is pretty much for anybody on the side of PSG in terms of the engagers, so they're going to be very, very aware that they can't just walk forward and just tank up things like they did the last few fights.
Yeah, another double Shojin build this time. Actually grabbing it as well. I can't help but wonder if you're going to be grouping this much, you know, gotta go for some resists instead, because Crownie is going to melt anyone who steps too far forward. Same with Nuke, honestly, now with the death cap finished off. And you can see them having some priority on this dragon. Going to hit it and start it out.
Starting it, clearing out the vision for the moment. They will have that blast cone to potentially use over the wall as Adam tries to play keep away. Crownie and Sheo doing the work right now. Ooh, Aji takes a huge chunk of damage. Junja walking away from this one here, but I don't think he's going to get out with his life. No, he is not. Labrov perfectly placed to try and keep everybody off. The Baron still on 4,000 HP as Aja has to back away. He's not going into Mega just yet. Crownie gets caught. Crownie's still alive. They shove back the Wacko as he finally gets caught down. They're looking for Crownie. How has he survived? Just about taken away. Sheo can't finish off this Baron. He needs Adam. He needs his top laner. They need to go back on to do this damage. Aji has been the carry of this team for PSG in game number 3. He's looking for a little bit more damage. The smite can't come out just yet. Finally does go in. He's kiting it. He's kiting it. He's looking for more. Adam, you need to run away. You need to use that damage. Oh, nearly a touchdown. No, he's not quite close enough. Oh my God. But at the end of it all, Baron for BDS, but PSG, they made him work.
We're getting a good game here finally in game 3. BDS staying alive. I thought for a second there Aj would find the 2 cleanup kills and deny all the Baron buffs, but he just can't quite do it. Jinjia getting exploded here. Labrov providing a better front line, requiring more resources here. And once the jungler's down, there's a huge pressure on PSG to stop BDS from being able to smite this Baron.
Look at Crownie. He gets CC'd by the Baron, and how does he live?
Someone took the Baron aggro, so he did not go onto him. Maple with the hero play. All right, we don't got time.
We don't got time. We don't got time for your analysis. We don't got time to break down the plays because BDS have the momentum. The crowd behind them, they want more games. The Red Bull Baron power play at their back. And they're looking to go onto Soul Point as well. The poke coming out here from Crownie is monstrous. But Aja is huge as well. You can see Maple off to the side here, looking for a bit of a flank. Has got Labrov's ultimate. The Unbreakable Will. Can he make something work? Getting a little low. Junja goes in a little early. The Cataclysm now down. The smite comes in. Sheo gets it again. That's the third one on swing and a miss by Maple. They can start to isolate him out and get that true damage in. Labrov just keeping everybody else away. Flashes forward. Jumps in onto Wacko. And that's the play you need. Aja will try and turn it around like he did at Baron, but not today. Massive shutdowns, 5 kills, that could be game!
That's gonna be it! They have the Baron buff, a wave in the mid lane, and a 4 for 0 kill right now. It's only Maple left alive. Does he have any heroics left to try and save this game?
He's gonna have to pull out all the stops. Not quite level 16, so not quite sure he can take that Alistar ult just yet again. The Nexus is in their sights. BDS keeping themselves alive at Worlds, looking to make a big statement game. They won't end the game just yet. They know how tentative it is, that if they mess up, it's over.
Definitely the right call. 5 seconds left on Junjia. Maple was alive. If he could steal the Maokai ultimate, you might end up in a situation getting cleaned up in their base. But again, absolutely monstrous smites from Sheo this game. He has been incredible all tournament long. Junjia had been getting the better of him, but not this time around. Grabs the third dragon for their team. And then here, just split fight. There's not any threat onto Crowny and Nuke. Maple tried to find it, but with the chains this time around after some heroics in the previous fight. And it's too easy if Maple is not there providing threat in the backline. Aja also did not have ultimate until a little bit later on in that sequence.
The great thing here for BDS is not only did you get the kills in the Dragon, which is obviously fantastic, but you burned so many smites, or so many, flashes from that last fight. You got so many resources. Look at across the board, nobody has anything. You've got a couple of teleports, but it's not really going to mean much when you're dealing with such a powered up BDS.
Yeah, and absolutely. I think this is one of the few times as well BDS's comp truly outscales with the Kai'Sa and Azir here. Obviously, late game Silas is no joke, but the rest of the team does drop off, especially when you have itemization focused on split push, and now you are losing the game here.
I mean, they're trying to get Aja some kind of time up topside. You've got the snap traps going down. You've got the stolen Maokai all thrown out to try and delay it. He is getting a fair bit of time now, so he may be able to break open this base here. Aja has got a fierce amount of damage with that Spear of Shojin.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the rest of PSG cannot chase forward enough to interrupt the recalls. You can see Junjia dropping the flag, trying to spot them, and maybe you can interrupt some recalls to buy more time, but not the case here. Baron buff timed out now.
All right, Mark. We got a game.
We got a game.
We got a game, maybe a series. I'm not going to say it just yet.
No.
But we got to wait till the Nexus explodes, as is a play-by-play's right. But what do you want to see? How do BDS finish this one off? Where do you want to see them look for it?
I think as much as it's fun to try and group up and make a dive happen, I think grouping just to control Aja a little bit, keep pressure on the map, react to him whenever he splits because he's not going to be showing up for any of these defenses. Just try and corral PSG as best you can until the next neutral objective spawn, because you have a potential Baron for Hex Tech Soul trade where you have 3 already done. So you can take whichever side of that trade PSG does not want. You can also contest them if you want to go for it. There's so much going in BDS's favor right now beyond the gold lead and map pressure from having the mid inhibitor cracked. So they have a very, very strong position to play to these neutral objectives from here on out. Don't get over greedy. Don't dive a base. You're doing great.
Take a deep breath. LEC fans, EU fans, let's all calm ourselves and center ourselves. This game is not over. This series is not done. PSG have plenty available to them if they want to try and win this game, and it's going to come down to what could be a mistake, a moment of brilliance.
Oh, the TP flank.
TP flank here from Aja to try and make something work here. They're going to try and burn down Nuke as best they possibly can. He puts down his ultimate. He is going to be able to zoom away, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one alive. He will not. Luckily for the side of BDS, it's just a kill. Doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme, no objective for a minute.
50 seconds on the death timer, 40 for Baron. There'll be a 10-second desync, but once he's up, he does have teleport available. I like BDS's response here. Escort the minion waves in, make them react so they can't get too much vision set up for the Baron, but
to catch someone. They're looking to catch someone. They're looking to catch someone thinking there may be not enough vision, because look at the vision they have on the top left, but they don't really have a lot on the Baron pit or even in their own jungle. BDS decide it's not worth going for the big risk just yet. And they're going to back themselves away because PSG are saying we're looking towards the bot side. The Hex Soul is far more important than the Baron right now.
Yes, on their minds, that's where they're going, but that does take longer to respawn and will give Nuke plenty of time to teleport back in to contest that in a 5v5.
Got the kittens moving forward. Doing a first amount of damage. And this thing, it doesn't look like it does a lot initially, but when you start to take them down with the bit of AP here, Crowny.
Oh no.
Labrov has to pop his ultimate. He's getting CC'd in. He does pop himself over. Labrov gets caught. They're going to try and get onto Junja. They know if they kill the jungler, there's no way you can smite fight this. Now with Nuke back into play, we're going to see them go straight in. They're using all the ultimates there, trying to make this one work. Trying to jump down on top of Maple, who has to sacrifice himself for the betterment of his team, but he will fall. 4v4, both objectives on the map.
Massive mistake by Maple there. You can just sit on top of Adam in front to back that team fight, but he takes the chains in, pops the ultimate a little bit late, and by the time he's stasis with an Alistar, you're already 20% health. PSG, after finding that great initial pick,
they can't do this yet. They thought they were calling the buff, the buff even, or the bluff, I should say, but BDS called it on them. Nuke
Gets jumped on by the Junja, the Cataclysm down. Can he kill off the jungler? Can he get out alive? He can get one of those things, which is keeping his life for now. Junja gets hit on the backside of this play. Crowny is not here. Woody misses another flash over the wall. Hexol BDS.
PSG mechanically making mistakes left and right this game. BDS making the right macro calls, splitting Crowny there. The advantage we were talking about with the neutral objectives. PSG trying to win a fight as the only way back into this game, but just came up too short. Taking another look at this. Initially, great slow down chase sequence onto Labrov, and with the Caitlyn traps, there's just no way out for him. So he decides to go in here, try and make something happen because Nuke is showing up on the backside of the fight, but Jinji is able to get out. And here, Adam decides to go. And I initially like the decision to just kite back. Just hit the Olaf. Just hit the Olaf.
No, hit the live button.
Hit the live button.
Hit the live button because we're going back into live. We're going to see them. They'll go for it. They've turned and burned. They're going to be at the ground of the Aja. If they can kill him off, it's massive. They assassinate him, and it'll all be huge for BDS. The series isn't over. This game is everything to them, and their world's hands just stand so close to being over, but they're hanging on.
Hanging on, grabbing the soul at the end of that previous sequence, and here grabbing the Baron, giving no neutral objectives to the side of PSG. Labrov running defense here, making sure they can't reset and cut the wave potentially, helping shove them out there, and you can see the pings going down now for the base of PSG.
This year, BDS has only dropped one game when they've had Soul, which is kind of incredible in its own right. Normally Soul's an end game kind of thing, but they've got the Baron, they've got the Hexol, they have the scaling. They just need to blow up the Nexus.
It's still a hard battle, and we do not want to see them get ahead of themselves. Just yesterday, they had a game where they almost lost despite having Soul. There was an incredible engage onto Crowny that happened in that game. They still won that one, and so I have plenty of confidence that they will be able to do it here. 2 minutes left on the Baron power play, already 2,500 gold. And here you're going to see it again, just cute idea, but way too far ahead of the play for Aja. Needed to stack up his rage a little bit more before going for a flank like that, and just excellent decision by BDS to annihilate him once he ports in.
And they get the Baron off of it. 7,000 gold. Gold means very little at this point. You can see there, as I cough and didn't want to blow up everyone's eardrums. Everyone's pretty, yeah, you know what? I'm a man of the people. trying to help out our headphone users a little bit, but everyone's kind of picking up full items. Crowny's done. He's got his Zhonya's alongside the Zhonya's that was picked up by Nuke. His Olaf has been decent, 6, 2, and 5. Building up such a huge advantage, despite how far behind he was in the laning phase.
Yeah, this is something where the BDS carries are fairly far ahead of the ones on the side of PSG. No death cap completed for Maple yet, still trying to work that one down. Only 5 items for Wako compared to the 6 of Crowny. Means that you do want to try and end this game before the gold kind of becomes meaningless.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're not... Wako. Have to go back to the base there. Does have the line of snap traps to be able to try and stop anyone from moving forward, but all they need is one window to open. Inhibitor in the bot lane has fallen. Can they get themselves 2 inhibitors? That is the question. Stolen Maokai ultimate from Maple gets thrown out. Now everyone just kind of backs themselves away. Good blocking by Labrov, who tries to look for an engage onto Junja. Takes a huge amount of damage. He's going to have to walk away, and that is the second inhibitor down. They're being made work for it. They're being made pushed so hard for BDS. This is step 1 of 3, and they are already at 40 minutes.
They are strapping themselves in for a long haul for the Swiss stage, but they are going for it.
He's looking at, he's very isolated. It's almost like deja vu. He gets knocked back, has flash, gets himself over the wall. Gonna look for a little bit more damage onto him. He's dead. Q assassinated Crowny now with very little mana. Needs to be very careful as Maple jumps in on top of him, but he had the stopwatch. We made note of it earlier, but Crowny is dead. Now it's on to Nuke to be the carry. They need to kill Maple as soon as possible. Aja goes forward, but he goes down. Now you can look to a little bit more, but look at the damage from Wako. This is a Caitlyn on a mission, looking to be the hero of PSG. They want a clean record, a clean 3-0. Adam trying to be the god he was touted to be. But right now, gods can bleed, and he's taking a hell of a beating.
Oh, teleport coming back in for Nuke. He's going to try and end this one.
He's going to look to try and kill off the Caitlyn. 1, 2, one more. He doesn't even need it. Nuke TPing in with the kill, and BDS, they roar back into life. They will not go quietly into the night, and they will get a game in this best of 5.
We are headed to game 4. BDS rally in this game, finally taking away the Kai'Sa. And it was a hard-fought game. It looked like PSG was in control with a good early game yet again, but they rallied back. BDS making it hard for themselves, but still coming out on top.
Taking a breath.
Yeah, that is
taking a breath.
You don't get a head rush, don't pass out, don't faint on me.
You do that when you stand up too quickly. I was like, oh,
you do a lot of
I'm going to go down. But I mean, BDS still alive. For PSG, they had a lot of the makings of this game. It felt like they were kind of just running through the motions and kind of saying, yeah, we did this in the last one, we could do it again. And then it just started to fall apart a little bit. They almost got a little bit too complacent.
Yeah, definitely. It felt like they start opting to builds, maybe not the optimal way with the hull breaker, but that's the hair there. I gotta say for BDS, how sweet would it be to have, if you're a BDS fan, the reverse sweep to miss MSI that happened at the hands of Mad Lions and Spring Split, to then, if you're able to do it, reverse sweep PSG to make it into the main stage of Worlds.
Getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. Just a little bit. The excitement, the adrenaline. Getting very much excited. But we're going to send it over to a very excited Goldberg, I imagine, over on the desk.
Talk about getting ahead of yourself. Goldberg, you were the one that called it coming in. It's just game 3 that they won here. But the T-shirt, it hasn't lied so far.
I mean, I'm just saying, Raz, how do you say that a little bit here? If they manage to pull this off, how about you wear this for cooldown later tonight? How about that?
I'm willing to. For context, that shirt is stanky.
It is really stinky. I went working out in this. I haven't had the chance to wash it yet.
Why did I say yes?
But you did just say yes, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, so you're clearly going to be rooting for PSG, but I mean, what a turnaround. I think every single game has felt wildly different from the slow game 1 to PSG dominating the early game, and now just full-on team fights. What was the biggest shift here for BDS?
I mean, let's talk about Kai'Sa finally coming through from Crownie. I think that while you're watching the team fight, at times he did still get caught on it. The short range was a bit difficult for him to pilot. But the champion is still that good that even if it's not your comfort champion, you'll still look good on the champion. I also think the fact that we weren't looking at it necessarily, oh, here's a Renekton first pick, that was super good. Having Nuke on one of the 2 comforts, Ori or Azir, we see the Azir coming through as well, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the one pick that I was curious about because of its risk was Caitlyn. Caitlyn, first time seeing it come through. Obviously, it was chipping at turrets, range advantage in lane, but past that, your team fighting is going to be really difficult going up against a really beefy front line. Not only do you have to wait for the Maokai ult, you have to wait for Alistar to not be a nuisance, and then there's the range disadvantage you have to deal with, the threat of Kai'Sa, the threat of Alistar just walking at you. Wako was walking in and dying in a lot of fights, unable to do anything.
Yep, and just getting like pushed back by an Olaf or an Alistar. And you talk about the laning phase where you're supposed to be able to bully. It was a 41 gold advantage. Not 41,000, not 4.1k, 41 gold. So it definitely didn't get the lead that I think it needed to.
I mean, going into the early game at 14 minutes, we only had a lead on Labrov, but apparently that's enough against PSG.
The support diff we were all talking about. I will say, Labrov in the team fights was really, really good. There was like the one where he got picked off, but even when he was getting picked, he was turning it around and looking for angles. Like you were saying, make it so hard for Waka to team.
Because even when I'm talking about the draft, overall, I thought PSG should be able to win with this game. With the lead that they had early on, with how fed Sylas was, and I thought this was an amazing Sylas angle, actually. So Maple being able to pick out Sylas here and the way that he played it out, great. So like, for instance, the Kai'Sa walking in, autoing the top lane turret, and he's like, I have Azir ulti.
Yeah, a little bit of disrespect definitely came through.
Yes, and then after a while, you are right. Labrov, I think, was the turning point because he was able to, in the Rift Herald fight, really slam.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to that Rift Herald where it takes the portal, a little bit of beneficial from the Rift there. Thank you, Riot. Thank you, Hextech. But also coming through with a great flash over to secure a kill. And this is really where it starts. PSG that gets discattered. Nuke gets to come over the wall. And this is almost pixel perfect out of range where he gets to walk out of the chain again there from Maple. And he was super scary on the Sylas at this point in time. But it was not the macro. It was every single team fight where I come down to BDS just taking it.
Yes, and I think that was a great play. I do think it started with a few misplays prior to that. The one time where Caitlyn walked through enemy tri-bush to join on a pick and then got collapsed on clearly. So it was like, okay, you're making mistakes now. Hopefully you start to get it together before Herald, but by the Herald fight, Alistar's online. As you mentioned, great flank that you were able to find there, and then Crownie was able to come in and finish the kills.
What's really interesting is that these objectives would come through, and then BDS would go back to, all right, let's take care of them out, let's make sure we don't get thrown. And then we're waiting for the next objective, and that brings us to the next Drake, where they slowly but surely started getting their own Drake stacking going as well. You can see it in this instance, and huge credit to Sheo in this game, because pretty much every single Drake fight came down to a Smite versus Smite against Junjia, and Sheo had it pretty much every time. This is one of the team fights where Crownie had the cleanse earlier, could have cleansed the Sejuani, Maokai ult from Silas, but they still managed to trade even for it and get out with some Hextech technology.
Yeah, and through all of that, I think Wako, I saw him get one auto attack down. There was an Alistar in his face the entire time, and the second he gets in range, it's instantly in a zero ult over the wall.
Mission impossible. We're able to get out just at the very tail end. So yeah, I saw the tale of 280 carries in that team fight. Not only was Kaisa Crownie able to get out with the skin of his teeth, and then you get to see...
By the skin of his teeth. There we go.
Thank you.
Not in the skin of his teeth.
That's also very disgusting.
Very different.
That would be very disgusting, but I like the mental imagery. But then on the other side, Wako was just struggling to get an auto off. And yeah, I had Alistar in front of him. And then so he just decided to walk past the Alistar at that point. Azir saw him, was able to catch him. So you're like, yeah, you're struggling at that point to be relevant. You were so close. I think the flash chain by Silas, if he was able to hit, would have been a huge turning point for the fight, but he was just that close. Crownie played the fight well.
Yeah, I think he really did. I also think almost quietly, Adam was super influential in the fights. I mean, Olaf into effectively 4 melee champions and a Caitlyn to DPS him down. That's just not going to work. And we actually get a look at him with those gods champions in the Big Baron team fight.
I don't care if they thought it was because it was his last game at Worlds and he needed to get the O and the Olaf as well, but I want to see more of this, okay? I don't care if you have to blind pick it. It makes a difference. It clearly does. And also you can see that, of course, we have this here. We got the Kai'Sa too. Yeah, it makes sense. But in a team fight, no one's going to make as much as an impact on the enemy team when they don't know what they're playing up against as Crownie does on these champions. We see it with the Olaf. We saw it with the Garen against Golden Guardians. He just makes an impact.
100%. We can take a look at an insane fight around the Baron as well that ended up being really the straw that broke the camel's back.
Oh, absolutely. And it's kind of the same instant as before where Labrov is around that wall. I think he had an insane series here. Well, sieging as well 4 members while the rest of them takes care of Junjia. This one became a bit closer as well with how low everyone became. And Crownie there got knocked up by Baron, which makes it even more close. But luckily, Nuke is there to scoop in Wako, and it means they kind of trade the 80 carries 1-for-1 after Mabel takes down Crownie.
I take a step back and just see how crazy this game actually was.
I mean, it was all of these small things, wasn't it?
Yes, because like I thought BDS played this fight well to disengage when they already had gotten the kill off the jungler. It was like, okay, now we're in a man advantage. But then Baron tactical plays a part in it.
We get the cats here as well. I wonder if we have the cats coming through as well.
Yeah, just trying to chase down Ajay. Yeah, so close to getting the call in the back end. No, seriously, you talk about the Hextech Rift being the 6th man for BDS. Baron was the 6th man for the PSG in that team fight. Just absolutely ridiculous stuff. Now, it does look like PSG Talon have selected blue side in Game 4. And importantly, they're going to get side selection in Game 5 as well if we end up there.
True.
I think everyone has to be looking at Kai'Sa as the pick here. Neither AD carry has found a good answer into it, I feel, so far.
No, I completely agree. And it's going to be difficult as well now going over to the red side because you still don't want Archie to play the Kennen. You still don't want him to play the Rumble. That only leaves you with one ban option. So if they don't ban Xayah on blue side and you see yourself forced to ban the Kai'Sa, well, then they still get a Xayah for free and you don't have the best response into that yourself.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference maker within the draft is when they ended up going blue side and moved away from the Renekton and decided to start picking good support jungle matchups, specifically Maokai, Alistar. Great structure front to back, makes it so much easier for the Azir and Kai'Sa to get the work done. Only concern, as you would expect, like we started at the beginning of this segment, was the early game. As long as they don't fall too far behind, Maple got too much done early, because PSG can look back at that and say, let's run that comp back, play a little bit better. I think that's the only thing BDS has to be concerned about, and then they'll just have a much better late game.
I want Azir in the first 3 for BDS so they can lock that in, and I want counter pick for Adam. For now, Team BDS are still alive at Worlds 2023, but to make it to the Swiss stage, they need to do something they've never done before, a reverse sweep. Let's see if they can make history tonight as the series continues with game number 4.
Gotta start fighting and have some skill.
So we do a BDS win, okay? We don't need to win 3 games, we need to win 1. No, we still need to win 3. You know what I mean, Crownie. We need to win 1 and so we lose the other 2.
Oh, and stealing ultimate Maple. just subtracts Nuke from the map.
Kill the red, kill the red. Yeah, nice.
Right.
Nice.
Go, let's go. Labrov just keeping everybody else away. Flashes forward, jumps in onto Wacko, and that's the play you need. Aja will try and turn it around like he did at Baron, but not today. Massive shutdowns, 5 kills, that could be game.
We have no time to waste, Mark Z. We are jumping straight into picks and bans for our 4th game of this best of 5. BDS bounce back, but they gotta do more than that if they want to try and take this series.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long, hard-fought victory. They have not made it easy. Losing on day 1 to Team Wales, forcing them to make the run through the losers bracket. They did 2-0 those next 2 series, but here, making themselves have to commit to a reverse sweep to make it. But I gotta say, the EU fans are with them.
Oh, yeah.
Of all the people, there are a lot of EU casters on my timeline who are extremely excited, and somehow I am here.
Yeah. You get to have a front seat, dead center of all the action.
I see Medic freaking out, Draco's freaking out, Goldberg's throwing his hands all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we got to be the independent adjudicators, you know? We got to be very fast.
Surely.
Because this is the thing, we were having a little chat, well, you know, obviously during the break, and we were kind of talking about, like, kind of where did it go wrong for PSG?
and they kind of just stopped doing things. It was kind of like 15, 16 minutes, doing grand, 2,000 gold up. The NAR was so far ahead, and then everything just stopped, and they didn't really look for any kind of proactive plays.
No, and then a lot of the plays that they did look for were quite mechanically misplayed. So I think there's a lot of things for PSG to improve. For BDS, you sort of found a foothold back into the series, potentially, where you were able to get the Maokai. That looked great for you. Now, Crowny's Kaisa, excuse me, maybe some people had some things they want to see improved on it, but at least he played it and was able to take it away from Wako, which I think is a big part of that, because then he's on Caitlyn suddenly. It's not nearly the same thing, and even sometimes a denial pick, regardless of if you're SSS plus tier edit, at least they are not getting that. So I thought all those kinds of things were really big, and here we'll see how PSG wants to react now that they are on blue side. You can see them banning a couple of Crowny's champions, but if you don't first pick the Kaisa here, I would expect them to just take it themselves.
I was gonna say, like, you're gonna go ahead and get the Maokai for yourself. Yes, the Maokai was very powerful. Shea looked fantastic on it comparatively to things like the Talia in the series, but surely you just go Kaisa Sejuani here.
Yeah, you can play either
or even
side.
Rakan.
Sure. I mean, you can go whatever you want. I think the Kaisa is the one thing I would not want to negotiate on, because I do not want to see that in Wako's hands again. But I would say, yeah, just grab the other side of the Sejuani or grab the Rakan, because you do not need to match jungle immediately, and then you can save both soul lanes for phase 2.
Yeah, and back yourself here, Crowny. You did the job you needed to do in that last game, and you get yourself the Kaisa. Like we said, they may look for a jungler. They may look to try and just get a support locked in and loaded. We'll see what way they want to try and work with it for the moment. But, I mean, great confidence boost there for the side of BDS to be able to try and push themselves and say, look, we can take the trade of the Maokai and the Kaisa. And the Ivern gets through.
It was being banned out in phase 2 usually, I believe. So here he is able to grab it. And you can see, when you talk about the attitude of the BDS players, having more smiles on their face. You saw Sheo kind of cycling through a lot of 80 champions. They're feeling good about themselves after that long, hard-fought game and knowing, like, hey, we're still in the series. You know, the dream is not dead just quite yet.
Well, PSG going to go back to an old favorite, you would imagine, with the Jace combination with the Maokai. So powerful at just controlling areas. The poke that comes out from these two champions, just absurd. But now, you're kind of in a situation. Do you take your 80 carry here, or do you try and deny that Rakan away? There's a couple of different options now available where the draft gets a little bit muddied.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they want to go, because BDS is also very happy to play kite-back compositions when they have this Ivern as well. Kaisa, not really a kite-back champion, despite having that poke available. At some point, you're going to want to go flying in there. As we see the Aphelios come through, Wako is an incredible Aphelios. He absolutely smurfed on kids with this in MSI, but not the highest priority champion in the current meta.
No, it's taken a fair amount of wax with the Nerf hammer over the last few patches as we tried to shake him out of the meta. But I mean, just having access to so many different varieties of engage and disengage and damage and all these different things, he is still an exceptional pick regardless of when and where you take him. But BDS not wasting any more time. They're not going to go with the Rakan themselves. They're going to take away the Nautilus and start banning away things that can deal with this Kaisa poke like we mentioned before.
Really like the Nautilus pickup here. I know Nautilus Death Fund is always something on high alert for people, but it does work very well with the Kaisa, both in terms of wave clear, which is being able to cast your abilities on the wave and shove it quite quickly. You have a lot of setup, a lot of ways to apply plasma stacks. Very strong champion to combo with her, so like to see Labrov on this one, who, again, is having a pretty good series. There were some things in that Alistar game which were a little scary, but mechanically he has been on point for the most part.
Yeah, the Hexgate switcheroo, and then just gonna go, and you know what? I could go for a little more.
Maybe I can clear awards.
Maybe I could take the 1v1 against the NAR, and it's like, please don't do this.
Did end up living there, but yeah, definitely some moments where I think people were getting pretty hyphy and needing to take a moment, get a breather. And here we are, the bans. The Nard gotten rid of after seeing the Olaf taken out,
and the Azir. So two things that were very prominent in the win for BDS in that last game, no longer available. So whether they want to try and take this draft, I feel like you can maybe go for your mid lane, give Adam that counter pick again. You should be able to get him a fairly decent matchup, regardless of what the side of Aja takes.
Yeah, and we'll see. Crowny, I was going to ask where he was going to go. He is a control mage player going to one of his staples in the Casio. No surprise to see that exactly, though it is not what you typically see in the meta. It's a Jace for most people.
It is kind of his champion. It does feel like it is very much a nuke
thing to put in there. And I will say, like, you know, kind of putting down the miasma, stopping things like the Maokai and the Jason just running at you and kind of slowing them down can lead to decent things, but it does take a while to ramp up. So the Jax gets in for Aja. Now, where do you want to try and take this last pick? And then, honestly, I still think the Rakan is semi-decent, but has a lot of things that can deal with it, unfortunately, on this side of BDS.
Yeah, I would also not mind just committing to even more healing, potentially, because you outrange the Cassio and Kai'Sa right now. And so if you can, you know, rock forward with Green Gun or throw your turret down, these sorts of things, while also shock blasting and minions, or sapling, excuse me, it becomes a little annoying for BDS's comp to play. They'll have to land some engagement. Going for a bit of a 4-1 here with Wako once again, throwing down the gauntlet, saying, what else do you have other than Renekton? The Garen is up. He has played it into Jax a few times. I know people debate how good it is in the 1v1, but with Ignite, you tend to win them, it seems like, and so it would be no surprise if Adam goes for the G.
We got the G, the O, and the S. If we go to a Game 5, I need to get the Darius on that particular pick, but the Garen does get locked and loaded here for the side of BDS. They're very comfortable with kind of getting at him on these particular picks, and again, it does feel like, as you say, depending on who you talk to, it's a counter, it's not, it's all these different things. When Adam plays it, you have to start feeling like, with having an Ivern on his back, he's going to be able to make things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is what we wanted after watching that one Scion game, which is the S currently in Gods. It was not the one you wanted, though, and it left a lot to be desired, where he just couldn't have an impact on the map. Here, there's no way that there is not stuff happening between Jax and Garen, excuse me. And for the rest of BDS, again, it's going into their comfort for the most part. The biggest splash here is arguably Crowny on the Kai'Sa, but again, it's a takeaway from Wako forcing further down his own priority list.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, for BDS, this could be the turning point. Kai'Sa has been let through by the side of PSG. They did not first pick it. Was that the key pick coming into this series? Was that the piece of information that PSG maybe underestimated, maybe overestimated on their way to answer it? So, for them, PSG still have a job to do. They still know what they need to do in order to come out with a victory here. It's just win. It's that simple. It's a
just win.
Just win. It's that easy. But they've done it twice. Can they do it a third time for BDS? And they take an all-important second step to getting themselves back towards the reverse sweep. Took them a while in game number 3. See how much cleaner or not it will be in game number 4.
We'll see what they can cook up for us here. Also, with the Nautilus, level 1s are interesting. You also have Ivern, interesting level 1s. We'll see if they have something, because that is what BDS is sort of known for. And they are no strangers to making games a little crazy.
Crazy is our game. It's LPL, not LECs. Well, the level 1s were predicted, if you will, but not spotted out for the moment. Everyone just grouped together. Nobody gonna find anything of any worth.
They are spotted out, and BDS does spot the fact that they were spotted out, and now PSG going for the long wraparound. Are you stronger level 1 in a 5v5 face check? I'm not sure.
So. I don't think so with an Ivern, unfortunately, and an Ignite on the Garen as well. So
Garen spinning on 5 people feels pretty good, I will say. If you get a 5-man knock-up with Woody, and Maple has extra buttons because he's Jace level 1.
Yeah.
But nothing will happen, unfortunately.
Nothing will happen, but the vision was cleared, so PSG happy with the information they were able to garner. BDS now recognizing that everything's just kind of calmed down again. So, coming back into this matchup, coming back into kind of the top lane, if you will, I want to see Adam really put pressure onto Aja. Aja has an exceptional series. In that last game, it just felt like he kind of lost his way a little bit on the Gnar, but he was still doing exceptional work in this, and Adam has been put in his place.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a 1v9 for Aja. This series has been absolutely popping off. And while Adam did have a much better game in the previous one, in the mid to late game portion, having really incredible team fights on Olaf, which can be difficult to do, the laning phases have largely gone Aja's way, and we'll see if this Garen pick can finally win him one early on, because that might throw a whole new dynamic into this series.
We won't get hyped up for a Nautilus level 1 hook just yet.
Hey, bro, he took 200 HP off him. That's sick.
And his passive's going to come up in about 3 minions.
He's going to heal himself back up.
Yeah, he'll be fine. So, I mean, look, it's kind of how we see it. But it does give priority over to the side of BDS. It is the way of the Aphelios matchup. Aphelios isn't really a champion at level 1, to be perfectly honest. He just can switch between the guns, and then he gets an ability afterwards. As we get the spin to win. It's a bit of a Beyblade up on the top side, a Beyblade battle.
Yeah, one's a helicopter, one's a blender.
Yeah. I guess, what would be a blender?
I like Beyblade, but...
Yeah, Beyblade blenders.
Did you ever play it?
I used to play
Do you ever grip it and rip it?
Yeah. It was a fun game at the time, but I don't think I've played it in a very, very long time, as you can see now.
Yeah, I was all over Beyblade back in the day, but here...
Have you watched the animation since?
No.
It has not held up. It really has not held up.
I went back and I watched a lot of those old school Saturday morning cartoons, Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, don't really hold as great. Well, Yu-Gi-Oh! Holds.
Yu-Gi-Oh! is actually still hilarious.
Yu-Gi-Oh! holds.
There's a fight happening.
There is a fight happening as we do get the red buff being hit up here. Does Aja look for a little bit more? He looks like he wants to maybe go for a leap strike, but yeah, Sheo getting punished a little bit for the fact that he did go for that cheeky invade, and that's just kind of the power of the Ivern. He's able to put down so much of those passive camp spawns, but he does lose a lot of HP because of it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, still very happy, though, as he has his whole bot side to just grab up here. So some nice pathing out of Sheo. The Ivern Master coming out ahead here off some nice early clears. And while it, looked a little scary there with Aja jumping in, it did cost him his wave to kind of do that a little bit. So Adam gets the shove and some pressure back on the top side and leaves nothing with Junjia to do.
And that's the thing as well. I think with Junjia, it does feel like when you have a moment like this where you do get them to kind of, go for an invade, go for something slightly off, kind of kilter, it does feel like it moves them away from what they would normally do. They go a little bit crazier and they're not quite sure exactly where they need to be at certain times. So Sheo, if he can get around that chaos and kind of force it to be a positive for the side of BDS, that could be huge.
Well, right now, yeah, it's resulting in a split map situation where Waco's feeling scared to walk forward and actually try and grab some of this CS here. Now Labrov has an angle.
He does get the hook there on top of the Alistar, who will take a fierce chunk of damage. The Ignite is ticking. One more auto, and Crowny gets first blood. Massive move there from BDS all around the pathing.
Nice setup there by Labrov, landing that hook. I'm not sure if Woody was able to proc his Aftershock there. I didn't see if he got a knock up there or was trying to use his E to get it done, but either way, that results in him getting locked up. Easy free hits for Crowny. Flashes in to finish that one off. Well worth it, though.
Absolutely well worth it, and this is the problem with the side of having an Aphelios. Aphelios needs time to kind of stack up. We can see Adam clearing out most of this wave. He's falling behind a little bit on the CS department, but forcing back Aja to get himself a little bit of a freeze in that top side.
Yeah, as we've seen, Adam is not too perturbed about falling behind individually in CS. He's more than happy to take that if something else is happening on the other side of the map. And that's exactly what happened here. Woody does not Q, might have been on cooldown. Otherwise, you should be popping that right away for the Aftershock to keep you alive after tanking the hook there. It allows them to burn him down, get that kill, and now Sheo and Labrov making a move onto Aja.
Aja, there's a little bit of a move onto him now. Gets hooked back, will have the flash that he needed. He's getting stunned up, but do they have the damage afterwards? The Ignite goes in, flash over by Adam. He wants this kill, needs it to spin to win. Let's Beyblade! Adam picks up the kill.
Chops right through Aja with the rest of the team showing up there, unlocking themselves and moving around the map. Labrov making his presence felt with Sheo. The two of them comboing together, and Jinji and Woody just too far behind the play, doing what best they can to hold the wave, but that was after Aja's TP, so it's going to be a long time before he's back up there collecting farm and experience.
Yeah, Adam will gladly tank up this turret just so he knows that he can get this full stacked wave crashed in, and there's the crowd right behind BDS.
Definitely one of the surprise hometown favorites in Korea. You see,
who knew?
You see tons of fan signs for them. The crowd loves Adam's picks. Small but vocal fan base in the Korean community. And here you see it, comboing together. Just three people, no way out for him here. Just so much CC. And while he did have full health, so it took a while to burn through him, eventually Adam is able to flash follow and melt him down.
And that comes off of a great rotation from Labrov, and I really want to hit home how impressed I've been with Labrov this entire playing stage. He has had a couple of small games or so where he's not looked incredible, but just in a general sense, it really does feel like he has leveled up fantastically to be a top-tier support for his team. These plays are all coming off of him, and even in the last game on the Alistar, he was the one kind of dividing the rest of PSG to make sure BDS could hit the targets.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the proactive play out of BDS after the slow game 1 and the shellacking that was game 2. This feels like a completely different series. Game 3, totally back and forth. This is the first early game where BDS really feels pretty heavily in control, where they're all over the map. They're sweeping out tons of wards. There's almost no vision available for PSG. It's just that one pink ward on the south side of mid lane. And it's putting pressure on them. You can see this gold lead up to 1,000 now and some CS advantages slowly coming through. Adam is now crawled back ahead of Aja. Bot lane pretty even, mid lane pretty even.
For PSG, obviously we are fully on the hype chain of BDS for the moment, but for PSG, this is a new look, if you will, that they need to try and figure out, because they haven't got an answer for the Kai'Sa so far, and everything else seems to be falling back into place for BDS. For PSG, I need to see them look for something, because in Game 1, they played it slow and steady. They just they won out in terms of mechanics. Game 2, they smashed and didn't really have to answer for anything that BDS threw at them, because there was nothing to answer for. So right now, they're looking at another game where they need to have an answer for what BDS are throwing at them.
Yeah, I think PSG, we were talking about coming in, seemingly have downloaded BDS, having good pinches on the pool, but as soon as Crowny start taking away the Kai'Sa, the drafts have not quite been as impressive. The fact that you first pick the Maokai to take it away to combo with the Jace, fair enough, very strong composition, but it does not pinch Sheo at all. He's very happy to take the Ivern here.
Oh, Hex Flash over the wall, going to be brought in here. There's a pink ward there as well. Aja let's get the CC down, but I mean, it's a Garen. He's got plenty of tenacity, even with the Berserker Greaves. It should just be them forfeiting over this Rift Herald, because the AD carry in mid lane of BDS are not here. This is a 3v5 at best for the side of BDS, but here we go. They're going to try and jump in. They get down the Maokai route, and they will pick up that kill. Aja is ticking down with the Ignite, but will not go down. Now Lavrov has a flash available to him. Don't think he's going to need it just yet. Maybe they look to turn and burn on this fight. They still have Adam with a little bit of damage. A flash available. They jump in. They get the root down. He flashed away. The miasma not down quick enough. Not quite able to get the flash forward. Petrifying gaze onto Junja, and he finally ticks down. Aja and Wako finally coming in. Nuke on the wrong side of this fight. While that was all happening, it was always going to be a 5v4 because Crowny was mid.
Yeah, Crowny had been forced back after eating a lot of shock blasts from Maple, so he was slow showing up in the play, and I think BDS hanging around, not the worst idea. Maybe you can stall it out, but they got a little too aggressive onto Aja. Might have been a 1-for-1 on the tail end of that, but then the fight just continued to progress from there. 2-for-1, I believe it is, at the end of it.
Yes.
We'll take a look here as, again, you can see Aja threatening the flank, doing the right thing, and I kind of like the idea of hopping on top of him with the rest of the team in LeBron, but Sheo is just not on the same page. He's too focused on actually contesting the objective rather than just finding a cleanup kill on the other side of the fight, and that is what allows this chase down sequence to happen. And then it's a bit of a sunk cost fallacy where you could get out from here, but they want to go one more time with Nuke finally showing up, but it's still too many members from the rest of the team there. You can see he had no way out from that point. The flash from Maple onto the miasma got a little screwed over there. I think he was going for LeBron to potentially set up the rest of a chase down, knowing the team had Nuke there, but unfortunately ended up grounded after the flash.
I will give Sheo a little bit of a pass because he actually had an upgraded smite. So he had actually a couple of hundred more in terms of true damage compared to the Maokai. Junja was on 21 on his stacks. He was on 20, so he was able to get that up for him. But it does feel like it was one of those little small moments where it's like, cool, go for the objective or go for the kill. You're never really going to be able to come out with both. So sadly for BDS, they don't get the objective and they do not get out cleanly from that play, but they are still ahead. They are still kind of stacking themselves up, and with that first dragon picked up, they may look for another fight in a minute.
Yeah, we also have Wako, who was the one who grabbed the Rift Herald at the tail end of that chase down sequence, which is nice, but Aja, that was a little scary.
A little scary. It's still a little scary because Aja might have to flash away here. They're going to kind of collapse around him. He does have a blast cone. Flashback over by Adam, who's got himself an ultimate if he wants to try and use it. A flashback from Aja, just in kind. They're now punching Eye on top of this Jace, and the Daisy just standing in front of him. You shall not hit anybody, and this is BDS trying to turn up the heat.
Yeah, you can feel them just playing their champions better right now. The fact that you had Aja greeting out for the Demolish proc with his E up, but Adam just sticks to him so aggressively, burns that flash.
Might look for something on bot side here. Lavrov TP pushing him in. Maybe a TP in the alcove. It's exactly that. And they're looking for a little bit more. The double knockup is good. Wako has nowhere to go. He has been grounded. Go to your room, mister. You shall not be able to go play your video games anymore. Woody trying to run away. He will have the Maokai ultimate to just about try and get him out. Now a TP coming in. That's going to be Maple on the backside of this one with the hammer smash. A flash forward from Crowny. One more auto attack, and he goes down. Not quite able to get much more out of it, but a 2-for-2 at the end of it all. And this game is starting to devolve into scraps.
Feeling a little bit like Game 3 right now, where everyone's fighting 24/7. They do end up killing Wako there. I'm not sure if he get a Rift Herald charge off or not. First off, we're going to just take a look at the Maple. Very annoying to play Jace when Daisy is out. It's just always body blocking your skill shots. And one of the things that they'll have to deal with over the course of the game, just so much chase down potential with the slows that she provides by throwing the shield on top of Daisy. There's no way out for Maple there. And yeah, it is on the Rift Herald charge that they go make this play. They grab the 2 plates, able to stop the third one from going down. We'll see if they grab that later, but just so easy with Maple dead. There's no TP to match us in the initial part of the play, but fortunately Junjia was in range to help turn this one around to stop it just being a free chase down onto Woody.
Yeah, it just takes so long to kill off Woody here as well. Junjia comes in, the TP in from Maple as well. We might have to go back to live fairly soon though.
Yeah,
looks like BDS are trying to stack that of very much the objective they've loved to stack the entirety of the year. They will get themselves a second one, and we will have a Chem Rift to set ourselves up in game number 4.
I feel like I've seen so many Ken Rifts. I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but I feel like
it's been a lot, yeah.
I don't like it.
I thought we were going to get Cloud Rifts because we're in Korea.
Yeah.
But no, not
Where's
to
Max
be.
at?
Yeah. I mean, maybe when Atlas and Chronicler jump on, that's when that will actually happen, you know?
Hopefully, because Chemtech, it is fun for the blast cones, I'll give it that.
The environment is awesome. Like the blast cones, the extra healing and stuff like that, it can make a lot of things. But the dragon itself, not so much.
I do like the extra vision that they got there, the pink ward staying hidden in that brush, giving them vision of PSG moving down the river here. Adam knowing that he is alone on the top side to pressure as heavily as he wants to. You can see how this matchup goes.
He's going for it. Bring down the hammer. Adam gets himself a solo kill, and this is the Adam that BDS fans wanted to see.
He's popping off yet again, 2-0-1, and it's just going to get worse from here. Anytime that Ignite ultimate combo is available, he'll be looking for these kills, and it just gives so much room for the rest of BDS to play aggressive. There's no teleport that can follow up. That is the concern with the Ignite, is that on the flip side of the map, you might get TP'd on from behind. Not the case right now, and they're able to safely contest, looking for that red buff.
MasterCard lane economy snapshot. This is probably the first time this series we've seen all for BDS right now. Even if it's only a little bit in the jungle and in the mid lane, it does not matter because they are picking up advantages, and the momentum that comes with that. PSG need to stem the bleeding. They need to calm themselves down and just realize that they're not able to take some of these fights because it is literally just them overextending a little too much.
Yeah, if you look at how PSG's comp wants to play, it wants to be fairly slow and controlled with Maokai saplings, Jace poke, trying to buy space and make the enemy team walk into you. But if you're getting this really scrappy game like we're getting right now, it's very easy for Crowny and Nuke and all their high DPS champions to get on top of you and chase you down.
PSG, they're worried. They're scared right now because they don't really know how they can try to take a fight right now. Like you said, they want to take it slow, controlled, make sure they're getting off the poke from this Aphelios and the Jace when he has got the Calibrum. So this is now just BDS brute forcing in towards that mid lane. They have a TP on Aja, but can he make an impact? That's the real question.
Oh, Garen's already there. I think this is going to be a fake contest by PSG. Just hover around, make Adam commit so that you buy space for Aja.
Keep him honest.
Yeah, keep him honest. Get some turret, back into his pocket. Get some gold. Hopefully you get him up to level 11 to help contest against Adam, because otherwise you're going to have trouble in side lane all game long.
Bruv, it's not worth it.
This is a hammer
It's
Q.
not worth it.
Yeah.
It's really not worth it. You need to back away. All right, we're going to have a fight. He really wanted that pink ward. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to probably pay the price for it. Never mind, he's not gone down just yet. And he's got the shielding in from the Ivern as well. The slowdown Junja finally finishes that one off. The Miasma comes in to keep Crowny in a safe position. Junja now running away. We'll have the Blast Cone courtesy of Wacko, but the TP from Aja ends up being a 1-for-1 mid laner for support. Still worth for BDS.
Still relatively worth for BDS. Junji did finish off, or excuse me, Aja did finish off that turret before shoving that wave in, denying some CS to Adam, who had to stick around to make sure that play did not continue to go bad. But this is Adam doing Adam things, man. He doesn't care about lane assignments. What is that?
Dive him.
There's a kill on the top side.
They're gonna dive him. They know that Adam is there. Junja very much aware of it, but he didn't know how blood-hungry Adam is. He can smell the victory. He can smell the reverse sweep, and he wants it.
He's not done yet. Aja extended in the long lane. The Rylai's slow.
Oh, they're looking for it right now. We'll get caught out here. Ooh. Adam doesn't want to go for it just yet. Just recognizes he doesn't have exact information on where everyone else was from a PSG, and probably rightfully just backs away.
But the momentum, man, it is completely in BDS's favor after that slaughter of a game two. To bounce back from that is incredible, and I feel like a lot of this keyed off Adam's Garen, man. He's running around the map, blowing people up, and how many people really play against Garen at the top level know this champion's limits, its thresholds, where it's going to kill you from. You can just feel how difficult it is for PSG here. And LeBron, they're trying to punish him. They have the teleport advantage. They think Adam's making his way back down, so I understand why they go for this play. And initially, it looks like it was good for BDS to get that kill onto Maple early on, but you're worried about this chase down sequence lasting too long. But Adam shows back up. Everyone disengages. except for Adam, who's still hovering around the top side jungle. When's the last time he went bot lane? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Adam's just like, well, I thought, he said, someone's like, I thought we disengaged. He's like, no, I decide when we disengage, and gets himself a kill from it. So 2,500 gold lead, similar to when BDS were behind in game number 1. Not inassailable for PSG, but now we're fighting around this dragon pit. They look for an engage. They look to try and maybe get a big hook. Oh no, Labrov doesn't land onto anybody of interest, but does take a fierce chunk of damage onto his own self.
Takes a bit of damage there, about half health, but still going to be relatively healthy, especially if there's any honey fruit that he can find in the river. A little hungry boy.
Eat your veggies, kids. That's all that is. It gets you big and strong. But now, Dragon has been started. This would be sole point for BDS at 18.5 minutes. It could be huge. The Rift Herald has to be dropped into the mid lane because it was about to run out of time. So are PSG. They need to look for a fight. Aja has been spotted on a ward. There is the ultimate from the Maokai, trying to get something in. Smite comes in here for Sheo, so they have secured themselves the Chem Soul. Can they now corral on top of everybody? Maple's dead. The Stride Breaker is massive to try and slow them all down. They're running for their lives. They get the Adam over the wall. He doesn't need a flash anymore because he's got an Ivern and the 1v1 on the bot side. BDS, they're looking for everything. Oh, the hook almost lands onto Woody and Wacko. He's still Aphelios. You have to be so careful of this now, BDS. They're still looking for a little bit more. They'll get so much gold right now. And everything's just going right. It went from all wrong to all right in the space of 2 games.
Absolutely incredible turnaround by BDS, showing the mental fortitude that they had been criticized slightly for from that spring finals, that reverse sweep at the hand-to-man Lions, but it's looking like maybe their turn for it. But still plenty of game left to play before we see that happen here. Just really nice setup. Send Daisy forward to get in the way, buy space. Labrov also in front, getting Sheo that smite nice and easy, getting them their 3rd dragon, I believe it is.
Yep. Soul point.
Soul point. And Nuke was splitting away Aja this whole time to stop any sort of flank from happening, so the rest of the team has a very easy chase down sequence here over and over again. We talk about how sticky this composition is. You got to see it. Here's the flip side of the fight. Just what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, you're just going to get run down, literally, because you've got the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You're just constantly being pushed away, and Aja went from king of top lane in game number 3 to, honestly, nothing really happening for him right now.
Not again.
Bring down Divine Judgment. Adam is owning this topside matchup.
Adam is destroying them with gods this series now. The Garen popping off, the win probability nearly 100%.
And the zoom in there on that last little percent, it's like 99.
Yeah. Couple decimals.
I mean, technically BDS could type FF and surrender. That's always a possibility.
As long as the game is running, it is not 100%.
But they're looking to try and catch out Labrov. PSG know their backs against the walls, and they're getting desperate. Maple can't run away, and now Junja will go down as well. They're chasing them all away. Wacko cleanses, but a bit too early. They're looking for the big Alistair, turning them into beef burgers. Finally, Aja TP's in with a 3-man counter-strike. Woody just knocks away the 80 carry of BDS to try and save his own one. He's going to be able to get him underneath the tower, though, or it's going to be underneath the blue buff, and we go back into another scrappy fight. Adam is coming. Look at the mini-map. They're just waiting. They're waiting for him to come in. They want him to finish this whole thing off. Woody finally going back in, trying to get the CC down. Crowny gets the dust blade, which means he's invulnerable. Crowny looking for a little bit more. They don't need Adam. Double kill for Crowny. BDS in total control.
They instantly move on to the Baron buff after destroying PSG. They are heading to a game 5 almost certainly now after winning that fight. Aja just had nothing he could do. He dies, teleports back in just to die again. Adam crushing this game. You can see how desperate they are after getting killed there. They say, all right, let's just burger flip a play on the top side. They're going to go for it. Maple sees Labrov caught out of position, trying to find this chase down sequence, but the rest of the team is in range to blow him up, punish him for it. And for a moment, it looked like potentially Wacko might have turned it around onto Crowny a little bit when they got a little bit too far ahead of themselves, especially with the teleport coming in on the right side of the fight from Aja.
This counter-strike was incredible.
This 3-man pull into 3-man counter-strike was great. I think the punt away on Crowny maybe wasn't the right call, but then just look at how annoying Daisy is here onto Aja, who doesn't know what to do. He gets rooted, he's getting punched, he's getting slowed, he's getting knocked up. He says, fine, you know what? I'm just going to hit Daisy, but then the shield comes in yet again on top of Daisy to stop this from going down, knocked up again. And this whole time, Crowny had finished off Wacko and was now continuing to chase forward, and that timing on that Dustblade proc was gross.
I'm glad that Shea was playing the Dunkmaster Ivern skin, because that Daisy was on man coverage right there. That was just man-to-man coverage at all times. Adam is strong, but, you know, still needs to pay a little bit of respect as he does have the blue buff. Excuse me, blue buff, the Baron buff. Looking to try and get a little bit more pressure, but I mean, 9,000 gold, 3 dragons, 40 seconds till the Chem Dragon Soul. And the funny thing is that normally I'd be like, oh, it's not that great. But then I recognize you have an Ivern, you have a Garen. Like, the Ivern just keeps you healthy. You have so many shields to actually utilize that Baron or that Chem Soul so effectively.
This is actually a very safe composition on the side of BDS, both because you have all the things that the Ivern can provide, but that Cassio's a very surviving champion. So you just have mobility, and so if you get jumped on out of position, sure, you're going to die. But the Everfrost, you have the Rylage, you end up pretty tanky. You have tons of damage, plus all these shields that can come in. Kai'Sa can move around the map extremely easily. And yeah, I feel like this is a game 5 that we are heading to. You can see on those graphics there.
Adam looking for a little bit of a move here. 1v2. Why not? He is not locked in here with you. You are locked in here with him. Adam now 1v3. We'll take it a 1v4. Wacko's left to defend the base. Adam will eventually go down, but PSG, you're losing the game.
Wacko will have to defend 1v4 while these teleports come in. It will take some time.
They're looking for an
empowered recall.
BDS want to send us to a game 5. They want it now. 24 minutes on the clock. You've got the Alistar in, and the Alistar's back dead. Sent to the Shadow Realm. Now, can BDS get these turrets down? That's the question. Maple looking for a little bit of a movement. They will get the ultimate down onto Wacko, who will get back to the safety of his Nexus. Drop back in, though. Crowny shotgunning BDS to a game 5, but not quite just yet. Aja is back up. They've no TP onto Adam. They're looking for a little bit. Look at all these brushes. Look at all these little pockets of vision. They don't exactly know where everybody is, and there's no minions.
No minions quite yet. They have cleared all the waves out of PSG, though, and it looks like finally they're going to back off here as multiple members start respawning. Low on resources, undoubtedly have tons of gold to spend here, so BDS, I appreciate the aggressiveness trying to get out of this game and onto game 5 already. Crowny calling his shot there onto Wacko once that Nautilus ultimate landed. That's one of those synergies for why you love locking in this combination. And it was one of the things that they were getting criticized for. Why aren't they playing Kai'Sa? Why aren't they playing Kai'Sa? Finally they played it. Who wins in a row most likely here? You just see, don't go after Adam.
Yeah, I mean, it took 4 members of PSG, and poor Wacko was just sitting in his base going, guys, I need help. Like, I can't do
I
this.
know it's a little tilting to play against Garen, but surely he's not worth an inhibitor in all our Nexus turrets.
Well, sadly, that's the trade PSG took. I mean, for BDS, what a turnaround within this series. Like, just incredible to see them now on the precipice of sending it to game 5. And this is the funny thing. They're playing so well. They're doing everything they need to do. But this isn't even the job done. This isn't the qualification match for them just yet. They need to do this and then one more time before they can really take a sigh of relief and then start prepping for Swiss.
Yeah, pretty quick turnaround for this team. And you can see, I mean, I can't even find a pixel on that one this time.
No, I think, I'd love if there was a
99.9999999. Yeah.
Just absolutely almost impossible, you would imagine, from the AWS win probability powered by AWS, excuse me. But now pushing in, Labrov maybe looking for a hook. They're going to try and jump onto the Alistar, who hasn't popped the Unbreakable Will just yet, but they have gotten out Nature's Grasp. The Daisy just being so good at keeping everyone away from the carries. Jump onto Junja, and this could be it. Petrifying Gaze just slows people down. They get the knock-up. Crowny goes golden. They need to kill off the carry of BDS, but he's just been punted away. It's all chaos right now. Sheo moving in. Crowny stays alive, and so do BDS. We are going to game 5. We are going to Silver Scrape.
The reverse sweep is still alive for BDS. What looked like a meme back at the end of game 2 is becoming a potential reality here. After a crushing game 4, they have all the momentum in the series, and the question now is, what can PSG possibly do to recover this series from here?
I mean, just the momentum alone is going to be hard enough. You can see there the coach kind of racket his brain, kind of head in his hands a little bit, just be kind of going, right, how do we change this? What do we do? The Maokai first pick didn't work out. The Kai'Sa was a massive pick now for Crowny. This isn't a toss-up of one power pick. There's several in this game. And the Jax kind of going into this is no longer going to work because the Garen's a perfect answer.
Yeah, but last time he played it into the Renekton, I believe it was after seeing it here, thinking you could just play it blind to Adam without banning the Garen was very, very presumptuous, to say the least. Yeah, we've seen it enough times now. Please do not do that anymore, teams, if you want to have any chance of beating BDS.
Well, we got Silver Scrapes.
We got it.
We're not going to wait any longer. Headed to break. Play the music. In, flash over by Adam. He wants this kill, needs it to spin to win. Let's Beyblade! And they're looking for a little bit more. The double knockup is good. Wacko has nowhere to go. He has been grounded. Go to your room.
Pressure as heavily as he wants to. You can see how this matchup
goes.
For it.
He's going for it. Bring down the hammer.
They have TP on the... I mean, who's that? Can you press the Baron?
Yeah, shift and start. Shift and start.
Shift and we do it.
We are so back. Game 5 just minutes away, and the shirt does not lie. At least we are getting a full 5 games here, GB.
It smells like sweat and victory, baby Raz. I can't wait to see you in this one more, just one more, and we're there.
The fact that you pulled it out when they haven't won a game yet was insane.
It was on a tank of copium, but it has become a tank of realism right now.
Look, we got the blood, sweat, and tears. Both of our two teams are absolutely fighting for it. The sole remaining representative from the PCS in Talon, and then also Europe's play-ins hope. The disappointments have come so many times. BDS looked to be that, and now they have fought back to a 5th game here.
It's wild. I mean, one fact is that no team in LEC history has gone a reverse sweep in Worlds. That's insane to me. And we're going to see BDS, which, just thinking about where this series started, there's a lot of people that are waking up in the world that are able to catch this series right from the bump, right? It started with not BDS basically falling. It was just PSG
2 kills at 25
them.
minutes.
Yes, it was a snooze to begin with, and it was just BDS getting smashed by PSG, and it's all turned around.
What a turnaround, especially with Shio and his early game. GB, I want you to walk us through exactly how he took over.
I think a lot of people are going to look at the team fight and think to themselves like, oh, Adam obviously showed up, but I also just think the early game was absolutely perfect for them. In this replay right here, you can see Archer has a stacked wave, which means that it will slow push into Adam. That can be a bit bad, because there is a Maokai on the top side, so Adam needs to make sure he does not die. Once again, luckily, it's a slow push. While that is happening, Shio is utilizing the fact that he's been counter-jungling pretty much this entire game. Yeah. And it is a PSG bot lane that's sleeping here. They should know Shio's down here. They spotted him in early on a Raptor ward. Now, what Shio needs to do ASAP is go top and cover, make sure that Adam can keep this freeze alive, because what he's going to do now, he's going to take a trade with Archie. Adam obviously never runs teleport on the Garen, which means that in laning phase, wave management can be kind of difficult. But with having this freeze straight outside his turret, Archie is forced to TP. What happens? Labrov, Shio, they're already here. They got a kill on the bot side, immediately reset up towards the top side. Archie doesn't have any teleport whatsoever. Adam haven't been back yet, but by flashing over the wall and securing the first kill for himself, he can now move over to his wave, crash it, start a slow push against him again while he's resetting. Once again, he has no teleport. But Archie just missed an entire wave. Adam gets to come back, have the ignite ready when he hits level 6 as well, and the entirety of top lane is just over when that happens right there. And it came off the backbone of Shio and Labrov with great map movement.
I love the move from Labrov, because his job down bot lane was fine, and it was just in case, and I love the fact that we're already getting the crowds in this, just in case if Maokai is there or if anyone that was answering the Jax's calls because he recognized he wasn't going to get the wave in, then they can take the fight. So they were ready just in case for insurance.
I love it. The map movement, absolutely on point. I also think the BDS stepped into their own in terms of the draft, right?
Yes.
They get the Kai'Sa again in the bot side, while PSG continue to ban away all of these AD carries on the bot side.
Listen, I'm a big fan of the PSG coaching staff strategy of banning these bad AD carries that Crownie might have played, really forcing him onto Kai'Sa instead. Remarkable for me, really. And I love the fact that we're not now just seeing the Kai'Sa come through. It's a laning phase where it matters. We can get kills. There's a mid game and a late game where it becomes scary. I love having Crownie on this Kai'Sa, and it does make me wonder, why did it have for us to get pushed this far into one game where we're almost getting knocked out till we finally start busting out these champions?
At least we're here now.
I mean, we are, but you know, it's a process.
And it made it entertaining. I'll take it, right?
Absolutely.
And I mean, to another point, thank you to the PSG coaching staff to pick Jax in this situation. When you know you're going against Adam, you should know his champion pool.
Oh, I thought you were rooting for them. Now you're us with BDS?
Okay, I started with BDS, and then I saw the first 2 games, okay?
That's crazy,
I saw the
bro.
first
That's
2 games.
Okay, let's talk about the top lane then, because this match has been so important. I think we saw Aju with multiple fantastic performances in Game 1, Game 2. Even in this game, had a great team fight. But it's really been going BDS's way so far when Adam gets on these counters.
I think it comes into the fact when it's the mid game and they actually up the tempo. This is something that we saw BDS struggled with. But here you have every tool that you need. You have an early game lead, you can fully send it. Hell, I found multiple times in this game where I thought Labrov was absolutely sprinting it and about to throw away the lead until they just turn it into a fight where they started winning it.
Yeah, and I think for me, the biggest boost throughout the series is that they're just holding counter pick for top lane. And that the Ivern pick was a great one this game. The Maokai pick prior was also a great one. Maokai and Alistar. So they're waiting and holding picks because they know they have a wealth of options.
Look at the Dusk Blade.
It's nice. That was sick. And that was that one option that PSG had to take back the game. But the Ivern Daisy was just wailing and slowing Jax down, unable to take a fight. So the Jax pick was the most puzzling. Because if you want to play against this team fight comp, it's like, okay, let's play side lanes. But I already mentioned they should know, they should be aware Garen is going to be able to beat him on side lane. So you can't pick him on side lane. You can't take him on team fights. It was just a checkmate in draft. And of course, the point that you had mentioned in the early laning phase made it so BDS can take this one straight from the get-go.
The top lane matchup is going to be so critical in this final match. And I have huge news that PSG have selected blue side, which continues to give top lane counterpick options over to Adam. I think they picked blue in game 4, so that is in line with their prep, but that is shocking with the absolute devastation he did in the top. I mean, Aji's looking like Johnny Silverhand, the way Adam Smasher is beating him into the pavement.
I mean, absolutely. And, you know, I really think there is a viable option where PSG takes a page out of the Matt Lyons notebook, which was literally ban all of Adam's champions. If that does happen, though, that frees Nuke up a lot. That means you can go on an Asir. That means you can go on an Orianna instead. I am curious to see, though, what is going to happen with that Kai'Sa. Will it be moved into a first pick priority?
It might.
Or what's going to happen with it?
It definitely might. You know, a few games back, the Caitlyn pick was just not really great for how we got to see Wako play. Wako was a star in one of the games and he wasn't able to play it out. The Caitlyn pick wasn't showing any benefit in team fights. Taking a look at a top lane matchups, yes, Aja, who has been the second best top laner so far in play-ins, has been getting smashed because of the matchups. I mean, we need to see a change up.
You still look at the damage per minute, though. He's getting less resources from his team, but still doing a lot with it, too.
Yeah.
So I think the difference that came from BDS here is that they decided to say, Adam's a win condition, we're going to play around him more.
So PSG Talent, they have to deal with that, right? Are we leaving open ADs so that we can trade the Xayah Kai'Sa so we can get Prio on top lane? Do we try to return to like the Kennen blind pick so Cyan comes in as a response? What do they do here?
I don't know. I'm too high on Copium. I don't know what's happening. I just want to see the game start again.
Ride it all the way. It is time for the final battle here in the World's 2023 play-in stage. Team BDS versus PSG Talon, Game 5. Let's get to it.
All of the day has led to this. Everything else doesn't matter. All analysis out the window. Goldberg and Raz, you're out of jobs. It's about Game 5. And I think the EU fans are very excited and are very invested. We did have a moment where Medic feeling very very intent on this particular matchup.
I imagine this is the vast majority of the fans watching right now from EU. The LEC fans on the edge of their seats, quite literally, hoping that they can pull off this reverse sweep here. So much on the line for PSG. If they lose this, it would mean no PCS teams in the main stage at Swiss. And on the flip side, for the LEC, it'll be the first time that all 4 of their seeds have made it through. And seeing them all play in the main stage would be absolutely amazing.
Have to wait and see. We'll no longer hypothesize. No more theories about where they want to go. PSG sticking to the first 2 bans as always. Back on the blue side. And again, we're seeing those AP top laners taken away by BDS. So what do you want to see change? We obviously talked to the analyst desk. They wanted to see maybe ADs left open. But I mean, I think like the Kai'Sa is just the key pick.
Yeah, I would love to see first pick Kai'Sa if we're going to have no other pinches really going on. I think it's been a big turnaround. Wako's Aphelios is fine, but it's not going to be able to dive in and assassinate people. And to be fair, at the same time, PSG did not just lose because Aphelios or excuse me, anything like that. It was a whole team improvement out of BDS. They're playing way better, way more confident, and you're not going to win just because you first pick it.
Okay, so BDS recognize the PSG. We're almost certainly going to first pick the Kai'Sa, and they say, cool, take the Maokai. We're cool with that. We still have the Sejuani, we still have the Ivern, and now no one gets to have the Kai'Sa in game number 5.
Love this read out of BDS saying, yep, it's a bit problematic. We're going to just ice it here. No one gets to play with this, and it forces everyone down their priority list. I do like the potential adaptation here, saying, you know, we can't really stop Sheo from playing any of these tanky junglers, so we're just going to opt into our strengths instead. Rel, actually, the takeaway this time around. Woody had 1 good game on it, 1 sketchy one. We'll see how he's feeling today.
We will wait to see where Adam takes these particular picks. Remember, if he picks,
not spelling it right.
I was going to say he's actually not spelling it at all.
GSO.
No, it was DGSO. Gadizzo. But of course, we'll wait to see what he wants to go for. He's on red side. I would be so unbelievably upset if they do not give red side counter to Adam in that top side. But you can see Crowny just trying to really emote how much this means to these guys. They need to get this draft right.
Yeah, you talk about the stakes for this team. Adam, the only one who has played on the main stage of Worlds before. And to be fair, during that time period, there was a lot of stuff going on with that Fnatic team that they were not able to put their best foot forward in. It was hardly the showing that I think anyone wanted then. And so this time around, to make it back with this squad kind of leading as the face of the organization right now would do a lot for them.
And that's it as well. That's that. Not only are you looking for the face of this organization, but LEC, you know, you want to break that 4th seed curse, but also as well as that, like even for LCS and to a smaller extent, like you kind of, it feels slightly better to get the team that goes to play-ins, the one that smashed you. Come on, a little bit.
I'm a misery loves company kind of guy, you know, like BDS.
If you're not getting in, we're not
neither are you. Yeah, no, definitely not. But they're making it difficult. BDS has been putting in the work these last 2 games, making it difficult for themselves as well, losing early on, having to go through the losers bracket, and now having to pull off a reverse sweep.
Well, PSG, they are putting in high priority onto this Gnar now, and Aja had a fantastic game number 3. He just, as we said in that last one, kind of lost himself. Didn't really know where to go, didn't know really where he had to kind of put it, so putting a little bit more priority on his champion pool to make sure that it does not get banned away. And now BDS, you've got an opportunity. Do you want to just take the top laner here? Do you want to try and maybe get your AD carry? There's a couple of questions that you need to answer. He's going to go Crowny onto the Zeri. He went from 12-5 earlier today to 12-6 with the loss, but still a champion he can have some serious impact on.
Yeah, definitely the case. It's a very different series in terms of momentum. It's a different series in terms of the draft. The fact that you had Waco's Kai'Sa banned this time, so you're not playing the Zeri into the Kai'Sa, you're playing into Aphelios. Range advantage and probably some laning strengths going to the Rel and Aphelios early on here. And Aja's Gnar was incredible for 60-70% of that game before the wheels kind of came off, and hopefully he can get back onto that kind of performance here. For the flip side, yet again, it is the solo lanes saved for Nuke and Adam.
And that's the big thing I'm actually curious about as well, because we've actually seen the Nico change in priority in this draft alone. It was a first-round rotation ban, now moved obviously into the second one, but PSG didn't pick it up until obviously now, which they can't do anyway. So these little things, we're seeing a lot of emphasis being put in here, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see BDS maybe pick up a Jace. It's not really Nuke's champion style, but it's definitely something he has played this year.
I wonder what they're going to do if they ban the Cassio and the Jace is left up then, because that's what they're probably going to do. Yep, Cassio comes through here, and now the question is, do you take the Jace away or not, pair it with the Maokai? It's not really the composition that we tend to see, but it does play, I think, somewhat to their strengths in terms of more kite back focus and picking the moment to go in. If they want to go for that denial, they can. If they leave it up, it will be relatively physical damage heavy, and instead, just going to slam Darius into the Gnar.
There it is. Gods. Garen, Olaf, Darius, Sion. But we still get gods for Adam. He has played every single one so far in this series. And knowing he's going to Gnar, I actually really love this matchup. You have such incredibly high kill pressure because, yes, the Gnar is exceptionally powerful, but in mini, if he gets caught, he is so vulnerable to getting burst out.
Yeah, it's one of those champions where if you are able to land a hook back, you also go Ghost, Flash, I assume here, so you can try and chase the Gnar down a little bit better. And if you can ever get on top of him, like you said, you get to blow him up. The Jarvan, no surprise, seeing that locked into combo with the, what are these called? The Narvan?
The Narvan combination.
It's been a minute, but there it is. It's back, and they bring another wall this time around. The Talia has been very hit or miss from the mid lane this tournament so far, I would say, honestly. There's not been the most impressive Talia games, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on Maple to actually get it to the top side of the map, try and punish the Darius.
Okay, so Nuke saying, look, I can burst this out. I can get the pressure. Double AD carry now on the side of BDS. They will melt towers if they're left alone for too long. However, I mean, jumping in onto this PSG side is going to be hazardous at the best of times.
Well, I think you're not jumping in almost ever, honestly, if you're Nuke outside of individual lane phases or 1v1s. For the most part, though, you are playing two beef balls in front of you, kite back, double marksman composition. Again, depending on how PSG itemizes, they will not be the tankiest of members, and so you can potentially stuff any difficult engage with Maokai and Alistar and then melt whoever was the one who went flying in there. And meanwhile, Adam's doing Adam things on the backside of the fight, or maybe not even there, potentially, depending on what he's up to. So, once again, one of these comps that I love out of BDS, a splash of creativity with some pretty solid fundamentals. And for PSG, it feels like another early game focused game plan here if they're going to win this one.
Hometown heroes of BDS, but PSG Talon, they have a couple of faithfuls there in the crowd of LoL Park in Seoul, Korea. It comes down to this one last game. This is your final draft. You live it or you lump it, because right now, Nothing else matters. Both these teams have left everything on the Rift. Now it comes down to this. One Nexus explodes, one team goes to Swiss.
One spot available, the last team to promote into the main stage of Worlds and to keep their dreams alive for at least another week or so. And for these two regions, a lot on the line, like you already said, for the first time, if the 4C can make it in, after what has been a bit of a curse for them, and for the PCS to get any representative in, as BDS has already taken out the number 2 seed in CFO, and now coming for the number 1 seed, if they can pull this off. You got a BDS fighting chant in there?
We do, man. I was there, like LPL swum back into me. It was like the Gyos and everything.
Yeah,
it was
I'm
awesome.
like, they're rallying, man. They
give
got
them a
some
bit
fans.
of yeah, absolutely. But let's see how it works. PSG versus BDS, 2-2 on the day. One team each getting a stomp. I think it's fair to say. Game 2 for PSG, Game 4 for BDS. Two semi-close games in 1 and 3. Now,
so if it's going reverse,
yeah,
right. So Game 3 is the midpoint, right? That's the really crazy one.
That's the crazy.
One game stepped away from that was one team smashing the other, which means Game 1 from the flip side would be a very, very slow and boring BDS win. I don't want that. I'm fine with the BDS win part.
The
for what it's
math
worth.
checks out, and that's why I'm mad.
The BDS win part, totally fine with.
Yeah.
If we get 2 kills through 20 minutes again, I'm a sad boy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got scaling. I definitely think when you have a Jarvan on the team of PSG, you are looking to be a lot more aggressive, and especially as well on the other side of this, the Adam Darius is something that I will expect to be a little bit more proactive in the first few minutes of the game.
And this time around, no tricky business out of BDS. We talk about their level 1s quite a bit, or Sheo doing some stuff on his first clear. Looking like a pretty standard bot to top clear for both, or excuse me, top to bot clear for both these junglers, trying to end up around their 80 carries. You can see, like we said, early on, the green gun advantage, giving them some strength in this lane, trying to delay taking these creeps as long as they can, so it doesn't push, and give Crownie some easier CS. Nice brush control as well from Woody.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this area finding it so difficult to just walk forward there, just because Woody and Waka are controlling this so well. Level 2 will be hit now in just a second or 2. And that's going to basically mean that this entire wave is going to be going underneath the tower pretty frequently for the side of BDS. They're going to have to try and figure out how they're going to be able to stem the bleeding already in the early stages of this game, but
we'll have to see how crazy PSG wants to get. You can always have one of these slow-built waves. If Maple can get unlocked, roam down there for a 4-man level 3 dive, who knows? Probably not going to be the case, though.
Level 2, can't both away, but Labrov already burning through quite a few of its pots, so he needs to be a bit careful with how aggressive he wants to be going into this one here. And this is the thing as well, is that you don't want to lose too much of this underneath the turret, especially when you're against Wacko, who's already picked up that coal, so he's stacking that one up very nicely very early.
Good call, already understanding. I'm going to control this lane. I'm here to farm up and get to my items quickly. Already half a turret plate gone off that push, and Sheo actually skipping the camps.
He's just going to jump in on top of that one there. They're trying to use a minion delivery system as Woody should be able to remount. Sheo actually went in onto a minion to move away from that because I just didn't feel confident with the Jarvan coming in on the backside.
Interesting re-engage by Woody there. Jarvan was further away than you would have thought, but with that control, actually, the fact that Sheo skipped camp means that Jinjia finished his red buff and appears healthy enough now to contest this with the shove that they already have. Sheo's going to have a hard time controlling this, but fortunately, Nuke has the push on the mid wave.
Oh, they're looking for Woody. Puts him in behind the wall, though. And they have to get the flash out. You can see Junja getting himself away from this one here. Sheo, though, with the Gravitum available for Wacko, gets 2 down. The Ignite goes in. Has no real mana left. His auto attacks are good, and Crownie knows if he gets any CC on top of him, he was dead, so he has to flash back over the wall.
Maple with a more defensive path, thinking that he needed to cover the escape instead of charging into the river, stops that chase down sequence there. A little bit slower to collapse on that play. If he was able to help cut them off as they ran into that blue buff pit, could have gone a lot worse for BDS. Still a gold advantage because Crownie had to sack some minions to start going aggressive there. And overall for PSG, a decent start to the game despite feeling like maybe a kill or 2 left on the table.
While that's all happening, the top laners trying to figure out whether or not they can go aggressive. The wave in a pretty terrible state there for Aja. These hemorrhage stacks are starting to build up quite quickly, and this is the power of the Darius. 1 or 2 small movements, and all of a sudden he's looking fantastic, but now he's walking straight in on top of the Jarvan. Pops the Ghost, does not get away from the first CC, but does get away from the second. Now looking for a little bit of a trade back. 1v2. Adam looking to be his namesake for the moment. The Ghost still popping down. He's doing very well. Flash forward into the apprehend. Does not get the bounce back for Aja. He moves away from the Jarvan. I think that was key.
I think you can feel the nerves on both these teams here. Aja missing his Q and then his W in that sequence is absolutely a kill onto Adam if they land it. And then afterwards, not quite sure where they want to go from BDS. Aja's hop out does mean at the end of this, it's a summoner advantage. He did not have to burn anything in that sequence. And so while it should have been a kill yet again, instead it's just small advantages in the early game for PSG.
Nerves, the pressure, if you will.
Your whole year on the line.
Your literal entire season rests on this one game of 5v5. It is sometimes a little too much to bear.
Sometimes we all go through promotion matches and you feel the stress of needing to win that 5th game. Imagine that if your whole career in life was built on that. A little bit, just try and put it in perspective.
It's so difficult to know. And again, it comes down to how these teams are able to deal with that pressure. If you can get that play to work on either side, you get an advantage. You start putting even more pressure onto your opponent. Versus now, where it does feel like, again, no one's coming out with an advantage, but it's very, very shaky for now.
Yeah, I think you expect from the draft for PSG to be winning the early game, and so these gold leads are largely what you would think would happen. I think the biggest thing is the fact that none of these kills have really accelerated any of the lanes beyond what you would expect. And so PSG going to start this Dragon out, playing off their bot lane prio, and Talia now at 6, though with no mana, will probably teleport back into the lane, have the ability to join in on any fights that happen around the map.
Sheo's going to walk over and check if this is being done. Doesn't have a smite, by the way. Used it on the Gromp, so maybe they want to go for a little bit of engage. A TP comes in back from both mid laners. Maple and Nuke now moving back down towards this dragon. It's the first dragon of the game, and we know how much BDS love their dragons. There is the Weaver's Wall coming straight out. They're going to try and jump in, but a knockback from onto Woody means that he goes down, but it's a first blood. Dragon stolen by BDS as we got the resets coming in maybe for Nuke, as Wacko has to flash away straight away as he realizes he can't take this fight. Neither can Junja as he looks to try and trade it back, but Nuke gets himself a double, and BDS trade 2 for 1, and they get the dragon.
Huge contest out of BDS there on the dragon. A little bit of face check by Crownie.
Yeah, he's going to be able to dash himself over. Good cleanse. Definitely would have preferred not to use it, but small little window there for PSG. They almost capitalized.
Yeah, but that is such a bad consolation prize there after Sheo again on top of the smites was getting taken advantage of by Junjia. A little bit in game 1 and game 2, but after that has been dominant with these, never really losing any critical objectives. And then the fight afterwards, I mean, Nuke in a great position on the Tristana here. Able to just hit closest target and make sure to knock Woody back so he does not ever get stunned up. That explosive shot also landed a ton of damage onto Wacko as he finished off Woody there. And now it's just an easy chase down the rest of the way for the team.
It just feels like after the Weaver's Wall, the Maple Talia was not really in a position to put out damage, wasn't throwing out rocks at a rate to kind of settle herself and get that damage out. So it really just was an unfavorable position here for PSG. They do, however, get themselves back in towards that mid lane to try and put pressure here onto Nuke, who did pick up a plate or so for himself. But, I mean, we could see another fight now as the Rift Herald has already spawned, and they know this is happening on the side of BDS.
Looks like Crownie is skirting down onto the bot lane there, riding the wall as far as he can go, and giving this one away. Not in a position to contest this after the slightly slower reset. Death timer, sometimes a quicker path back onto the map than a recall after that dragon fight. So PSG do use their top pressure a little bit with the Nara as well to grab that one.
See what PSG can do with it, because this is the thing I always say about Rift Heralds. It's not that you get it, it's how you use it afterwards, especially an early one, because it can lead to a huge advantage in one of these lanes. And right now, Sheo, with level 6, would be very, very good at deterring any kind of dive here onto Adam, who does not have his flash just yet, does have Ghost. Maybe Sheo and Adam might want to go for something a little crazy, but Aja just backs away.
I think they're just waiting to cover this wave collection by Adam. Good decision, given that the Rift Trail just went down. I think PSG were also thinking the same thing. If anything is looking suspect here, maybe we can make the play, but that's not the case. And like you said, it's about how you use the Rift Herald. I feel like this series, we've seen a lot of Rift Heralds not get optimal value, kind of dropped as they time out, or they charge a turret that there's no one else there to help push afterwards. And so it has been a very scrappy series, honestly, outside that first game where there's been a lot of fighting, and it's sometimes hard to find the correct usage of this. So it'd be nice, I assume, if you want to get this either onto Wacko to accelerate your primary carry, or onto Aja to get the side lane going in your favor.
For the moment, Junja is down in the bot lane. Just or bot side of the map, I should say, as he waits to try and just maybe find a Cataclysm target. Very hard to lock down things like a Tristana, Zeri. They can just dash their ways out with the mobility they have in their kit, so they're not really in any kind of danger for the moment, but PSG look like they want to try and maybe put down the bit of pressure here in mid lane. I do like this as well, especially with the first Herald. If you know you're not going to get a full tower, at least get that mid lane tower low so you can actually try and take it on the second Herald.
Yeah, especially with a Taliyah, it's always nice to break out your global if you can make it happen. And definitely the case, actually, when you talk about the champions that Junjia is going to be jumping on top of, most of them are pretty unperturbed by it. Of course, if you are jumping onto Darius, you know, he can't get out, but then you're trapped in a pit with Darius, and I'm not sure that's where you want to be using your J4 ult.
Yeah, not ideal target selection, but Maple maybe just going to throw a walk over the wall. That's going to stop Lavrov from getting a reset in. So, 11 minutes are just shy of it. It's 500 gold lead for BDS. They are going to be able to set up for this dragon in a minute's time. It is a dragon, means, or it's an Infernal Dragon, which means we are not going to have an Infernal Soul or a Mountain Soul, so not going to be the highest of priorities, I imagine. Let's Tex.
I'm smelling another Chemtech.
Smelling a Chemtech?
Yeah, smells bad. Smells smoggy.
Not clear cloud air, no?
No. From Los Angeles, man.
Yeah,
I'm used to that smell.
You came to Dublin and you were just like, what is this? Fresh air? Get out of here.
Grass? Disgusting.
Yeah.
Where's my concrete jungle?
Yeah, where's the 20, 30 buildings that block out the sun? But coming back into it. I mean, we'll see what they want to go for right now, because it does look like for the moment PSG are on a bit of a reset. They can look to try and just clear out a lot of this vision. With the amount of ultimates they have, they would have a fair amount of, full dive to go on to someone like Tristana and Azeri if they can catch them out.
Yeah, I feel like PSG is slightly under the gun to make plays, which means, unfortunately, that for viewership and the aggressive gameplay perspective, I think BDS is happy with this Maokai and double marksman to set up around objectives, poke them down, try and just burn through them. And if PSG are going to contest, you can really make a decision if you actually want to fight for it or not. You are absolutely happy, I think, to just kind of keep scaling until you get more major items onto your marksman, because right now there is no mythics completed across the board yet.
Well, there's that Rift Herald. Shelly going into that mid lane to, like we said, just kind of put pressure down. We'll get 2 plates. That will go straight over to Junja, so not the worst thing in the world. The Jarvan, I have seen Jarvan's one-shot AD carries with their full combination, so definitely something that can be done, and Dragon gets started. There is a TP here for Aja, but there's none available for Adam. You have to remember that Labrov hasn't popped his ultimate just yet. There it goes. So now he's not going to have that available to him. It looks like BDS are going to have to be on full retreat. PSG did enough to pressure them away from this objective.
Yeah, Maple's chunk there is enough to buy them this Infernal Dragon. Shao's sticking around. He's feeling himself with these smites.
Yeah, he's feeling it, but I don't know if he wants to. You do not have your support, and they will back that one away. So Adam will pick up a plate in the top side and the back side of it. So Dragon apiece, 20k each. It's looking pretty close that we're going to be getting to some big 5v5s in about 5 or 6 minutes time.
Yeah, I think so. It totally makes sense for them to back off there, wait for their first major item completions, especially after Labrov is chunked out. For PSG, you're happy to have gotten that objective down, but of course you're looking more for kills at this point. And even that Rift Herald mid, it's nice to chunk out that mid turret, but realistically against a Tristana, how many times will you have shove from the Taliyah to actually walk up there and auto that turret? I much would have preferred if they could get that onto a more important carry from the perspective of team fighting or split pushing later on in the game here. So for BDS, yeah, it charged it down to 3 plates, but as long as Nuke is playing well, that thing will be relatively safe, and that's all they're going to get.
Also, I will say I was right. It's Cloud Soul. Dublin fresh air. Ooh. That's where we are. No chem smog of LA, you know.
They heard the complaint about being in Korea, playing at LoL Park, and not getting enough Cloud Dragons, so they supported you.
Absolutely. I appreciate that from the script writers. That's very nice of them to do for me. But, I mean, we'll have to wait to see again, because PSG, they're taking this one slowly, but they're not coming out, kind of you're not coming out on the worst end of these trades. It does feel like the fact that they were able to get that coal stacked up so quickly, that Wacko has been able to have a little bit more freedom to build up to a first item, maybe even a second one, obviously very soon. But this is where the game starts to devolve into less about the laning phase and more about getting around these objectives.
Yes, how are you going to set up for them? Are you going to get chunked out before they go on? Will you find flanks in order to access the enemy backline? Like we were saying, for the side of BDS, mostly front to back, except for Adam, who might be flanking and might not be there with his no teleport summoner. And with the Maokai saplings, you can often try and find Aja and Junjia, who are trying to do that Narvin combo, stun your carries up against the wall. Hopefully a flick follows by Maple, and Wako is kind of that insurance policy to melt through the pretty beefy team comp with BDS.
And we saw there how even it was between the carries for the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. It really felt like that's exactly how the game has felt, honestly. It's just, you know, kind of slightly topside favored for BDS, slightly bot side favored for PSG, and then in the middle, everyone's just kind of dotted around with a couple of hundred here or there. Now, Rift Herald number 2 has been started. You have a Stormraiser finished up here for Crownie. He's back out onto the map. 6,000 HP already taken down on top of this one, and Adam and Nuke are finally arriving.
Yep, gonna look like our first pure 5v5. Maple in the wing.
No 5v5 for you. Talia says no fighting. We will get ourselves back into the laning phase. Because the funny thing is, 15 and a half minutes gone. No tower's gone down yet.
No, and they're all relatively healthy. There's, I think, that most half down on the mid lane of BDS. Adam has gotten some chip down on top side. Everyone's gotten a little bit of chip, but not too much damage done to them. I saw Talia in the flank. I was hoping for a wall in.
He wants that ghost play, does get the stride breaker, gets a little bit of damage out, trying to get those stacks up, brings down the ult, and Adam was done with passiveness in this laning phase.
He heard you talking about there just going back to laning, and that was not what he wanted to do. Finds the angle right as Aja's Mega Gnar wears out, and you know the Mini Gnar in tired form will never be able to get away from you. Ghosted up with the slow and hook back. Nice kill there by Adam, and exerting his presence on the game yet again. He came in as the most talked about player of BDS for his hyper carry, or not hyper carry, but his very aggressive carry play style.
Oh, Sheo just turned and burned onto that one. He was like, all right, we can take this fight. There's a Cataclysm. The knockback is good for Junja. So I actually think he was in a bad situation there. As you can see, PSG realizing they were just going to lose a tower for free because they had no one to rotate.
Yeah, I think PSG getting a little antsy there. Jumping in, no real follow-up available. Maple was not quite in range for anything. Also going for the crown, interestingly enough. A little surprised to see that, given that there's not any significant burst damage that is going to come from the enemy team and can get knocked off quite easily from saplings if you're not careful.
That's what I was going to say. Like, surely the saplings or even a Zeri laser, a stride breaker, like there's so many little things, or even an Alistair knock-up, you know, can just knock it away. So we'll see how valuable or not it is later on into the game. But for the moment, PSG just waiting to see how they go for it. And this is Adam just being the Darius, being the god of the god king of Noxus.
Yeah, coming through the mid river, excuse me, there, finding that. I was stunned at how good that
animation was. I was
like,
that animation just so beautiful. Have you never seen this?
No, I don't pay attention to
They
this.
both turn into wolves, Garen and Darius in the God's King skins.
Poggers.
Yeah.
What? It is.
I've never met someone who speaks in Twitch chat IRL.
Really?
It's just because I'm Irish. Why would we speak in Twitch chat? We could just, yeah. It's just strange for me, that's all. Anyway, we can come back in. We can see that with the priority on bot side, BDS would not only get themselves the bot turret, but they'll also get themselves a second dragon. Doesn't mean though that surely will knock over this turret in the mid lane. So PSG finally back on the front foot in terms of the objective trades and looking to try and make sure they're not just losing out around the map.
No, dead even in gold. Red team, Adam finished off his second turret, will put them back slightly ahead. Also grabbing the second dragon for BDS.
Adam's still
there.
going. Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, teleport coming in from, looks like the Gnar, so at the very least getting that one out. Ooh, collapse all the way committed here. Maple not wanting to go,
I was going to say, though, they're not trying to get into top of Adam because they have to deal with the rest of BDS who are there to protect their top laner. No one goes down just yet, but I can see the pressure, the presence that both these teams want to have is starting to lead to a couple of mistakes.
Yeah, definitely the case, and you got to say this is one of those Talia games where you're not seeing the impact out of this champion quite yet. Maple has not been able to get to a side lane to try and attack anyone. He's used the wall strategically well sometimes to secure a free Rift Herald and these sorts of things, which they were able to use mid, but that's usually not quite enough. You need to find ways to bisect fights or create odd number of fights, and not quite happening yet, because if it's straight front to back damage, you got to think that Nuke will have him beat. Right now, Kraken Slayer completed, working on, looks like the quick blades.
And avoid quick blades out means you don't actually at all have to build any attack speed, really, because you just keep spamming Q. You'll get it back as soon as it's down, so do I want to go for right now? And again, it's not as if we haven't had action so far this game. We really have, but it's just been so low scoring in terms of those kills because people are so afraid to kind of overcommit, to overexert themselves. And even Aja in the top lane, yes, he got caught out and he died, but he could have maybe gone for a flash and a jump, and he just said, no, I'm dead. That's the end of it. And just kind of accepted his fate, knowing that the flash is more valuable later on. Now, PSG, they find themselves in enemy territory. Flash forward, though. Triple man knockup as Junja gets punted right back into the arms of Adam. He does get the flag and drag away. Nice flick back as well from the Talia. Now Kai Ultimate does stop down Woody, and there is one more kill. BDS building back that momentum that they had from game number 4.
You can see PSG hunting in the jungle, looking for a play, but it's Labrov who turns it around when he sees them all grouped up. Adam was in the area. You're not quite sure where he's going to be without that teleport, but he had based and come back out to the top side, able to join in on that fight. You're still poking around here, but this is a 4v5.
This is a 4v5, and Smite comes out. So they get their prize at the end, PSG, but they're now down about 500 gold. And I love what Labrov did right there. He pretended, almost baited him out so much, saying, oh, I'm going to flash over the wall and this is going to lead to nothing. Flashes in and causes a huge amount of disarray here for PSG.
Yeah, you can see Adam just getting back on the map as this play is happening. So fortunately, all 5 members alive. Tristana teleporting in as well, trying to escape at this point, and the Stone's able to somewhat interrupt the chase down, but the Maokai route following up, locking down one member. Adam able to help clean that one up. Unfortunate that the kill does go over to Sheo at the end of that. Anyone else probably is going to use that better except for Labrov, so a little unfortunate, but hey, if you're Maokai, you're happy to get accelerated, get a little bit tankier earlier on.
Yeah, get yourself up to some kind of standing position to be a bit of a meat shield alongside this Alistair. So right now we can see that the advantage in that top side is starting to grow and grow. Already got a dead man's plate here for Adam. Maple looking to try and catch out Sheo. He's going to be able to kind of push him back out here. Flash away by Sheo, so no flash twisted advances available for him for at least another few minutes.
Nice timing on the Q flash. While Maple is knocked up, you are flashing away, able to get out. I believe he might have procced his phase rush as well to skedaddle on out of there. Does, like you say, though, cost his flash. But it was Maple's ultimate as well that went down there. So now, PSG, good wards on the map. You can see they have a nice little box set up on the main jungle ramps around mid lane there to allow themselves to see any potential flanks coming from BDS as we head to this next dragon 1.5 minutes away.
Waka was so close to an Infinity Edge, I feel like. He just really wants to get that last little thing. I think he's recalling for it now, so wait to see if he's able to come back out onto the map with that second item. It would be huge here for the side of PSG, and there it is. So 2 item Aphelios. He is starting to build towards that late game. And this isn't like game number 4 where the Aphelios was unable to really build items and have an impact. He's been given the resources, he's been given the time, and now he's starting to show the fruits of that labor.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get involved in these team fights. That is the biggest question, or if he's just going to be saplinged and then Maokai rooted as he tries to follow up on a front line.
Stride breaker.
They're just going to dive in. That's what the Gnar and the Jarvan want to do together, and of course Maple can maybe follow up, Woody can maybe follow up, and as Wako is the main damage dealer, the question is, can he get involved? Can he actually get this damage out? Or is BDS going to be able to peel back?
Lane has become the battleground. We're going into a little bit of an ARAM here for BDS, and this is the problem they're going to find themselves in now, because Adam has not got teleport. He's very strong in a side lane, and with the Dead Man's Plate and the shrines from the Wind of the Cloud Soul, they should be able to get him between each lanes very quickly.
Yeah, and Adam is a master of this playstyle. He has been playing without teleport way more than people have been playing against someone without teleport. So he knows how to shove a wave, get it on the other enemy side of the map, group up with the rest of the team, allow it to push all the way back, be hiding in brushes that people aren't ready for, and as well, hopefully be able to get out safely when he is committing those pushes.
I would love to see a stat to whether or not Adam has played with teleport more or without teleport more, like in his career, because it's not that big of a career.
Yeah, it's two and a half years.
2.5 years, I think, you know, in terms of like in terms of the highest level, Worlds qualifying region level. Obviously, the LFL is a beast of its own, to be perfectly honest. But flash in, the apprehend, they found Wako, and he is dead. Nothing he could do. You can't cleanse and apprehend.
Nothing to go on there. They said, nice IE, bro, and immediately kill him. Adam finding the moment. We were just singing his praises on the Gods Champion.
The fight, though. No Maokai ultimate on this one. Actually, a lot of ultimates used in the last fight. Here we go. The Talia wall comes out to try and separate people out. They're going to be like fish in a barrel. The Gnar nowhere near getting up towards Mega. Knock
quite able to get himself the Labrov flick back, but they will be able to get themselves the Baron secured. Now, can Labrov get away from this without dying? No, he cannot. They lose one. Nuke going in a little bit aggressively. They do get him back on top of this one, and he is shut down. 2 kills to 1. The Baron does go over to BDS, but the Dragon will be traded back. It's a lot closer than they would have liked it for BDS.
It initially looked like such a slam dunk play out of BDS, being able to find that initial kill and instantly transfer it over the Baron. They had the right decision, run forward, buy space, that there's no way for them to contest Sheo's smite. But then, instead of just leaving Labrov to die, Nuke just getting a little too crazy there, had his flash up, maybe thinking, hey, if I can get my E reset. I'm not quite sure if he got it or maybe he got interrupted after the Talia E, but here you see Adam, just the killer instinct. Labrov on the exact same page, annihilated. I don't even think the ult came down in time before you saw that kill. And then, again, the decision here, great. You force this, you have the split sort of by Maple, but like you called out, Gnar with no rage, there's no real way to actually fight this. Labrov is just there zoning with Adam. They finish this Baron off. Great, leave Labrov to die. All run left, this is totally fine. But Nuke jumping in here, and he was trying to get one more auto attack on Junjia, but Junjia flashed away. So instead of getting the second W right after that, he was able to get re-engaged on top of it and goes down.
The Red Bull Baron power play, it's only about 400 now. That's not exactly the highest you would want of it. And the thing is that you're losing it onto Nuke. That's the big killer right there for me, because he was the teleport player. He's the one that could go off into a side lane and go for a 1-3-1. Labrov, that's a lot of damage. Gonna get the Moonlight Vigil landing onto Crowny on the backside of that one there. But again, you can see just how hard it is now for BDS to make this Baron push work, because unfortunately for them, the only one who has any pressure is going to be Adam.
Yeah, I was just initially thinking, okay, well, if you still have Adam, you can maybe set up this 4-1, but Labrov, again, stepping a little bit too far forward. We are in no man's land.
We are in
You look at the history of the goal differences over this series by AWS, you can see there have been quite a few, but usually it's at least sided one way. This time it is BDS slightly favored, able to grab this turret now. Up about 1,500 gold.
Oh, they're looking for Sheo here because Aja has got Mega Gnar coming, and that's why he had to flash away. No Dragon to be speaking of right now, so everyone's just kind of playing very antsy, very conservative about where they want to be caught out, because the death timers, they're getting long, Mark.
Yeah, fortunately, even if Sheo did drop there, like you said, not much to grab on the map, but with a flash down, when the Dragon does spawn in 3 more minutes, that will still be down. So if you're able to get in there first, there's no flash smite contest available. And I gotta say, for the most part, BDS has done a very good job of finding windows where Asha does not have his ultimate available when he's in Mini-Gnar form. That first kill onto Adam, that Baron force right there. And so now even here, pushing with these Baron buff minions, Asha's gonna need to try and stack this on the wave if they want to threaten some kind of engage here. And even then, Junjia's ult not quite up for another 15 or 20 seconds.
Well, Sheo gonna throw out Nature's Grasp as they do catch out there onto Junjia, who's able to tank it out, and that's gonna be the first of the tier 2s taken away. No real teleport position here. Crowny very isolated away from his team, and Maple might look to try and find him, or maybe he might look to try and find Maple. That's the big question. Come into this one here. It's only a 2,000 gold lead here for BDS as they get a decent amount off of that Baron play.
Definitely the case, ending up grabbing 2 turrets up to a 2,000 gold lead for BDS. Looking at that crown, I guess you can say one of the things it can do is stop the 80 carries from jumping on you and murdering you, because that is always a potential with a Tristana. If she finds a good angle where you're isolated, she can annihilate you. Same with, honestly, Zeri. There's definitely plenty of certified Zeri moments that start with flashing in, popping your ult, queuing somebody, auto, annihilation.
And then annihilation.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes from there exactly, how many more autos you'll need.
There's not really a lot after annihilation, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's just kind of, that's just how it is.
Yeah. yeah. So either way, I think BDS is feeling very, very good about themselves right now. A lot of it also being how they're executing this game. PSG, despite being 3 to 5 in kills and having some moments, for the most part, when the important ones are coming up, it's all BDS who is able to make these plays happen.
And yes, here we are, 4 towers each, 2 dragons each, 2,000 gold ahead of BDS, which is kind of just a little bit of these extra CS numbers they've been able to accrue for themselves. And this game is far from over, and with these items starting to be picked up, 3 items onto Crowny now. We've got himself that Runan's Hurricane. You're going to have the Lord Dominic's Regard finished up for Nuke very, very soon as well. This is where the game stops being about those advantages, stops being about those kind of moments, and really just depends on who plays better in those team fights.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Interesting to see Sheo there topping damage done, Red Smite Infernal, or excuse me,
Demonic Embrace, yeah, that combination. Demonic, Infernal, same things, whatever. They're both pretty terrible. Yeah, demons. But either way, yeah, very impressive to see him topping the numbers, landing those saplings over and over again. And here, giving them, with those saplings, the space to be first ones to the Cloud Dragon, trying to get onto Soul Point. PSG showing up to contest. No one quite able to finish. It looks like there are 3 items you're talking about. Nuke trying to get there. Waco's in the same position. Oh, he sold. There it is. There it is. Now just needs to get back on the map.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Shout out to Raz. I feel like I've just called him out unnecessarily there.
People think there's more to it, but it's just that
no,
he says that.
He just says there it is a lot. It's very fun. But
again, I feel like for PSG, you're not unhappy leaving this one alone. You can, if you don't feel confident, if you don't feel comfortable moving into this fight, you don't have to go for it. Yeah, but Aja needs to start stacking his passive right now. There's a Raptors behind him. He should be trying to hit those a little bit more to get this so that there's an actual threat. I mean, he doesn't really need to kind of rush it right now, just because they're not going towards the Dragon. They're actually moving towards the Baron instead. There's the upper hand, but it's on the Junja. Uses the Starbreaker, but Adam gets caught back a little bit on the backside of this. A lot of damage. It's a lot of rocks to the back of the head. Wacko finishes him off, and Adam gets caught. You don't have an ultimate now on Labrov because he had to use his to make sure he stayed healthy, and now PSG, they've changed the momentum. PSG taking down Adam with 200 years, gives them the early access to the Baron. We'll see if they can get in somehow for BDS. Here we go, 6,000 HP. Sheo drops down the ultimate. He needs to get into the pit. He goes in! Not quite able to steal it. It goes over to PSG. Aji goes into immediate stasis and flashes away because he's in Mininar. PSG get the kill, get the Baron, and they get the hell out. PSG with a bit of robbery there. BDS trying to do the same thing that happened when they got the Baron, which is take the Dragon away from the enemy team. They are going to get there faster after PSG tried to reset, but it is still a 4v5, 10 seconds on Adam. He does not have teleport to join in once it does happen. In fact, PSG just says, screw the Dragon, excuse me. We're going to go start pushing these waves out topside, and they have mid push as well. You have to make a decision here. Crowny going towards that top side. Labrov did come back in as well. Looks like they won't be able to get that top tier 2, but the inhibitor turret and mid lane is very, very exposed. There could be a big flank coming in. Sheo will have his ultimate very soon, but not quite just yet. Picks up the blue buff to maybe get a little bit of time and mana back on top of him. I think he knows that that's just a bridge a little too far. It was a great idea seeing if PSG lost track of him after the Dragon take, thinking that he would reset back to base rather than come in through the jungle. Unfortunately, Wacko did not quite step far enough forward to find that angle, but it was a clever idea. And it is becoming a little bit about Wacko now. Seeing how much damage he can pump out. We were talking about his Aphelios being absolutely incredible this time around. He's getting his items. He's having a proper front line. And we talked about flubbed engages from PSG getting melted by double AD carry. Same thing is true on the other side. Yeah, Wacko can delete front line if they have no one to peel back. It's not even just Wacko, because look at Maple as he pops down the Reaver's wall, because he's got a death cap now. Yes, we kind of criticized the Crown of the Shatter Queen because it's very much a defensive item, but he's got damage now available to him alongside that Shadow Flame. So this is becoming harder and harder for BDS. We talked about it, how they were on the precipice of getting themselves a reverse sweep. They still had work to do, though. If we've learned anything, though, about play-ins thus far, it's don't count your chickens before they hatch. Junja, half his HP there, just from a couple of auto attacks and a W from Nuke, and this is where everything starts to come down to decision-making. Gold lead basically means nothing. BDS are on Soul Point, and there's another Dragon for at least another 3.5 minutes, so we'll have to wait and see. But again, this is just Adam thinking he had caught someone out, but it's Junja. He's too tanky. Yeah, you can see just this flick back sets everything up. The gun goes down to give tons of green procs to Wacko. Combined with landing his ultimate gives him the final auto attack from 6 million units away to finish off Adam there and set down this chase. And looking at these fights, it's honestly probably not at all about backline access. I think realistically, even if Aja is stacked up, he's not that far ahead of the game. Him and Junjia comboing together is probably going to get peeled if you just try to dive onto the backline. It's about more probably buying space for Wacko, and you and Maple able to flip someone back, lock them in, and just provide a target for Wacko to hit. That's safer to hit than it is for the double marksman of the enemy team to hit you. Exactly, and I think the big thing I'm looking for BDS is that this kind of Adam walk forward and take someone out, it's just not going to work anymore. You're too far into the game. We're 33.5 minutes. Items are completed. People can just be a lot more brazen and bold to kind of find vision to capitalize on you overextended. Yeah, the one time they found Wacko, his one death this game, was when Adam actually could flash E, pull him in. And of course, that's always an option. You can always 100-0 anyone. Same thing's true on the flip side. If anyone's caught out of position from BDS, of course you can blow them up. But realistically, with how this game is going, it's a lot more about setup and protection. how you're able to come back into these fights. And oh my days, you can see now the Baron is gone. BDS are still being coerced backwards. It's a 4-item Zeri. Another fantastic Weaver's Wall just separates anyone out. Actually, I take that back. Actually stops the entirety of PSG from maybe going for a play, which is a little unfortunate, but the idea was there. Now Sheo on a little bit of a flank, maybe looking to try and go for something here. Here we go. Labrov goes in. They're going to try and burst out somebody here. The front line cannot stand tall as Aja falls down first. BDS, they've lost a little bit, but have they got enough in the tank to get a little bit more? If they get Junja here, it could be huge. But the smite comes down to slow down Adam and his pursuit.
That's exactly what we're talking about there. Good job by BDS pulling the trigger, stopping that push from coming in. They initially go onto Junjia with the pullback on Adam and then redirect onto Aja, who had stepped forward to scoop people away, actually, but he was locked down in place.
Oh, Adam, I don't think he knows anyone's coming up here. I don't think he knows that everybody is here. And now he's going to get jumped on, flicked back, CC'd into oblivion.
No
but he's not got Wako, so he's not getting taken down. The apprehend comes back in.
There
the Cataclysm is down. Finally, the DPS is here, but now Nuke and Crowny, they don't feel confident to walk forward onto this. I genuinely feel they needed to kind of really commit to that because it just feels like they're losing a slow burning death.
I felt Adam also maybe could have flashed out. They did not have the damage without Wako there to punch through him. You can see how important he is to have him around. But here's this fight yet again. The initial combo onto Junjia, as well as a nice headbutt pulse combo, focuses Aja down on healing back for Wako. But fortunately, with the Alistar ult on, there's not that much damage that Wako can pump back. It's this long chase down sequence. Baron's not up yet. They had nothing to really capitalize on, so they instead focus on clearing minions. And Adam caught out here. You can see, though, not taking that much damage if there's no big Aphelios to hit him down with. And so here, trying to stick around, trying to do the Darius heal up, land these massive Qs that bring you back up to full health. But Wako showed up before then.
Wako's got himself a GA now, so Flash Cleanse, GA, and all the kite in the world. PSG will get them onto Soul Point with this one. We are having, at minimum, 6 dragons, maybe 7 if we get that far, but this game could not be closer.
We were joking about it in game one. Where will we get the 7 dragons? I think we're getting it this time. We might see 8 if it comes down to an Elder. Baron is up, though, and you can already see BDS is primed to burn this one down.
Lady
Maple,
carry.
a little late in base, going to have to teleport in, does still have the ultimate available, and just finish off his Void Staff.
They're starting it, and that's going to burn down so quickly. Junja has to get down on top of this. There's a Cataclysm, but Junja can't join back on top of this one. Flash away by Adam as the Baron goes down. Perfectly done by BDS, but can they get anything else? Labrov on the flank, looking for a little bit more, but just gets stunned right off the W of the Talia. They have to reset, though. Super Minions are pushing in the bot side. It's a good move from BDS, but it can turn into a terrible one if they don't get out alive.
We'll have to see if they can get a clean recall off here. One is out in Crowny, but the rest are being chased down.
Oh, nice punt backwards. The flash in with the Magnet Storm. They're going to jump down onto Adam. Getting out with only 1 death would be very nice indeed. Aja trying to move forward on top of this. Does get the ultimate down on top of Sheo. That's another staggered death timer. As you can see, Crowny was the one to deal with the Super Minions. Now Labrov trying to just be the hero for his team as he gets taken out. It took too long for them to clear out their waves, and it meant that 3 members of BDS are dead.
3 members dead, only the carries left alive, but no minion waves for PSG, and Crowny knowing he wants to get this shoving so that they have no way to end the game because it's long death timers. It's 30 seconds. If they don't clear these waves out,
be fine.
PSG will escort some in. And so if BDS do what they need to do, they clear these waves out and then use the empowered recall to get back safely. Still, though, there is a wave in 20 seconds. They're at least going to get some inhibitors here, most likely, for PSG.
I would imagine they will at least get one. A couple of people coming back in about 15 seconds or so. They might try and they don't have minions. And they will be cleared out fairly quickly, so I don't think they're going to be able to end, but that's 2 inhibitors down. This Baron, Red Bull Baron power play will be for naught at the moment. And I almost want a live cam on Medic to see how he's doing, because this man is probably going through the ringer right now.
I bet a lot of EU fans are on their feet pacing and screaming at their monitors, but here, I love the call. Burn the Baron down, get out, and get back to your base. If you don't do that and you let the super creeps push, you don't have Adams who can deal with the wave and then teleport in. So you go, let's go flip the Baron. If we get the Baron, we get out and we deal with the wave later. Whereas if you deal with the wave first, it's a free Baron to PSG. So you at least get to take this away. And at best, you're hoping to just cost Adam's life. But the chase down sequence here was so good for PSG that they could clear out 3 members. And we still, at the tail end of that, it's a 1,000-ish gold lead for PSG.
Not even! It's insane! The Dragon Soul will be confirmed in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. It is 39 minutes. Game 5. Win and you go to Swiss. Lose and your season, your year, your entire being is done for a while. The win probability powered by AWS, they don't even know. Look at the way he's going up and down. What's going on in this game?
It's a heart rate monitor looking at that thing. And like you said here, anything can happen from this point on. It is, I would say, PSG favored, not just because of the gold lead, not just because they have...
Gold lead is not a gold lead.
Yeah, no. Absolutely not the important thing. It is the map pressure that they have with double inhibitors down, meaning that these are super creeps spawning in. Right now, you know, BDS is doing a perfectly good job clearing them out because they have the Baron buff. That's about to time out just now, and that's still a minute and a half before the next Dragon spawns. And so once those super creeps are no longer bumping up against Baron creeps, PSG will be able to grab map control back most likely.
Take a breath. Whew. Take a breather.
Shake it out. Shake your hands.
Left foot, right foot. Do the hanky-panky. The hokey-pokey, not the hanky-panky. slightly different.
Different context.
different thing. Get a little bit loopy. PSG kind of rewarded by the fact that they have got so many standing towers for the moment. Nuke coming down to this bot side, clearing out another wave. This is the thing with double AD carries, you can control these waves so easily.
And we talk about map mobility and we're looking at Talia's ultimate, but honestly, being able to ride walls and hop over them with Nuke actually gives them a lot more access to these minions, and so they're doing a great job not letting PSG really get that much map control. Here, PSG has decided to shove in mid-wave and trying to escort this one in, but you can still see Crowny melts these if you let him have access to auto-attacking.
That's the thing, once he's on single target on that super minion, he's not going to be in any way danger of kind of getting caught. Now Woody galloping towards this dragon. 30 seconds of spawns. Gold dead even. I don't know, do BDS want to fight this? I feel like they have to. You can't just let this one go. You're not going to have many more opportunities to have a straight 5v5 that's not in your base.
No, I absolutely think that you try and step forward and contest this one here.
Wait to see where they want to go. For now, there is a good little flank here for Labrov. He's found himself the fog of war. The super minions have been dealt with for the moment. They will destroy this dragon so quick. PSG, 5-man strong. Labrov moving in to try and find some kind of a flank. He has been spotted by Maple and immediately has to go into his ultimate. Junja's in the pit, and now they have to try and burn down this dragon before he can. No, Soul confirmed for BDS. Now they got the Moonlight Vigil completely whiffing. Junja has to flash away and he stays alive. The objective was confirmed, but that only stems the bleeding because they've got to deal with these waves.
Still absolutely huge play by BDS. They're so well done. Well, Brav called out, I was worried that the Alistar ultimate was going to cost them the situation, but the focus of the double marksman to burn that down, force Junjia to commit to it, allowed them to grab Soul and have enough control now that these super creeps are being dealt with quite easily by the late game double marksman.
I want to reiterate it. I said it in the last game, and it was just said in my ear again. BDS have only lost with Soul once this year. So they have got a pretty high win rate when they have Soul. Yes, it is not the most impactful in the world, but you think about the things that you can do with extra movement speed when Shale drops his ult, when the Alistar drops his. There's so much playmaking ability. Yeah, Woody and Maple, they needed to leave very, very quickly. These inhibitors will be respawning very soon as well. No more super minions in top or bot, or sorry, mid or bot.
I will say most games where you get a Soul, it's not quite this close, but I feel like the advantage might have swung back to BDS.
Got bot lane still with one super minion, so that's going to push in and give pressure. Baron spawning in 4 seconds. You will have to try and make this as quick as you possibly can. Labrov has been a hero for his side so far in this series, in this entire tournament. Can he get one more big play? He's looking for it. He maybe have the Hex Flash over the wall. Woody might be the target. Labrov does kind of get spotted out a little bit. Now you can see the lightning crash comes down. Junja goes completely hayward. Aja is dead, and now the resets can come in. Wacko needs to run away, but he's sliding down. He has a stopwatch, but he's on so little HP. BDS are doing it. BDS are killing them. And BDS will complete it! Quadra kill for Nuke! Be damned your curses! Be damned your expectations! BDS are going to Swiss!
They've done it! The reverse sweep by BDS! The redemption from falling at the hands of Mad Lions in Spring Split, able to make the main stage of Worlds!
There has only been 2 previous reverse sweeps at Worlds. This will be the 3rd,
And it will be the first for LEC. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. And BDS are going to the main stage.
The absolute elation on that squad's face, doing it the hard way, dropping down in the beginning of day one and having to rally through the losers bracket in reverse sweep into the advancement best-of-5 series.
What a series. And just a quick reminder, while we're all having elation, stay tuned for the Swiss Stage Draw Show starting in just a few minutes. But let's soak this moment in for BDS, because what a way to come back into this series. They look down and out 2 games in, and to win in this fashion, to have this game go so close. And it's, I want to say, for me, I don't know whoever was going to be actually given the player of the series. It's Labrov. Labrov, for me, was exceptional throughout all of the wins for BDS.
Absolutely huge, being able to find so many angles. I got to shout Sheo out as well, because that final smite was contested, and he was able to once again come up with the clutch smite, get the soul, which I think ended up giving them a lot of power in that final fight to chase down Wako, being able to get on top of him and not let that Aphelios kite it out.
He looks exhausted. He looks exhausted.
He's exhausted, but he's still smiling. He made it work on his champions. He got through the whole list of gods in this series, even threw an R in there as well with Renekton.
And look, I always say this, when there are winners, unfortunately, there are losers. The PCS #1, PSG Talon, find themselves and their region out of Worlds 2023.
All the hopes were left on them after CFO was taken out by BDS as well, and they had a really good showing. I thought multiple times in the series they were ready to advance. After game 2, I thought game 3 would go heavily in their favor, and then even in this game, when they had the double inhibitors down, when they were winning some of those mid-game fights with Wako, I thought maybe this is it. Maybe they'll be able to just use this map advantage, but BDS had such good setups around the neutral objectives to find angles to claw their way back into this game.
I mean, you gotta remember, they were 2 inhibitors down. This was BDS gonna say, look, we have to fight. We can't sit back and wait.
And I love that evolution for this team, even within just this tournament, where on day 1, when they got hit in the jaw, it felt like they totally let off the gas and they let other people make plays against them. And here, on the back foot, with super creeps pouring into their base, they said, we have to flip this Baron. And they made the difficult decisions. And that's how they ended up coming back.
And that's how you win games. That's how you advance in Worlds. You back yourself. And we're going to send it straight over to Worlds cooldown. Ender and a very elated Goldberg. Over to you guys.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about! Let's get that jacket off him! Let's get that jacket off him!
I promised I'd wear it if it happened.
Show it to the camera, my friend.
All
Oh my God.
That is just absolutely gorgeous.
I can smell it.
Fashion at its finest. Congratulations to
God.
Team BDS. Look, this team found themselves just 5 months ago. They were in the spring finals in the LEC, where they were up 2-0 and got reverse swept by the Mad Lions to be denied a position at MSI. Now they pull off the reverse sweep here to deny the European play-ins curse and make it to the Swiss stage.
Just the way it started, like, this game looked hopeless. It was a slow burner, nothing happened. Wako took over on the Kaiser, and just to contrast that to the ending, completely different. BDS looked defeated in the beginning of this series.
Some of these replays are just at the start of the series to showcase how hard it was of a track for BDS to make this comeback. A lot of the focus was on draft because they weren't playing their game. Then they throw out the Olaf. And a lot of people are saying, oh, they're doing it just to spell out gods before they go back home, right? That is not the case. It was a perfect angle for them. The Kai'Sa pickup made it so much better for Crownie. It was a tough one for them. And then we got to see Garen come out.
Ooh, Adam Smasher in the top lane absolutely carves up PSG Talon. It was a fantastic performance from him. And then in this final game, they lose both inhibitors, but find this gorgeous, gorgeous team fight around the mid lane. Nuke, the redemption story of him dominating in this game throughout with the quadra to finish.
I can't remember the last time I watched a series this tense.
Ooh.
I think the goal graph shows it. You could see it. They started getting ahead, then they fell back into it. Then they got a good team fight again, then they fell back into it. And then we got to that late game where the gold lead just kind of did not matter. Everyone was almost full items. Everything came down to execution. And in the end, it was BDS that executed upon it.
Yeah, Crownie started off it was a hard one early on, but he farmed up. Team fights were better. I think everyone stepped up. Huge series for Adam. he stepped up big to put them in this momentum for them to even be in a game 5. Aja still couldn't handle him. That solo kill top lane on the Gnar. They tried everything. They even early picked the Gnar because that felt like the only pick he could have versus him was not enough.
I think Shio might have broken the chair or the armrest he was showing to the camera right there. I'm not sure what that was. But
a little too much excitement at the end there.
I mean, who wouldn't be?
Straight up. Just an absolutely incredible Game 5, an incredible series. And we're going to see what Nuke has to say after that fantastic game in the Verizon post-game interview.
It's been a long day for BDS and a couple heart attacks for EUFan, but in the end, they make it, and we will see BDS making their debut in the Sweet Stage next week. Nuke, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup for joining me. It's been an incredible day for you. Tell me about the third game. You're down 0-2. If you lose, you're out. If you lose, you have to go home. How did you guys reset? How did you guys get ready for this game 3 and pull the reverse sweep in the end?
I mean, I'm thankful to God because enemy just ran it down the draft. It was so crazy. Like, if they didn't change like their playstyle and everything, we would probably lose, I think. But since they went like Sylas and everything, I had Azir, except the mid dive that I inted totally. Like, this game was totally free win. And it just gave us momentum, and we just got back into the track, and yeah.
How did you feel in that last moment before the last Nexus exploded, when you finally realized that you guys finally made it and pulled the reverse sweep?
Crazy moment. I mean, the game was way harder than it should be. I think under the pressure, everyone just collapsed at some point. There's something that comes into my mind is like the Nash fight.
Yeah.
It's 5v4, and we're just running away instead of like acing them. This is one of the many like thing happened this game, and I mean we just got it through. So this is the most important. So yeah, I'm happy.
It must be so hard to stay calm and collected in moments like this, and taking a step back, looking at the journey you had, Nuke. Actually, looking at last with BDS, coming into this year in the LEC, no one believed in you guys. You guys were ranked 10, 9 in the LEC standing. Next week, you're about to play your very first Swiss stage at Worlds. How does that make you feel?
Feeling great. I mean, like the last year and a half, like before this year, right? I lost everything confidence-wise. Like I was just collapsing slowly, and yeah, this was probably the hardest year of my life, where I had to get back to good gameplay, to have good confidence, to just be a good mid laner, right? And it was a long journey. There were a lot of highs, a lot of lows, a lot of like everything, basically every emotion possible that came into my mind, and we are at World main stage, which is crazy. So yeah, I'm super happy.
I remember that you tweeted something 3 years ago.
Yeah,
you said,
true.
In 3 years, in 2023, I will be at Worlds.
Yeah.
You did it in the end. If you could speak to your former self from 3 years ago, what would you tell yourself?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think he would ever believe what I would say to him, but just keep going, like, don't stop. Like, even for everyone that is following this path of, like, e-sport and just video game overall, since there is a few people that succeed, just never give up and just keep going until the end, until you die, basically.
You worked for it. You did everything you could, and you're entering the Big Boys Club for next week, facing off against the likes of Knight, Chovy, Palafox. These are your potential opponents. What are your thoughts when you think about this opposition in the mid lane and what you'll be looking to achieve here at Worlds?
I mean, yeah, it will be a first time, right? It's my totally first experience. I still have to get used to like the stage pressure and everything. And now we will even change the stage, change place, like everything basically. Yeah, big names, Chovy and everything. I just give everything I have. I think we did the best thing we could do this year, which qualified towards group stage. Now it's just to give everyone happiness by trying to play good and just delivering good gameplay, trying against the biggest team in the world.
I just hope you get everything you want from this world stage. I'm losing it here completely. Thank you so much, Luc, for the interview. Merci beaucoup. Félicitations de la part de toute l'Europe. And back to you guys.
Wow. Thank you so much, Lore. Nuke, man of the hour there in the final game, dominating. And I think throughout, you heard about the roller coaster year that BDS had from the preseason expectations to spring to now here at Worlds. But when you even just look at how they got to this match, how many games they played with 4 players never on the international stage before, the amount they've learned is massive.
I will say right now, when BDS came into this year and they kept Nuke on the roster, I was that critic that said, okay, you're going 10th again. Because if the same gameplay we saw from over a year ago was going to present itself on the roster, it wouldn't amount to anything. But this is a guy, as he said himself, he worked hard. He was not just a Relia player or that Victory player he was when he was playing EMEA Masters as well. He elevated himself past what was needed from him, found himself on a Tristana in this game, had the Azir, had the Orianna continuously banned against him. And while the champion pool is still slim, you cannot deny now that this guy absolutely deserves to be here, and he's blew the expectations through the roof.
Let's not forget what his name used. His name used to have Int in it, man, and now it's Nuke Carry right there. What a game 5 from him.
Yeah, and you mentioned the year. Talking about their career, that was a beautiful interview from Laura. I don't think it can get any better than that. Taking a snapshot in a career like that, talking about the confidence, feeling like it's collapsing on himself, just looking at the roster down the line. Adam and Crownie both found themselves in LFL not able to find an LEC spot, right? When you're in that position, it's like, what do I need to do to get back in there? Is this the end of my career? A lot of the players will have that feeling. Both Labrov and Crownie had that same exact experience being on Vitality before. And so being on the same team together, having that kind of support group, knowing and having that faith in each other because they have been in that shared experience, that means a lot. Because you're talking about how much of a roller coaster it's been throughout a year. When you've had that throughout your career before this year, you know you can get out of it. So that's a really inspirational interview and an inspirational story for these players, and I just want to see them continue.
It's just been amazing to see their journey, their games, everything throughout. But as we move in towards the Swiss stage, we're going to take a final look at the play-ins bracket. Soon, we're going to be drawing our 8 matchups for the opening round. Earlier today, GAM Esports took down Team Wales in that VCS Autumn Finals rematch. And of course, we also have Team BDS advancing. That does mean no representatives from the PCS will make it to the Swiss stage. And those 4th seeds that we named will be facing either JDG, Gen G, G2, or NRG.
It's a very stacked roster you'll be going up against here. It also kind of makes it a bit more tough for G2 actually that BDS made it through, because you cannot pull your own region, which means that either it's GAM, Weibo Gaming, or Damwon now actually that they're going up against.
Hey, and I'll say, even though it'll make the pool a little harder for your first game in Swiss, from that point forward, it's a lot easier, I think, kind of like compared to group stage of last year. You're not just stuck in a bad group. You can fight your way out as long as you are learning throughout. If you're finding yourself in a good matchup going into the 2nd, 3rd portions of the Swiss stage, I really love this format.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. And BDS already sort of got to see some of the boons from results. Just the raw quantity of games that they got to play and their read on the meta from the Ezreal Renekton first pick prio from their first series to now with all the counter picks and everything. They have come a very long way. But earlier today, GAM Esports secured their spot in the Swiss stage, and Laura caught up with Levi in the Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome back to Seoul, as GAM will be representing the VCS in the Swiss stage, and I have Levi with me to talk about this qualification. Thank you so much for joining me, and congrats on making it to the first round. It must be an important victory for you, especially when you think of the way things went at MSI. What was the first thought that crossed your mind when the last Nexus exploded, reflecting on the year and the last run you had internationally?
Thì khi mà cái giây phút mà cái nhà chính cuối cùng vừa rồi á, nó mới vừa nổ tung lên á, thì em đã có những cái suy nghĩ nào thoáng qua đầu mình?
Thực sự thì em chẳng nghĩ gì cả. Em chỉ cảm thấy rất là hạnh phúc bởi vì mình đã làm được.
Honestly, I didn't think of anything. I just felt immense happy because I've done it.
All right, well, let's focus on the next stage then. You can only face off against Pool 1 teams. That includes Gen G, JDG, G2, and RG. Any thoughts on these matchups and the junglers that you're going to have to face off against?
Thì sắp tới là em sẽ gặp JDG.
Có thể.
Em có thể sẽ gặp là JDG, NRG,
G2
and
Gen G.
Và Gen G và em sẽ gặp những người đi rừng của họ. Thì em cảm thấy thế nào?
Em nghĩ là hai đại diện của Hàn Quốc và Trung Quốc quá mạnh. Em nghĩ là trong 4 đội đấy thì có lẽ là đại diện của Bắc Mỹ là Energy sẽ dễ đối đầu nhất. Nên em hy vọng là sẽ gặp may mắn.
I think the opponents from LPL and LCK are the toughest one. And the representatives from LCS is something maybe I can handle. And with luck, we'll get a victory.
We'll see about the draw at the end of the day, of course. I want to follow up on something you said the last time we had an interview. The fact that you felt inspired over the years from the players who keep on thriving, pushing themselves, and who never give up. With this in mind, what is your resolution for the next stage?
Thì lần trước khi mà phỏng vấn với chị á, thì em có nói là sau những cái năm mà chinh chiến ở các đấu trường quốc tế á, là em rất là được inspire bởi những cái bạn kiểu giống như là đã đứng ở trên đỉnh rồi nhưng vẫn không có ngừng cố gắng á. Thì lần này khi em tiến vào vòng trong thì cái suy nghĩ của em sẽ là gì?
Bọn em cũng đang rất là nỗ lực, rất là cố gắng để có thể tiến sâu hơn ở trong cái thế giới, và bọn em hy vọng là với những cái suy nghĩ đó thì bọn em có thể làm được.
We are also trying non-stop on our side, and I hope that with the inspiration, we can make it.
And last question for you, do you have any message for the international fans watching this interview right now? What can they expect from GAM?
I hope to show you guys some entertainment matches.
Entertaining matches, amazing. Levi, thank you so much, Cameron, for the interview, and Koa, thank you so much for the translation, as always. And you guys, back to you.
That's it from Levi there, making it on into the Swiss stage and previewing a potential matchup against NRG. Raz, how do you think that match would go down?
Hey, I'm ready for it. That would be an exciting one. I still think, obviously, NRG will take it, but GAM has a history in 2017 to bop a specific IMT. And Fnatic as well. So I'm just saying you could take those hands too.
Was that the Ezreal jungle year? Is that the Smithy flashbacks?
Sure.
Okay, I like it.
I'm also saying, you know, Levi's got some history at NA after going to 100 Thieves, so maybe there's something to play for too there if you go up against NRG. I think that would be very good.
That's true.
There could be some spice to be had for sure. I think that, obviously for him, he's saying that's the match you want to face off. Makes sense because a lot of those Seed 1s are looking incredibly powerful.
Very true. And we were talking a lot about the inspirational point for BDS, but for GAM to be able to find their form again and be in the main stage is just important. That was needed for them as a team to show themselves, the region, that they could do it. So I'm excited to see them play.
Yeah, I mean, we're living in a world now where VCS has advanced to the Swiss stage, PCS has not, and as you can see behind us,
kind of seeing the setup behind
we're getting ready.
Yeah,
we've got some new ways of drawing the pools this year. You know, we've done what? We've done the balls, we've done the cards.
Yes.
Now we've got the baggies. We're doing it all.
True.
What's your preferred mode of group drawing?
I like this. I know the cultural significance, I've been told, so I think this is a very cute way, and I think it's going to be a fun win.
As long as Sotoamne is not drawing it, I'm super happy about this. Like, I know he's in Korea right now, so if he comes out with a steel chair, whatever it is, from the sideline drawing these, I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, I don't think security would let that happen.
I'm hoping. I really hope not.
I just want a Jizuke moment holding RNG upside down.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I'm not sure if it's paper inside.
It is paper inside.
It is paper inside, so there's chances to be upside down unless it's like a card and it goes both ways. We'll have to end up seeing exactly how it all
Got to see the rehearsals a little bit, so they do randomize it up, obviously. So I'm excited to see how it goes.
Oh, let's head down to the main stage in Seoul. It's time for the Swiss stage draw.
Welcome to the Swiss stage round 1 draw show. I'm your host, Hyojibek. Nice to meet you. 네, 오늘까지 플레이인 경기를 모두 마쳤고요. 드디어 스위스 스테이지에 진출한 16개 팀이 모두 가려지게 됐습니다. 진출한 팀들에게 다시 한번
Same region is not able to be matched up in round 1, and the draw order may not reflect the order in which the games will be played. For today's draw, the teams are divided into 4 pools. Pool 1 consisting of Gen G, JDG, G2, and NRG. In Pool 2, we have T1, BLG, Mad Lions, and Cloud9. Pool 3 has KT, LNG, Fnatic, and Team Liquid. And Pool 4 has Damwon, WBG, GAM, and BDS.
I'm excited to see it. I mean, this is what it's all about. Just being a lot of talk about JDG and Gen G, like the top teams going into Seed 1. I'm excited to see who they're going to be facing off right from the get-go. Any teams you're excited for?
I'm looking at Pool 3 at LNG. You know, they're one of my favorites. I've always been a hardcore LNG fan, even when I was casting that region for half a year in the LPL. And honestly, they've been taking JDG to 5 games multiple times, even beating out PLG. So I'm kind of seeing them as a dark horse in Pool 3 where people might get scared of them.
They definitely made the right pickups going into Summer Split, picking up Gala. Scout's been out playing insane. For me, it's going to be T1. They had trials and tribulations throughout the split. Faker came back and righted a lot of wrongs for the team, and now they're here in Pool 2, so nice to see how they end up performing in homeland territory.
Oh yeah, that would be a big one, Faker. But now we're going to send it down to Seoul with Hejibe to meet our draw show guest. Live translation will be provided by Ji-Sun Park.
To help the Swiss stage draw, everyone, please welcome the LCK's legendary support, Mara. He's the champion of Worlds 2014, hosted in Korea, and the first ever support player to win Worlds MVP. Welcome, Mara. Hello, everyone. I'm Mara, former League of Legends professional player. It is our honor to invite you to the draw show. Mara, how do you feel? Are you ready? I've always just watched it from home. Now that I can do the draw, I think this is a great opportunity for me. I'm looking forward to making a lot of LCK versus LPL matchups. I came here like early this morning and I was watching all 9 games today, and I want to make BDS to meet Gen G or JDG if possible. And Mara, I want to hear your thoughts on the Swiss stage, a new format. Yeah, this is a completely new format, and starting from round 2, we can have like regional matchups, so I think it's gonna be a lot more interesting than before. I cannot wait to have all the draw results. And as Worlds is being hosted in Korea, we are featuring a special and traditional item for the draw. These are called 복주머니, the bags on the stand. It is Korea's traditional pouch, meaning fortune pouch. For competitive integrity, Mara, do you want to make some change or shuffle the bags? Here we go. Another swap.
세 번째 풀도 가나요? 혜진님이 한번 뽑아주시면. 그렇다면 저는 이렇게 한번 바꿔볼게요.
And then Heji also making some changes.
마타님이 마지막.
Mara, you want to go for the last one?
1번, 3번 위치를 또 한번 바꿔봤습니다.
There we have it all.
저희가 공정성을 조금 더 더하기 위해서.
But before we actually start, is there anyone in the audience who would like to join us as well?
이렇게 조용할 수가.
Everyone is being super quiet. Anyone want to make a change?
얘기해 주세요. 2번 풀에 1번과 3번.
Pool 2, number 2, number 1 and 3. They reset Mara's change.
네, 여기.
And last one?
여자분. 4번 풀에 1번과
Pool 4, number 1 and 4.
자, 이렇게 해서 저희가 정말 공정하게 많은 분들의
Now
의견을
we are ready to start the draw.
자, 그렇다면 이제 복주머니 위치도 바뀌었겠다.
Mara, let's get started.
볼까요? 자, 그럼 본격적으로 스위스 스테이지 1라운드 대진 추첨을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 마타님 먼저 1번 풀 첫 번째 팀부터
To see what we've got up here first, the first team of the Swiss stage draw. Motto, what's it going to be?
What we're getting now.
The suspense is killing me. We've got Gen G. Of course, we got to kick it off with Gen G.
Number one coming out from Korea, of course, and maybe not the favorites, but I think a lot of people see them as contenders for JDG after an MSI where Korea couldn't really contest with the LPL. I think a lot of people are looking towards Genji in terms of trying to stop that golden road to happen.
Loden said he wins the race, carried by Jovi and Pays. My boys NRG getting on there, so gonna be the second team picked here.
It's going to be easy in the beginning with the pool ones. We don't really have to contest in the beginning. We just get the order for them here. Is it going to be a G2?
I'm thinking it's G2 coming in right here.
Yeah, we're going pretty fast here.
We're just blitzing through it. I absolutely love it. And it is G2. How did we know?
We're just
That's crazy.
Wait, don't make it sound so sarcastic.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that. I promise. I promise. Now, of course, G2, also the #1s, dominating pretty much all year long, apart from a small slip in spring. They are looking very good. The final team, of course, from the LPL will be JDG to round out our pool.
Yeah, I'm looking to finish the golden road for that team. As you can see, this is the round matches what we've seen so far of our first seed teams.
And now the next forward drawing, these are going to be their opponents going across here. So Mata, which one's he going to go for here? He's debating.
Craziest one you can get is a Weibo.
Let's see. The suspense is killing me.
지금 팬분들이 원하는 팀을 막 불러주고 계신데요. 과연 어떤 팀일지.
He really likes to take his time, doesn't he?
He is. He's getting the peak first. He likes this one.
Right off the bat. Love to see that. So that'll be Gen G versus Gam to start things off.
Immediately, Levi is not getting his way. He's getting one of the hardest opponents you can get.
That's going to be difficult. I believe the second team we drew was NRG. We'll see what we've got here for Mata in his hands. These pool 4 teams, so a BDS could be here. We've also got Weibo.
That one is the hardest one you can get for sure, outside of like D+ gaming actually. So, well, I'm looking forward to that Dokle the Shy matchup.
That's a good one. I think Kadril is also looking forward to that one.
He's looking for the Shy versus any matchup.
Yeah, pretty sure. Oh my God, that's certainly a way to sort of enter into the world stage, getting to go up against Superstar up there.
That's a storied matchup. Multiple quarterfinals between G2 and Damwon Gaming. You know, going back and forth, but doable.
And now for the final matchup here versus JDG. I don't know if you can fill in the blanks of what's been left open here, but that's BDS.
Yes. What better way to start the golden road?
BDS
in there.
Let's see, how does 369 deal with Darius, Garen? I want to answer that
Honestly,
question.
yeah, any matchup BDS goes into, top lane's going to be awesome. But now we move on to Pool 2 for our next 4 teams. They'll, of course, be facing against the 4 teams from Pool number 3. The middle of the road here. Any chances to break in towards the top, but you might recognize perhaps a T1 as a team that some people might know floating around here.
Yeah, and just to remind, Pool 2 does consist of T1, BLG, Fnatic, and Cloud9. Just for a refresh of memory there.
It's funny because T1, Fnatic, C9 used to always be the group of death that we would draw every single time. Like that was always Group C, the absolute bloodbath. Now in round 1, all 3 of those teams will be avoiding each other to face off against the Pool 3 reps.
Let's see what he's going for right now. One of the most demonic matchups you can get here is a T1 versus LNG.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm a different way than you. T1 is there, but there is a possibility of a Messiah rematch between T1 and Mad Lions, which for a lot of people might be even more interesting.
Yeah. Look, if your bedtime is important to you and you want to go to bed early, that's a very good matchup for you. If you want to see a lot of League, it's not a great match.
Yes.
I'm liking Redemption. It could be a Redemption angle for the boys.
I always like a good Redemption angle. Reminder that teams from the same region cannot play in the first round here. So that'll be important when we move over into Pool number 3, but that'll be Cloud9 coming in as the second match out of Pool 2.
Yeah, they were quite disappointed finishing second in the fashion that they did for how they dominated during the regular season. So boot camp is the biggest focus for them to see if they can get any better going into the tournament.
BLG and Fnatic left.
And it'll be BLG coming in from the LPL here. So now we don't have any matchups yet. We're just drawing the 4 teams first, and then the Pool 3 teams will have to face off against them. But of course, last should end up being Fnatic here, and it is. This team coming in with mixed expectations, of course, towards the end of the season finals. Wunder came in as an emergency substitute for Fnatic, so they are a bit of an unknown quantity that will be the final matchup here between Pool 2 and 3. Now we can go ahead and draw the matchup, starting with T1's opponent in the first round.
This is where it gets exciting. Once again, KT Rolster, LNG, Mad Lions, and Team Liquid left in the pool 3.
Which matchup are you interested in for this one? We already talked about the LNG and Mad matchup. I want to see KT. They made it difficult. Obviously cannot be played against T1. If they do get picked, they would have to be bumped down to C9. Something like that.
I could see a world where a T1 versus TL might be a little bit spicy. I'm sorry to put that on your plate.
I am crying.
Who will be the stronger team? Yeah, that is a tough one to draw right off the rip. But you're gonna, if you want to win it all, you're gonna have to go through T1 at some point. You would have to imagine. Second matchup here. Who's it gonna be?
The matchups there are exciting.
Mata give us the answers. This is Mad Lions.
So we do get an EU versus NA again. It's Cloud9 against Mad Lions.
Hold on.
How many times?
Who's Mad Lions mid laner?
That is Niski.
Ooh, that's kind of a fun little matchup, isn't it?
You'll love to see that.
Niski versus the former team over in Cloud9. Couldn't have asked for a better one. Unfortunately, we can't get Fnatic versus Team Liquid. That would have given us the perfect back-to-back NA versus EU. But the third team being drawn here by Mata will be LNG.
So
they would have to face Fnatic, is my understanding, because they cannot go up against BLG.
Yes. Of course, again, if you are just joining us, teams from the same region cannot face off in the first round of Swiss Stage. After that, anything's game. First round, not going to happen. So it will be KT going up against BLG with the swap over to Fnatic and LNG. To close the draw, we will be sending it back over to Heiji with translations from G-Sun.
Now let's take a look at the final results.
그리고 징동과 BDS 대결 이미 준비가 되어 있고요. 그리고 2시드와 3시드도 확인해 보겠습니다. T1과 팀 리퀴드, 그리고 C9과 매드라이언즈, BLG와 KT, 그리고 프나틱과 마지막으로 LNG의 대결 준비되어 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 결과가 나오게 됐네요.
With that, we have all the matches decided for Swiss round 1. Mata, are you happy how it turned out? I am very, very unhappy. I really wanted to make LCK versus LPL match, but still, BDS, KT, BLG, those matches are gonna be pretty good. I'll take those. Then Mata, which match do you look forward to the most? G2 versus DK and BLG versus KT. I really want to see how it turns out. Especially, I was part of KT in the past. So KT versus BLG is gonna be a banger. Especially the top side of the map, you know? Their top side are both really strong. So Pin versus Keen will be so fun to watch. Thank you for your time, Mata. Please give it up one more time for Mata, and thank you everyone for tuning in. We will be back on October 19th with a brand new Swiss Stage format. Thank you everyone.
저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 함께 해주신 여러분 고맙습니다.
I am so looking forward to this Swiss stage. And I love Mata with the chaos of wanting to get a little bit more LCK LPL, but I'm sure that is going to find us a little bit later in this event. I think we've got some great matchups right off the rip. I'm personally super excited for Mad Lions versus Cloud9. That's going to be fire.
I know you mentioned the fact that it was a former mid laner, Niski going up against his old team. I'm interested in Blabber versus Alyoya, two jungle powerhouses. That matchup has a lot going for it. So that one for sure catches my mind immediately.
Yeah, you know, I'm feeling quite good about the first draw we had with G2 versus Damwon. I think that's going to be really exciting. I actually think it's doable for G2 to actually come up and contest here. I do feel a bit bad for the likes of BDS going straight into JDG.
Well, you know. Maybe don't be fourth seed.
Yes.
Sorry.
But outside of that, another one, I guess, is just like Fnatic versus LNG. Like, as I said, I'm super excited about LNG.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about our EU team. So that, for me, is just a matchup that I'm going to have my eyes peeled on.
I mean, if you're talking about Fnatic, like seeing Noah on the international stage, I think just has to give you so much excitement how that's going to go, for sure.
Yike versus Canyon. You mentioned
Bangers.
Goldberg, the G2 versus D plus history. Showmaker versus Caps. Showcaps. That one's going to be a great matchup overall. I know Showmaker's had like an up and down split overall, but I think that would really come into clutch. And I just want to see the Energy Boys on an international stage. The first time they came in as first seed, surprised a lot of people throughout their split. They had high highs, beating all the best teams and then losing to some of the worst teams during the regular season. And then they go into playoffs and then shock everyone. I think people would be really surprised at how good these players can be. That being said, going to be very tough. Xiaohu versus Palafox is the matchup I want to see. Xiaohu has just been a demon, so I do think he's going to obviously have the heads up on that one, but it's the first games.
It's funny how like NRG are like the expected favorite from NA, but also kind of the wild card in my eyes, because like usually when you come to international events, Cloud9 is always the team. Even if they're not the #1 seed, they're usually performing.
Yes.
NRG have a chance to do something special here.
I was just looking at that BLG versus KT in the beginning as well. That's a banger between China and Korea. BLG, of course, had a great performance at MSI. KT looking for redemption for what happened this summer in the LCK. Going up against another region like this, I mean, what better opportunity for it?
Look, that's enough waffling from us for now. I want to get a reaction on the draw from Crowny, who will be facing the reigning MSI champions JDG in our Verizon post-game interview.
We could not wrap up the playing stage without talking to Crowny now that you guys have your opponent. Thank you so much for joining me.
No problem.
First things first, let's talk a bit about what we just witnessed for the past 4 or 5 hours. I don't know how long it was. How did you react when you grabbed the win and realizing that you did it and you would advance to the Swiss stage?
I think first I don't even remember the fight exactly. I know we killed someone first and then we just started killing more and more. My GA popped, so then it's not like on me to kill them, but Nuke was like free hitting because the Talia used her spells. And then we like kill everyone and then Nuke started screaming, but we like didn't have a wave. So I was like, still not sure if I end, but then it kind of started hitting me slowly and I looked at Labro and then it was crazy.
It was a beautiful victory. Nothing is easy with Europe ever anyway, but moving on, we just had the draw. You versus Ruler in the first game. Any first thoughts on this matchup and JDG as a whole?
I mean, I think Ruler is pretty much the ADC GOAT right now. Yeah. So, of course, it's not going to be easy. I think me and Labro just need to play even better than we did. I think we did some mistakes. We just need to be very, very good 2v2. Because against these teams, if you give them like an inch, they will just take everything. So, yeah. Obviously, it's very exciting.
Yeah.
I never thought I would be playing against Ruler in this year, you know. So I'm just grateful, yeah.
It's actually amazing because I know that I tell you this all the time, but you've been playing for so long and this is actually your first World Championship participation. What are you looking to prove here, Crowny?
I mean, I think we proved a lot of people wrong, not only me individually, but our whole team this year. I think we've been doubted since the roster was announced, and then from January, pretty much the whole year, even in spring when we were winning everything. And now, after we won against GGS, people believed for a bit, but then when we lost again, they stopped believing. But I think we proved to everyone that, you know, we play what works for us, kind of. Obviously, sometimes we go a bit away from that and we struggle a bit, but as long as we find ourselves in time, it's good. But yeah, I think I proved to everyone that I belong to be here. And yeah, I think all of my teammates did too, yeah.
Well, wishing you the best of luck in the next stage, of course. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats again on qualifying for Swiss. And back to you guys in Dublin.
It was just a commendable effort from BDS all year long, and especially in the last week. What a grind. I imagine the players are exhausted. We've also had 9 games go down today. Yeah. I'm personally exhausted.
11 to 12 hours.
It is absolutely brutal. But I think BDS have now like realized a lot of their potential coming into Worlds.
I think so too. And I think, of course, a lot of people are looking at BDS, looking forward at the Swiss stage, and know it's going to be hard with how they almost managed to not get out of the play-ins. But I also think that they've kind of succeeded shifted already from what the expectation should be to this team. And I think whatever they gain now will only be more experience. You see how young these players are. You saw how little Worlds appearances they had. This was a lot of them's first Worlds ever. So even making it here will give them a lot moving forward.
Everyone except Adam.
Yeah, well, look.
And he's been here once.
The sky's the limit for him. I just love that he was excited to go up against Ruler, right? Most people will look at that and be like, I'm facing against the best team in the world. But he wants to really face the best and learn. And it is the next step, the next journey. I don't know who their scrim partners were, probably playing teams. Now the next step is some hard-ass teams. So,
okay, listen, it's a best of one in the first stage.
Yeah.
Adam gets one of the guard picks and absolutely smashes 369, and then maybe they win.
I haven't really seen him lose on the God picks. I'm going to be awesome.
Look, this guy has been Nostradamus. He already got me wearing
It's working.
He got Raz in the shirt.
multiple days in a row,
Look,
so
I'm
going to trust him.
I need you to make me a few more shirts. If you missed any of the action today, the rebroadcast begins later at midnight PDT and 9 a.m. CEST on LoLEsports.com. We return on Thursday, the 19th of October for our opening day of the Swiss stage, starting at 5 a.m. CEST. That's 10 p.m. PST. No matter where you are in the world, good morning, good evening, and good night. 7.
There, Levi didn't spot the Sonic Wave.
See the Sonic Wave, he's going to face check it. Oh no, those are two big red outlines and a Void Seeker across the map.
Trying to play off the fact that they just have power in the early game.
Oh no, Ultimate comes out. Scatter Weak does land, and there's the solo kill. Absolutely shredding the health bar here as Glory flies in as well. Trying to deny the flash here, Ignite, burning away. The first strike is there! He's slowly but surely clearing this way. Here we go, CC Chain comes on in, he needs the sustain, and he gets it! Dashing on out, Slater flashes to find the kill, secure it for Gam, and slam down the Herald. When you hit level 6, that's a big advantage towards Glory. Pallet flashing forward, so he's at level 6. As we're all grouped up, Sparta has the ultimate available. They're just going to go for the closest target, but that's a Wukong across everyone. And Pallet finds one. Slater flies in from the side.
Damage and the shotgun on the backside. Wacko looking to take out Nuke. Good flash away from the Shurima ultimate, and now he's taking out Nuke. The ultimate from the Maokai keeps everybody in place, and a double kill for Wacko as a Scion is now dead. And there it is. Ace 5 for none. PSG. They were just as bored as we were.
Seeing if they can go for something.
There's the double Hex Flash. Nobody ever expects the double Hex Flash. You cannot slice and dice away. Woody wants more, and Woody will get everything he wants.
If we win one, they will do a BDS spring, okay? We don't need to win 3 games. We need to win 1.
Flashes forward, jumps in onto Wacko, and that's the play you need. Asha will try and turn it around like he did at Baron, but not today. Flash over by Adam. He wants this kill, needs it to spin to win. Let's Beyblade.
A little bit of damage out, trying to
Get those stacks up, brings down the ult, and Adam was done with passiveness in this laning phase. Side of this, a lot of damage, it's a lot of rocks to the back of the head. Wacko finishes him off.
Slow, slow, slow. Alhamdulillah! Oh my god! Holy we got plot armor, I told you! We got plot armor!
BDS are doing it! BDS are killing them! And BDS will complete it! Quadra kill for Nuke! Be damned your curses! Be damned your expectations! BDS are going to Swiss!
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right to the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
Feel it. Feel it.